in these circumstances, we can name them crimes. A faint tremor slipped through Celan. "Have you compiled details, then?" "As best I could," Sherenas replied. "It was difficult, as not everyone was willing to speak to me." She paused, and they turned down a side avenue, approaching the command tent of Estala's cohort. Then she said, "But I was fortunate to find some who would." "Indeed?" "Yes, Grip Gallus, for one, and, of course, young Orphantal." Celan's steps slowed, and he half-turned to the woman walking beside him. "An old man, I'm told, prone to baseless accusations and pointless feuds." "Gallus? I think not." "What, then, do you wish with my wife?" "Only what needs doing, Celan. A conversation just like the one I'm having with you, right now." When he halted, Sherenas turned back to face him. The hood still hid her features, but he saw the glitter of her eyes. "This is an unpleasant conversation, Sherenas," he said. "I don't think my wife will welcome your presence. Not tonight, in any case." "No, I suspect you're right in that, Celan. A moment." She reached for something under her cloak. "I have something for you." He caught a flash of blue iron, felt a sharp sting under his chin, and then it seemed that everything simply drained away. Blinking, he found himself lying on the ground, with Sherenas bent over him. It was all strange, disturbing. He felt a hilt pressed up against the underside of his chin, and something was pouring out from his mouth, sliding thick and hot down his cheeks. "No, I don't like this. I'm leaving now." He closed his eyes. Sherenas pulled the dagger free. She collected Celan by the collar and dragged him between two encampment tents. Then she cleaned her blade on his cloak and sheathed it again. It was only 20 or so paces to Estala's tent. Straightening, Sherenas resumed her journey. She reached the front and tapped at the ridgepole, and then drew back the flap and stepped inside. There was a brazier on the floor, emanating dry heat and a soft glow. Beyond that, Estala was on a cot, settled back, but still dressed. She looked over and frowned. Sherenas drew back her hood before the woman could speak, and saw a swift change of expression accompany recognition, but not one she could easily read. "Sherenas, I see you've not yet shed the leagues of travel behind you. But still," she sat up, "welcome back. There's mulled wine near that brazier." "Your husband will be late, I'm afraid," Sherenas said, drawing off her cloak. "I ran into him on his way back to the keep." "The keep? That idiot! I told him to send a rider if he did not find one of her acolytes. He gets nothing right." Sherenas collected the pewter jug and poured out 2 cups of the steaming wine. The sharp smell of almonds wafted up into her face. Leaving 1 cup where it was, she brought Estala the other one. The captain stood to receive it. "So, what brings you to me, then? And couldn't it wait until the morning?" Sherenas smiled. "You are legendary, Estala, for working through the night. I myself recall, when we arrived for battle on a clear morning, seeing you heavy with sleep. Quite the harridan, in fact." Snorting, Estala drank. From the camp outside, distant alarms rang out. "What now?" Estala asked, turning to set her cup down on the edge of the cot, and reaching at the same time for her sword belt. "Probably me," Sherenas replied, drawing her sword. Estala caught the faint rasp and whirled. The sword's blade sliced through the front half of her throat. Sherenas quickly stepped back to avoid most of the blood that sprayed out from the wound. Estala stumbled back, both hands grasping at her neck, and fell awkwardly across the cot, snapping one of its legs. As the cot sagged, the woman rolled off it to settle face down on the tent floor. Her legs twitched for a few moments, and then fell still. Sherenas sheathed her weapon, cursing under her breath. She had been anticipating most of the night for the work that needed doing. Instead, the Legion camp was now wide awake, and in moments one of Estala's lieutenants would come to the tent. Still, there was time, at least for her to make her way to where the horses were kept. "My apologies, Urusanda. This hasn't quite worked out as I planned. And now I must ride away with a bounty on my head. Not all the nobles are hiding in their keeps, doing nothing. I will defend my blood first, Urisander. Surely you'll understand that. Civil war is a messy business, isn't it? Just ask Rip Gallus. The rage within her remained bright and hot. It yielded a fierce, demanding thirst. She had wanted to stalk the night, moving through the camp from one command tent to the next. For you, Vata Urisander, and for Curl Galain. And another. But he rides far from here now, seeking the woman he would marry. I am relieved, Kakamandra, that you do not see me on this night, nor the trail of blood I have left behind me. And now, alas, I must flee, my work unfinished. And that, my friend, galls. With her dagger she cut through the back wall of the tent, and then slipped out into the night. Humiliation bred a kind of hunger, dreams of vengeance and acts of malice. Corporal Parlin of the 9th Company in the Silvers stood near the tavern door, leaning against the frame, and eyed Bortan and Scrail as they stood over the headless corpse of Captain Serap, their expressions difficult to read in the wavering light. Neither man was displeased, she was certain, at Serap's sudden demise, and if not for the beating they had taken at her hands, incapacitating both of them for most of this night, they would have been among the first suspects in the murder. The 4 brothers who had been sitting near the captain, however, were consistent in their retelling of events, and their tale matched that of the barkeep and his pale, shivering son. A travel-stained officer of the Legion had sat with Serap, engaging in quiet conversation that was brought to an abrupt end with the slash of a sword. Serap's head was still lying on the table, stuck there, cheek and hair, by the thick pool of blood beneath it. Serap's lips were parted, caught in an instant of surprise. Her eyes, half-lidded, stared out with the chilling disinterest of the dead. Earlier that evening, Corporal Parlin had stood opposite her, facing a sharp dressing down in front of her squad. The wake of that had curdled Parlin's insides, stung bitter and dark with vague hatred. But even that was not enough to leave her satisfied at the captain's death. Hunral had come and gone. A few words ventured by the corporal relating the story told by the witnesses, and then he was off, but not before countermanding his initial order to scour the town. It was perhaps the reason for her squad's present disgruntlement. Bortan and Scrail had both drawn closer to the 4 brothers, who stood in a nervous clump behind their table. The stench of blood was heavy in the air, and, like wolves, her 2 soldiers were ready to bear fangs. Humiliation. The denizens of the tavern had witnessed it, delivered by Serap herself, and Bortan and Scrail were hungry to pass it on. Parlin was tired. They'd been given the task of removing what was left of Serap, but it seemed that her energy, what little remained, was trickling away, drip by drip. Even her soldiers stood as if uncertain where to start. But a vicious fight with the locals would answer their need quickly enough. Sighing, she stirred into motion, stepping into the room. Scrail, find us a sack for the head. Bortan, take Felid there and go hunt us down a stretcher. She paused, glancing across to the last 3 soldiers in the squad. The rest of you, take station outside, eyes on the street. That last command was not well received. It was cold out there. Parlin scowled until the 3 soldiers shuffled towards the door. She glanced back to see the barkeep appear from the kitchen with a burlap sack, which he pushed into Scrail's hands. Bortan, with a final glare back at the brothers, joined Felid at the door. They exited. One of the brothers stepped forward, eyes on Parlin, who raised her brows. The man hesitated, and then said, "She did good by us, sir. We'd like to be the ones to carry that stretcher to wherever it needs going." Parlin frowned. She glanced across at Scrail, who stood near the table, staring down at the severed head. There was no question that he'd heard. The corporal moved close to the farmer and said in a low voice, "I appreciate the sentiment, but by the time Bortan gets back, I expect you 4 to be gone. Our blood's up, you see. Someone's murdered a Legion officer. It's our business now." The man looked back at his brothers, and then faced her again. "To show our respect, you see. I understand. If her ghost lingers, she'll know how you feel. Go home. Now." "Well, I hope you catch that murderer, that's all." We will. The four made their way out of the tavern. Parlin watched them leave and then turned to see Scrail glaring at her. Yes, she snapped. It'd be easier, wouldn't it? Sir? If they were the shits you wanted them to be. Not just me, sir. You called us out this night to do some hunting. I did. Turns out we were hunting the wrong enemy. I'll accept that with humility. You might try the same. Now, is that a coin there, in the blood? He looked down at the table. It is. Slip it into her mouth and close up that jaw if you can. Silver eases the ghost. Scrail nodded. So they say. He collected up the coin and studied it for a moment. Barkeep says this one was Sharinas's. Paying for the drink, I suppose. Parlin had heard the same. It seemed an odd thing to do. She wondered about the conversation between those two officers, and how it could have led to what had happened here. She wondered, too, how Hun Rao had known. The sound the head made when Scrail pulled it free triggered in Parlin an old memory from her childhood. Out behind the house, where the wagon ruts ran down into that dip in the road. Mud that could pull your boot right off if you weren't careful. We used to think it was bottomless, that mud, enough to suck you right down, swallow you whole. Yes, that's the sound. Left behind on the tabletop, blood and strands of hair, an empty tankard. Well, I guess we're not all going up on report after all. There's a bright side to everything. And when Rao catches up to Sharinas, why, we'll see her swing. Scrail moved past her, the sack clutched in both hands. He grimaced. Heavier than I expected, sir. Where to? Put it down by the door. We'll wait for Bortan and Filed with a stretcher. She heard him cross the room, but did not turn. He'd pocketed the silver coin she had seen, but the night was nearly done, and she was past caring. Chapter 8. The two horsemen rode out through the thinning forest. The day was cold, the sky clear but dull, as if hidden behind a veil of soot. They were slumped in their saddles, the horses walking, and as ever the two men were engaged in conversation. A most high court, a most select education, and see what it brings us, Dathanar. Dathanar rolled his broad shoulders beneath the heavy cloak. Every bridge is but an interlude, Prazek, he said. The arc and the span held more worth than we imagined on that dread night of our faltering. We should have stood fast at our station, scowling in each direction, back to back, and so facing all manner of dire threat. Dire threat indeed, Prazek said, nodding. The treacherous wind, gusting so foul and portentous. The unleavened night, bitter as black bread. Fend us, too, Dathanar, from wretched imagination all our own, and the venal thoughts of our 8 commanders, prone to dancing on our bones. And if we still be clothed around our precious sticks, muscle and gristle bound to honourable purpose, well, that is faint distinction. You speak ill of Silchas' ruin? Prazek worked with his tongue at something stuck between his teeth, somewhere near the back, and then said, I've seen white crows with softer regard, and indeed am known to fashion a pleasant disposition from their glittering beads. Dathanar reached up and rubbed at his bearded jaw. You liken us to carrion, and our lord's brother to the winged arbiter of every battlefield. But bleached of hue, you say? In war, I wager every field is aflutter with black and white, foe and friend, all those hostile comments and unpleasant looks, and laughter the kind to make you shiver. In all, a misanthropic place, ill-suited to civil debate. I've heard tell, Prazek said, of a time when we were gentle, fresh upon the land, behind us some sordid path, spewing us out from some forbidden tale of misadventure. But see these majestic trees, we said, such clear streams, a river like bold sinew to bind the world. Why, here were pits studded with ore, bitumen for the fires, soft hills to welcome sheep and goats. Even then, I suggest, said Dathanar, there were crows of white and crows of black, to keep things simple. Prazek shrugged, still trying to dislodge whatever was jammed between two molars.
Simple enough for the flames and the forge. The night sky filled with sparks and embers. Simple, too, for the columns of smoke and the sludge to foul every pool, every lake and every stream. Why, we were avatars of dark even then, though we knew it not. But still, let's look back on those gentle times, and take note of their myriad instances of gentlest murder.
Destruction is known to thrive in indifference, Dathanar said.
We are, in sleep, calmly, and indeed comely, committed to our placid repose. As you say, these are instances of gentle mayhem, ruckled and ruined, and blissfully innocent, the hands gripping the axe. Weapons need forging, of course, Prazek said, nodding and then spitting. Civilization's demands are simple ones, after all. Unambiguous, you might say. It is only in the boredom of Colonel Ghislaine's advanced age, such as we find here, that we tangle the threads, nestle in agitation, and upend our civil simplicity, our simple civility, and like so many turtles on their backs, we flinch at crazed scenes on all sides.
And so you long for simpler times?
Just so. White crows upon one flank, black crows upon the other, and every field a battlefield, and every enemy a foe, and every comrade a friend. Decide upon the handshake and dispense with mangling complexity. I long for the rural.
And thus the rural finds you, brother.
Leaving behind the last of the tree stumps and spindly saplings, they rode out upon the track leading into the hills. Ahead, denuded rock outcroppings and sweeps of winter-dead grass made a rough jumble.
It finds me with cruel vigour, Prazek said in a growl, chased by chills and stiffened leather, chafed of thigh and carbuncled of joint.
He then pulled off his worn glove and reached into his mouth. A moment's effort, and he pulled free a shred of old meat.
This too.
Simple maladies, Dathanar easily replied. The complaints of peasants.
Prazek pulled the glove back on.
Well, peasantry defines itself in that miserable self-regard, and now I find myself a purveyor of mud and unheralding skies, no different from said peasant in my squinty eye and cheeky tick. And were my feet upon the ground, why, I'd shuffle one or both to nudge along my slow thoughts.
Simpler times, Dathanar agreed. Musings on the weather can fill a skull with clouds, enough to reduce every horizon. It's well you shuffle a foot or two, if only to lay claim to the ground upon which you stand.
The threadbare fool knows well that stony soil beneath him,
Prazek retorted.
And so too observes the passing of armies in column, the tidings of smoke above the trees, and flotsam in the stream. He raises a damp figure to gauge every new wayward sigh of the wind, too. Then bends once again to shoulder the wrapped bundle of firewood, and sniffs at the smell of plain cooking adrift on the breeze. His wife has paced her cage all day, wearing ruts in the cabin's floor.
No certainty that pacing, Dathanar said. Why, she might be sharpening steaks, or deadlier still, whittling. She might be tending a babe in a crib, and humming country hymns to pastoral idyll.
Ha! Intending that babe, Dathanar. She notes the wooden bars of the tiny cage, and then perchance glances up to see the same writ large about her. Yes, she might indeed be sharpening steaks.
But her husband's an honest man. See his battered hands and blunted finger-nubs, the old scars of youthful zeal, and the limp from when he miscalculatedly addressed one knee with a hatchet. Oh, those were times back then, hi-ho! And in such demeanour, why, his idle thoughts hum a somnolent buzz, kept in beat by his plodding boots on the muddy track.
You paint a generous picture, Dathanar. But come the summer, a company rides up to gather in the wretched fool. They shove a spear into his hands and wave flags, be they dark or light, crowned or crown-hungry. They take the wife, too, if no crib proffers necessity. Out marching in column, Prazek.
Reduced to simple thoughts pertaining to weather, aches, and the season's gentle turn, at least until arrives the moment of terror-strewn mayhem, spears all a-clatter.
Dathanar grunted, frowning.
But wait! Where are the glittering heroes waving their swords in the air? What of the stirring speeches, such as to awaken the zeal of mind-wandering farmers and herders? See them stand in that ragged row, feet shuffling. One or two, as befits the moment. Forget not the squint and tick.
And the limp, too, Prazek added. They tilt heads as the windbag rides back and forth on a confused horse.
This way? Yes, no, that way. What madness afflicts my gouty master, so eager to straddle me?
Dathanar, enough of the horse thoughts, all right?
They were brought to mind by our chargers, with their ears flickering to catch every word we utter. My humblest pardon, brother. I beg you. The horse, back and forth, you were saying.
The king's speech.
What king? Whereof comes this king of yours?
Prazek cleared his throat. Well, let me amend that by saying this. A king in his own mind, or indeed a queen in her own mind. It's a crowded skull, to be sure, lofty with minarets and teetering with towers, sparkling with spires, and all so grandiose as to beggar any beggar. And see the self-same monarch marching this way and that up and down the echoing halls with their rustling tapestries. Why, a scion of self-importance. He wears the headdress of a high priest this moment, and a jewelled crown the next, the robes of the judge, the clasped hands of the humble penitent, the bared head of the husband, and the godly penumbra of the father. Is it any wonder that he casts coy glances at his reflection in every mirror, so inviting to worship and adoration this man?
Or woman, Dathanar interjected.
No, he's not a woman. She would be a woman, but not him.
Pray, get him and us out of his skull, Prazek, and attend to his stirring speech to the peasant soldiers.
Easier said than done, Prazek replied. Very well. Since we two are so busy, so thoroughly distracted by all the noble thoughts implicit in our noble bearing and what not, taking little note of peasants by the wayside, we've seen none. No matter, they exist in principle, I'm sure.
Let's hear this call to war.
Yes, why not, Dathanar? A moment while I compose myself.
I see a week at least.
My dearest soldiers, my beloved citizens, my wretched minions.
Dathanar tilted his head back and yelled.
We're here, sire, summoned,
press-ganged,
your pardon, press-ganged into your service, as if tithes weren't enough.
You, peasant, what was that you mumbled?
Nothing, sire, I but await your speech.
Dearest instruments of my will, howsoever I will it, and I will.
Now, there's a chilling promise.
We are gathered here upon the eve of battle.
Best make it dawn, Prazek, we're nearing the hills.
Upon the dawn of a day promising glorious battle. Permit me to elaborate. The battle is yours, and the glory is mine. There will be no confusion regarding this matter, I trust. Excellent. You are here, and you will fight in my name, for one perfectly reasonable reason, to wit, because you are not over there upon the valley's other side, fighting in the name of him or her. In other words, you are here and not there. Is that clear, then?
Sire, sire.
What is it?
I have a brother who fights for him or her over there.
That man is no brother of yours, fool.
But our mother.
Your mother was a whore and a liar. Now, where was I?
Dathanar sighed.
We were being stirred unto inspiration.
Prazek waved a hand.
I hold high this sword, my kin, my comrades, and with it do point that way, towards the enemy.
And where my sword points, you follow. You will march, yes, and when close enough, why, you will charge, and if you prevail, I will be pleased, and further pleased to send those of you left alive back to your shacks and barns, if you please. But if you fail, I'll not be pleased. No, not at all. In fact, your failure will mean that I'm likely to get my skull cracked open, spilling into the ditch, minarets and towers and spires all tumbling every which way, crowns askew, robes besmudging, bared head laid bare through and through, and, alas, godliness snuffed out like a guttered candle. Just so. Was that succinct enough, then? Now, we march to war.
With this strident challenge ringing in the air, the two men fell silent, both slumping a bit further into their saddles, until Dathanar sighed and said,
Never mind the peasants, Prazek, and let's speak instead of prisoners. A touchy subject, Prazek replied. Of crime or duty? Your distinction reeks of the disingenuous. In this mud no distinction is possible, and we not yet upon battle's field.
Prazek stood on his stirrups and looked about, eyes narrowed.
What now, brother?
Somewhere, lying in the grasses about us, is a pillager of prose, a looter of language.
Dathanar snorted.
Nonsense, we but ape the noble cause, my friend, with hairy discourse.
Settling back down in the saddle, Prazek scowled.
Let us defy the ghost, then, and ride on in silence. I must prepare in my mind my stirring speech to my prisoners.
You'll win their hearts, I am sure.
I need only their swords to cheer.
Yes, Dathanar grunted. There is that.
A short time later, a score of crows winged out from the hills and made their way overhead, seeking the distant trees. The two officers exchanged a look, but for a change, neither spoke. Flakes of snow drifted down from laden branches, carpeting the stone-lined track ahead, like the petals of fallen blossoms. Spring, however, seemed far away. The sound of his horse's hoofs was sharp and solid, and yet Captain Kalaris heard little echo, as the snow-shrouded forest made for a muted world. This was one of the few remaining stretches of true wilderness left in the realm, spared the axe only by an ancient royal mandate granted to an ancestor of House Tulla. The night before, he had heard wolves, and their voices, rising so mournfully into the night, had stirred something primal within the captain, something he had not known existed. He pondered that experience now, as he let his horse choose its own pace on the slippery cobbles, and it seemed that his thoughts well matched his surroundings, cloaked in strange isolation, where the only sounds he heard belonged to himself, his mount, and their journey. Wilderness offered a curious solitude. The comforts of society were gone, and in their place indifferent nature. But that indifference set forth a challenge to the spirit. It would be easy to choose to see it as cruel, and to then fear it, flee it, or destroy it. Even easier, perhaps, to surrender to animal instincts, to live or die by its own rules. Long before villages or towns or cities, the wild forests were home to modest huddles of makeshift huts, to clans of family. Each camp, no doubt, commanded a vast range, since such forests were miserly in what they yielded. But by the hearth fires alone, the wild was kept at bay, and in those flames a war had begun. It was not difficult to see the path of devastation made by that still ongoing war, and from the perspective of where he now rode, in this silent forest, it was a challenge to find virtue in the many monuments to victory with which his kind now surrounded itself. Keeps of stone and timber laid claim to the simplest needs, of shelter and warmth and security. Villages, towns, and indeed cities gave purpose and protection to the gathered denizens, and the pursuit of convenience was a powerful motivator in all things. All of these creations were fashioned from the bones of nature, the slain corpses in this eternal war. In this manner the victors did enclose themselves in what they had killed, be it tree or wild stone. Surrounded by death, it was little wonder that they would sense virtually nothing of what lay beyond it, And yet from nature's bones the artists among the people would find and make things of great beauty, things that please the eye, with poetry of form and the peace of those forms rearranged in seeming balance. More to the point, Kalaris realized, so much of what was deemed pleasing or satisfying or indeed edifying was but a simulacrum, a reinventing of what nature already possessed, far beyond the lifeless walls and tamed fields. Was art then nothing more than a stumbling, half-blind journey back into the wilderness, with each path selected in groping isolation, endlessly rediscovering what should have been already known, reinventing what already existed, recreating the beauty of what had already been slain? It would be a shock indeed should an artist reach this revelation, comprehending the relationship of their art with murder, with generations of destruction, and with this long, long journey away from those first hearth-fires in that first forest, when the enemy at hand was first glimpsed, like a spark in the mind, and from it was born the first fear, the first unknown. If imagination's birth had come from something as ignoble as fear, then at last Kalaris understood this eternal war. By a wilful twist of the mind, he could of course choose to be selective in what he saw and what he felt, and from those two forces in combination, in what he believed. A brightly gaze, then, to paint the world with the bliss of optimism, and every wonder crafted by the hand, whether mundane tool or glorious edifice, as symbols of the triumphant spirit. But each such pronouncement, no matter how bold the assertion or how adamant the claim to virtue, was but a cry in the face of a deeper silence, a silence in which lurked a vague unease, a yearning for something else, something more. Lift high gods and goddesses, if you will. Dream of exaltation in what the altar bleeds, in what the fires burn, in what art we raise, in what industry we occupy our lives. Each is lifted into view from an ineffable need, a yearning, a hunger to fill some empty space inside. Our spirits are not whole. Some crucial piece has been carved from them. If we go back and back to a forest such as this one, and make for ourselves an entire world of the same, we come to the silence and the isolation and the seed ground of our every thought, beaten down, unlit, and awaiting the season's turn. We come to our beginning, before the walls, before the keeps and towers, with nothing but living wood encircling our precious glade. In such a place, the gods and goddesses must step down from the high heavens and kneel with us in humility. But Kalaris was not so naive as to imagine such a return. The rush and the conflagration of progress were demonic in their intensity, and we stake our lives in this fight for our place in things we ourselves invented. And in our new world, nature is indeed very far away. Rounding a slow bend in the road, he caught his first glimpse of the outer wall of the Tula estate. The past summer's vines made a stark, chaotic latticework upon those walls, like withered veins and arteries drained of all life. The track straightened before a gateway, and beyond, centred amidst expansive grounds, rose the estate itself, built upon massive Azathanai foundation stones. Various outbuildings clustered to either side of the structure, including stables and a mill. Riding through the gateway, Kalaris saw the frozen sweep of a fish pond on his left, and 3 rows of leafless, fruit-bearing trees on his right. Even here, almost 3 days away from Kharkanas, the power of Mother Dark was visible, with shadows that belonged to an eclipse, and a pervasive glower to the day's fractured light. Kalaris glanced again at the orchard, wondering at the fate of those trees. Perhaps, in darkness, new trees will come, bearing fruit of another kind. Or perhaps those trees in the forest beyond will simply die. Still, it was curious that no such dieback had yet occurred, even within Kharkanas itself. As if plants sensed nothing of light's loss, as if they held to an older, brighter world. Was that yet another front of the self-same war, or was Mother Dark's sorcery a gift given solely to the Tisti? He wondered if the Azathanai perceived the dying light. He would have to ask Grizin Fal. And if not, will it mean that we are all subject to an illusion, our very minds under manipulation by Mother Dark?
More and more this faith tastes sour. Mother, is this your darkness upon my mind, stealing away what others can rightly see? And in surrendering thus to your will, what else must we yield? It is said believers are selective in what they see of the world. Do you announce this with blatant metaphor made real? And if so, what is your point?
2 figures appeared from near the stables. Kalaris angled his mount and rode towards them. Grip Gallus wore but the thinnest hide, and steam rose from his shoulders, his thinning hair stringy with sweat. Beside him, Lady Hishtula stood with furs wrapped about her form. Kalaris reined in before them.
"Have the servants all fled then, milady?"
"The house staff remain," she replied, eyeing him levelly. "In winter's season there is little to do here, Captain. In any case," she added, "we prefer the solitude."
Kalaris remained in the saddle, still awaiting their invitation. He had expected some difficulty here, and well understood Hishtula's reluctance.
"This forest surely invites it, milady. Wilderness has indeed become a refuge."
"And yet," she replied harshly, "you come to bring word of the war beyond. If I could make the trees iron, Captain, and each branch a blade, I would raise every wilderness into an impregnable fortress. Ringed in the blood of unwelcome visitors, it would surely grow vast."
In her bold words, he heard the echoes of his own earlier thoughts, and was in no way inclined to challenge her sentiment. And still he found himself shaking his head.
"Milady, it is by unnatural privilege that you find yourself in this refuge, and herein you face no daily struggle to survive.
You would arm your imagined defenders of that privilege, as if the war they are to fight is for you alone, rather than indeed their own survival." A grunt from Grip Gallus.
"He has you there, my love. The arrow flew true and sharp, pinning the leaf to the trunk."
The old man waved.
"Do dismount, Captain, and be welcome in this house."
Hishtula's shoulders seemed to slump beneath the furs, and she stepped towards Kalaris.
"The reins, then, Captain. My husband has been cleaning the stables with something like manic zeal. Winter has him pacing. He will hear your tales, as will I, if I must."
As Kalaris dismounted and Hish led his horse into the stables, Grip stepped closer and said,
"Come into the house, Captain. The guest rooms are presently closed up, but we've plenty of wood, and some heat will take the damp from the chamber. I will send you a servant and see that a bath is drawn. We will dine at the 7th bell."
He turned to lead the way to the house.
"Thank you, Grip,"
said Kalaris, following.
"The promise of warmth already loosens my bones."
The old man, once Anamanda's most revered servant, cast a glance back at Kalaris.
"Simple promises," he said, "of no consequence. Pray we spend this evening in such easy company."
To that Kalaris said nothing, and yet the silence found its own timbre, and the captain was not so benumbed with cold to fail in sensing the sudden tension from Grip Gallus, as the man preceded him towards the estate's front door. As they stepped into the antechamber, Kalaris could hold to his silence no longer.
"Forgive me, Grip. I am not here of my own accord."
Grip nodded, but made no other reply. They swung left from the main hall and strode down a chilly corridor, dark for most of its length, until they reached a T intersection, where a small lantern glowed on a niche set in the wall. To the right, and 6 paces in, the aisle ended at a door. Grip pulled on the handle, and the portal swung open with a loud squeal.
"Guests," he muttered, "have been few and far between."
Kalaris followed him into the chamber. Although unlit, he could see it well enough, sumptuous and welcoming, with 2 additional rooms just beyond the main one. Grip set about lighting lanterns.
"It is a measure, perhaps," ventured Kalaris, "of our wayward notions that the celebration of a marriage must have a specified duration, a ceremony, a wedding night, a few days allowed beyond that, and then, why, the return to an uncelebrated life."
Grip snorted as he scraped cinders from the hearth.
"Our commander once made a similar observation, I recall."
"That he did," Kalaris said.
Anamander so dislikes the notion of an uncelebrated life, in marriage or otherwise.
No wonder, then,
Grip said, glancing over,
that he left us an entire season.
Kalaris shook his head. He did not send me, Grip.
No? And yet did you not say you have been ordered here?
I have. Forgive me, perhaps following supper and in the company of your wife. Grip's gaze flattened.
That's not a temper you should test, Captain.
I know, but to speak to you here alone would be a dishonour. Grip straightened, dusting his hands.
I'll have the servant bring wood and get this started. Oh, and the bath. I'll send Pelk. She could scrub the stripes off a Hildra and make you beg for more.
Kalaris's brows lifted. Grip, I have no
abyss takers, Captain. The woman's bored half out of her mind. Be a mindful guest, will you? I'll be most obliged.
Grip strode to the door. This Pelk, is she—
Indulge me, Kalaris, I beg you. You'd thought this house quiet here in winter's hoary hold, but I tell you, as a man surrounded by women, I'll appreciate even a night's inattention, barring that from my wife.
Ah, very well, Grip. We will see what comes of that. From the door, Grip eyed him uncertainly.
The bath or my wife's attention?
Kalaris smiled. The bath. In the other matter, I shall bear your shield. Grip Gallus nodded, in the manner of a man whose deepest fear has just been confirmed. A moment later the door closed behind him. Freeing himself of his heavy woolen cloak, Kalaris walked to the lead-paned windows. The chamber overlooked the courtyard behind the house, where the snow was smeared with dirt on the cobbles, and wood chips made a path from a storehouse up to the servants' entrance of the main building. He watched small, dun-coloured birds hopping about on a heap of kitchen leavings. A moment later he saw Grip Gallus appear, still in his thin, sodden shirt. Wood-splitting axe over one shoulder, he crossed the courtyard, heading for the timber shed. A short while later there was a scratching at the door, and Kalaris turned away from the window in time to see a woman enter the chamber. She was in her middle years, short-haired, solid of build, and stood upright, straight-backed, as she studied the room. Kalaris cleared his throat. "You must be Pelk." Flat eyes shifted to him, and she nodded. "Apologies, sir. There's some dust. The fire will do for the damp, but the bed needs airing and drying heat. Grip's bringing some wood." "Yes," he replied. "If you listen carefully, you can hear the axe." Pelk snorted. He'd fell 100 trees and rebuild this house from scratch just to keep himself occupied. I'd wager he wears a smile right now as the splinters fly. Kalaris cocked his head. "You are a veteran of the wars, Pelk?" She had set about wiping down surfaces with a grey rag. "Those times are done," she said, shaking her head. "Were you a housemaid in Lady Hishtula's company?" "For a time. Mostly, though, I trained her. Sword, spear, knife, and horse." "I am sure I am not alone," ventured Kalaris, "in admiring your lady's comportment. The pride in her stance, I mean to say." She was now studying him in turn, revealing nothing. He cleared his throat. "Forgive me, Pelk. My point is, I can now see from whom she took her guidance." After a moment, Pelk grunted and resumed cleaning. "There was a mention of a bath?" "Water's on the coals, sir." "I take it that you will lead me to the chamber?" "We have to go outside, and then back in, I'm afraid. A wing's been closed off, you see. Locked up and sealed." Kalaris collected up his cloak again. "Tell me, Pelk, are there any other guests here at the moment?" She paused near the hearth, but did not turn to face him. "No, just you." Kalaris hesitated, and then returned to the window. "It is just the season," he said. "Sir? Grip Gallus. He has led a busy life. He's not used to having little to do. But the season wears on all of us." "I'm sure," she muttered,
leaving Kalaris to wonder what she had meant by that, given that her tone was utterly devoid of sympathy. Then she swung to face him. "It's time. Will you require my attentions in the bath?" "Not necessary, but I would welcome them." At last something enlivened her gaze, and she was deliberate as she essayed the man before her. "Aye," she said, "it's the season. Follow me, then." They set out, and Pelk led him straight down the corridor, rather than returning the way Grip and Kalaris had first come. Reaching a narrow passage of stairs, lit only by a lantern with a wick burned down to a bare nub, they descended to a servants' run that extended parallel to the back wall. Here the dust was thick underfoot, undisturbed except for their own steps. Every 10 or so paces there was a small door on the left side. Only one, 2/3 of the way down, revealed thin slivers of light from the room beyond. They continued on until reaching the end, where a heavy door upon the right opened out into the back courtyard of the house. Pelk led him alongside the outer wall to the corner, and then round to halfway up the side of the house, where another door awaited them. Here she produced a key, and fought for a time with the lock before managing to push the door open. A cloud of steam billowed out past her. "Quickly now," she said, beckoning him inside, and then closing the door behind him. A half-dozen lanterns had been lit. An iron tub dominated the centre of the room, while off to one side was a huge hearth over which sat a grill. A cauldron steamed above the glowing embers, sweat trickling down its flared sides to hiss in the flames below. "Strip down, then," Pelk said, collecting up a bucket to dip into the cauldron. Kalaris found pegs to take his clothes, close enough to the hearth to warm them while he bathed. Behind him he heard water splashing into the tub. He sat on a chair to pull off his mud-crusted boots. There were sensations in the world, in the life's span, that could only be treasured, and surely one was the anticipation of blessed warmth after days of chill and damp. It occurred to him, alas, how quickly the memory of such times drifted away amidst the crush of immediate necessities that seemed so eager to impose themselves. The mind had a way of leaping from comfort into unease with far greater alacrity than the other way round. Musing on these disquieting notions, he pulled off the last boot, and then the filthy gauze strappings that padded and insulated his foot, and stood once more naked. Turning, he saw Pelk standing beside the tub, similarly disrobed. She had a soldier's build, barely softened by age or inactivity. There was a faint roll of fat encircling her belly just above the hips, and protruding slightly at the front. Her breasts were full, but not disproportionately so. Beneath the left one there was an old scar, a finger's length, stitching a line between her ribs. Kalaris stared at it. "Abyss, take me, Pelk. That looks right above the heart." "How you survived. I ask myself that often enough," she interrupted, a harshness coming to her tone. "A cutter told me my heart's in the wrong place. If it had been in the right place, I'd have died before I hit the ground. Now, as you can see, the tub's too big for me to be standing outside it and scrubbing your back, not without putting a vile ache in my spine, so we get in together." "Ah, yes, of course. There's advantages," she said. "Excuse me?" "My heart being in the wrong place makes it hard to find, and I prefer it that way, if you understand me." He was not sure that he did, but he nodded anyway. Man or woman, few could claim a life lived without regrets. As a child, Kalaris had listened, eager as any boy wearing a wooden sword, to tales of great heroes, all of whom, he saw now, strode through a miasma of violence, stern-faced and righteous. The virtues set forth step by step were of the basest sort, and vengeance was the answer to everything. It slashed, it carved, it marched monstrously through a welter of blood. The hero killed for love lost, for love denied, for love misunderstood. The delivery of pain to others in answer to a pain within, a soul wounded and lashing out, ran like a dark current through every tale. Still, through it all, the hero remained resolute, or so Kalaris saw it, when looking through his child eyes, as if some aspect of intransigence had made of itself the purest virtue. For such a figure, the notion of feeling anything but cold satisfaction in the midst of terrible deeds, and seemingly endless murder was anathema. Few heroes wept, unless the tale was a rarity, one tangled in tragedy, and those stories fought a losing battle against the pathological mayhem of the grand heroes, for whom the world of legend was home, and every victim, deserving or not, served as nothing more than a grand staircase of bones leading to the hero's own exaltation. A child with a wooden sword could find in such tales an outlet for every injustice and outrage perpetrated upon him or her. This was not so surprising, given the secret concord between immaturity and cold malice. It was only decades later that Kalaris began to comprehend every hero's childlike thoughts, that bridling rage, that hunger for revenge, and see for himself what they appeased in so many of his companions. Pure vengeance was nostalgic. It winged back, like the voice of a god, into childhood, home to the first betrayals and injustices, the first injustices of blind fury and impotence, and it spoke of restitution in chilling tones. Witnessing a tale of heroes, told, written, or sung, was like a whispered promise. The betrayers must die, cut down by an implacable iron blade, swung by an implacable iron hand. And though betrayal could be found in many guises, including mere indifference or disregard or impatience, or a treat denied the grasping hand and its unreasoning demand, yet the incipient storm of violence must be vast. There are times in a child's life when he or she would happily kill every adult in sight, and this, then, was the hero's secret, and the true meaning of his tale of triumph. What I hold inside is the master of all that I survey. Against all that the world flings at me, I shall prevail. In my mind, I never stumble, stagger, or fall. In my mind I am supreme, and by this sword I deliver the truth of that, blow upon blow. Inside me is the thing that would kill you all. Such a world was not one where feelings counted for much. Indeed, they could be deemed enemies to purpose and desire, to need, and the pure pleasure of satisfying that need. The heroes, oh, my heroes of childhood, in their shining, blood-spattered worlds of legend, they were, one and all, insane. Kalaris had stood in a line, had faced an enemy. He had seen the ruinous disorder of battle. He had witnessed breathtaking deeds of heroic self-sacrifice, tragedies played out before his eyes, and nowhere in such recollections could he find a hero of legend. Because true wars are fought amidst feelings, be they fear or dread, pity or mercy, and each act, driven by answering hatred and spite, explodes in the mind with horrified wonder, at the self brought so low, and the other whose eyes match one's own. In the field of battle our bodies fight with frenzy, but in every face can be seen that appalling, tearing loose, disconnecting soul from body, self from flesh. In war, the terrible wonder cries out from 1,000 voices, that we are brought to this, that we should lose all that we hold dearest, our compassion, our love, our respect. If he thought now of those heroic tales, he looked upon the heroes and could find nowhere within himself a single shred of respect. Misguided children, every one of you, slayers of innocence, in the slaying of whom you feel nothing but the cold fire of satisfaction. You play out the vengeance game, and with every victory you lose everything. And you poets, with the timbre of the ore-field in your voices, look well to the crimes you commit, with every stirring tale you sing. Look well to the overgrown child you lift high and name hero, and consider, if you dare, the tyranny of their triumph. Then set your eyes upon your audience to see for yourself the shining rapture in their faces, the glittering delight in their eyes. These are the awkward remnants of the child's cruel mind, enlivened by your heedless words. So tell me, dear poet, at evening's end, the story told, the ashes drifting from the cold hearth, does the blood still drip from your hands? More to the point, does it ever stop? Her hands, upon his flesh, were hard with calluses. The harsh soap scraped him with grit, and he could feel the weight of her, and her heat, and when she moved round to settle over him, guiding him inside, he pushed from his mind the memory of heroes, and reached instead for the reality of this moment shared between two veterans of too many battles. Here, then, were feelings, beyond the tactile, beyond the sensual. Here, then, was the language that spoke against tyranny in all its guises. But the world he found in her arms was a world for adults, not children. Though she had spoken of her hidden heart, he found his own easily enough, and gave it to her that night, unexpectedly, wrapped in his own sense of wonder. He knew not what she would do with it, or even that she understood what he had done. There was the risk, so very real, that she would cast it aside, mocking him with harsh laughter, as a child lacking understanding discards the important things, which, when offered, so often prove troubling. He whispered no words, as the gift he gave seemed for that moment beyond language, and yet in his mind he reached out to close his hand about the throat of the nearest poet, dragged the fool close, and hissed, "This, you bastard, is where you grow up. Now sing to me of love, like one who knows it, and at last I will hear from you a true tale of heroes." Love lost, love denied, love misunderstood. Woman or man, few could claim a life lived without regrets. But such regrets dwelled in the realm of the adult, not the child. They were, in truth, the essential difference between the two. Sing to us of true heroes, so that we may weep for something no child will ever understand. "My uncle, Veens," said Hish-Tulla, "commands my houseblades. They wait in Kharkanas." Her eyes, so startling in their beauty, were now cold as coins. "But no word comes from the citadel." Kalaris nodded, reaching for his wine. He paused when Pelk, leaning in to collect up his plate, brushed close. He could smell the soap on her still, sweet and soft as a kiss. Momentarily discomfited, he sipped the wine, and then said, "Silchas readies the Hust Legion, milady." "He is with them, then?" "No. Following Commander Taurus Redun's incapacitation, Galar Barras now conducts the assembling and training of the new recruits." He glanced briefly at Grip Gallus, who was still picking at his meal. "I have made acquaintance with Galar Barras. We travelled together on a journey out to Henerald's Forge. Should Taurus remain sheltered, he will serve in her place, with honour and distinction." Hish-Tulla leaned back slightly, her gaze remaining fixed and predatory as she studied Kalaris. "A messenger from Veens brought the tale? Prisoners from the mines? What manner of army does Silchas imagine from such a dubious harvest? Loyalty to Mother Dark? Filial duty towards those who happily and righteously imprisoned them? What of the victims of their crimes, those who mourn the ones lost?" She collected a jug from the table and poured herself another goblet's worth of the strong, tart wine. "Captain, Hust weapons in the hands of such men and women invites a third front to this wretched war." "Prazek and Dathanar have been sent to assist Galar Barras," Kalaris said. Grip Gallus pushed his plate aside. The food upon it barely touched. "He had no right, Captain. Anamanda's house-blades. What was so wrong with the officers of his own house-blades?" Hish-Tulla set the goblet down and rubbed at her eyes, then looked up, blinking, and said, "I was there, upon the Estelian field." Kalaris slowly nodded. "Would that I had seen it, milady." "Oh, Galan made decent shape of it, and to hear him tell the tale you would swear he was there, in the midst of that battle, and saw what I saw, what Kagamandra saw, and Scarabandaris too. Those two chattering fools, Prazek and Dathanar." She shook her head. "If ever legend's heroes walked among us, then we can name them here and now." "Silchas had no right," Grip said again, and Kalaris saw the fists the man had made of his hands, heavy as stones on the table. "One hopes," Hish added, "Galar Barras sees to their proper use, sees past their prattle, that is. When I think on them, Captain, an image comes to my mind. The Dawson Rill in winter, so heavily sheathed in ice, and upon the ice the blandest snow from nights of gentle falling. Where, in this scene I describe, will we find Prazek and Dathanar? Why, they are the black current beneath,
strong as iron that courses on, hidden away from all our eyes. But listen well, and you will hear," she suddenly smiled, "that prattle." "By my order," Kalaris said. "Did I send them from Kharkanas?"
"You?"
Grip demanded. "My order, but Silchas Ruin's command. Lord Anamander is gone, Grip, and if his shadow alone remains, it is white, not black." "What of Draconis?" Hish demanded. "If any should assume overall command in Anamander's absence, it is the consort." Kalaris eyed her, bemused. "Milady, he attends Mother Dark, and makes no appearance." "Still? What madness indulgence has become! Upon your return, Captain, pray pound upon that door, awaken the warrior, and, if need be, physically drag him from Mother Dark's arms. He is needed." Now Grip, too, was looking at Hish, as if in wonder. Kalaris cleared his throat. "Milady, it seems your confidence in Lord Draconis arises from deeds of which I am not aware. Certainly he has fought well in the wars, and even turned a battle's tide."
"Liskin draw, that was," Grip cut in. "The Jellicon's second season. With my own eyes I saw him meet the charge of a wolf that was as big as a pony. Bare-handed he took hold of its neck, lifted it high. I was close enough to hear the bones of the beast's throat crunch like a sparrow's wing. It was dead long before he drove it into the ground." He glanced up at Kalaris. "A clan's war master, that wolf. Broke the enemy's will there and then. The rest of the season was one long pursuit into the north." No one spoke for a time. Kalaris replayed in his mind the scene Gribgallus had just described. He barely fought off a shiver. And then once again he looked across at Hishtula. "Few would welcome Lord Draconis as commander, milady. Indeed, I cannot think of a single highborn who would acknowledge his authority." "I would," she snapped, "and not hesitate." "Then you see beyond his advantage, milady, which the others cannot." "Base envy. Such fools. The choice was Mother Dark's. Think any of them the better suitor? Then by all means present the case to her, and dare her mockery, but no, this desire of theirs paces behind the curtain. We but witness the shuffling feet and bulges in the fabric. What they cannot hope to possess, milady, makes all the more savage their jealousy. Resentment is an acid upon every blade, but as you say, they dare not confront the woman for the choice she made. So who remains for their ire? Why, Draconis, of course. And now, with the battle against the border swords—" "Oh, indeed," Hish snarled. "Such a paltry deceit." "Some remain unconvinced. So they choose to, feeding an already fatted pig." She then waved a hand as if to push away the subject, and collected her goblet again. "We were host to Captain Sharinus a week or so ago. The word she brought us from Neret Sor and Vatha Urusanda made no sense. He asserts his innocence in all things. The pogrom, the slaughter of House Ennis, even the annihilation of the Wardens, none by his doing." Kalaris sighed. "This baffles me, milady. It is difficult to imagine Hun Ral given so free a rein. Vatha Urusanda, it is a broken and bowed man, Captain. There is no other explanation. Even Sharinus was at a loss to explain, well, much of anything. Still, she sought assurances, none of which I would give." Kalaris glanced away. "This holding of yours, milady, proves not as isolated as I had imagined." "You are not alone in that," she answered bitterly. "Still, I have issued an order to my western estate. That fortress is to hold, if only to protect young Sukul Ankadu. I have faith in Ransept and will keep him where he is. Still, tell me, how fares young Orphantal?" "He remains a child, finding his place, milady. It is unfortunate that Silchas is now his lone guardian among the Puraki. Still, I have from Orphantal this message. He misses you terribly." There was a soft grunt from Grip. "He saw too much of me upon that escape from the hills. It was a foul thing that he witnessed, the blood on my hands. I expect him to hold me at a distance from now on, and perhaps that is just as well." "His words and sentiment, Grip, were for you and Lady Hishtula, both."
A fair effort, Captain, but beware that your generosity here may risk impugning him.
Kalaris fell silent. He well recalled the flash of fear in Orphantal's face upon mention of Grip Gallus.
"Abyss take us, Pelk,"
said Grip in a low growl.
"Do find a cup and join us, will you?"
Only because I'm done, the veteran replied, coming forward to drag out the chair beside Kalaris's own. Sitting down, she accepted from Hish a goblet.
"Tell us your thoughts, Pelk," Hish said. "Not so much worth the telling, milady. Vather fights clouds of confusion, and half of them have been stirred up by those surrounding him. On the field, you'll recall, he ever demanded the high ground, to give him a clear sight of things. Mayhap," she added, "he imagined that his keep over Nerit Saw would give him the same. Of course, it couldn't, not when the battlefield is all of Curl Ghilain."
She drank and then shrugged.
"Anyway, it's Silchas who's the problem, and that's why Kalaris is here, I'd wager."
And she turned to him.
"Time, I'd say, to spit it out, Captain."
"I suppose it is," he replied. "Very well, lest the tone here harden in casting Silchas' ruin in the poorest light, he well recognizes his extremity. More, he alone remains of the brothers, and so must weather the fear, the currents of accusation, and the general sense of malaise that now fills not just the citadel, but all of Kharkanas. Much of the anger rightly belongs not upon Silchas, but upon Anamanda." Grip hissed and thumped the table, rattling what remained of cutlery.
"Would he be anywhere but in the citadel, if not for Andarist?"
"You judge too harshly a grieving man, husband," said Hish.
"There are many flavours to grief," he replied.
Pelk said, "Do go on, Captain Kalaris." Though he had known her but one day, he already comprehended her relentless streak. "Silchas pleads for Anamanda's return. He seeks only to step to one side. Accordingly, he asks that his brother be found and returned to Kharkanas. He understands, of course, that such a task will be difficult, for Anamanda is not a man easily swayed. He may well need convincing."
Grip said, "I shall set out tomorrow."
"No," Hish-Tulla shouted. "He promised. Husband, you are free of him. Deny Kalaris. Oh, forgive me, Captain, I know it is not you. Grip, listen. Deny Silchas. He has no right. Have you not already said so?"
"I do this, wife, not for Silchas, but for Anamanda."
"Don't you understand?" she demanded, leaning towards him. "He freed you by solemn vow. Grip, if you hunt him down, if you do what Silchas asks of you, he will be furious. He is no longer your master, and you no more his servant. The word given was Anamanda's, and that is the only one that will matter to him. Husband, please, I beg you. He is a man of honour."
"Who else can hope to find him? And more to the point, bring him back?"
Grip asked her. "Husband, he freed you. He freed us, because that was what he wanted. It was his gift, to me and to you. Will you set it aside? Will you return it to his hands?"
"Hish, you don't understand."
"What is it that I do not understand, husband? I know these men."
"In many ways, yes, and better than many of us. I do not deny any of that, beloved. But it is also now clear to me that you don't understand them in the ways that I do."
She leaned back, expression tight, arms crossing.
"Explain, then." "Anamanda will understand, Tish. Why I came, why I found him. He'll understand, too, the words that I bring and the necessity behind them."
"Why? He has no reason to."
"He has. Beloved, listen to me. Anamanda—"
Grip hesitated, his gaze faltering. A moment later he seemed to tremble, and then, with a deep breath, he continued.
"Beloved, Anamanda does not trust Silchas."
There was silence at the table. Kalaris slowly closed his eyes. Yes, of course. And yet... "Then why," Hish asked, her voice rasping, "did he ever leave?"
"For Andarist," Grip replied without hesitation. "They are three, yes, with Anamanda upon one point, Silchas the other. But the one who binds them, who maintains the balance, that one is Andarist. Anamanda is facing more than one schism."
"Then," said Hish-Tulla, suddenly rising, "you will bring him here first."
"I will," Grip said. Your pardons, Kalaris said, looking to them both and ignoring Pelk's sudden hand upon his left arm. But no, he must return to the citadel. Captain, said Hish in something like a snarl, we have another guest.
Anderist,
said Grip, slumping back in his chair. Then, abyss below, summon him here.
No point, said Grip. He would refuse you. He has claimed a wing here in the house, barricaded, the doors locked. His flight into the wilderness, away from the scene of slaughter, brought him eventually to us. Well, he amended, to Hish-Tula, who, in his moment of greatest need, had taken him into her arms when none other dared.
After a moment the old man shrugged.
We sent him our servants, none returned to us. Presumably they feed him, keep the chambers clean.
Kalaris slowly sat back, dumbfounded, appalled.
That is why, said Grip, when I find Anamanda, it will be here that we come, before Kharkanas.
Kalaris nodded. Yes, Grip Gallus, yes, of course. Pelk pulled at his arm, angled him onto his feet. Confused, he swung to her. He leaves tomorrow, does Grip? She said, trying to hold him with her eyes. Kalaris glanced across at Hish-Tula, and saw in her face such desolation as to blur his vision. See me now, O Prazek and Dathanar. You are not alone in grieving over the discord I bring. This task of mine, I did not choose it. It finds me. Alas, it finds me. Flanked by Rebel and Listar, Wareth made his way towards the small crowd that had gathered at an intersection between the rows of tents. Peat smoke hung in wreaths over the enormous encampment, motionless in the still, bitter-cold air. Just to the south, the makeshift army's refuse heap and cesspits were marked by a thicker, darker column of smoke, towering high and tilted like a spear driven into the ground. Ravens wheeled around that column, as if eager to roost. Their distant cries held the timbre of frustration. "Step aside, all of you," Rebel said in a growl, as they reached the score or so recruits, and Wareth saw faces turn towards them, and belligerent scowls quickly vanish behind masks of studied caution when they saw who had challenged them. Men and women backed away to clear a path. The body, sprawled face down on the frozen ground, was naked from the waist up. A dozen or more knife wounds spotted the pallid back. A few had bled freely, crusting the incision made by the blade, but many others were virtually bloodless. "Give us room," Rebel ordered, and then, frowning down at the corpse, he sighed, his breath pluming. "Who's this one, then?" Crouching and wincing, as his misshapen spine creaked, Wareth pulled the body onto its back. The night's cold made the corpse stiff, with the arms extended up beyond the man's head. Fingerprints, painted in smudged blood, encircled both wrists, from when the killer had dragged his or her victim into an intersection. While Wareth studied the unfamiliar face before him, Listar moved away, seeking heel tracks on the thin, smeared layer of snow still covering the narrow passages between tents. It didn't seem likely that he would find any. This murderer was in the habit of dropping the bodies far away from the tent in which each killing had taken place, though how that was managed without anyone's taking note remained a mystery. In any case, it was now part of the pattern, as were the successive knife wounds driven into a body from which life had fled. "Anyone know him?" Wareth asked, straightening to scan the circle of faces. There was no immediate reply. Wareth studied the expressions surrounding him, seeing not for the first time the ill-disguised contempt and disdain in which he was generally held. Officers had to earn respect, but the labours required lay somewhere in the future, if at all. And in this miserable company of reluctant recruits, rank alone was a flimsy framework, weakened still further by an almost institutional hatred for authority. When it came to Wareth, his reputation made the entire conceit totter, moments from violent collapse. He had warned Galar Barras often enough, to no avail. But these were his own thoughts, his own internal pacing to and fro, upon which attended every fear, real and imagined. The voices of those fears ran the gamut of whisper to frenzied roar, and in all cacophony they made a chorus of terror.
Most urgent music, the kind to fill the skull of a running man, a fleeing man. But all these frantic steps take me nowhere.
From which pit? Rebel demanded. Anyone?
A woman spoke.
He was named Genial, I think. From White Crag pit, same as me. Hated or liked?
The woman snorted.
I was a cat. Never paid much attention to what the dogs were up to.
Wareth eyed her.
But you knew his name?
She refused to meet his gaze. Instead, she answered Rebel, as if he had been the one to ask the question.
The killer of women was Genial.
She shrugged.
We knew about those ones.
At that, Rebel shot Wareth a look. Listar returned.
Nothing, sir, like the others.
Sir, how that word struck him, like a muddy stone to the chest. Wareth glanced away, past the blank faces with their eager animal eyes. He squinted at the towering column of smoke. Rebel said,
Well, looks like we got us some volunteers. Right here, just waiting for us. 4 of you. Pick him up and take him to the fires. Now, soldiers, no need to fight for the privilege.
As the woman moved to collect up one outstretched arm, Wareth said,
No, not you.
Scowling, she stepped back a step. Rebel edged close to her.
When the lieutenant talks to you, recruit, give him your cat's stare. And when he asks you something, hiss your words loud and clear. It don't matter that he's all bent and ugly. Understand?
Yes, sir.
There.
And Rebel smiled out through his snarl of beard, revealing startlingly white teeth.
Now that didn't pinch too much, did it? Just keep playing at soldier, and who knows? You might climb up to become one. Maybe.
Wareth's new corporal, and personal strong-arm to the new lieutenant, was certainly enjoying his newly won privileges. With each day that passed, Rebel was sounding more and more like a veteran of many battlefields. Every army has a temper. Abyss save us of its rebels. With the body gone, the remaining onlookers wandered off. The woman alone remained, shifting weight from one foot to the other, not looking at anyone in particular.
Your name, recruit?
Wareth asked her.
Rance, sir.
She lifted her head then, and fixed defiant eyes upon him.
Drown my own baby, or so I'm told, and why would anybody lie? I don't remember any of it, but I did it. Wet hands, wet sleeves, wet face.
Wareth held her gaze until she broke it. That regard of his was something he had learned to perfect long ago, discovering how easily it could be mistaken for resolve and inner strength.
Games of disguise. Wareth knows them all. Yet here he stands, his deepest secret known to us. So should he not feel free, unencumbered, at last able to dispense with what so hungrily devoured all his energy, year after year, step after step in this useless life? The hiding, the deceptions, the endless pretense. But no, a man such as Wareth, well, he but finds new hauntings, new instruments of torture. Still, a rampant murderer stalking the camp will serve as a worthy distraction. If only it did. Still grinning, Rebel said to Rance, Yes, it's a dangerous thing, that speaking up. She grimaced. You short on opinions, sir? Camp with the cats? Is that an invitation? Even you might not survive the night, sir. Wareth said, Rance, we need squad leaders. No. Rebel laughed, clapping her hard on the shoulder, enough to make her stumble. You passed the first test, woman. We don't want them as are hungry for the rank. You've got to say no at least 5 times, and then you're in. Once will do, then. No good. You already said it 20 times in that pretty round skull of yours. You'd be amazed at what old Rebel can hear. They won't follow me. They won't follow anyone, Wareth said, still eyeing her. That's what makes it an adventure. Her sharp glare found him again. Is it true, sir? Did you run? Rebel growled under his breath, but Wareth gestured the man to silence, and then said, I did. Ran like an arse-poked hare, with the sword in my hand screaming its outrage. Something settled in her face, and whatever it was, Wareth had not expected it. No disgust, no contempt. Then what is it I'm seeing? Rance shrugged. A sword that screams. Next time I'll be right there beside you, sir.
The weapons and armour of the Hust were yet to be distributed. They remained in heavily guarded wagons, the iron moaning day and night. Every now and then one wailed through its burlap mummery, like a child trapped in the jaws of a wolf. In her eyes he saw recognition. "Killed your baby, did you? Not knowing what to do with the damned thing as it screamed and screamed, not knowing how you could cope, not just that day, but for the rest of your life. So you took the easy way out, endless screams in a tub of soapy water. But the screams don't end, do they? Unless, of course, your mind snaps and it all vanishes inside, as if you weren't even there. But for all that not knowing, there remains a bone-deep terror, the terror of one day remembering." "Your killers killing men who hurt women," Rance said. "It's what they all share, these victims, isn't it?" She hesitated and then said, "Could be a woman." "Yes, we think so too." "I think you just joined the investigation," Rebel said. "What makes you think I want her caught?" Rance snapped in reply. "That's fine too," Rebel answered, nodding. "We're not much interested either, but the commander wants it all settled." "When the last woman killer is dead," she replied, "then it will settle." "Could be a few hundred men, maybe more," said Wareth, studying her, noting the redness of her hands, as if she had recently scalded them, and the guardedness that clenched her face. "Too many to lose." Rance shook her head. "Then tell him how it is, sir." Her eyes found his again, and indeed he thought of a cat. "Tell him how it's the men who are cowards who hurt and kill women. Tell him about their small minds, full of dark knots and darting fears. Tell him how they can't think past that first rush of blind rage, and how satisfying it is to just give up thinking altogether." Colour had risen to her face with her words. "Tell the commander, sir, that these dead bastards are worthless in an army. They'll run, they'll make trouble with us cats, looking for more women to bully and threaten. Better to see them all dead, sir." Wareth glanced across at Rebel, and saw the man grinning, but it was a cold grin that could go in any direction. Listar stood silent, a few paces away. Wife-slayer. Did she know? Of course she knows. Crimes are the meat of our conversations, and we'll chew the gristle over and over again in the belief that, with enough jawing, the flavour will change and the bitterness will go away. The sour misery of it all. Listen, just fade into nothing, will you? Oh, we're a stubborn lot, especially with those faiths promising escape. "They aren't all cowards," Rebel said, still grinning, but something was lit in his eyes. She was sharp enough to notice and stepped back. "If you say so, sir." "I do. More to the point, some killings, well, they just happen in a red haze." "Yes, I suppose so." "That's how forgetting and remembering becomes the worst part of it." Now at last Wareth saw the woman pale. "You have the truth of that?" she said in a low, frail voice. Then Rebel's grin spread into a smile. "But me, I don't have that problem. I remember every poor bastard I went and killed. The ones I meant to, the ones I didn't. If I gave you all their names, would you know which was which? No, nobody would. Because it really makes no difference to anybody, not even me. That's my problem, you see. What I can't remember, no matter how hard I try, are my reasons for killing anybody. The arguments, I mean, the ones that broke out and turned bad." He shook his head, showing an exaggerated expression of bafflement. "Not a single reason. Not one." Sighing, Wareth looked away. Rebel's new habit was making speeches, but none of them left a listener feeling at ease. "Is there anything beneath all that, Rebel? Something you're trying to tell us, something you need to confess? What's stopping you?" Rance simply nodded in answer to Rebel's words. The tall, wiry man then turned and walked over to Listar. "Let's go find the dead man's tent, Listar, and see what's to be seen." He glanced over at Wareth. "It's almost 10th bell, sir." "I know," Wareth replied. "Go on then, the two of you." He watched the two men head off towards the white crag block. "Can I go now, sir?" "No. Come with me." She surprised him by offering no objection, and fell in at his side when he set out for the command centre. "Better you than him, sir?" "Just smile and nod, no matter what he says." "I'd forgotten about Listar," she said.
Rebel figured out you were looking to wound, I think. He didn't like it. Wareth hesitated, and then said, Blistar isn't a coward. He wants to die. He won't take a guard at his tent at night, despite these murders. Every time we find ourselves standing over another body, he's disappointed that it's not him lying there at our feet. Rance grunted, but said nothing. Not much longer now, I think. What? We've got a problem with desertions, Rance, and not enough old Legion soldiers to ring the camp. Besides which, the deal was freedom. Only to win it, we'd have to serve. But given the chance, we'll take the freedom and Abyss take the serving part. I think it will all fall apart. So, why make me do anything? Just let me go back to my tent. You weren't anywhere near your tent when looking at that body, Wareth observed, as they drew closer to the larger cluster of tents at the camp's centre. Not if you're in the White Crag block. I was just wondering, sir. They won't accept me, you know. Who's the worst of your lot, Rance, for making trouble with you? There's one, Velkatal. She dropped 6 babies, then left them to run wild. 4 were dead before coming of age, and the other 2 ended up in the mines and died in them. But to hear her tell it, she was the world's best mother. Fine. Make her your rebel. Rance snorted. She'd be the first to mutiny under my command. Not after I inform her that whatever your fate, she will share it. So, that is how you make squad leaders, and that's why Rebel keeps you alive. It's how we're making squad leaders, Wareth agreed. But as for Rebel, he started keeping me alive back in the pit, so I don't know his reasons. But there was no deal made that's changed anything, at least not that he's told me. You never killed a woman, did you? No. Rance, there are all kinds of cowards out there. She grunted again, her only response. Fleeing the future seemed the most sordid of acts, and yet Farah Hend felt that she was making a habit of it. 2 men haunted her wake, and the one pursuing her was, to her mind, the wrong man. At night, lying sleepless on her cot, with the tent walls slumping with the weight of the ice left by her breath, she could, upon closing her eyes, see a figure, tall and spectral, emerging from a vast, lifeless plain. He was walking towards her, hunting her down, and for all the monstrosity of the image, she knew that there was no evil in him. He was simply her fate, bound in promise, inescapable. Yet in her dreams, when at last sleep found her, she saw Spinuk Durav, a cousin too close for propriety. She saw his youth, nearly a match to her own. She saw his smile, and basked in the wit of his sly words. He offered her an image, a possibility, that burned with mockery, the cruel, sneering kind. Though he stood close, she could not reach for him. Though she longed to take him, he was like a man armoured against her every charm. She would then wake, her soul heavy and cringing with the hopelessness of her desire. He had, after all, pushed her away, confessing instead his love for Finara's stone, and the bitter irony of that revelation still tasted like ashes in Farah's mouth. With dawn streaking the east horizon, she would leave her tent and set out in the direction of that glowing light, drawn to its red slash, the fires of a new day's birth. With each and every night, a realm of ashes and despair, she fled into the light. An army encamped was a creature of routine, mechanical and obstinate in its witless, dull-brained way. It offered nothing new, no change in its surly, trudging mood. Out past the pickets, facing onto a snow-smeared plain, she would stand, wrapped in her heavy cloak, and look for a figure, walking on foot, coming out of dawn's blazing fire. New day, new life. Those who play at soldiers stir behind me, and before me somewhere out there a man striding out from a soldier's end. Mechanical things will break, dirt and rust to bind the gears, millstones worn down, ratchets and brackets weakened by strain unto snapping. But some, no matter how carefully fitted the assembled parts, are destined to not work at all, and even then, look into the east, out onto this empty plain. There he walks, a broken cog, seeking a new routine, husband, wife. I flee, but in truth there is nowhere to run to. The future chases me, hunts me. On this day, Commander Galar Barris had summoned her to join him in his staff meeting. She saw no reason for that. She was a warden, not an officer of the Hust. More to the point, she needed to leave to ride for her own company, back to Commander Kalat Hussein and Spinak Durav. Would Kagamandra be there as well, hunched over some table, his vein-roped hand curled round a tankard, enwreathed in the smoke from the hearth, a grey figure with hooded eyes? Or was he in fact somewhere between here and the fort of the Wardens? And if so, which path would she take upon her return? Do I meet him? Or do I leave the tracks, journey at night, and hide well during the day? Such shame in these childish thoughts. After some time she turned about and made her way back into the Hust encampment. It was not the army she had expected to find. The machine might well rattle on, like the vast bellows of Henrold's forge, all iron arms, wheels, and cogs, but it was a sickly assemblage now. The horror of Hunral's poisoning dwelt in Pharaoh Hen's mind, like some vast fortress, isolated, rising from an island surrounded by forbidding seas. Every current pushed her away, and she was reluctant to fight that tide. Ambition was one thing. The desire for restitution held at its core a righteous cause. Sufficient for a civil war? She could not see that. But then, had not Hunral sought to prevent such a war? With no legions to stand against Urusanders, that civil war was as good as done. Instead, the Hust Legion sought a rebirth. Walking into the camp where men and women sat in clumps around morning cook-fires, she could feel nothing of the surety that belonged to a military gathering. Instead, the atmosphere swirled with resentment, defiance, fear, and dread. These new soldiers were killing each other, those that didn't desert. They spoke of freedom as if it meant unfettered anarchy. It was a wonder to Farah that this camp had not already burst apart. She did not understand what held it together. Or perhaps I choose not to understand. How that, beyond all the resentment and fear, there can be heard a soft whisper, a voice filled with promises yet strident with need. The weapons of the Hust never shut up. Bound and wrapped tight, still they sing, faint as a breath upon this chill wind. If the prisoners fear, they also desire, and few, I wager, understand that this desire came not from them, but from the guarded wagons, from the stacks of blades and bundles of chain armour, from the greaves and vambraces, from the helms and their rustling camails, voices whispering without end. She fought against that terrible music. She did not belong here. The command tent was directly ahead. 2 Hust soldiers flanked the entrance. Muttering and something like soft laughter rained from them, although they stood mute, faces impassive, and as Pharaoh passed between them, she fought off a shiver. Within, the quartermaster, Seltin Reigendas, was crouched before a freestanding wood stove in the centre of the chamber, feeding it dung chips. Captain Castigan, the last of the surviving officers of that rank, apart from Galar Barris himself, was standing near a portable table. He had been near retirement, a man whose weak bladder had saved his life the night of Hunral's visit, as he would not drink alcohol. It was clear, from his bent form and sunken expression, that he cursed his caution, although Pharaoh suspected that Castigan's deepest hatred belonged to all those in Kharkanas who had refused to let the Hust Legion follow its soldiers into extinction. Galar Barris was sitting on a travel chest, half turned away from everyone else, and nothing in his demeanour invited conversation. To Pharaoh's eyes, the man had aged beyond his years in the past few weeks. Moments later, the officers, drawn from the prisoners, began arriving. The first man, Curl, had been a pit blacksmith, pocked by half a lifetime's worth of burns from embers and spatters of molten metal. He was hairless, his skin black as Galar's, with soft, blunt features that looked vaguely melted. Bland, empty eyes, pale as tin, slid across the others in the tent, hesitating only an instant upon Pharaoh Hend. Despite the brevity of that pause, Pharaoh felt herself grow cold. Curl had killed his partner in the smithy in the small village where he lived and worked. He had then broken the man's bones, battering the body through most of a night, until what he had left would fit easily into the forge's brick-lined belly. For all the calculation in removing the evidence of his crime, he had not considered the black columns of smoke that poured from the chimney to settle heavy and rank upon the village, delivering the stench of burned clothing, hair, bones, and flesh. None knew what had motivated Curl to murder his partner, and he was not forthcoming on the matter. Behind him came the one woman promoted thus far, from Slate Pit to the northwest. Arrol was gaunt, her black hair streaked with grey, with a pinched, pale face, and eyes that seemed capable of holding a world's fill of malice and spite. She had, one fine evening, fed a dozen select guests her husband for supper. That her guests were one and all related to her husband made the deed all the sweeter, as far as she was concerned, and she would have happily included any or all of them as dessert. When Farrell had heard the tale from Rebel one night over a cask of ale, his telling had dragged her past horror into humour, but upon meeting Arrol, all amusement vanished into the depthless darkness of her gaze. "It's the husband you need to think about, Warden," Rebel had added later. "I mean, one look into those eyes. No, not a thing to marry, not in there. Not a thing to love, or cherish, or, God's forbid, worship. That woman, I near piss myself every time we chance to meet gazes. So you can't help but wonder at the man who took her hand. But one thing's for certain, she'll be a fine commander, since no man or woman, if they got eyes to see, would ever go against her." "That's a dubious justification," Warith had replied. "It's not just giving orders, Rebel. Being an officer's a lot more than that. It's down to who you'll follow." "Well, Lieutenant, if you know anything about that, it'd be from the backside." "True enough, Rebel. But that don't make my vision any less clear." Of these new officers, selected from the prisoners, only Rebel and Warith had caught Farohen's interest. Rebel was a victim of his own temper, and that was far from a rare thing. Nothing in Rebel baffled her. As for Warith, well, monstrous he might appear to be after years of wielding a pick, but there was something gentle in the man. Gentle and, she had to admit, weak. It may well have been his cowardice that made him as clever as he was. She would not trust Warith in any setting that threatened violence, but she did not anticipate ever finding herself in such a situation, when she might have to. Accordingly, she accepted him as he was, and perhaps the real reason for that was, just as with Rebel, she understood him. Her aversion to joining the military had guided her into the company of the wardens. She saw nothing inviting or glorious in battle, and had no desire to seek it out. Accompanying Arrol were Denar and Calacan, a pair of thieves who had broken into an estate in Kharkanas, only to stumble into what they swore was a father raping all 4 of his children, with the wife lying dead on the floor in the room's centre. By their tale, which they still maintained as the truth, the man in question was high-born enough to sell his innocence to the magistrate, and, indeed, to twist the scene around, accusing the thieves of the murder and the rapes. As the 4 children were one and all driven too deep into shock to be capable of responding to anyone or anything, it was the noble's word against 2 common thieves. Denar and Calacan had been sent to separate pits, only to reunite here in the Huss Legion. Their promotions were earned by the sharpness of their minds and the cutting precision of their wit. Their sheer popularity made the charges against them seem profoundly unlikely, and, as it turned out, the 2 men had been partners in love as well as thievery. A few moments later, Warith arrived, and with him was a young woman, who seemed far from pleased to be in his company, or anyone's company for that matter. She immediately moved off to stand with her back against canvas, arms crossed and eyes upon the muddy floor. "You have my sympathy. This is a bag full of knives, and here you all are, with your hands plunged into it." She saw Galar Barras studying the newcomer with a frown, and then he looked away, scanning the others for a moment before nodding and rising. "Today," he said, "we begin issuing weapons and armour." Castigan seemed to choke, but it was the quartermaster who said,
"Commander, you cannot do that."
"It's time, Seltin."
"The blades are eager for blood,"
Castigan said.
"They are stung, each and every one of them. You can hear it, Galar Barras. The betrayal burns them."
Sighing, Galar said, "Enough of that nonsense, Castigan. Yes, the iron has a voice, but you would make those weapons out to be more than what they are. Hennerold himself explained how the Hust iron reacts to changes in temperature, and how each blade talks to those nearest it, as would a tuning fork. What we hear is pressure and tension.
These weapons, Castigan, are not alive.
Castigan scowled.
It may be that they weren't, Galar, but they are now. And I tell you this, he rapped the scabbard at his belt, my blade slides into my dreams every night now, begging for blood, beseeching me to be the hand of its vengeance. He jabbed a finger at his commander. Tell me, does your sword sleep at night?
Galar met Castigan's gaze for a long moment, and then he turned away.
Moreth, do you have anything to report?
No, sir. Just another murder. Another woman-killer now stumbles through the everlasting abyss. The mystery of how the bodies are moved continues to perplex us. We've gone nowhere in our investigation.
And who is this woman you have brought to us?
Rance, sir. From White Crag Pit. She has the makings of an officer, sir. Galar Barris grunted, and then faced her.
Rance, what think you? Shall I distribute the weapons and armor of the Hust to you and your fellow recruits?
Her eyes narrowed on the commander. It's a conversation we cannot but overhear, sir, she said. Those things, what you suggest, I don't know if any of us want to be part of that conversation.
Not a conversation, Castigan said. An argument. They'll pluck at the worst in you. Think on that, Galar Barras. Think on these wretched murderers you would now arm. There will be chaos, bloody chaos.
Denar cleared his throat, glancing briefly at Calacan, and then said, Sir, it's chaos already, and that's building. We've all spent years working, stumbling, exhausted back into our bunks. Now we just march this way and that. At least those willing to listen to us. Most of them, sir, just lie around bickering. Calacan added, We need more than just weapons, maybe. We need to be doing something, anyway.
Galar Barras nodded. Well, consider this then. It seems that Urusander is not interested in doing things the traditional way. He will not wait for spring. He will probably begin his march on Kharkanas before the month's out.
Pharaoh Hend wondered at that, and then she said, Forgive me, Commander, but that would be foolish of him. The wardens— Castigan cut her off with a harsh bark of laughter.
Then you've not heard. Ilgast Rend was given command by Kalat Hussein, and took your wardens to Nerit Saw. There was a battle with Urusander's legion. Rend's dead, the wardens shattered.
She stared at the man, unable to comprehend his news. Galar Barras stepped close and set a hand upon her shoulder.
Damn Castigan for his insensitivity, Farrer. I would have spoken of it to you once this meeting was done. I am sorry. The tale but just arrived from a courier out of Kharkanas.
This is the season of sordid ends, Castigan said, now pacing. No time for sentimentality. I make my words hard and cruel, not out of malice, but to impress upon everyone here that niceties are an indulgence we can no longer afford. Galar, send that rider back to Kharkanas with a message for Silcha's ruin. The effort here has failed. There is no Hust Legion. It's dead, gone. Exhort him to sue for peace.
Pharaoh backed away from Galar's grip until she felt the cold, wet tent wall at her back. Ilgast Rend. No. My friends. Commander, what is the fate of Kalat Hussein? He rode out to the Vitta with a company. Spinnock, you still live. Oh, feel my relief. Woman, are you truly this shallow? Captain Finara Stone was sent to the Sheikh. Has she learned of this? What am I to do now? A camp stool nudged her left leg, and she looked down uncomprehendingly until Wareth's voice said, Sit, Pharaoh. Numb, she sank down. Galar Barras was speaking.
Mission is now imperative. He wants us ready to march in 2 weeks. The matter is made simple. We have no choice now.
Untrue, Castigan said in a snarl. We cannot hope to command these savages. The only choice left us is to surrender.
Wareth?
Commander?
Gather the sergeants and corporals drawn from the prisoners. Add more to make the complement complete. I will want that list before noon today. Bring them to the training ground. We will do this in 2 phases. They are the first to be armed and armored.
Long overdue,
said Curl, making fists with his battered hands.
I would feel that iron. Taste it. Listen to its song.
Wareth, take your fellows out to the wagons. Oh, by the way, your old blade awaits you. At those words, Wareth flinched. Sir, I beg you, not that one.
You are bound to it,
Galar Barris replied, until death takes you. Really, Wareth, you already knew that. Then, sir, I humbly request that I remain unarmed. Denied. Selton, join Wareth and see to the proper issuing to my lieutenants here. Thereafter, remain at your post, and double the guard over the wagons. We will see what happens when the sergeants and corporals return to their squads, this afternoon and tonight. Then, if all goes well, we will equip the regulars tomorrow. As the quartermaster led the prisoners out of the tent, Galar turned to Castigan. Get out. I will speak in private with Farrar Hend now.
Consider well, said Castigan in a growl, the honour of the Hust Legion.
See to your own, Castigan, Galar snapped, eyes holding on Farrar where she sat. The man straightened.
When it is all I have left to defend, Galar Barris, I require no admonition from you.
Galar turned on him.
Is it honour you now fight for?
I would think guilt a more apt word for what gnaws at your soul. Swallow it down whole, Castigan, and muse long on its weight. At the very least, it will keep your feet on the ground.
Commander Toras Redone defied my seniority here.
Defied? No. She questioned it. You may have me in years, but not years in service to the Hust. I will, if you ask it, release you to return to your original legion. I am sure you will have plenty of intelligence to sell to Urusanda. Castigan was trembling as he faced his commander.
You make a dangerous offer, Galar Barris.
Why? This is not a gale you need face. Leave it to push you round, and, like a hand at your back, send you running home. Saying nothing more, Castigan strode from the tent. After a long moment, Galar Barris faced Farrar Hend once again. What Lord Elgast Wren did was unforgivable. She snorted. He need not beg for forgiveness any longer, sir, now that he lies dead. Farrar, Lord Silchas Ruin has given me command of all forces but the houseblades of the highborn houses. For all that, I expect it to be temporary. When Lord Animander returns, it will be Silchas taking my place. She blinked up at him.
Toras Redone will return to command the Hust, sir.
I think not.
Her husband will see to it.
Galar Barris studied her briefly, and then shrugged. Perhaps. But we cannot rely upon that. The wardens are no more. I am attaching you to my staff, elevating your rank to captain. You will command a company, Farrar Hend. Sir, I cannot. Callot Hustain is my commander still. He has lost his command. Farrar, I have word. There are survivors from the battle. Not many, but some, seen on the south tracks. They are fleeing here, Captain.
O gods below.
Sir, send a rider to Yedan Monastery. Captain Fenara Stone is there. She will be the ranking officer, not me. Until then, it will have to be you, Farrar Hend. Sir, I do not want a Hust sword. Galar strode to the wood stove. He kicked the latch so that the grilled door opened, and then crouched to fling in handfuls of dung chips. There was a time, he said, when the Hust Legion was a name spoken of with pride. For all the tales of cursed weapons and such, we stood against the Foralcan. We saved not just Kharkanas, but all of Curl Galain. I am not a soldier, Galar Barris. His shoulders shook in silent laughter. Oh, have I not heard that said enough yet? How can you hope to resurrect the Hust Legion, she asked, to what it once was? Where, sir, will you find glory in these men and women? He straightened, but kept his face averted. I can but try.
Nothing downtrodden in yonder peasants,
Prazek observed.
Nothing peasantry in them either, brother,
Dathanar replied. Ahead upon the track stood a score or more figures. They had been hurrying from the west, bundled under gear wrapped in blankets and furs. Upon spying the two approaching riders, they had drawn up in a clump, barring the way. Clearing his throat, Dathanar said,
Lacking a king, they merely await your first and one hopes most stirring speech, Prazek. I have speech to stir indeed. Emotions to churn, thoughts to swirl, but save your last handful of spice, Prazek, for the final turn.
You invite a burning hand, Dathanar, to give bridling sting to my slap.
Shall a slap suffice? I see not the yoke of drudgery before me, but loot collected in the dark and in haste. And see how they are armed with cudgels, spears, and brush-hooks.
Forest bandits, perchance. But then, why, their zeal with said brush-hooks is unequalled in the annals of wayfarers, for not a tree stands to hide their hidey-hole.
Zealotry has its downside,
Dathanar added, nodding. 3 over-muscled men had stepped out from the crowd. 2 wielded spears made of knives bound to shafts, while the one in the centre carried a pair of brush-hooks, one of which appeared to be splashed with frozen blood. This man was smiling.
"Well met, sirs,"
he cried. The 2 riders reined in, but a dozen or so paces distant from the 3 men.
Met well indeed,
Prazek called back.
Since by cogent meditation I conclude you to be recruits of the Hust Legion. But it seems you travel without an officer, and perhaps have found yourselves lost so far from the camp. Fortunate for you, then, that we find you here.
For this day,
Dathanar added,
you will see our lenient side, and rather than tangle your mob's many legs with something as mentally challenging as a proper march in cadence, you can scurry back to the camp like a gaggle of sheep.
Sheep, Dathanar? Prazek asked. Surely, by the belligerents arrayed before us, we must consider the simile as inaccurate. Better we deem them goats.
Listen to these shits, one of the men said, and the others laughed. You sweat perfume too, do you?
Goatsly humour,
Prazek explained to Dathanar,
forever barking up ill-chosen trees. Sweat, good sir, belongs to the unwashed multitudes, such as are lacking the civil hygiene of panic well hidden. If perfume you seek, why, set nose to your own arse and breathe deep.
Prazek, exclaimed Dathanar, you bend low to crass regard.
No more than but to match said gentleman's anticipated posture?
Shut your mouths, snapped the man with the 2 brush-hooks, no longer smiling. We'll take your horses, and your weapons and armour, and if we're feeling, what was the word? Lenient, we might let you keep your silk sack bags, so whatever shrivelled stuff's inside 'em don't disappear entirely.
That stretched a breath, Dathanar, did it not?
I myself hearkened more to the stretching of his thoughts, not to mention grammar, Prazek, nigh on to breaking, I'd swear.
Let us dispense with leniency, Dathanar. Surely the Hust Legion can indulge our spat of discipline as might be needed here.
Someone in the crowd now said, Leave 'em be, Biskin. They's feckin' armoured and feck.
Now, there are wise words, said Dathanar, brightening.
Indeed?
Prazek asked.
How could you tell?
No answer was possible, as the first 3 men charged them, with a dozen or so others following. Weapons leapt from scabbards. The mounts surged forward, eager to close. Hoofs lashed out, blades slashed, stabbed and twisted. Figures flew away to the sides of the track, while others vanished beneath the stamping horses. Blades flickered, voices shrieked. Moments later both houseblades rode clear, and then reined in to wheel round. In their wake, a dozen deserters were still standing. Half that number writhed on the ground, while the remaining bodies did not move at all. There was blood on the track, blood bright upon the thin drifts of snow to either side. Dathanar whipped his sword blade downward, shedding gore from its length.
Wise words, Prazek, are rarely understood.
Their horses stamped and snorted, eager for another charge into the press, but both men were quick to quiet them. Prazek eyed the deserters.
Few enough now, I think, to see them march in proper cadence.
The cadence of the limp, yes.
The limp, the shuffle, the stagger, and the reel.
You describe the gait of the defeated and the cowed, the battered and the bruised.
I but describe what I see before me, Dathanar,
Which of us then shall round up and make them proper? 'Twas your stirring speech, was it not? Was it? Why, I thought it was yours. Shall we ask Biskin?
Prazek sighed.
Alas, Biskin tried to swallow my horse's left forehoof. What remains of his brain bears the imprint of a horseshoe, decidedly unlucky. Ah, and do we see the other two from the front? One, I know, flung his head out of the path of my sword. Careless of you? No, just his head. His body went the other way. Ah, well, this is poor showing on our part, as the other man lost his hat. He wore no hat. Well, the cap bearing most of his hair, then.
Dathanar sighed.
When leaders wrongly lead, why, best that others step in to take their place. You and I, perhaps. See, they recover, those that can, and look to us with the broken regard of the broken. Ah, so I see. Not goats, then, after all. No, sheep. Shall we dog them, brother? Why not? They've seen our bite. Enough to heed our bark. I should think so. I should too.
Side by side, the two officers rode back to the deserters. Overhead, crows had already gathered, wheeling and crying out their impatience. Book 2. In One Fleeting Breath. Chapter 9. Beneath the floor of their father's private room, there was a hypocaust, through which lead pipes ran, the hot water in them serving to heat the chamber above. There was height enough to crawl and to kneel, if one was careful to avoid the scalding pipes. Envy and Spite sat cross-legged, facing each other. They were rank and scrawny, their clothes and skin smeared with soot, grease, and dust. Of late their meals had consisted of rats, mice, and spiders, and the occasional pigeon that lingered too long on a ledge within reach. Both girls had become adept at hunting since the new kitchen staff had arrived, and with them a host of other strangers, replenishing the household. Raiding the pantry was no longer possible, and guards now paced the corridors at night. The taste of misery could be sweeter with company, but the two daughters of Lord Draconus looked upon one another with venom rather than camaraderie. For all that, circumstances were what they were, and both understood the necessity of their continued alliance, for now. When they spoke, it was in hushed whispers, despite the gurgle of the pipes. "Again!" hissed Spite, her eyes wide and glittering. Envy nodded. Heavy footsteps paced above them from a sealed chamber forbidden to all but Draconus himself. Each time Spite and Envy had ventured into this heady passage, seeking warmth as the winter bit deeper into the stones of the estate, they had heard these same muffled strides, pacing as would a prisoner, circling the confines, spiralling inward to the room's centre, only to begin again, reversing the pattern. Their father was still in Kharkanas. Had he returned, freedom would have quickly come to a messy and most final end for Envy and Spite. In the wake of murder, the loyalty of blood was a thread that could snap. "I miss Malice," Spite said in a near whimper. Envy snorted. "Yes, dear. We should have kept her around, flesh rotting off, hair falling out, and those horrible dead eyes that never blinked. Worse, she stank. That's what happens when you break her neck and she comes back anyway. It was an accident. Father would see that. He'd understand that, Envy. Power, he told us, has its limits, and they need testing." "He also told us that we were probably insane," Envy retorted. "Our mother's curse." "His curse, you mean, in falling for mad women?" Envy settled onto her back and stretched out on the hot tiles. She was sick of staring at her sister's ugly face. "Their fault, the both of them, for us. We didn't ask to be like this, did we? They never gave us a chance to be innocent. We've been neglected, abused by indifference. It was watching the maids playing with themselves at night that twisted our minds." "Blame the maids!" Spite slipped onto her side and pulled herself alongside her sister. They stared up at the raw underside of the floor tiles and the black wood that held them in place. "He won't kill us for Malice. He'll kill us for all the rest of them. For Atran and Hilith and Hidast and Dirty Rilt and the other maids." Envy sighed.
That was the best night ever, wasn't it? Maybe we should do it again. They know we're here. No, they don't. They suspect, but that's all. They know it, Envy. Maybe. Since you ruined that hound's brain, the one they brought in to sniff us out. It howled all night before they had to cut its throat. They can't find us, and we've never been seen. They're just guessing. It was you ruining that dog that got them suspicious.
Spite laughed, but softly, making the sound a dry rattle.
The sorcery. It's everywhere. You feel it, don't you? All those wild energies, all within reach. You know,
She rolled to face Envy.
we probably could do it again, like you said. Only not with knives this time, but with magic. Just kill them all, with fire and acid, with melting bones and rotting faces, and blood black as ink. Why, we could redecorate in time for our father's return. Won't you be surprised?
Her voice had grown a little too loud, and the footsteps above them stopped suddenly. The girls looked at each other in terror. Something was up there. Something demonic. A guardian, perhaps, conjured into being by Draconis. After a moment the steps resumed. Envy reached out and dug her fingernails into Spite's left cheek, hard enough to start tears in her sister's eyes. She edged close and hissed,
Don't ever do that again.
Glaring, Spite clawed and gouged the back of Envy's hand until Envy let go. They pushed away from each other, feet lashing out in savage kicks until beyond range. The effort left them breathless.
I want a bottle of wine,
Envy said after a time.
I want to get drunk, the way the new surgeon does. What is it with surgeons, anyway? Staring at walls for half a day, hands shaking and all the rest. Clearly, dealing with sick people is bad for the health.
She turned over onto her belly and began inscribing patterns with a fingernail in the rough stone beneath her.
Drunk, all my words slurring, staggering around, pissing on the floor. Then I'll turn myself into a demon of fire, and anyone who comes near me will burn to ashes, even you. And if you run, I'll track you down. I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy.
Spite scratched at a flea bite under her tunic.
I'll be a demon of ice. Your fires will wink out, making you useless. Then I'll freeze you solid and break pieces off whenever I get bored. And I won't kill everybody here. I'll make them my slaves and make them do things to each other that they'd never do, but they'd have no choice.
The pattern Envy had scratched into the stone was giving off a faint amber glow. She cut a nail's line across it, and the light flickered and then died.
Ooh, I like that. The slaves thing, I mean. I want the maids. You can have the rest, but I want the new maids. They don't believe any of the stories. They laugh and squeal and try to frighten each other. They're all fat and soft. After I'm done with them, they'll never laugh again.
A faint blue penumbra now rose from Spite.
You can have them. I want the rest. Setil and Venth and Ivis and Yalad. And especially Sandalath. Oh, I want her more than any of the others. That's how we do it, Envy. With magic, ice and fire.
Envy crawled close to her sister.
Let's plan, then.
Above them, the footsteps paused once more. An instant later, the hot air, filling the crawl space, seemed to flinch as bitter cold poured down from between the tiles. Fiercer than winter's breath, the air burned what it touched. Whimpering, Envy scrambled for the chute in the wall, Spite clambering behind her. They did not know what hid in their father's secret chamber, but they knew enough to fear it. Master-at-Arms Ivis walked out beyond the gate, drawing his cloak tighter about him as the north wind cut across the clearing. If he swung left, he would come to the killing ground, where it was impossible to not see the signs of the battle that had taken place there only a season past. In his previous visits, wandering over the chewed-up ground with its spear points darkening with rust, its stained shafts of splintered wood, its rotting cloth and leather straps curled like burned fingers, he could hear the echoes still. Faint shouts hanging in the dead air, weapons clashing, horse hoofs thundering, and the cries of beast and tisty. Only a fool could feel nothing in such a place, no matter how ancient the actual battle. A fool whose spirit was deadened or just plain dead. Brutality was a stain upon the world, and it seeped deep into the earth. It tainted the air and made each breath lifeless and stale. It clung to time, entwined in the tatters and shreds trailing in its wake. Time. Standing in that place, Ivis believed he could almost see that ethereal, haunted figure, a lord of grisly progression. The strides devoured the ground, and yet the Lord of Time never left. Perhaps it, too, was made a prisoner, chained with shock. Or, just as likely, that wretched lord but wandered lost, blinded by something like sorrow. Upon a field of battle no path led out, none that a mortal could see at any rate. It was behind him now, that tragic battle, and yet still he walked through its bitter cloud.
In step with the lost Lord of Time. It is not only the dead who return as ghosts. Sometimes the living make ghosts of their own, and leave them in places where they have been. Will I turn left here on this trail, then, to meet my own gaze, with but a span of ruined earth between us?
He had done it often enough, but not, he decided, today. Instead, he struck out straight ahead, towards the ragged fringe of the forest on the other side of the wagon track.
Into the realm of skewered goddesses, sharpened stakes.
The forest was now a place to be feared. When had that loss come upon Ivis and his kind? The first village? The first city? That first stretch of torn, cleared ground? There would have been a moment, a cusp, when the Tisti changed, when they left behind their sense of being prey, and in its place became the hunter. Forests were refuges for quarry. They offered camouflage, hidden trails, and secret escape routes, trees to climb, branches to venture out upon. They beguiled with ceaseless motion or deep shadows. In a single flash they could confound lines of sight. Into the deep wood the prey flee, and into the deep wood we follow, and in the knowledge of our seeing we make it shallow. Even in his youth the poet Galan had seen clearly enough. He had grown up in an age of trophies, of antlered skulls, fanged jaws, and dappled tanned skins that mocked the pretense of the unseen.
We both saw the forests emptied, made shallow with our knowing, and yet for all that the slaughter could not defeat our abiding fear.
Fighting the chill, he strode into the forest, boots silent upon the thick, wet leaves. Another battlefield, this one, with the scars of slaughter upon all sides. He yearned for the return of Lord Draconis, or even a simple word, a missive sent from the citadel. He had fashioned a report of the battle with the border swords, dispatching it to Kharkanas. It had elicited no response. He had reported in detail the murders within the house. Even this was met with silence.
"My lord, what would you have me do? 2 daughters are left to you, their hands red. We found the charred remains of the 3rd, Malice, we think, in an oven. Envy and spite, my lord, hide in the bowels of the house. But it's a flimsy refuge. With a word the walls can be breached. With a word, Lord Draconis, I can have the horrid creatures in chains."
But this led Ivis into a realm in which he did not belong, and responsibilities he would rather do without. Was this cowardice? Was there not the necessity of justice in the matter of slain men and women?
"But, my lord, they are your daughters, your charge, for you to deal with, not me, not a master-at-arms who by every law imaginable would see the 2 of them skinned alive. Return to us, I beg you, and make right this crime. Their blood protects them from me, but not from you. More to the point, my lord, what if they seek to strike again? We have our hostage to think of, the sanctity of her life. Mistake me the sanctity of what remains of her innocence. I will defend her, my lord, even against your daughters."
He was among black spruce now, passing between boles that had bled sap, now frozen into obsidian-hued beads, as if the trees were bleeding black glass. It was said that in the far north such trees could explode in the depth of winter, when the air grew cold enough to pain the lungs with each breath drawn. It would not surprise him. This wood made for a foul fire, and its habit of growing up from sunken and rotted ground gave the trees a deathly feel. At least they reared straight, and seemed to know a youthful span before their sudden death, when all life fled them in a seeming instant. Then, straight or not, they would become skeletal, home to spiders and not much else. He paused at a faint smell upon the cold wind. Wood smoke. Shallow, and shallow again. Even you, smoke, now taint my memory. It is fire's light that is brittle, not its heat. Quench one and still flinch from the other. I'll take the glow as a promise and leave it be. Deny us if indeed you have returned to this forest. Play out your rituals in private, and know well my aversion. The stench suffices. He swung about, set off, back to the keep. It seemed that no matter which direction he chose, it was not a day for wandering. Winter had cooled Curl Galane's rage, surely. The Civil War slept restless as a hungry bear in its cave, but he would, with relief, call it sleep nonetheless. Swords sipped the oil in their scabbards, whilst other weapons were piled to keep banked what the season's turn promised. He would lead the houseblades out then, Ivis believed, into the new warmth and lengthening days. Even in the absence of his lord, he would fight on behalf of the great houses. As the beast shook itself awake, lumbering into the bright spring air, he would wield Draconis' soldiers like a sharp talon in the first sun's reach. We'll take to the blood, as well as any other, and make of Urusander's legion a field of meat. Lord Anamander, do set us where you will, but pray it is in the heart of the fight. I have deceits to answer, in the name of the border swords. The stolid grey walls of the keep stretched out before him, beyond the track's single ditch. He carried with him that tendril of wood smoke. No, Ivis, say it plain. Stay where you are, Draconis. Leave it to me to fold us into Anamander's army. By this single act your enemies are plucked. If instead you take the vanguard, forgive me, I see us standing alone on that fell day. At our backs, not the host of noble allies, but bared teeth and rank indignation. Stay, my lord, and make your houseblades a gift to the son of darkness. In the name of the woman you love, make us a gift. A few paces clear of the trees, as he crossed the wagon trail, a sound behind him made him turn, to see 3 figures at the edge of the tree line. They wore skins, 2 of them wearing the ragged heads of Ektral. For an instant, riding a thrill of fear, Ivis had thought them demonic, some blend of Tisti and beast, but of course, he then realized, the antlered Ektral were but headdresses. Deniers, torturers of goddesses. The night before the summoning, you sat together, sharpening stakes at the edge of the glade. You invented a ritual and filled it with power. And then you did something terrible. Teeth bared, Ivis drew out his sword. The 3 drew back beneath the shadows. Ivis saw that they were unarmed. Even so, the gloom of the forest behind them could be hiding any number of warriors. I'll not take a step. If you would speak to me, come forward. But such boldness belonged to his mind, the words left unspoken. The truth was, fear gripped his throat. The thought of sorcery had unmanned him. After a moment, one of the shamans stepped forward. As the figure drew closer, he saw that it was a woman, her face ritually scarred to make ragged streaks running down her cheeks. Unlike the 2 who wore Ektral headdresses, the hood covering her head was furred, the fur black but silver-tipped. It hung down to cover her shoulders, and was drawn together at the front by a single toggle. Her pale eyes were bleak as they fixed upon his face, and then the sword he held in his hand. Ivis hesitated, and after a moment he slowly returned the weapon to its scabbard. She drew nearer. At last he found his voice. "What do you want? I saw her, the goddess in the glade. Nothing you can say will wash the blood from your hands." She received his harsh words without expression, and when she spoke her tone was flat. "We have come to tell you, keep soldier, what has birthed this war." Ivis scowled. "You would not bow before Mother Dark." "She never asked us to." "And if she had?" After a moment the woman shrugged. "When the animals are gone, when hunting ends and the ways of living change, when one must look to tamed animals and the planting of crops, when all the old ways of bravery and prowess are done away with, the hunters will turn upon one another. Honor becomes a weapon, but it pursues no wild beast.
Instead, it pursues your neighbour. She pointed to the keep behind him. The birth of walls.
Ivis shook his head. There was war with the Forulkan. We were forced to create an army. When the war was done, which only then did that army turn upon us, honor was well served in the instant, but its flavor quickly fades, and now the taste is bitter.
What drove the Forulkan into our lands? For them, too, the old ways were dead.
Is this all you wanted to say? Why bother? We could argue causes until the last sunset. It avails us nothing.
The Sheikh will leave their fortresses, the woman said. They will come to us in the forests. You will try to find us, but we will not be found. Not by you, not by Father Light. We are no longer in your war.
Ivis snorted. You think to usurp higher Grace Skelenal.
The witch was silent for a long moment, and then she said, The goddess you saw shows the manner in which she manifested. When we found her, we fled. If others set upon her, they belonged to the forest. Spirits of wood, spirits of old bones, and blood-hungry earth and roots. For us, there was no need to hear her words. We well knew what she would say to us.
The witch raised both hands, out from under the skins she was wearing, and Ivis recoiled upon seeing the stakes driven through both.
It is our fate to slay the old ways of living. We take too much joy in the slaughter, in the proof of our skills with spear and arrow. Longing gave power to our summoning. We must now suffer the proof of our regret.
Then send her back.
Seen or unseen, flesh or ghost, she suffers still. You and I, we have murdered the old ways, and all that we will come to. It is of our own making.
She hesitated and then cocked her head.
You can always blame your neighbour.
She bowed before him and turned away. Ivis watched her rejoin the others, and the three shamans slipped back into the forest. In moments they vanished from sight. Blame the neighbours. Yes, we'll do that. When we can, if only to make living easier. He resumed walking, his scowl deepening as he looked upon the wall before him. The deniers would do as they must, if indeed they chose to disappear, rejecting the vengeance they had every right to seek. Well, regrets had a way of breeding, and the swarming spawn could drown a soul in an instant. Passing through the gate, his steps slowed as he studied the keep before him. Ah, my lord, your daughters. Well now, there was a fire in the house. We saw naught the telltale flickers of light, and all too late felt its murderous heat. Come the spring, my lord, I see a sky made grey with smoke. Sandilath Drukorlat sat near the fire in the common room, away from the others. The new surgeon Proc was singing a ballad, words slurring, and the brightness of his gaze an alcoholic sheen through which he blinked regretfully at the world. Whatever sorrow existed in the song lost its truths in the maudlin self-pity of the man's voice. Seated near the surgeon in poses of faint attention or outright uninterest were arranged the other newcomers to the household, as well as Armourer Settle and Horsemaster Venth Dirrell. The new keeper of records, a woman named Sorka, hid her face behind the bowl of a pipe. Her complexion, oddly smooth and unlined, was the same hue as the smoke she sent out in long tumbling streams from her somewhat overly generous mouth. Her hair was cut short, as if to undermine her femininity, but her broad features were soft and peculiarly welcoming. For all that, the woman rarely spoke, and when she did, it was in a low mutter, as if all conversation was in truth a private one, she with herself. Sandilath had yet to see her smile. Sitting close to the new housekeeper was the woman who had replaced Hilith as head of the house servants. Bidishan was wiry, nervous, carrying herself with an air of impatience, as if some vital task yet awaited her for which she needed all her energy. But Sandilath had come to realize there was no such task, and each day and evening was consumed by the same headlong rush. Perhaps it was sleep that Bidishan hurried towards, as if oblivion was the only island to take her exhausted self, flung insensate upon the strand at day's end, and in the realm of dreams the woman unleashed all that was in her soul. Musing on the notion, Sandilath felt a pang of sympathy for Bidishan. Within the mind, after all, was a world of unchecked dramas, where loves were unveiled and made so bright, so fierce, as to sting the eyes, and every gesture could make the earth groan, and every glance could awaken unfettered flames of passion. In that world, Bidishan was beautiful, young, filled with vivacity, and others who came upon her, why, they saw her truly, and in the face of such encounters they avowed their hearts, and made every labour bent to her service an act of worship. Sandalath knew her own such world, also clothed in sleep, and often she found herself longing for its embrace, for in this cold, wintry place, with its stone walls hiding secret passageways, her waking moments were filled with anxiety, fear, and longing. In her thoughts and in her body, she lived with nervous fires flickering without end. When she could, she fled them all, huddling beneath furs in her bed, and as sleep took her, slipping back to the life that existed before House Drakons, before the murderous spawn of Draconis, and the blood-splashing floor and walls, before the bodies carried out into the bleak light of the courtyard, and the small white bones in the bread oven, before the terrible battle that had been fought outside the keep's walls. A secret lover, the pleasure of his touch, his weight upon her in the high grasses, far beyond the sight of her mother. A son, free to play out his games of war amidst the scorched embers of the old stables. Children were visible shouts of life, a crowing delight in possibility and promise. He was taken from me, taken from my sight. Where he once lived in my life, there is nothing, an emptiness, empty of life and love, empty, I fear, of hope. Was that child not the mother's gift? Children were where things could start over, be made different, where wounds could be avoided, evaded, where dreams could live again, passed on in the clasp of her hand to his. Youth sent echoes into the world, echoes that could rush over a mother and sweep her back into her own past, and the swirling sorrow of such moments, so bitter-sweet, could become a kind of strength, a protectiveness both savage and undying, as if in protecting the child the mother was also protecting what remained of the child she had once been. Bridges such as these should never be dismantled. And yet, when Sandaleth thought of her own mother, she felt nothing. No bridge there. She sold off the stones, one by one, until she had us all perched upon a single block, a tottering foundation stone, the height of which she held to be more vital than anything else, even love. Neris Drukorlat. Was it father who stole everything from you? His war, his wounding, his death? But Orphantal wasn't your child with which to begin again, to make right. He was mine. Proc's song stuttered, and then fell away as the surgeon lost his memory of the words. From near the kitchen door, Yalad, now the gate sergeant, rose to collect wood for the fire. She watched him approach, and answered his weary smile with one of her own. Houseblades were stationed in every common room now, and at the doors to the private ones. It was in some ways absurd. The girls hid in their hidden places. Ivis himself had said they could root them out at any time. Instead, such a moment would have to await the return of Lord Draconis. And in the meantime we live in terror of two wretched children. After stoking the fire, Yalad drew a chair close to Sandaleth and sat, leaning back and stretching out his legs. "This is welcome warmth, yes?" Proc found another ballad, beginning the song loud and stentorian, rocking in his chair to some unheard musical accompaniment, the hand holding its tankard of wine, lifting up and down to set the beat. Wincing, Yalad sighed. "Do you ever wonder, milady, why so many of our songs do little more than moan over things lost or never owned in the first place?" "No, not really." "Our good surgeon, sir, knows better than to choose the more raucous ones, lest Commander Ivis arrive again at the most inopportune instant, with us witness to the rise of startling colour to his face." "He was mordant on your behalf, milady. Surely you understand that?" "Of course, and by such willingness he charms me, Gate Sergeant." Yalad smiled. "That admission would see him crimson." He slowly shook his head. "And Ivis, as old as he is, I'd never thought to see him on such an uncertain footing. The charm, milady, is yours, and makes him young again,
but in a most unsettling way for us who serve under him." "I would not see his authority undermined, sir," Sandaleth said, frowning. "Advise me, if you will, on how best to blunt what charms I may possess." "I cannot, milady," Yalad said, "as no man here would even think of withering such gifts, natural as they are." She regarded him beneath veiled lids. "Sir, you learn well the language of the court. Or is there more of the courting in it than is seemly?" "No," he replied. "I know well my station, milady, and, more to the point, yours. It is an otherwise grim season we suffer here, and so we take such pleasures as we can find." She continued studying him. "I envy the cleverness in you, Gate Sergeant. If I possess charms, they are sadly childlike. A sheltered life shrinks the world for the one who suffers in it. All too often innocence yields naivety, and when pushed from the small world into the vaster one beyond, the creature finds herself both unknowing and lost." "Your confession humbles me, milady." She waved a hand. "It is nothing. I stood atop a tower, witnessing the death of too many men and women. I never thought that war would come so close, no longer a thing in the distance, beyond some border. Now it strides across familiar ground, and makes that ground newly estranged." She started as a log abruptly shifted in the hearth, sending up a flurry of sparks. "It does little good," she added, "when the walls breathe and, I fear, blink." "You are safe, milady," Yalad said. "Failing any other option, we'll starve them out." Further conversation between the two was interrupted by the arrival of Surgeon Proc, his song done. Clumsily he dragged a third chair up, and then slumped down in it with a heavy sigh. "You can strip the bark from a tree and think nothing of it," he said, nodding to himself. "But peel back a man's skin and our entire world's jarred askew. We shiver and are made vulnerable." He smiled across at Yalad. "I make my war with ruined flesh, Sergeant, to make it right again. But you, with that blade at your side, you make the trees bleed." Yalad frowned. "It's said the priests have found a sorcery that heals, Proc. They name it Denel. Perhaps what ails you is your impending obsolescence." Proc's florid face broadened in a smile. "No risk of that to the soldier, though. Obsolescence." He stretched the word out, tasted it, and seemed to find it foul. After a moment he leaned back, raising the tankard before him. "I have imbibed that sorcery, Yalad. You wonder at with whom you bargain, with such sudden power in your hands. Imagine, if you will, a future in which healing is possible for everything, every ailment, every wound. Should a remnant of life linger in the flesh, why, we can save the fool. The question, then, is, should we?" Sandaleth glanced at Yalad, and then said, "But why would you not, Surgeon? I would think in such a future you would find an answer to your desire, to make things right again, to mend the broken, to heal the diseased or the wounded." He tilted the tankard in her direction. "To the crowded future, then." She watched him drink, and then said, "Even magic cannot refuse death." "True enough," he allowed. "We but prolong the moment of its arrival. Denel becomes a cheat, milady, to delight in the instant, but dismay in the distance. It is more than life that is extended. It is also the agony of failure. For fail we will, and fail we must. Yalad's war has its victories and its losses. It surges ahead and then yields ground. It can even end for a time. But the healer knows only retreat, and each step yielded is bitter, the ground soaked in blood." "Then the sorcery is a boon," she replied. "Indeed, it is a godly gift." He met her eyes, and she saw through their reddened gleam to a sudden raw pain. "Then why, milady, does it taste so sour?" "That would be the wine, Proc," Yalad said with a faint smile. He shifted his gaze to the gate sergeant. "Yes, of course." A few moments later, Commander Ivis entered the chamber, pulling off his heavy cloak. He paused for a moment to study the occupants of the room, and then, with the briefest of glances at Sandaleth, made his way across to the kitchen. Ivis was a rare presence at the dinner table these evenings.
His habit of walking the grounds beyond the keep walls often devoured half the night. Once, in her room and readying for sleep, Sandilath had paused at the window and, looking down, saw the commander standing at the graves of those household staff who had been murdered by the daughters of Kharkanas. She could not be sure, but she thought that the mound he faced belonged to the old surgeon, Atran. When she was alive, he had affected distracted ignorance of her desire, as if taking pleasure was a notion he had no business entertaining, given his duties. Sandilath suspected that he now regretted his aloofness.
"I wonder," mused Proc once Ivis had gone, "if it takes a surgeon's eye to see what ails a man, or woman, when that person has made disguise a profession."
"Keep such thoughts to yourself," Yallad snapped.
"Forgive me, Gate Sergeant. You are most correct. But understand, I describe no blessing on my part. This gift pains the recipient, who would rather return it than accept the burden. But then, into whose hands?"
"Is Denel truly godless?" Sandilath asked. Proc seemed to flinch.
"Imagine that. The power of life and death in my hands arrives as a godless thing. How eager we are to turn about miracles and make them as mundane as, binding the laces on your moccasin. Yet with each wonder we tread underfoot, the world gets just a little more pale."
"Why not brighter, surgeon?" Sandilath suggested. What need for gods should the future bring us all such powers?" He blinked at her.
"You think gods offer nothing more than the delusion of bargaining, milady? With every moment we speak with the world, and in its own way it speaks back, should we choose to hear it. But now cut out its tongue, excise its participation in this dialogue. Indeed, do that, and to continue speaking will feel most foolish, yes? The prayer unanswered makes for a bleak echo." He leaned forward and carefully set the tankard down on the stone dais surrounding the hearth. "Or worse, the returning whisper will arrive, filled with utter nonsense. It is my belief, milady, that cults and religions often find their shape out of the necessity to fill the silence of a world made godless, and it was made godless precisely because we stopped listening. In place of honest humility, then, are set rules and prohibitions, inquisitions, and the violent silencing of a host of avowed or imagined enemies. Do this, not that. Why? Because the god said so, that's why. But was that really the god speaking, or just some twisted echo of mortal flaws and frailties, each one adding to the list of holy pronouncements?"
"Dangerous words this night," Yallad said. "Best you go to your room, Proc, and sleep."
"With the dinner bell not yet sounded, Gate Sergeant, would you have me starve?"
"Mother Dark is not—"
"Ah, Mother Dark, yes, who hides unseen and has nothing to say, so the priestesses open wide their legs, seeking mundane ecstasy, or at the very least satiation."
Proc waved a hand to cut off Yallad's retort.
Yes, I understand. And in her absence and in her silence she in truth informs us of something profound. But truly, Yallad, how many are capable of appreciating that level of subtlety? The cult that makes its rules simple will thrive. Reduced to a phrase or two should suffice. It will be interesting to see what the followers of Father Light will make of their faith. But whatever it is, no matter how simple or complex, you can be sure that Mother Dark will issue faint reply.
Sandilath chanced to glance towards the kitchen door, and saw Ivis standing there. There was no doubt that he had heard the surgeon's words, but she could read nothing from his expression. An instant later, the bell sounded. Sighing, Proc worked himself upright.
"A chair to take me, a table to lean against, what more does a man need? Come, Yallad, join me in fighting off starvation's dogs one more night, yes?"
The gate sergeant rose and faced Sandilath. "Milady?" She took the hand he offered her, but let his grip slip away once she was on her feet. Turning, she met the eyes of Ivis, and smiled. He bowed slightly in her direction. Accompanied by Keeper Sorka, Matron Bidishan, Settle, and Venth, they set off for the dining room. For this evening at least, Ivis would join them. Renek's long hunt for the soldiers who had hurt Ginia
had not begun well. Winter was a world made gaunt with starvation, but it now seemed even endings didn't quite end. The warmth of the palm resting upon his brow seemed to hover at a vast distance from the place in which Rennek had found himself. And where he had found himself, he was not alone. A figure sat beside him, not close enough to reach out and touch, meaning the hand upon Renneck's forehead did not belong to this stranger. But the figure was speaking, often in a language he could not understand, and at times the voice was a woman's, while at other times it belonged to a man. The times when the stranger spoke in Renneck's own language, the words were confusing, as if Rennek was nothing more than a witness, as if the words were not meant for him at all. But the hand upon his brow was different, because it felt real. Still, it was far away. What lay between was dark, but the darkness roiled like soot-filled water, and that water was icy cold. He had no desire to set out across it, and so come closer to the warmth, though he understood that such feelings seemed wrong. "Besides," muttered the stranger at his side in a man's voice, "desire itself is a cruel parent, when the child knows no strength." There was some comfort here, anyway, in the midst of his companion's grown-up words, even when they weren't meant for him. "Men," said the stranger, "suffer many things. Some they give voice to, all too often, and make of them a dirge that drains the interest from any within hearing. But other sufferings are quiet things, held tight with a hand clamped over the mouth. That hand can silence or suffocate, or both, and there is no proof that the man sought one but not the other. But the idea of choice is unimportant. These kinds of suffering are reluctant to die, and if murder is the desire, strength is the betrayer." Rennek nodded, thinking he understood. It was part of being a man, he told himself, that made the secret suffering so powerful. As if the stranger had heard his thoughts, he said, "Hidden deep inside, it grows fat on what morsels of sweet, deadly imagination the man offers it, and this is a butcher's tally of fears and dreads." Still the hand upon Renneck's brow felt dry, not blood-soaked. Despite the comfort of this unknown companion, it might be worth the journey back to where lived winter's pale light. He had been so cold on those nights, with the forest yielding him little. The world he now knew promised nothing. His friend spoke again. This time it was a woman's voice. "If the world was a parent to all that lived upon it, then love died long ago, after too many ages of mutual cruelty. Burning forests, dying trees, a child trapped by the flames, the shaking of earth and rockfalls, or houses falling down, killing everyone inside, a beautiful baby dying for no good reason. No, we have lots of reasons to hate the world, and the world has lots of reasons to hate us. It goes on and on now, and still we keep being cruel to each other. And we pretend we're winning, until we lose again. This is how things rise and fall, and how things once strong can end up burned out and in ruin, with weeds growing up from the cracked flagging. This is how proud old women end up dying in the dirt, or just burning up like a straw doll. Things rise and fall, the way the chest does when you're breathing. And, dear child, you're still breathing. Shall we count this a victory? There were gravestones and crypts. I walked over mounds. It was cold. Everything was cold. The stones, the sky. I found a pit and sank into it like a dead man until the cold went away. It is as my friend says, men twist to what they suffer inside. Ginia, I will find them and kill them. They won't be able to hide, because what they did will be right there on their faces." "The life of a child finds strength," said his friend, now a man again, "in its potential. That potential is stubborn. It doesn't understand surrender, until it does. And with that understanding the child withers and dies. You, Rennek, don't comprehend the notion of surrender. This is what draws us to you. You have the will of tender shoots as they emerge from cracks in stone, or between the flagstones. Victory is far away, but inevitable. In this manner the child is closest to nature, when the adult has long since fled to the cost of ambition, and must live day upon day with the price of an entire language built around notions of surrender.
"Who are you?"
Rennek asked. "We are dying gods."
"Why are you dying?"
"To make way for our children."
"But they need you."
"They think not. Lessons, Rennek, are not easily won. We see a future filled with blood, but you, child, we were drawn to you. Even so near death you shine bright. We will leave you now. Do not ask our blessing, it has become a curse. Nature is an eternal child. Thus we, the eternal children of the world, now understand the notion of surrender. It is time, alas, to go away." Some memories returned to Rennek, and with them his friend vanished. He had felt them lift his body from the grave. He was light in their hands, almost floating, and the rags he wore were stiff with frost. He thought he heard them speaking, and there were 2 voices thus far, just the 2, and then the smell of wood smoke and maybe heat, and now he was swaddled in furs. Beneath his back was a thick, tanned hide, and beneath that there were hot stones lifted out from the fire. Still the hand upon his brow was the warmest thing he felt, and yet it remained impossibly far away.
"Dying gods, I miss you."
The world beyond the farm and the town of Abara Delak was bigger than he had imagined. It just went on and on, like someone repeating the words of creation over and over again. Trees, hills, rocks, river, ditch, trees, track and trail, road and ditch, hills, trees, stream, trees, sky and sky and sky and sky. And the further it sprawled, the colder it got, as if the words had lost their love of themselves, as if the creator of the world was just getting tired with the whole thing, the over and over again of it. Trees and sky and trees and glade and graves and pit, and down here, yes, just down here, is what you need. See how small it is. Perfect.
"Some never awaken,"
said a voice, and this one was real.
"He will,"
replied the other, closer, belonging to the one whose hand was upon his brow.
"You ever underestimate the strength of the Tisti?"
"Perhaps I do at that. And he's young, but not too young. A tough boy, I should say. See the burn scars and the whip marks? And that one, I'd wager, was a sword thrust. Should have killed him. It is difficult to claim that this child knows nothing of survival."
"What will you do with him?"
"Draken's Keep is nearest us."
"Ah, I see. But Lord Draconus is not in residence, is he?"
"Probably not, as you say, Zaphani.
Mother Dark still holds him close."
It may be that, yes."
"What else?"
There was a pause, and then came the reply. "He steps away from things. He chooses to remain in darkness, unseeing and unseen. By deliberate absence from all affairs, he wishes to be forgotten." The voice sighed, and then continued. "Hopeless, yes. Events will drag him out before too long."
"As they will drag you back to Kharkanas."
"Will you accompany me, then?"
"To the citadel? I think not. Walls and stone overhead makes me uncomfortable. No, I will simply await you nearby."
The hand slipped away, and Rennek felt its sudden absence with a pang. But he heard the soft laugh, and then, "The high mason cringes from walls and stone roof." A few moments passed, and then the other man said,
"Every monument I raise from the earth is a prison, first son. In being made, it is contained. In its shape, it displaces emptiness. In its conceit, it seeks to defy time."
"Well tended, such a monument can withstand ages, Caladan."
"Even as its meaning weathers away. Tend to the stone or bronze, yes, and keep it pristine, but I wonder who tends to the truth of it. It would be better, I sometimes think, if I simply sank my works into bogs to dwell in darkness and mud."
"An altogether different kind of monument," said the nearer man, as he brought his hand once again to rest upon Rennek's brow. "A different meaning, too."
"Intention, first son, yields no echoes. All who come afterwards to gaze upon my art can only wonder at my mind, even as they note every chisel scar and ponder the sure hand that dealt it. They will, of course, make a feast of the morsels, and assert their pronouncements to be a certain truth.
The hand slipped away again, and Rennick heard the man beside him rise to stand, and his voice now drifted down as if coming from a cave, or the ledge of some tower or cliff. "Your angst is not unfamiliar, Caladan Brood. I've heard the poet Galan snarling when in his cups. Still, there is little artistry in my life. My mind works in plain ways, my meaning plainer still." The one named Caladan Brood, whose voice was strangely heavy, now made a sound that might have been laughter.
"And your swordplay knows no subtlety, Rake. The machinations of court. You failed to convince me with your claims."
"The issue is simple enough," Rake replied. "Urusander and his legion will quit Neritsor before the break of winter's hold. Together they will march upon Kharkanas with the intention of setting Urusander upon a throne at Mother Dark's side."
"And what, in such a scenario, so offends you, first son? Tell me, if you will, what sets the common soldier so far beneath those of noble blood?
By what means do you measure worth? Ask the common soldier, Caladan, and the words are direct enough. Coin and land, standing and prestige, a freedom with indulgences, a certain pomp. The very things they curse in their enemies are what they seek for themselves. The argument, friend, is held low, and in that modesty iron will shout in the manner of bullies. It is a pathetic language, this argument with mutual stupidity, setting the limits of the exchange.
Yet you must march to meet him, with swords and spears to speak for you."
The first son, Rennick knew that title, as he had heard Lady Nerys utter it often enough in tones of awe, was slow in replying, and when he did his voice was cold. "The pretensions of the nobles are little better, Caladan. They see their perch as crowded enough. I have an angry child to either side of me, and I like it not. Is this my sole task, my singular service to Mother Dark, to stand between two self-serving brats? No. If I am to march against Urusander, I need better reason than that."
"And have you one?"
"I take offence at the presumption."
"Whose?"
"Well, all of them, but mostly Urusander's, and perhaps it is Hun Ral's, but I have doubts as to the importance of the distinction."
"Do you know, then, Mother Dark's mind?"
The first son's laugh was bitter, and then he said, "She has her consort. Is this not plain enough? But then a kinswoman of yours, Azathanai, flung a burning brand into the haystack. Andii, and now Leosan. We are a people divided, and I cannot but believe that was your Azathanai's intent, to see us weakened. And I must wonder, why?"
"Look to Draconis for an answer to that, first son."
"Draconis? Why him?"
"He has brought dark to the Tisti."
"The Terrandai on the Citadel's floor?" "No, the Azathanai named Teris had already done her damage by then."
"The gate, which I suppose we must now call Curled Ghislaine, is an iteration of control," Caladan replied, "over a force that was and remains pervasive, existing as it does in opposition to chaos."
"To chaos, not light."
"Light, if you would consider this, is an absolution of chaos. In its purity, it finds order with substance and hue. This is how chaos seeks, in its own fashion, its own obliteration."
"I do not understand you, Caladan. You speak of these elemental forces as if they possessed will."
"No, only proclivity. Name any force, and with sufficient contemplation you will discern that it cannot exist alone. Other forces act upon it, make demands of it, and even alter the edges of its own nature. This is creation's dialogue, but even then, what seems but opposition of two forces set against one another is in truth a multitude of interactions, of voices. Perhaps dialogue is the wrong word. Think more of a tumult, a cacophony. Each force seeks to impose its own rhythm upon all of creation, and what results may well seem disordered, but I assure you, first son, this chorus makes music, for those willing or able to hear.
Caladan, return this discussion to Draconis and Teris.
A lover's gift, well, too many gifts, and too generous their span. In his blessing of the woman he loves, with the power of elemental dark, Draconis imposed an impossible imbalance upon creation. The world, first son, any world, can hold only its necessary forces, and these in delicate balance. The Azathanai you have named Taris had no choice, although in the boldness of her act she displayed nothing of the subtlety of our kind. It may be that the Vitter has damaged her in some way. I would track her down, Caladan, to learn more of all this. She may well return, Caladan said, but for now it is unlikely you can find her trail. She walks unseen paths. You must understand, first son, the Azathanai are skilled at not being found. Then you say the blame is with Draconis, with the weakness in his heart. But is it right to blame such a thing? In the prelude to war, compassion is the first victim, slain like a child upon the threshold. Lord Draconis is my friend. Then sustain it. But remaining at her side, as he does, he disappoints me. You have set your expectation against the compassion you claim to possess, and now the child bleeds anew. Very well. I will seek to withhold judgment on Draconis. Then I fear you will stand alone in the war to come. The thought, the first son said, of a high-born victory tastes as sour as does the thought of Urusanda's ascension. I am of a mind to see them both humbled. Ascension is a curious word in this context. Why? Mother Dark, Father Light. The titles are not empty. And if you think the powers behind them are but illusions, then you are a fool. Rennick heard a gasp, but it was a moment before he realized that it had come from him. He was back, in a place of warmth. He had crossed the icy river all unknowing. He opened his eyes. A tall warrior stood above him, studying him with calm eyes. Off to one side, seated on a scorched stump, was a huge figure wearing silver fur upon his broad shoulders, with something bestial in his broad, flat face that made Rennick shiver. The chill remains deep in your bones, the first son said to Rennick, but you have returned to us, and that is well. Rennick glared across at Caladan Brood. First son, why do you not kill him? He asked. For what reason would I do that, even if I could? Lord Animander asked. He called you a fool. The first son smiled. But he reminds me of the risk in careless words. Well now, we found you in a grave, yet here you are, resurrected. But this winter has been hard on you. When did you last eat? Unable to recall, Rennick said nothing. I will prepare some broth, said Caladan Brood, reaching across to his pack. If you will make this child your conscience, best he know the bliss of a full stomach. The first son grunted. My conscience, Caladan. He just urged vengeance against you. After riding the back of our conversation, yes. I doubt he understood much of it. The Azathanai shrugged as he withdrew items from the pack. Why, Animander persisted, would I make this foundling my conscience? Perhaps only to awaken it within you, first son, given his impulsive bloodlust. Lord Animander looked back down at Rennick. Are you a denier orphan, then? He asked. Rennick shook his head. I was a stabler for House Drukorlat, but she was murdered and everything was burned down. They tried to kill me and Ginnia, too, but we lived, only she's hurt inside. I remember their names. I am going to kill them, the ones who did that to Ginnia. I have a spear. Yes, the first son said, his expression grave. We found that. The shaft seems sound, lovingly tended, I would judge, but it could do with a better weighted blade. You have their names, you say? What else do you recall of these murderers? Legion soldiers, sir. They were drunk, but they took orders and things. There was a sergeant. They thought I was dead, but I wasn't. They were going to burn us all in the house, but I got me and Ginnia out. Lady Nerys is dead, then? Rennick nodded. But Orphantal had already been sent away, and Sandalath too. There was just the three of us left.
but I wasn't let in the house, and the barn burned down, and she didn't really want me any more anyway."
Lord Anomander continued studying him. "And Sandilath, if I recall, she is now a hostage in Draken's Keep?" Rennick couldn't remember if that was true, but he nodded.
"And that's where you're taking me, isn't it?"
"A quiet listener, this one," said Caladan, as he set a battered pot upon the embers.
"Good men are," said Rennick. "It's only little boys who are too loud, getting whipped for it as is proper."
Neither the first son nor the Azathanai replied to this. After a time, Rennick sat up, and Caladan Brood brought to him a bowl of broth. Rennick held it in both hands and felt how the heat seeped through to his fingers. The sensation was painful, but he welcomed it nonetheless. Then Lord Anomander spoke. "It may be comfort to you to know that Orphantal is safe in the citadel." Rennick glanced over, and then frowned down at the bowl and its steaming broth.
"She said I sullied him. We had to stop being friends."
"Sandilath?"
"No, Lady Nerys.
Who was free with her cane?"
Me and Ginny had to know our place."
"Would you rather," Lord Anomander said, "that I did not deliver you to Draken's Keep? I recall Sandilath from her time in the Citadel. She was clever and seemed kindly enough, but time will change people."
"She liked it that Orphantal had someone to play with, but it was wrong. Lady Nerys explained it."
Rennick sipped at the broth. He had never tasted anything better.
"I can't stay long at Draken's Keep, even if Sandilath wants me there. I have bad men to kill."
"This," said Caladan Brood, "proves a most cruel conscience." "Go slowly with that broth," Lord Anomander said. "Tell me your name."
"Rennick."
"Have you brothers or sisters?"
"No."
"Your parents?"
"Just my ma. The man who made me with her was with the army. He also made horseshoes and other stuff, but he died to a horse kick. I don't remember him, but my ma says I'm going to be big like he was. She sees it in my bones."
"You will not return to her?"
"Not until I kill the ones who hurt Ginny. Then I'll come back. I'll find Ginny in the village and we'll get married. She says she can't have children, not any more, after what they did. But that doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter if Ma doesn't like her either, because of how she's being used and all. I'll marry Ginny and protect her forever."
Lord Anomander was no longer looking down at Rennick. He was instead looking across at Caladan Brood. He said, "And so I now raise my standard, Azathanai, to a deserved future, and a conscience scrubbed clean. If not in the name of love, then what cause suffices?" "Draconis would stand with you, first son, beneath such a standard, and thus the nobles are lost." Lord Anomander turned away, studied the barren trees with their scorched trunks that surrounded the glade. "Are we then past the age of shame, Caladan? No sting should I ridicule my fellow highborn?" "Its power has diminished. Shame, my friend, is but a ghost now, haunting every city, every town and village. It has less substance than wood smoke, and but rubs the throat with little more than an itch. I shall make it a wildfire. In such a conflagration, first son, guard your standard well." "Rennick."
"My lord?"
"When your time comes for vengeance, find me."
"I don't need any help. They stuck a sword in me and I didn't die. They can try it again and I still won't die. My promise keeps me alive. When you become a man, you learn to do what you say you will do. That's what makes you a man."
"Alas, there are far fewer men in the world than you might think, Rennick."
"But I'm one."
"I believe you," Lord Anomander replied. "But understand my offer before you reject it. When you find those rapists and murderers, they will be in a cohort in Urasander's legion. There may well be 1,000 soldiers between you and them. I will clear your path, Rennick."
Rennick stared at the first son. "But, my lord, I am going to do it at night, when they're sleeping."
Caladan Brood grunted a laugh, and then spat into the fire. "It is a clever man who thinks hard on how to achieve his promise. I am loath to risk you, Rennick. Find me in any case, and we can discuss the necessary tactics."
"You have no time for me, my lord."
"You are a citizen of Caer Gulain. Of course I have time for you." Rennek didn't understand that. He was not sure what the word citizen meant. The bowl was empty. He set it down and pulled the furs closer about him again. "It nears dusk," said Lord Anamander. "Sleep, Rennek. Tomorrow we take you to Draken's Keep." "And I will see again my promise to Draconis," Caladan Brood said. "Your meaning?" "Oh, nothing of import, first son." Rennek settled back, warm inside and out, with only the occasional cramp from his stomach. He thought about dark and light and creation and chaos. They struck him as big things, ideas that men such as Lord Anamander and Caladan Brood would speak of when they thought no one else was listening. He tried to imagine himself talking about such matters when he was older, when the life he had lived had been set aside and a new life had taken its place. In that new life he would think about serious things, but not, he suspected, things like dark and light and creation and chaos, because with those things it sounded too easy to push them away, far enough away to keep them from hurting. No, the serious things he would think about, he decided as he closed his eyes, would be ones that mattered, ones that worked to make him a better man, a man not afraid of things. He remembered his wail for his ma, after all the killing was over with, and he was still alive and Ginia was hurt. That cry seemed to have come from a child, from Rennek the child, but it hadn't. Instead, it had been the birth cry of a man, the man that Rennek had become, and the man that he now was. The notion sent a shiver through him, though he wasn't sure why. But it didn't feel made up. It felt true, even if he wasn't sure what made it true. "But one thing I know now. I made it through all of childhood, and not once did I learn about surrendering. I swam across the icy stream without even knowing it. And now I am safe again, for a time, here with Lord Anamander, who is the first son of Mother Dark, and with the Azathanai, who, even if he's not good for anything else, can at least make a fine bowl of broth." He closed his eyes, and moments later was fast asleep. In his dreams the dying gods awaited him. They seemed without number. He stood in their midst, confused and wondering. They were, one and all, kneeling to him. There was an old memory, but it was the kind that never went away, and ever seemed closer than one would expect, given the span of years that had passed since. There had been a column, filled with families, their livestock, and wagons heaped with everything that would be needed to break land and build homes. Ivis was young, just one more dust-covered child, with more energy than sense. They had been journeying into the north, beyond the forest, and the horizon was far away. Ivis remembered his wonder at that, as if the world had simply unfolded. They had passed old cairns and tracks worn into battered swathes by wild herds. There had been stones and boulders in rows, not parallel, as might line a road, but converging, often on the southern slope of a rise. Some of the cairns had sprouted dead saplings, many of them toppled after the past winter, when the winds had been fierce. These saplings had no roots. They had been hacked at the base into rough points, and driven into the heaps of stone. The mystery of such a thing was more enticing to Ivis than whatever truth he might have discovered, with a few questions to any of the adults, in particular the hunters. Instead of runs and blinds and kill sites, he had chosen reasons more ethereal for all the strange formations they had found on the vast plain. Gods stood tall, and with hands spread could command the sky. At night the gleam of their eyes burned through the darkness with a cold light, and in looking down they made clear their message. They were far away, and from that distance was born indifference. Still, once, long ago, these gods had not been far away. Indeed, they had sat with their mortal children, sharing the same fires. This was the age before the gods left the world, Ivis had told himself, before mortals had broken their hearts. The lines of boulders, the cairns upon the summits, the huge wheels, all of these had come in the wake of the gods' leaving. The desperate mortals had looked up at the sky, witness to the dwindling fires of all that was now lost. It well suited a child's mind to believe that the ones left behind, abandoned, would seek a new language, written in stone upon the plain, with which to call upon the gods. And, at least in the beginning of these notions, there had been little recognition of the desperation behind such efforts. The stars were far away, but not so far as to lose sight of the world below. The day had been bright, clear, when the Jellican attacked the column. Invisible borders had been crossed by the homesteaders, although, as Ivis later understood, the Tisti were hardly ignorant of their transgression. Sometimes among a people there existed a certain arrogance. It had been built up, that arrogance, in a multitude of layers, making it strangely impregnable to the weaker virtues of fairness and respect. It spoke with deceit, and when that failed, with slaughter. But arrogance had a way of misunderstanding things. If the first Jellican had seemed confused by notions of ownership, if they had not quite understood what it was that the Tisti expeditions were demanding, nor the claims they subsequently made, none of this was synonymous with weakness. In retrospect, Ivis now understood. The Jellican had proved rather adept in grasping the new language thrust upon them, with its forts and outposts, its timber harvests and slaughtered beasts. A few shouts upon the other side of the column, and then screams, and Ivis, running back to the wagon where sat his mother and grandmother, his much younger cousins, huddled in the protective clutch of arms that had, until that moment, done such a good job of holding off the cruelties of the world. Ivis, confused, frightened, seeing a horrifying shape lunge into the midst of his family, making the wagon rock, and another one, its huge jaws closing around the head of the ox in its traces, dragging the bellowing beast down onto its fetlocks. The blood that erupted from Ivis's kin was like a sheet thrown out on the wind. The enormous wolf, soul-taken, slaughtered everyone in the wagon. Then it was scrambling down, snarling and flinching at a spear thrust from a hunter Ivis could not see, and the refuge towards which the young boy had been running was but a heap of torn bodies. In his terror, he had run under the wagon, where he huddled. From above, the blood of his family drained down like rain between the slats, covering him. His memories of the rest of that attack were blurred, too vague to pass. The Jellican had been a hunting pack turned war band. They could easily have butchered everyone in the column. Instead, they had struck once and then retreated. They had sought to deliver a message in language most plain. Only years later, when the war had begun in earnest, did the Jellican come to understand that warnings never worked. Arrogance, after all, met such warnings with words like infamy. Arrogance responded with indignation. And this was the fuel for vengeance and retribution, the birth cries of war, and the Tisti made it so, in ways wholly predictable and, he now understood, utterly contemptible. In the mind, death plays with the dead, to breed more death. The stronger death's hold, the more foolish the mind. Why, I wonder, does history seem to be little more than a list of belligerent stupidities? How rare was it, he asked himself, that virtues changed the world? How brief and flitting such bright moments! But then, since when did love bend to reason? And how much vengeance is fed by the loss of someone dearly loved? The Jellican lost the war. They lost their land. Righteousness was demonstrated with blood and battle. Justice was won with triumph, making a lie of both. In all of this was proved the indifference of the gods, and the language of stone boulders upon the plain was a language too simple to manage the complexities of the new world. His memory of that day, beyond even the murder of his family, belonged to the futility of the old ways. Those boulders no doubt still remained, serving now as monuments to failure. The Tisti claimed the land, and in a few short years the wild herds were all gone. And with the ground too poor for crops and too cold for livestock, the settlers eventually left their winnings, returning south. The servants had cleared the last of the plates and bowls from the table, and jugs were brought to fill tankards with heady, steaming mulled wine. Ivis had said little during the meal, rebuffing efforts directed his way. His concentration had wavered from the conversations until his sense of them was lost, and in the fugue that followed, he let lassitude take hold. Some nights words proved too much of an effort. He was nevertheless all too aware of Sandilath, seated upon his right. Impropriety was seductive. Unease and the notion of the forbidden proved spices to his desire. Still, he knew that he would do nothing, break no covenant. Barring the slaying of my lord's daughters. The notion startled him.
the truth of it shocking enough to sweep aside his lassitude. Yalad was speaking. "And so a chilly week ahead is likely. The outer walls will be bitter cold, and that makes the timing propitious. It will force them closer to the heart of the house." Ivis surprised everyone by speaking.
"Your point, Gate Sergeant."
"Ah, well, I was suggesting, sir, the closing off of the outer passages at that time, further reducing their avenues of escape."
"And why would that be a good thing?"
Yalad's brow clouded. "To better effect their capture, sir."
"They may be children, Yalad," said Ivis, "but they are also witches. What manner of chains do you think will hold them?"
Surgeon Proc cleared his throat and said,
"Falt, the herb woman from the forest, could not stay long her last visit to me. The power of those two hellions proved too inimical. It infests the entire house. Sorcery abounds these days, Gate Sergeant, and it is as unruly as the season."
He tilted his tankard towards Ivis.
"The commander has the right of it. We have no means of containing them, barring immediate execution, which the commander will not sanction."
Leaning back, Yalad held out both hands. "Very well. It was but an idea."
"The situation is indeed trying," Proc offered by way of mollification. "At times, in my station, I catch a scuffle or drawn breath, and find myself fixing gaze upon this wall or that. I believe I have found a secret door, and have chalked it secure. But magic, well, it is difficult feeling entirely safe."
Ivis gestured to a servant.
"Build up that fire again, will you?"
Although unsettled by the discussion thus far, with its ponderings on witchery and murder, Sandilath was unaccountably relieved when Ivis stirred awake enough to engage in the conversation. He had been a distant, remote presence during the meal, seemingly unmindful of the company. There were ghosts in this house now, and no doubt in the courtyard and beyond, out upon the battlefield. There was a restlessness to the air that had little to do with the chill draughts as the winter wind fought its way through cracks and beneath doors. Upon her left, Sorka was refilling her pipe. The rust leaf was mixed with something, perhaps sage, that made for a pungent but not unpleasant scent. Sandilath noted, across from them, Sergeant Proc eyeing the woman.
"Sweet Sorka," he said. "It is held by some of my profession that rust-leaf is an inimical habit."
For a time it did not seem that Sorka thought the comment worthy of a response, but then she stirred slightly, reaching out to collect her tankard. "Sergeant Proc," she said, her voice so quiet as to make the man opposite her lean closer to hear. "It is a scribe's fate to end the day with a blackened tongue." Proc tilted his head to regard her, with a loose smile upon his features.
"Often noted, yes."
"Is ink inimical?"
"Drink down a bottle, and you will surely die."
"Just so," she replied. They waited until Proc's smile broadened. He leaned back.
"Let us imagine, if you will indulge me, that future where healing is at hand for all things, or to be more accurate, most things. For, as Lady Sandilath noted earlier, death remains hungry, and none can halt its feeding, but merely delay it for a time. Why, amidst such curative boon, should we not expect a society at ease with itself?" He tipped his tankard toward Sorka. "She thinks not." "I heard no such opinion from our keeper of records," Yalad said. "You didn't? Then allow me to make it plain. Are we to live our lives in constant fear, present circumstances notwithstanding? Are we to flinch from all that we might touch or ingest? From that cloud we must pass through, should we cross, say, Sorka's wake down a corridor, or, in her instance, the ink with which she plies her trade? To what extent, one wonders, does equanimity confer health and well-being? A soul at ease with itself is surely healthier than one stressed with worry and dread. What of the overly judgmental among us? What ill humours are secreted internally by embittered comparisons of moral standing? What poisons attend to self-righteousness?"
"Perhaps," ventured Yalad, "with sorcery making redundant the need for gods, with all their necessary configurations of sin and judgment, we will indeed turn to the mundane truths, or seeming truths, of health and well-being. upon which one might rest such notions as justice, blame, and righteous punishment. In a way, is it not a simpler way of thinking?"
Prock stared at Yallard with undisguised delight.
"Git, Sergeant, I applaud you. After all, the mind of a god, and the manner in which it assays judgment and punishment is by nature beyond our understanding, and in such a wayward world as ours, why, yes, that surely serves as perversely comforting. But in contrast, as you say, we in a godless world are invited to judge one another, and by harsh rules indeed. Cast down your judgment, and if Sorka does not kneel to your reasoned distemper, why pronounce banishment, and by this wetted cloth wash thy hands of her."
"In such a world," murmured Yallard, "I see the powers of healing withheld from those deemed undeserving."
Prock's eyes were suddenly keen.
"Just so. The future, my friend, offers no respite for the unwell, the impure, the flawed, and the peculiar. By its habits a society may well be judged, but more sure our assessment, I wager, when we judge its treatment of the habituated and the wilfully nonconforming."
The surgeon refilled his tankard.
"You are witness to my vow, then, by what powers Denel invests in me, and by what skills and learning I may possess, that I will heal without judgment, until my dying day."
"Bless you,"
said Sorka, behind a cloud of smoke. Nodding in acknowledgment, Prock continued.
"On the field of battle the surgeon has no regard for the allegiance of the soldier in dire need. It is, in fact, a point of pride among my ilk to dismiss the political world and its ambitions, and seek to heal all who can be healed, and, failing that, to mourn only the tragedy of the argument's harvest. Few, after all, would appreciate a surgeon's history of the world, wherein each successive chapter recounts ever the same litany of broken bodies and shallow triumphs."
He waved dismissively, and then added,
"But history teaches us nothing new. And should I choose to look ahead to what is yet to come, why, I see a future made most toxic, born on the day society sets the value of wealth above that of lives."
Sandilands started.
"Surely, surgeon, that could never come to pass."
"Cruel judgment. The poor deserve to be poor, and in the failing of their spirit, why, illness is only just. Besides, who would want to invite a burgeoning of these unworthies, who, in their poverty, fall to endless breeding? As for the misfits, so stubborn in their refusal to conform, let them suffer the consequences of their own misdeeds."
"If that awaits us," Sandilands said, "I'd rather be quit of it than witness such corruption. What you describe, surgeon, is simply horrible."
"Yes, it is. While I am content for payment of my services little more than the meeting of my needs, I do fear a time when we measure all services against a stack of coins." "Prock," interjected Ivis, "do you know the tale of the Lord of Hate?"
The surgeon simply smiled.
"Commander, tell us, please, for can we not but wonder at the naming of such a lord?" "I have it from Lord Draconis himself," Ivis began. "Told to me when we were on campaign. There was a Jaghoot named Gothos, cursed with preternatural intelligence and a relentless nature. His eye was too sharp, his wit too keen. In this, Prock, he was perhaps much like you."
The surgeon smiled and raised his tankard in salute. Ivis eyed Prock with an expression of faint distaste. After a moment he continued.
"Gothos began an argument, and found himself unable to halt his pursuit of it. He spiraled down and down. Was he seeking truth, or did he desire something else? A gift of hope, or even redemption? Did he dream of finding at the very end a world unfolding with the natural beauty of a rose?"
"What was the argument?"
Sandilands asked.
Ivis nodded. "In a moment, milady. For now let us examine a more common need, perhaps even a counter-argument, and that is one of balance. In the act of observing, should one not seek its measure, if only to ease the soul? The good and the bad, the glorious and the craven, if only to even the weights upon each scale?"
Prock spoke in a heavy tone.
"The weights, Ivis, are not equal. Gothos would agree with you, surgeon. Civilization is a war against injustice. In its steps it might stutter on occasion, or even at times bow to exhaustion, but it holds nevertheless to a certain purpose, and that is, most simply put,
a desire to find the helpless against those who would prey upon them. Rules breed more rules, laws abound, comfort and safety, lives lived out in peace.
Proc grunted, and Ivis responded with a pointed finger, silencing him. The commander then resumed.
Complexity grows ever more complex, but there is a belief that civilization is a natural force, and by extension, that justice itself is a natural force.
He paused, and then half-smiled, as if at a memory.
My Lord Draconus was most explicit on this point. That night he argued as if defending himself, so stern was his regard.
Then he shook his head.
But at some point civilization forgot its primary purpose, that of protection. The rules and laws twisted round to fashion constraints to dignity, to equality and liberty, and then to the primal needs of security and comfort. The task of living was hard, but civilization was intended to make the task easier, and in many ways it did, and does. But at what cost? Forgive me, Commander, said Proc, but you return us to the notion of dignity, yes? What value this civilization, Surgeon, if it dispenses with the virtue of being civil?
Proc grunted.
There is nothing more savage than a savage civilization. No single man or woman, no band or tribe could ever aspire to what a civilization is capable of committing, not just upon its enemies, but upon its own people.
Ivis nodded.
Gothos plunged to the nadir, and found those very truths in that dreadful place. How was it possible, he wondered, that justice made for an unjust world? How was it possible that love could breed such hatred? The weights he saw were, as you said, Proc, no match to the other, not by any conceivable measure. We look to humanity in the face of inhumanity, our only armor, frail hope. And how often, in a civilized setting or a barbaric one, does hope fail in protecting the helpless? The pits are filled with corpses,
Proc muttered, reaching again for the wine, though it had long since gone cold.
Prisoners put to the sword, a conquered city put to the torch, and those who are to die are made to dig their own graves. 'Tis an orderly thing.
Ivis was studying the surgeon.
You attended the sacking of a saddle in the far south, didn't you?
Proc would meet no one's eye.
I walked away from the Legion on that day, Commander.
There was a long silence that was, perhaps, not as long as it felt for Sandeleth, who had seen something pass between Ivis and Proc. She did not know the name of a saddle, nor the event of its conquest, but the surgeon's response left her chilled. Ivis slowly pushed his own tankard away, the gesture strangely deliberate.
Gothos walked into the heart of his city, to where the Jaghut who ruled collectively were all gathered. Among them, to be sure, there were great minds, and many who still held to the ideal of civilization. But then Gothos ascended the central speaker's dais. He began his oration, and when at last he was done, he was met with silence. On that day the Jaghut civilization ended, and in the days that followed Gothos was named the Lord of Hate.
Then, well named, commented Yalad, but Ivis shook his head.
Clearly you misunderstand, Gate Sergeant. The hate was for the truth of Gothos's words. The title was most bitter, but held no spite for Gothos himself. And even then Lord Draconus was adamant in insisting that even for Gothos there was no hatred of civilization. It was instead a recognition of its doom, the inevitable loss of its original purpose. "Name it a prison, if only to see the bars," quoted Proc.
Sorka cleared her throat and said, "Then name each bar and gather them round."
"In the name of friendship,"
Proc finished, now meeting Sorka's gaze.
"Civilization will grow until it dies," Ivis said. "Even without purpose or corrupted from the same, still it grows. And from its burgeoning complexity chaos is born, and in chaos lies the seed of its own destruction."
He shifted as if suddenly embarrassed, and then said,
"So Lord Draconus concluded. Then we stood to walk the rows of tents and gaze into the north, the sky of which glowed from the fires of the Jellican horde."
Shivering, Sandeleth rose. "It is past late," she said apologetically,
I'm afraid my mind has grown too weary to wrestle with such nuances as this conversation yields. Yalad rose and bowed to her. Milady, I will escort you to your room and check on the guard stationed there. Thank you, Gate Sergeant. As the others rose to bow to her, Santaleth caught the eyes of Ivis, and saw in them, unaccountably it seemed, nothing but pain. Dismayed, she left the chamber with Yalad at her side. He'd begun talking, but she barely heard a word. You loved her that much? It is hopeless, then. She thought of the bed awaiting her, and the dreams she would seek on this night. I'll have you find me there, Commander, and must take some comfort in that. Outside, the wind moaned like some beast pinned under stone. As the forest opened out, revealing rough hills pocked with the caves of old mine shafts, Rennek saw 2 ravens by the side of the track, picking at the carcass of a third one, their heads tilted round to fix gazes on the new arrivals, and one voiced a screeching caw. Caladan Brood made a gesture. "We are invited to an unholy feast," he said. "The burning of the forests has left many creatures to starve," Lord Anamander said. "Shall we stay the night at Draken's Keep, first son?" "Perhaps. In my few visits as the Lord's guest, I found it amenable enough, with the exception of the 3 daughters. Beware meeting their eyes, Caladan. Engage in the regard of a snake, and you will find a warmer welcome." Caladan Brood glanced back at Rennek, who trailed behind, already exhausted, although barely half the day was done. "Children seek their own. Is this a wise choice?" Then to Rennek he said, "Not much further. We are almost there." They keep to themselves, I recall, holding in contempt even their half-brother Arathan. In any case, I will be placing Rennek in the care of Santaleth, and Ivis is a man I would trust with my life. "I've never seen that before," Rennek said as they walked, leaving behind the ravens. "Eating their own, I mean." "Nor I," the Azathanai replied. "They are inclined to grief when one of their kin dies. There is something unpleasant in this air, and its power grows the nearer we get to Draken's Keep. It is possible," he continued, but now to Anamander, "that something has afflicted our destination." The first son shrugged. "All your talk of sorcery reaches me, as would words of a storm whose wind I cannot feel nor hear. What you name mystery I receive with ignorance. You could well be speaking another language. And yet, first son, you witnessed its work when I first came among you to set the hearthstone for your brother, and on that day we made vows that bound together our souls. I wondered when the chains between us would begin to chafe you, Azathanai. I feel no strain, I assure you, Anamandarake. But this journey in search of Andarest, well, to my sense of things, I see a circle closing, but only for me. If I am to speak here as your shadow, I say we have strayed far from the necessary path. You counsel my hasty return to Kharkanas. If Kharkanas will sharpen your focus, first son, upon your realm's most pressing needs, then yes." Lord Anamander halted and turned to Caladan. "She has turned from me. The one she would call her first son. She has made darkness her wall, her unrelieved keep. Where, then, is her focus? Upon her children? Evidently not. Let her indulge as she will in her lover's arms. I will not step between them. But when she dares ask me to bring this conflict to an end, yet refuses the call to arms, what is a warrior to do with that charge?" He swung round, resumed marching. "For now, I will serve my own needs, if only to match her reflection." "And will she make note of your gesture, first son?" "When the notion of interest finds her," Anamander said in a growl. "She might blink to the meaning. It is sad," he added in a bitter tone, "that the darkness does not blind. Yet she has made me as blind as Karaspala." "She speaks the truth," said Caladan. "The darkness does not blind, and Karaspala, I fear, is a poor comparison, since he is made blind by his own hands. In the name of grief he sacrificed beauty, and here you walk, Anamander, in the name of vengeance. If not beauty your sacrifice, then some other thing. In each instance, the wound is self-inflicted." As you said, Anamander snapped. Karaspala was a poor comparison. What would you have of Mother Dark? If she is to be our goddess, if indeed she is to be my mother, inasmuch as the station is well-nigh vacant, must I list the expectations? Set aside worship, I know her too well. I fear even the role of the mother struggles in me. She is not too many years older, after all. Thus, what is left to me to consider? The throne? Yes, the throne, the mundane perch upon which we paint prestige and authority like gilt. And from that vantage all faith and order must descend like gentle rain. Knock it askew and the realm totters, bathe it in blood and the land burns. Should one take that seat, the hands must grip tight the arms. They were among the hills now, with the raw stone on either side, silvered in frost. Rennek walked in their wake, listening, understanding little. The sky overhead was the hue of sword blades. "Assemble for me, then," said Caladan Brood, "the necessities of proper rule. You invite this game? Indulge me." Lord Anamander sighed. "Virtues cannot be plucked from position as Athanae, nor worn like gem-studded robes. Justice does not live in the length of a sceptre, and the mere wood, nails, and cloth of a throne invests nothing but the illusion of comfort. Pomp and ritual belabor the argument, and far from stirring, a soul can more easily be scorned and given the drip of irony. You speak thus far as preamble. I will hear your list, first son. I but voice my dislike of the very notion of rule, Caladan. She has made it too easy to confuse the worship that comes with a god or goddess with that of the honourable choice to serve one who rules, if that rule is worthy of respect." Anamander shook his head. "Very well. Live as if you believe in the virtues of your people, but rule without delusions, neither of them nor of yourself. Where stands the throne? In a field of poppies, with the boldest and brightest flowers crowding close, eager to numb your every sense. Their whispers will weave about you a poisonous cloud, through which you must strain to pierce the haze, if you can. Ambition has its own nature, and in every measure it proves simple enough to discern. The ruler's goal is wisdom, but wisdom is as fodder for the ambitious, and given the chance they will pick its bones clean long ere the serving reaches the throne. By such scraps one must raise up a righteous rule. Is it any wonder so many fail?" Caladan was silent for a moment, and then he grunted and said, "You set an impossible table, upon which no mortal can hope to attend. You think I do not know it? Describe for me, if you can, the nature of this wisdom." Anamander snorted impatiently. "Wisdom is surrender." "To what?" "Complexity." "To what end?" "Swallow it down, spit it out in small measures, to make palatable what many may not otherwise comprehend." "An arrogant pose, first son." "I do not claim it as Athanae, just as I refuse for myself the notion of rule, and, in the name of worship, I am lost in doubt, if not outright disbelief." "And why is that?" "Power does not confer wisdom, nor rightful authority, nor faith in either of the two. If it offers a caress, so too can it, by force, make one kneel. The former is by nature suspect, while the latter, well, it can at least be said that it does not disguise its truth." "You yearn for liberty." "If I do, then I am the greater fool, because liberty is not in itself a virtue. It wins nothing but the false belief in one's own utterly unassailable independence. Even the beasts will not plunge to that depth. No, if I yearn for anything, it is for responsibility, an end to the evasions, the lies spoken in the mind, and the lies spoken to others, the endless game of deeds without blame, and all the causes of seeming justice behind which hide venal desires. I yearn for the coward's confession, and understand me well here, Caladan, we are all cowards." For reasons Rennek could not grasp, Lord Anamander's reply silenced Caladan Brood. They trudged on, and no further words came from any of them. With the sun a pale white orb high to the southwest, and the afternoon on the turn towards dusk, they came within sight of Draken's Keep. Rennek studied the high wall and the gate.
and then the freshly mounded earth rising here and there in the land surrounding the fortress. Here there were ravens aplenty. With the day's end they would rise from those strange hills and make for the forest branches. Caladan Brood spoke then. "Lord Anamander, what will you do if one day you find yourself in the role of a king, or indeed a god?" "Should such a day ever arrive," the first son replied, "I will weep for the world." The gates opened upon their approach. One man emerged, old and worn but wearing the garb of a soldier, and Renek saw his pleasure and surprise when Anamander embraced him. As they moved beneath the gate, Renek also saw how Caladan Brood hesitated, his eyes raised and fixed upon the unknown words carved into the lintel stone. Then, a moment later, they were in the courtyard, and he saw Sandaleth, who came to him with a cry, as would a mother for her son. From a slit in the tower, in the room their brother Arathan had once claimed as his own, envy and spite stared down on the newcomers in the courtyard.
"That's Lord Anamander,"
said Spite.
Envy nodded. "I do not know the other. He has the manner of a beast. The first sons found a pet." "One day," said Envy, "I will marry Lord Anamander, and I will make him kneel before me."
Spite snorted.
"If you make him kneel, you will have broken him." "Yes," Envy replied, "I will." "That's an ugly boy,"
Spite observed, through her now endless shivering. Envy studied the scene below.
"He will be staying here, with Sandaleth. He must be from Abara Delak. I don't like him. He makes my eyes sting." "Yes, he shines bright, does that one?"
After a moment, Envy gasped, even as Spite flinched back from the window. For an instant, both girls had seen, in the sudden brightening of the aura surrounding Renek, a multitude of figures, ghostly, all blending and flowing through one another, and they had then stilled suddenly to lift their gazes to the tower.
"Gods! He's brought gods with him, that boy. 1,000 gods! They see us. They know us."
Unwelcome guests had come to House Drakens. The two girls fled for the cracks. Chapter 10. The court poet of Kharkanas departed the chamber, and in the silence that followed, it seemed to Rise Herat that Galan had taken with him every possible word, every conceivable thought. Sorcery still roiled about in the room, heavy and sinuous as smoke from a brazier. Cedarpool, seated on a bench that lined one wall, had leaned his back against the worn tapestry behind him, closing his eyes. Endist Celan, sallow despite the ebon hue of his skin, sat on the edge of the old dais, his hands cupped in his lap and his eyes fixed upon them with a peculiar expectancy. Standing opposite the doorway through which Galan had departed, Lord Silchas studied the swirls of magic that still drifted above the tiled floor. His arms were crossed, his features fixed and without expression.
"The court of mages,"
said Cedarpool, his eyes still closed.
"Well, it was a bold ambition."
Rise Herat rubbed at his face, but everything seemed strangely numb to his touch, as if he was no more than an actor upon some stage, truths hidden behind thick makeup, while he stumbled through a play constructed of lies and penned by a fool.
"Why does it still linger?"
Silchas asked.
"Slipped the tether,"
Endist Celan replied after a moment, squinting down at his hands.
"He left it to wander like a lost child."
Silchas turned to the young priest.
"His reason?" "To prove the conceit,"
Cedarpool answered, when it became obvious that Endist would not.
"That we can control this power, that we can shape it to our will. It is as elusive as darkness itself, a thing that cannot be grasped. The Terondai bleeds this stuff. It fills every room in the citadel. It commands the courtyard and stalks the streets beyond."
He finally opened his eyes, revealing their red-shot exhaustion, and met Silchas's stare.
"Have you seen where it gathers, my lord? About statuary, the monuments of the city's squares, the caryatids shouldering the lintel stones of our proud public edifices, around tapestries, in the taverns where bards sing and pluck their instruments."
He waved a plump hand.
as if it possessed eyes and ears and the ability to touch or perhaps taste.
"The one you would make seneschal to this court of mages," said Silchas, baring his teeth, "simply flings it all back into your face, Cedarpool." "It is his manner to mock our aspirations, a poet who ran out of words, an awakener of sorcery with nothing to say." "How did he come by this power, to awaken the darkness?"
Endist snorted, and then said,
"Forgive me, my lord. He found the power in his words, in the rhythms, the cadences. Unmindful, he discovered that he was capable of uttering holiness. Needless to say,"
Endist added, attention returning once more to his cupped hands,
"the discovery offended him."
"Offended?" Silchas prepared to say more, but then, with a helpless gesture, he swung round and walked to a sideboard where stood a large clay jar of wine. He poured full a goblet, and, without turning to face the others, he said,
"And you, Cedarpool, how did you come by it?"
"Could I answer you thus, I would be a relieved man."
"Thus?"
"By prayer, my lord, as befits a priest serving a goddess." Silchas drank down a mouthful, and then said, "If not born of the sacred Cedarpool, then describe to me what mundane gesture enlivened the magic." "Curiosity, my lord, but not mine. The sorcery itself." Silchas spun round. "Then it lives. It possesses a will of its own, darkness, a sorcery, now manifest in our realm. What does it want of us?" "My lord," said Cedarpool, "none can say. There is no precedent." Silchas faced Riserat. "Historian, have you perused the most ancient tomes, the mouldy scrolls and clay tablets and what not? Is there or is there not, here in the citadel, the gathered literature of our people? Are we indeed in a time without precedent?"
"A time without precedent. Oh, surely we are in such a time. My lord, there are many myths recorded in our library, mostly musings on origins of various things. They seek to map an unknown realm, and where memory does not survive, then imagination serves."
He shook his head.
"I would not put much trust in the veracity of such efforts."
"Use what you will of them none the less," Silchas commanded, "and speculate." Riserat hesitated.
"Imagine a world without sorcery."
"Historian, we are in the midst of its burgeoning, not its extinction."
"Then, in principle, magic is not in question. It exists. It has perhaps always existed. What, then, has changed? A burgeoning, you say, but consider our own creation myths, our tales of the Eliant, the dragons born of sorcery, and indeed the guardians of the same. In the distant past, if we give such tales any credence at all, there was magic in the world, beyond even what we see now. As a force of creation, perhaps, an ordering of chaotic powers, and possibly emerging with the necessity of a will behind that ordering. Shall we call this a faceless god?"
"And there," interjected Cedarpool in a weary tone, "is where you stumble, historian. Who created the creator? Whence the divine will that engendered divine will? The argument devours its own tail."
"And in that myth,"
Riserat said, ignoring Cedarpool,
"many are made as one, and one as many. Tiamatha, the dragon of 1,000 eyes, 1,000 fanged jaws. Tiamatha, who makes from her subjects her own flesh."
He paused and then shrugged.
"Too many of these oldest stories invoke the same notions. The dog-runners will sing of the Witch of Fires, from whose womb every child is delivered, even as she dwells in each flicker of flame. Again, one who is many."
Cedarpool made a disgusted sound. "Dog-runners! Abyss-takers, historian! They also tell of a sleeping world, earth as flesh, water as blood, and every creature but a conjuration of the sleeper's dreaming."
"Troubled dreaming,"
Endist muttered. "What remains without precedent," Cedarpool insisted, and what must therefore be examined as the source of this new-found sorcery in our realm is the Terondai carved upon the floor of the citadel, the gift given by Lord Draconas to Mother Dark. Rise Harat studied the rotund priest, noting the sheen of sweat upon the man's brow and cheeks. If magic was indeed a gift, it did not sit well with Cedarpool. The High Priestess believes that the gift was both unexpected and unwelcome. Shrugging, Cedarpool looked away. After a moment the historian turned back to Silchas. "My lord, for answers we must look to Draconas." Silchas scowled. "Then send her back in there. The High Priestess has not been granted leave to enter the chamber, and her entreaties yield only silence. This avails us nothing." At Silchas's shout the others flinched, barring Endist Selan, who simply looked up, frowning at the lord. "Faith and magic," he said, "are easily conflated. It comes from our need for belief, and for the efficacy of that belief. But so, too, is it a failure of imagination to, in turning to face one, set the back to the other." Silchas seemed to snarl without sound before saying, "Elaborate with clarity, priest." "There is an Azathanai statue," Endist said, "found at the north end of Suruth Common. Do you know it, my lord?" Struggling with his temper, Silchas managed a sharp nod. "The figure made up of faces. Upon the entire body, a multitude of faces, all staring outward with stubborn, fierce expressions. Galan has told me the name of that work." "Galan cannot read Azathanai," growled Cedarpool. "He but invents his own knowledge to better stroke his sense of superiority." "What is the name of that sculpture, historian?" "My lord, it is named Denial." "Very well. Continue." To Rise Harat, Endist Selan already looked ancient beyond his years, as if ill and nearing death. But when he spoke his voice was soft, calm, preternaturally sure. "Faith is the state of not knowing, and yet by choice knowing. Every construct of reason propping it up plays a game, and the rules of that game are left quite deliberately incomplete. Thus the argument has, to be crass, holes, but those holes are not synonymous with failure. If anything, they become a source of strength, as they are the places of knowing that cannot be known. To know what cannot be known is to find yourself in an unassailable position, proof against all argument, all dissuasion." "And sorcery?" Endist smiled. "Does it require faith to see magic? Well, perhaps the faith that one can believe what one sees with one's own eyes. If, however, one chooses not to believe what one can oneself see or feel or taste, then in that direction waits madness." "This sorcery," said Cedarpool, leaning forward, "comes from darkness, from the Terondai, from the power of our goddess." "Power she now uses, yes," said Endist Selan, "but it did not come from her. It is not derived from her." "How can you know that?" Cedarpool demanded. Endist raised his hands, revealing the blood now dripping from them, from deep wounds pierced through the palm of each. "She is using it now," he said, "to attend this gathering, in spirit, if not in flesh." At that, Silchas moved to kneel before Endist Selan. "Mother," he said, head bowed, "help us." Endist shook his head. "She'll not speak through me, Silchas. She but watches. It is," he added with sudden bitterness, "what she does." Straightening, Silchas made fists with both hands, as if about to strike the young priest seated before him. He struggled to keep his voice under control. "Then what does she want of us?" "I have no answer, my lord, because I feel nothing from her. I am but her eyes and ears, whilst the blood flows, whilst the power bleeds." He twisted round to smile across at Cedarpool. "My friend, this power simply exists now. It is among us, for good or ill. Galan, our would-be seneschal, rejects it, and for that I am relieved. Relieved? Why? Because, once tasted, it seduces. Endest? Asked Rise Harat, with a sudden chill rippling through him. Does she taste it now, then? The priest looked down, as if faltering upon the cusp of his reply, but then nodded. And has it seduced her? He needed no other answer, the historian realized, than the blood draining down from Endest's hands. There had been a desire, possessed of value, to assemble a cadre of mages. A court, to be more specific, of Tisti Andi practitioners. Whether it was talent or something else, many hands were now able to reach into that power, and to shape it, although the notion of control was, it turned out, dubious. There was something wayward, untamable in this sorcery. Rise Harat understood Galan's warning, its bitter nuances, and, like the poet, the historian feared the magic now among them. "Name it for the realm," Galan had said earlier, when he stood in the centre of the chamber, and the sorcery rose up to entwine his form, its serpent tendrils questing and probing like blunt-headed worms. "We become synonymous with this flavour, and the darkness from which it emerges." "It is not the name that interests me," Cedarpool had retorted. "We would proclaim you seneschal. If words are your power in this new art, then lead us. We will all find our own paths, Galan. The point is, there is need. You must see that. Neritsor now blazes with light. Sintara organizes against us, and would see a path burned into the heart of Kharkanas." He had stepped closer to Galan then, his eyes fierce. "I have dreamed it, that golden road of fire." "Dreamed it, did you?" Galan had laughed. "Oh, I do not doubt you, priest. Against the waking world the mind finds its own realm, and fills it with myriad fears and dreads. Where else would one play so freely with dire possibility?" He had raised a hand, and the tongues of smoky darkness had wreathed his arm. "But this, it has no answer to Leo-san. Light is revelation, dark is mystery. What marches upon us cannot be defeated. We and the world must ever yield. Imagine, my friends, what we are about to witness. The death of mystery, and such a bright world will come, blinding us with truths, humbling us with answers, scouring us clean of that which we cannot know." In some ways, the new world Galan described well suited Rise Harat, who was by nature frustrated with things he could not know, with meanings at which he could only guess, and where his every effort to surmise trembled at the roots with doubt. Was this new future not an historian's paradise? Everything explicable, everything understandable, a world made mundane? And yet, a part of him recoiled at the notion, for when he looked closely he saw a future made stale, lifeless. The death of mystery, he realized, was the death of life itself. Galan had dropped his arm, watched as the magic drained away from his body. "Revelation shall surely bless us. Doubt lies bloody upon the altar. Into the channels it drains, drip by drip, and then ebbs. We shall make 1,000 thrones, 10,000, one for every fool. But the altar remains singular. It will take any and every sacrifice, and thirst yet for more." He then smiled at the historian. "Prepare to recount the future, Harat, and describe well the long lines, the glint of row on row of knives in waiting hands. And upon the other hand, why, I shall tell this to Kataspala, so that he may paint it. Place a tether, and upon the end of its modest length name some private beast. Praise the light, we march to slaughter." He grinned mockingly at Cedarpool. "Name it for the realm, the sorcery of Curald Galain." And so, laughing, he had stridden from the chamber. Rise Harat made his way to the private chambers of High Priestess Emerald Lanier. He was thinking on the nature of conspiracy, which, among those who both feared and named it,
seemed to always possess at its core a misguided belief in the competence of others, as weighed against the incapacities, real or imagined, of the believer. Therefore, he concluded, the belief in conspiracy was in truth an announcement of the believer's own sense of utter helplessness in the face of forces both mysterious and fatally efficient. If he looked to his own role now as a conspirator against both Anomander and Draconis, he felt nothing of the competence and confidence that should have come to him, settling upon his shoulders like a vestment in some secret ceremony of the capable. The world might move to hidden prayers, to well-disguised schemes and venal cabals, but it did not move smoothly. Rather, in the confused and raucous clash of muddled plans and desires, the world but lurched, and often in the wrong direction. History mocked the pretensions of those who believed themselves in charge of anything, least of all themselves. There was no doubt in Herat's mind that conspiracies arose, like poisonous flowers, in every age, snaring those moments of terrible consequence that, more often than not, ended in violence and chaos. If civilization was a garden, it was poorly tended, with every hand at odds with the next. Private desires fed the wrong plants, and made for all a bitter harvest. At the very least, the paranoid were well fed, though by nature their ability to discriminate between diabolical genius and woeful incompetence was non-existent. It was grist, after all, offering sweet sustenance to a soul panicked by its own helplessness. He shared with the High Priestess an assembly of sound justifications. They sought to save the realm and to end the civil war. They sought, beyond the singular moment of violent betrayal, a peaceful future. Curled Ghislaine must survive, they told each other, and lives would have to be sacrificed in order to assure that survival. But not mine, and not yours, Emerald Lanier. Where, then, is our sacrifice? Nothing but the carcasses of our honor. Conspiracy will devour its own truths, and even should we succeed, we are left as nothing but husks, mortal forms to house ruined souls. Is that not a sacrifice? Will we not find victory a bleak realm of sour satisfaction, with ourselves haunted by the truth behind every lie? Crowd me in the comforts of what we win. I see a man drunk upon the divan, eager to waste the years left to him. And you, my dear, how will faith taste to your bloodied tongue? The corridors of the citadel held a kind of promise, in that there was light in the darkness. His eyes could see, although now even the torches had been dispensed with. Cedarpool asserted that the talent with which the mother's children could pierce the darkness was her gift to them for their faith in her. The notion pleased Herat in too many ways, and should he list them, he would see plain his own desperation, as a man making a banquet of a morsel. He paused in one passageway as a trio of young priestesses hurried past him, their hoods over their heads and eyes down. They swirled in their silks, almost shapeless, but the scents of their perfumes made for a heady wake as the historian continued on. A goddess of love would be welcome in these times, but the pleasures of sex could not be her only gift. Lust spoke a base language, and its role in the course of history, Herat well knew, was fraught with tragedy and war. But we are cold in our desires, the High Priestess and I. There is no heat in our plans, and the poses we will create invite no caress. She takes no men to her bed any more. The gate, as Cedarpool might say, has closed. Yet her priestesses still swim the deep carnal seas and call it worship. But Mother Dark is no goddess of love. We were mistaken in that, and now lust boils unabated. We rush forward with no time to temper our deeds with thought. The reins have been plucked from our hands, and this road we descend is steep. Let us hold on a while longer to this delusion of control. Reaching the door to Emerald Lanier's chamber, Herat gave a single tug on the silk cord hanging in its vertical niche in the wall. Hearing her muffled invitation, he opened the heavy door and stepped into the room beyond. Until recently, there had been a full-length mirror of polished silver set against the wall opposite the door that had commanded the entire chamber with its play of motion and seemingly sourceless light.
Rise Harat had found it disquieting, as the polish was far from perfect, and indeed there were strange dips and exaggerations in the reflection the mirror offered, making it an enemy to vanity. Of late, however, a thick tapestry had covered the mirror, as it did now. Initially, Harat had wondered at the gesture, but not for long. This was not the time, he understood, for catching glimpses of oneself, like flitting thoughts or hints of something that might be guilt. The tapestry covering the mirror was an old one, depicting a scene from an unfamiliar court, a crowded throne room in which figures bedecked in barbaric furs were arrayed in a half-circle, their backs to the viewer, all facing a vaguely female form seated on a throne. This woman was either asleep or dead. The splendor of the throne room offered a stark contrast to the savages gathered there, displaying such riches as to make the chamber more like a royal vault than a court. For all Rise Harat's knowledge of history, he could place neither the artist nor the scene. But nothing of the past held any relevance, not anymore. It had become a realm made perfect by virtue of being unreachable. For all that, its lure remained as seductive as ever. Entire revolutions, he knew, could be unleashed in the name of some impossible, mostly imagined past, a creation fashioned as much from ignorance as from knowledge. Such dreamers invariably ended up wallowing in blood, and should they ever win their desire, their world proved to be one filled with repression and terror. There was too much anger when the dream was revealed as being impossible, and when others failed to match the ideal, and before long many were made to kneel, broken by either fear or despair, while the bodies of those who refused to kneel made heaps in hastily dug pits.
Simple observations, my friends. I am not one for judgment, but one might whisper now and then to those dreamers and say, dream not of the impossible past, but of the possible future. They are not one and the same. They cannot ever be the same. Know this, understand this, make peace with this, else you fight a war you can never win.
Emerald Lanier emerged from her bedroom beyond the reception chamber. She wore plain silks of a hue of deep grey, its sheen like dull pewter. Her hair was drawn up, but roughly so, by her own hand rather than that of a handmaid. There were shadows under her eyes, the smudge of exhaustion that was as much spiritual as physical.
Historian, it's late. Is it late?
No, High Priestess. We are upon the 6th bell.
Ah,
she said in a vague murmur, and then gestured.
Will you sit? I sent them all away. Too much chattering. One day, I fear, our world will be inundated with a multitude of people with little to say, but all the time in the world in which to say it. The cacophony will deafen us all until we are insensate, drunk on the trivial. Upon that day civilization will die with little fanfare, much less anyone's noticing.
Harat smiled as he took a seat in the chair she had indicated.
They will but step over the cracks in the street, the rubbish upon their doorsteps, and make displeased faces at the foulness in the air they breathe and in the water they drink. Still, their prattle will prattle on.
She wavered slightly where she stood, and Harat wondered if she was drunk, or in the fumes of Dabayang, the faint scent of which now reached him from the bedroom.
High Priestess, are you not well?
Oh, dispense with the pleasantries. Or will we make our own prattle? What have you gleaned of him? How solid does he stand?
Harat glanced away, blinked at the tapestry.
If he could, he ventured, he would straddle the gap. A warrior, Silchas may be, but he has no stomach for crossing blades with those who were once his friends. Honor holds him to his brother's side, but in his heart he shares a desperate detestation for the great houses and all the pretensions of the highborn.
When he looked back to her, he found her studying him from beneath half-lowered lids.
Then he will serve, won't he?
To make the insult sting? Yes, his temper undermines him.
What else? For a moment he was not sure what she meant, but then he sighed.
The court of mages. There was a scene, High Priestess. Sorcery, yes, but Galan discarded its value. He did not linger. Silchas made plain his frustration.
And Endist Selan?
He bled.
I felt that, Emerald Lanier said,
turning away, as if moments from dismissing him, and retreating once more to her bedroom. Then she halted, and brought a hand to her face. She rushes to him, to the wounds. For all that she seems to hide Herat, she betrays a needful thirst.
Then ignorance is not her flaw.
The high priestess flinched and shot him a glower. I would it were, she snapped, to stand as a valid excuse. No, it is the alternative that wounds like a knife, against which we have no defence.
None, said Herat, but to ever raise the stakes.
He knew well the alternative to which she alluded, as it was a flavour to sour every historian and every scholar, artist and philosopher.
This dread fear, this welter of despair, the guiding forces of the world, not awkward in ignorance, but turned away in indifference. By this we name the abyss, and see in our souls a place devoid of hope. Mother Dark, are you indifferent to us? If so, then our goddess has by nature become cold, and rules with a careless hand. By this she reduces our beliefs to conceits, and mocks all that is longing within us. Emerald, said Herat, if this is so, our indifferent mother, then what point in saving Colonel Ghislaine?
I have had swift reply from Sintara. He frowned.
This proves a weak winter.
It does, she agreed. My overture is well received, neither unrelieved darkness nor light will serve us. There must be a proper union, a balance of powers, that there be light in darkness and darkness in light.
Ah, I see.
Her sudden smile was brittle. I think not. By darkness she means all that is base, vices in truth, fear and evil, the malign essence of mortal nature. In light, and light alone, dwell the virtues of our nature. She swallows us with difficulty, and sees the balance as a war of wills upon the field of each and every soul. Fear blinds us, after all, as befits darkness made absolute, while purest light reveals courage, fortitude, and the gift of seeing both truthfully and clearly.
Purest light will blind as surely as absolute darkness,
Herat pointed out, scowling. And so the admixture is invited. Herat grunted.
An alchemy of impurity.
And thus the fate of all mortal beings, historian, shall be one of unending struggle. The historian shrugged, looking away.
She but articulates every age, past and every age to come, still to cast us into such a venal role.
There is this thing, Emerald Lanier said, with betrayal. It becomes easier to stomach the second time around.
You will turn upon her?
Entice her with seeming victory, yes. But I will fight for the virtue of darkness by striking from it unseen. Rise Herat nearly choked on the statement, wondering if she even grasped its appalling hypocrisy. He squinted at the tapestry scene.
So, what is this, then? I know not the artist, nor the court and its players.
Frowning, the high priestess turned to the hanging. Woven by an Azathanai, I was told.
Whence came it?
A gift from Grizin Far.
He arrived without much upon his back, high priestess.
She shrugged. It is their way, I suppose, to present gifts from unknown places.
And the scene?
Muddled, apparently. The weaver sought to elevate a momentous event among savages. Dog-runners, in fact.
Ah, then the woman on the throne must be the sleeping goddess.
I imagine so, historian. Rise Herat rose and approached the tapestry.
She grasps something in her right hand. Can you make it out?
A serpent aflame, Emerald replied, joining him. Or so Grizin described it.
That is fire. It seems more like blood. What does it signify?
The gift of knowing, he grunted.
The gift of knowing that which cannot be known, I presume. But I think it is but half a serpent. There is the head, but no tail.
The snake emerges from her palm, said Emerald Lanier, before turning away once more. Rise Herat swung to her, but could not catch her eye, nor, as she moved away, her expression.
Fire, blood, eyes that see but reveal nothing,
no different from what afflicts endest Silan. Dog-runners, you have a sister goddess in your midst.
A moment later, the breath hissed through his teeth.
The High Priestess, is Grisin Fal still a guest of the Citadel?
He is. She was standing near her bedroom door now, as if impatient to see him depart her company.
Where?
The South Tower, I believe. Historian, she added, as he moved to leave.
Yes.
Give some thought, if you will, on the matter of High Priestess Sintara.
Why not?
He muttered in reply.
As you say, Emerald, it gets easier.
She was through and into her bedroom before Herat closed the chamber door. Lady Hishtula had announced her intentions shortly before their departure, and so now Kalaris and Grip Gallus waited beside their saddled horses. The chill of the early morning was burning away to a bright, stubborn sun, as an unseasonal, warm spell loosened winter's hold upon the forest. Kalaris watched the ex-soldier Pelk, preparing 2 additional mounts. A man with a crueler mind might well conclude that Hish was reluctant to let her husband go, that she had sought in desperation for a reason to accompany Grip and Kalaris for at least part of their journey. But the stifling sorrow that was now wrapped about Kalaris would not yield to such crass thoughts. Hishtula's impatience with her fellow highborn was a sound reason for her decision. She and Pelk would ride to Tula Keep, west of Kharkanas, returning to the company of hostage Sukul Ankadu and Castellan Ransept, and there await a gathering of representatives from each of the greater houses. Such a meeting was long overdue, and already 2 riders had departed, bearing missives announcing the summons. It seemed unlikely that any house would refuse the request. If the present need was not pressing, then indeed nothing would move them. And yet Kalaris wondered who, in the eyes of the highborn, would prove the subject of their complaint, Urusander or Draconis? Or, for that matter, the house of Purake, and my lord Anamanda, who could well be seen to have abandoned his responsibilities. He understood from Lady Hishtula's words over the past 2 nights at the dinner-table that her loyalty to Anamanda was beyond question, but even she could not but struggle to defend his decision. Grip Gallus's assertion that Anamanda did not trust his own brother, Silchas, still reverberated in Kalaris like a hammer upon a shield, jarring his bones, weakening his faith. With this lever, Grip would bend Anamanda back to his proper role as defender of Kharkanas and Mother Dark. Upon filial distrust, then, we are to awaken in Anamanda the sting of honour. Is it any wonder that it does not sit well? Lady Hishtula at last emerged from the house, wearing a heavy cloak over her armour. Striding to her horse, she swung up into the saddle and gathered the reins. She eyed her husband, and something in that regard seemed to pierce him as he quickly turned away, attending to his mount's tack one last time before setting his boot in the stirrup and pulling himself astride the beast. Kalaris and Pelk followed suit. The captain sought to meet Pelk's eye, seeking a flicker of something, anything, that might whisper of the 2 nights they had shared. But once mounted, the ex-soldier's attention fixed upon the track awaiting them. After a moment, she loosened the sword in its scabbard at her hip. The gesture startled Kalaris, and he turned to Hishtula. "Milady, do we ride into battle?" Hish glanced across at him, but said nothing. Clearing his throat, Grip said, "Captain, there's been movement in the stand outside the grounds. Wolves, perhaps, driven south by hunger. Or we have unannounced guests." "Man or beast," Kalaris said, scowling, "I now fear I have brought them here." He hesitated, and then said, "Perhaps we are unwise to leave the keep." "These are my lands," Hishtula said in a harsh tone. "Wolves will not try us, but if there are men and women hiding in this forest, I will face them. If they mean ill, their impudence will cost them dearly. No, Kalaris, I am not one to be bearded in my own den. See to your weapons, sir." After a moment, Kalaris dismounted again and reached for his surcoat of chain, which he had rolled and bound behind the saddle seat. "Forgive me," he said. "I will be but a moment." A short time later, bedecked and already sweating beneath his felt and chain, he swung back onto his horse, anchoring his lance in its seat. Even as he readied the reins, Pelk set out to take point, and they rode from the clearing through the vine-tangled gateway, and onto the track that wended its way into the forest. The sunlight was blinding where it struck patches of snow on the ground, and the ice upon branches and twigs. Where such bright fires did not flare, all was in shadow, dull and devoid of colour. There was no sound, nor, as far as Kalaris could see, any motion among the trees. They rode on, no one speaking. Kalaris found himself welcoming the thought of battle. He would delight if given leave to unleash violence. There was a certain tension of the spirit that knew no other answer, and yearned for the sound of blades clashing, the heavy gasp of a body yielding to a sword or lance, the cries of the dying and wounded. It was easy, he reminded himself, to fall into a kind of lassitude, as often struck soldiers when finding themselves in civil settings, constrained by the rules of peace. The poets named it a melancholia, a hero's affliction. Bards sang of the hollowness within, and the echoes that haunted the warrior, whose deeds were long past, with weapons gathering dust, and the nights growing ever longer. In Kharkanas, I walked the corridors, fed the needs of flesh, saw, and was seen. And yet I may as well have been a ghost, a man half there, half somewhere else. And when on rare occasions I caught the stare of a fellow soldier, I saw the same in the hollow eyes before me. We but ape these civil pretensions as we wait for the loosening of our leashes. When the future promises that terrible freedom, we learn to abide. But when at last we are done with such things, when the promise dies and it comes to us that now finally no such freedom awaits us, then we are struck deep. We are done, and it is done. The melancholia will take us and drag us down into its deathly mire. Grip Gallus, how did you stand it? Ah, well, no need to answer. I listened to your war with wood, the bite of your axe. Grip was, at the moment, riding behind Lady Hishtula, taking up the rearmost position as they rode the trail. Kalaris did not turn to glance back, but he imagined a new life in the old man now, a sharpness to his eyes. Some things, he understood, could not be put away. You know this, Hishtula, and you resent its truth. Even now you feel him pulling away from you. I am sorry, and yet it may be that I have just saved your husband. Still, I doubt you will thank me. Perhaps love blinded you to the warrior's curse, or you came to believe your love could smother it. But in this winter you saw his pacing, his restlessness and agitation, or perhaps it was nothing more than his sudden age, his nights by the fire, the faint flickers of flames seeming to die over and over again in his sunken eyes. Or are these fears mine and mine alone? Dare I turn to see for myself? Is this a truth I need to confirm? To what end? Should I survive this time and come to know some unknown future, will I too, chilled in the bone, stare into the fire, remembering its heat? He was startled when Pelk twisted in her saddle and nodded at him, even as she drew her sword. Kalaris lifted the lance from its socket, half rose in the stirrups. Still he could see nothing. Then there were figures on the path 20 paces ahead, a furtive line of movement. Pelk reined in, and Kalaris moved up alongside her on the left to guard her flank. Faces mostly hidden in rough-woven scarves glanced their way, but the procession continued on from left to right, northward into the forest. Kalaris saw hunting weapons, strung bows, spears. "Deniers," said Grip Gallus from behind him. "A hunting party." "I gave no leave," Hishtula snapped. She raised her voice. "I give no leave. You walk upon Tulla's hold." The figures halted on the trail, and then, a moment later, one emerged from the south edge of the tree line, stepping onto the track, and then taking a half-dozen strides towards the riders. Drawing away the scarves, he showed a young, thin face. Behind him, hunters were fitting arrows to the strings of their bows. Hishtula snarled under her breath, and then said in a low voice, "They would not dare. Are we a hunter's prey?" Kalaris edged his mount forward, lowering the tip of his lance. At the gesture, the youth halted. "Clear the path," the captain commanded. "There is no reason for death on this day." The young man pointed at Hishtula. "She claims to own what cannot be owned." "You are in a preserve, denier, and yes, she does indeed own it."
But the youth shook his head. Then I claim the air she breathes, as it has flowed down from the north, from my homeland. I claim the water in the streams, for they journeyed past my camp. Enough of this nonsense, said Hishtula. By your argument, whelp, you can make no claim to any beast dwelling in this forest, nor to the wood for your fires at night, for they owned this long before you or I ever ventured here. She gestured with one mail-clad hand. I hold to one simple rule. You may hunt here, but you will do me the courtesy of announcing your desire first. The youth scowled. You would refuse us. And if I did? He said nothing. You are a fool, Hishtula said to him. You ask so that I may say yes. Do you believe you are the first hunters to visit my land? I see none but strangers behind you. Where are my old neighbors, with whom I shared gifts, and with whom I exchanged words of respect and honor? The youth tilted his head to one side. If you so desire, he said, I will take you to them. They are not far. We came upon their bones this morning. Hishtula was silent for a long moment, and then she said, Not by my hand. The hunter shrugged. This, I think, would ease their grief.
Have you found a trail? Grip Gallus suddenly asked. The slayers, do you now track them?
Too long past, replied the youth. He shifted his attention back to Hishtula. We shall not be long here, he said. This forest you call yours is of no interest to us.
Then where do you go? Grip asked.
We seek the glyph, who walks beside Ermelan. He pointed at Hishtula. Tell the soldiers the innocents of the forest are all dead. Only we remain. Their deaths did not break us. When the soldiers come again into the forest, we will kill them all. The young hunter returned to his troop, and moments later the last of them had filed across the track, vanishing into the trees. What is this glyph he speaks of? Hish asked. Shrugging, Grip said, They are organized now. They cannot hope to cross blades with Legion soldiers.
No, my love, they cannot. But, he added, arrows will suffice.
The breath hissed from his wife. Then indeed we have descended into savagery. And yet, she continued after a moment, the first acts of barbarity did not come from the deniers, did they? No, milady, Calaris replied. In Kharkanas I spent some time tallying reports of the slaughter. That young man was correct. The innocents are all dead, and their bones litter the forests of Curl Gulain. Yet Urusander claims to represent the commoners of the realm. How does he not choke on his own hypocrisy?
He chose, my love, not to include the deniers in his generous embrace.
Grip Gallus leaned to one side and spat.
But to be fair, I would wager Hun Ra was the one to set the Legion wolves upon these fawns.
The distinction is moot, his wife retorted. She gathered up her reins. Ride on, then. We but build upon our charge of outrage, and must hold to the faith that a day will come when we can unleash it. Captain Calaris? Milady? Be certain that Lord Anamander understands. I will unite the highborn to this cause. I will see the matter of the consort set aside, to wait for a later time. Now we must unmask our enemy, and see the way before us clear and without compromise. Tell him, Captain, that I swear to this. No political machination will stifle my distemper. There will be retribution, and it will be just. They set out once again. Behind Calaris, Hishtula continued. Hun Ral will hang. As for Urusander, let him plead his innocence before knowing eyes beneath public regard. Upon that stage he will fail to dissemble. Captain, was it not your lord who said the justice must be seen? He did, milady. Just so. Let it be seen. Calaris remained alongside Pelk, even as she quickened her pace to draw some distance from Hish and Grip Gallus, as husband and wife had fallen to a low exchange of words. The captain glanced across at her. They were tempted, he said. She nodded. Stone-tipped, the arrows they chose for us. Meaning? Uncommon pain, I'm told. Where there is a sharp stone lodged in your body, cutting this way and that with your every breath. I would think, she added in dry tones, that even a soldier could not fight on through such pain. As weapons of war, it's my thought, Captain, that arrows will make warfare a thing not of honour, but of dishonour. He grunted sourly, thinking back to his own hunger for violence. Perhaps, then, war's true horror will be revealed for all to see, and make us one and all recoil. Her answering smile was guarded.
Shocking us into eternal peace. Captain Calaris, you have the dreams of a child.
Stung, he said nothing. She shot him a look, her eyes widening. Abyss take me, Calaris. You thought that was an insult? Well, discount the gifts in your heart if you must, she said, but leave them free for me to hold, and hold I will, tighter than you could ever imagine. Her words set an ache in his chest. Blinking against the glare of sunlight on snow and ice, he rode on in silence. Behind them, husband and wife bickered. There was a time, long before Grisinval had taken for himself the title of Protector, when he had made the blade of his war-axe the voice of his temper. He had been like a drunkard, with fury his wine. Youth had a way of carving everything into sharp relief, making divisive every world and every moment within it. Anger was his only answer to the revelation of injustice, and injustice was everywhere. In those times when exhaustion took him, when the ongoing battle against authority, tradition, and the churning cycles of habit made him stumble, stagger into some emptiness, he fostered for himself a facade of cynicism. The zeal of the axe-blade was quickly blunted, and the weapon proved heavy in his aching arms. With that cynical regard he saw awaiting him a future of unrelenting failure. Youth made rage and world-weariness into lovers, with all the passion and private heat that one would expect when the blood was still fresh. Desire fed lust, and lust promised satiation, but it whispered clumsy words. Vengeance, a matching in kind between crime and punishment, as if justice could bring down the hands of a god, to make clear and certain every divide, and by so doing reduce the complexities of the mortal world into something simpler, easier to stomach. He had soon found himself among the Foralcan, to see with his own eyes how such justice was meted, and in this time he began to awaken in unexpected ways. Perhaps it was nothing more than nostalgia that could lead one to yearn for some imagined simplicity, a world shaped in childhood, and then reshaped by remembrance into something idyllic. It was indeed all too easy to forget the confusion of a child's world, where what was known was minimal, and therefore seemed but a simple and impossibly more truthful representation of reality, sufficient to serve that child and so give comfort to the child's mind. But nostalgia was a dubious foundation to something as vital as a culture's system of justice. Grisin had quickly seen the flaws in this nostalgic genesis, as it proved to be the core of the Foralcan court. Still young, he had revelled in the theme of vengeance within the Foralcan system. But before long, his cynical regard saw too clearly the abuses, the subtle ways of undermining the very notion that the blade of justice hung over everyone. Instead, he saw how, among the privileged, escaping that shadow of retribution and responsibility had become a game. He had seen the evasions, the semantic twisting of truth, the deliberate obscuring of meaning, and the endless proclamations of innocence, each and all delivered with the same knowing glint in the eye. The lovers of his youth grew strained. One day, in the great court, where sat the 7 magistrates and the 7 governors, and all the assemblies of guild and craft, and the commanders among the deliverers, and the company of deliberators, Grisinval had drawn his double-bladed axe, shaking it free of its blade-sheath. The wine flowed sweetly on that day, in torrents upon the tiled floor, gushing round the artfully carved legs of the benches and pews. It splashed high against precious tapestries, and into the niches housing the marble busts of famous adjudicators and philosophers. The great court was transformed into a drunkard's paradise. Rivers of wine, as red and deep as the throats slashed open, as the stumps of severed limbs, as flesh sliced away. Rage itself had recoiled from its lover's sudden, inexplicable fury, as if in an instant a mirror had been thrown up between them, and rage saw itself truly for the first time, whilst behind the barrier
The cynic stalked the halls, wielding a dripping axe, and with a dry laugh announced a terrible freedom. The Azathanai who would years later become the protector, defender of nothing, was born in the wake of that slaughter. He had stepped out from the great court as a child from a bloodied womb, painted in all the hues of justice, gasping at the shock of cold air as it swept in from shattered windows, with stained glass crunching under his feet, and distant cries from the streets below.
Play with me words, my friends, and see what comes of it. Mock my ideals, whisper of the fool before you, he came with such high hopes. Behold this summoned tantrum, this child's incandescence. Surely by your wilful arts, your clever dismemberment of once lofty ideals, by your own brand of cynicism, so filled with contempt, you gave birth to me, your new child, your innocent. And should I bring flame to your world, be not surprised. I walk as a lover spurned, until the moment of this vow, which I hold still. Never again will my heart arrive in innocence. Never again will I make the foolish loves of youth into a man's ideal, and so suffer a longing for something that never was. Speak not to me of the balance of possessions, the imperatives of restitution, the lie of retribution, and the hollow lust of vengeance. In this denial I pose no imposition. Do what you will. Ashes await all of us. This lover of the world has set aside his love, for now and for evermore. See me as your protector, but one who values nothing, who yields with this eternal smile, and leaves you to glory in everything but justice. For justice you do not own. When you brought down the hands of a god, I drenched them in mortal blood. Pray the god found the wine bitter.
He had heard that in the decades since that time a cult had risen among the Forelcan, worshipping Grisinfal as a vengeful god, indeed as a god of justice. There would always be, he now understood, those for whom violence was righteous. Sudden motion before him made the Azathanai lift up his head, though it seemed to weigh too heavy for this world. He saw Lord Silchas sinking down into a chair the Tisti had drawn close. The pallid face seemed thin as paper, the red eyes like ebbing coals.
Are you drunk, Azathanai? Naught but memories, lord, to set a man's mind afire.
I imagine, said Silchas, as he poured a tankard full from the pitcher on the table, you have a surfeit of those memories. Grisinfal leaned back, only now hearing the muddy noise of the tavern crowd surrounding them.
My humour is plucked on this night, lord, he said. A flower's bud, wingless and without colour.
Then you suit my demeanour well enough, Azathanai. The historian Rise-Harat is looking for you.
To the past, I have nothing to say. Then you should find him equitable company. He awaits you in your quarters, I believe.
Grisinfal studied the highborn.
There is a fever in this city. Kharkanas was never easy with winter, Silchas replied. Even in the time before the darkness, the air would feel harsh, making our bones seem brittle. Alas, he added, pausing to drink, I fared worse than most. I still do. Each winter I spend yearning for summer's heat. Not all welcome the season of contemplation, Grisin agreed.
Silchas snorted.
Contemplation? It gives rise, as you say, to fevered thoughts.
Then he shook his head.
Azathanai, there is more to it. I would shake loose my limbs, and take hold of sword or lance, a lightness to come to my steps. Pale I may be, but my soul is drenched in summer's flame.
Grisin glanced across, catching the blood gleam in the warrior's eyes.
It is said that Lord Urasander is expected to march before the Thor. Then I will raise my own heat, Azathanai.
After a moment, in which he seemed to contemplate the prospect with avid anticipation, Silchas shrugged, as if dismissing the notion.
But I come here to you, he said, with more purpose than just announcing the historian's desire to speak to you. On this day I have witnessed sorcery, an unfurling of magical power. It seemed unearned.
Grisinfal collected up the jug and refilled his tankard.
Unearned. Need I explain that? Power too easily come by. Sir, said Grisin, you are a highborn, noble in title, with an aristocracy of privilege in which the premise of what is earned or unearned matters not. Chosen by birth is no choice at all. Yet your kind cleave the child, by rules unquestioned, to cast one into privilege and the other deprivation. This civil war of yours, Silchas Ruin, poses a challenge to all of that. And now, sorcery at the hands of anyone, provided they apply discipline and a diligence in its mastery. Why, I see Urusanda's cause bolstered at the expense of your own. Baring his teeth, Silchas said, I am not blind to the imbalance. This magic will undermine us, perhaps fatally so. There is order in hierarchy, after all, and it is a necessary order, lest all fall into chaos. Agreed. Chaos is most unwelcome, said Grisinfal. Surely a new hierarchy will emerge, but by its own rules. You will see your old aristocracy shattered, sir. Will Lord Urusanda take the magic into his own embrace, or simply seek out those adepts most likely to become masters? Will the new age see the rule of sorcerer kings and queens? If so, then any commoner can take the throne. Curl Ghislaine, my friend, totters upon a precipitous brink, yes? I still await words that comfort Asathanai. Silchas drank from his tankard. And then, as a server arrived with a new pitcher, the lord reached across to drag it near. You perturb the waters for your own amusement, I suspect. Grisinfal let his gaze slide away from the warrior opposite him, out into the tavern's sullen crowd, the layers of pipe and wood smoke. Conversations were rarely worth listening to when people were in the habit of repeating themselves, as if by each utterance they sought a different response. Find a truth and make it into a chant. Find a falsehood, and do the same. Assemble truths and lies, and name it faith. Taverns and temples, see the libations flow, and all the sacrifices made. Here is a truth. Whatever mortals gather, ritual will rise, and in each place of ritual, habit and gesture invoke a hidden comfort. In these patterns, we would map our world. You do not deny it, then? Grisin started, and then sighed. My friend, forgive me for mocking your noble pretensions. I see them too clearly to do otherwise. Why do you call me friend? Why, more to the point, do I consider you the same? My words anger you, Silchas, and yet you indulge that anger for but a moment, before you see through the red haze, and must accept the truth of what I say, no matter how bleak or uncomplimentary it proves. I do admire this in you, sir. When we converse, I feel the strain of my temper. It will not snap, Grisin said. If it did, you clearly do not fear it. I gave up on fear long ago. At that, Silchas leaned forward, eyes narrow. Now, that is an admission. Tell me, pray, how you managed it. A brief flash clouded Grisin's mind, as he saw himself reflected in broken glass, staggering from a place of slaughter. When we lash out, he said, we do so from fear. Recall, if you will, your every breaking of temper, the shock of it once you have struck, once you have done damage. In a sane mind, the act makes one recoil, dousing the fires inside, and with it, the first fear dies, only to have a new one take its place. The fear of the consequences of your violence. Two arguments, but only one voice. Two causes, but only one response. When you at last understand this, my friend, then the voice that is fear grows most tiresome. It repeats itself, and so proves its own stupidity. And if by its stupid words you are led into violence, a relinquishing of all control, then you can only be a fool. A fool, Grisinfal repeated, gullible and not very bright. When you match the stupidity of your fear, you insult your own intelligence, and with it all belief in yourself. Silchas was studying him. Azathanai, You must understand an entire people can be consumed by such fear. And so it lashes out, often against itself, against kin, against neighbour. Fear in such a time becomes a wild fever, burning all that it touches. And yes, it is utterly stupid. Imagine, Azathanai, that fear when given the power possible in magic. You invite a world in flames, where you will, perhaps, thrive.
With a troubled expression now on his pale face, Silchas sat back once more.
You have swung me about, Azathanai, to winter's worship. May the season never end. When will you summon the Hust Legion?
Silchas blinked and then shrugged.
Soon, I think. It is absurd. We assemble a rabble armed with insane iron to fling against the realm's finest army. And the houseblades of the great houses? I am surprised this interests you. The houseblades do not, to be honest, admitted Grisenfall. But I see something awaiting the Hust Legion. Too vague to be certain. Only a sense of foreboding, as if a fate is taking shape, a future as yet unimaginable. They may well be cursed now, Silchas said. A legion made into our realm's madness. There is no glory to be found walking from graves, Grisenfall, nor from mining pits or freshly dug barrows. Whatever spirit Hust Henrold imbued into the iron from his forges, the murder of 3,000 men and women now taints it. So you wonder why I still hesitate in summoning such an army? The fate awaiting them is beyond you, Lord Silchas. Indeed. Then who will deliver it? I am poor at prophecy, Grisenfall said. Still, though I see nothing but a blur, I hear a voice, and words spoken in the tone of command. But not mine. No. The voice I hear belongs to an Amander.
Silchas let out a sudden sigh.
Then he returns. Good. I am truly done with this. Tell me, Azathanai, are there any quicker paths to sorcery?
The question ran like ice through Grisenfall. He dropped his gaze to the tankard in his hands, seeing the lurid play of lamplight upon the surface of the ale within.
None, he said, you would welcome. I would hear them none the less.
Grisenfall shook his head and rose.
I have kept the historian waiting too long. My friend, discount my last words. They were ill-advised. The days ahead will prove desperate enough, I wager, without the lure of such recourse.
Bowing to the Lord, the Azathanai left the table.
Protector of nothing, not this path, not any path. When next you find me, Silchas Ruin, I will of course yield to your demands, seeing in you the ambition which you will name necessity. The easier path is not one to welcome, I said as much, but in the slaying of fear, my warning will not stop you, will it? Draconis, Caladan brood, unknown sister Therese. See what we begin here. The wolves are awake, and we drip words in a trail of blood. Let them find their own hunger, as they must. But oh, see what we begin here.
Outside the tavern, in the street surrounded by the brittle city, the sky above looked strangely shattered, with dark and light and colours splaying out like shards, as if made of stained glass cast awry. Grisenfall studied it with watery eyes. Cynicism and rage, both drunk upon the other.
It's enough to make one feel young again.
He set off for the citadel. It was time to speak to the historian. Orphantal halted in the doorway. He saw the historian rise Herat, seated in a chair that had been positioned near the hearth, which was only now flickering into life. The room was chilly, unlit except for the lapping flames rising around the wood.
"He's here,"
said the historian, gesturing to the floor beyond his boots.
"Do come in, Orphantal. Ribs arrived in such a pant, I believe you have worn the beast out."
Still clutching his wooden sword, Orphantal walked over. The dog, lying before the hearthstone, was fast asleep.
"Too many battles for one day, Orphantal. He's not as young as he once was." "When I'm a warrior, I will have pet wolves at my side, 2 of them, trained for war." "Ah, you see a long war ahead of us, then."
Orphantal sat down on the edge of the hearthstone, with the heat against his left side.
Cedarpool says these things never go away. If not one reason, then another. Because we love fighting. It wasn't always so. There was a time, Orphantal, when we loved hunting. But even then, I will grant you, there was a lust for blood. When the time came that we tamed those beasts we would eat, still the hunters went out. They were like children who refused to grow up. There is a power there in that ability to decide life and death. The innocence of the prey is irrelevant to such children. Their need is too selfish to consider the victims of their indulgence.
Orphantal reached down to scratch behind Ribs's ragged ear. The dog sighed in its sleep.
Grip Gallus cut a man's throat open, from ear to ear. Then he hacked the head off and carved something on the brow.
Rais Harat said nothing for a long moment, and then he grunted.
Well, we are indeed in a war, Orphantal. Grip Gallus saved your life, did he not? He killed that man for his horse. He saw the need, one must assume. Grip Gallus is an honourable man. You were his responsibility. I would wager what you saw there was Grip's anger. We're in a time when to be upon the other side is itself a crime, with death the punishment.
Heroes don't get angry.
Oh, but they do, Orphantal. They most certainly do. Often it's anger that drives them to heroic acts.
What makes them so angry?
The unfairness of the world. When it's made personal, the hero becomes indignant and filled with refusal. The hero will not abide what it seems must be. These are not thoughts, they are acts, deeds, something unutterable made manifest, and in witnessing, our breaths are taken away. We cannot but admire audacity, and the way in which it defies the rules.
I don't think Grip Gallus is a hero, said Orphantal. The fire on his left was building, flames wrapping round the cluttered shafts of wood. Soon it would grow too hot for him to sit where he was, but not yet.
Perhaps not,
the historian said.
He is, I fear, too pragmatic a man for heroism.
What are you doing in Grisenfal's chamber?
Awaiting his return. And you?
Looking for Ribs. He comes here a lot. They're friends, Ribs and Grisenfal.
I recall hearing that the Azathanai plucked the beast from the Dawson rill. Saved the dog's life, in fact. This will forge a bond, I'm sure.
Lord Silchas is Grisen's friend too.
Is he now?
Orphantal nodded.
It's the helplessness they share. Excuse me?
That's what Grisen says. The white shadow of a brother's dark power. That skin, he says, will undo Silchas, even though it's unfair. People are driven to do things, says Grisen, by what they think is lacking in them.
The Azathanai has many things to say to you, it seems.
It's because I'm young, Orphantal explained. He talks to me because I don't understand what he's talking about. That's what he says, but I understand him better than he thinks. I dreamed once there was a giant hole in the ground behind me, and it kept growing, and I kept running to keep from falling in, and I ran through walls of stone and mountains and across the bottom of deep lakes, and then ice and snow. I ran and ran to keep from falling into the hole. If it wasn't for that hole, I could never have run through a stone wall or all the rest.
And so people are driven to do by what's lacking in them?
Orphantal nodded. He edged away from the growing flames, but the room beyond was still cold.
How proceed your studies?
Shrugging, Orphantal reached down to stroke Ribs's flank. Cedarpool's busy with all that magic and stuff. I miss my mother.
Your aunt, you mean?
Yes, my aunt.
Orphantal, have you met the other hostage in the citadel?
He nodded. She's young and shy. She runs away from me, up into the safe room. Then she locks the door so I can't get in.
You're chasing her?
No, I'm trying to be nice.
I suggest trying to be somewhat less direct. Let her come to you, Orphantal.
I miss Sukul and Kardu too. She drinks wine and everything. It's as if she's already grown up. She knows about all the great houses and the nobles, and who can be trusted and who can't.
She is not aligned, then, with Sister Sharinas?
I don't know. Finally, the heat was too much. Orphantal rose and walked a few paces from the hearth.
Cedarpool told me about the sorcery, the Terrandai's gift to all of the Tisti-Andii.
Oh? And have you explored the magic for yourself, Orphantal? I should warn you of the risks.
I can do this, Orphantal cut in, raising his arms out to the sides. Darkness suddenly billowed, coalesced, making forms that made the historian recoil in his chair. These are my wolves, Orphantal said. From before the hearthstone, ribs bolted, claws clattering and skidding on the flagstones as he pelted for the doorway. The conjurations had indeed assumed wolf-like shapes, but tall enough at the shoulder to surpass Orphantal's own height. Eyes glowed amber. I can go into them, Orphantal continued. I can jump right out of my body and go into them, both of them, at the same time. But they have to stay together when I do that. If I go into just one of them, I can still make the other one follow me, or do whatever I tell it to do. It feels strange, historian, to walk on 4 legs. Is this the same as what the Jellic can do?
Orphantal, if you would, send them away again.
Shrugging, Orphantal dropped his arms. The blackness swirled, then dispersed like ink in water.
No,
Rise Herat said.
That was nothing like what the Jellic do. Theirs is an ancient magic, more bestial and wild. To witness it, I'm told, burns the eyes. Your conjurations, they were subtler. Orphantal, have you shown anyone else this power of yours?
Not yet.
Best you do not.
Why?
You said that your soul can travel into them, yes? Then consider them a last recourse. Should you find your life in danger, should a mortal wound take you in the body you now own, then, Orphantal, flee to your friends. Do you understand me?
Can I even do that?
The historian shook his head.
I don't know for certain, but it seems to be an option from what you have just described. This secret, Orphantal, hold to it, for should it become known, then your wolf friends will be vulnerable. Tell me, must they be close when conjured into being?
I don't know. I could try to raise them in a different room, maybe, and see if that works.
Experiment, but privately. Let none see. Let none know.
Orphantal shrugged again, and then turned to the door.
Ribs ran away again.
I begin to comprehend why.
At that moment, heavy footsteps announced the return of Grizzin Fal. As the Azathanai entered the chamber, he tilted his head and sniffed the air.
"How well,"
he murmured, gaze settling on Orphantal.
"My silent foil! Will you join the historian and me in conversation?"
"No, sir. I'm going to look for Ribs."
"Yes, he blurred past me in yonder corridor. Look for him in the furthest corner of the citadel, or even in the stables outside."
Nodding, Orphantal left the two and set out. He recalled Rise Herat's words about hunters and hunting, and the child mind that got trapped in all of that. But he wasn't interested in using his wolves to hunt, and he wasn't interested in hunting either. There were no heroes among hunters, because killing was easy.
Unless, of course, the prey decides it's not innocent anymore, and then stops being afraid and decides that running is useless, because some appetites you can't run away from, and a big hole behind you can be a mouth, too, getting bigger and bigger. Wolves like mine, they aren't afraid. They can turn, they can hunt the hunters. What, I wonder, will that feel like?
"She sees through the wounds in his hands,"
Rise Herat said.
"That tapestry gift to Emerald Lanier, it's meant to show us that none of this is new. It's happened before, the power in blood. What else, Azathanai, should we know? You fill me with sorrow, historian, with such anger. The gifts of the Azathanai are never what they seem."
Belching, Grizzin Fal drew up another chair and sat.
"I have drunk too much ale."
The historian studied the Azathanai, who was staring into the flames of the hearth.
"Then indulge in loquaciousness. Indulgence is the sweet drink, yes.
There is an Azathanai, a woman of flesh. Her name is Olar Ethel. Have you heard of her? No? Well, perhaps not by name, but recall your dreams, historian. Those troubling ones, when a woman you know, and yet do not know, comes to you, often from behind. She presses herself against you, and offers a carnal invitation. You would think, he said, sighing, that she is but the harbinger of base desires, a play of lust and indeed indulgence, particularly of the forbidden, however you might imagine it. Grisenfall, you know nothing of my dreams. Historian, I know what all men share, but very well. Look instead into this fire. There are faces in the flames, or rather one face offering myriad expressions. The dog runners learned to worship that face, that womanly thing. Olar Ethel was wise. She knew the manner in which she would make herself known to them. Goddess of flames, awakener of heat, lust, desire, bloodlust, she'll warm your flesh, but burn your soul. A serpent grows from her hand, yes? She is the one in the tapestry?
But the Azathanai shook his head.
Yes and no. The dog runners will speak of their goddess of the earth. They name her Burn, and they hold that she sleeps an eternal sleep. In her dreams, she makes the world of men, but Olar Ethel stands near, sometimes beside the sleeping goddess, sometimes barring the way to her. She is jealous of Burn, and steals the heat from her. Every hearth, every lick of flame is stolen. The serpent is fire and blood, life, if you choose. And yet, at its core, it is a force of destruction. You, Azathanai, play at being gods. Yes, some of us do. Power is seductive. Even the dog runners deserve better. Is Burn, too, an Azathanai? I cannot even say if Burn exists, historian. The belief in her does, and that suffices. It will guide the believers and give shape to their world. You must lean towards the pragmatic, Reiserat. Motivations are mere ghosts, and if meaning rides in the wake of every deed, indulge it at your leisure.
Grisenfall looked up, met the historian's eyes.
What you choose to do can, without effort, be seen as a betrayal, though you might name it the purest act of integrity imaginable.
Reiserat felt the blood pool in his gut, chilling his limbs.
Do you accuse me of something, Azathanai?
Grisenfall's brows lifted.
Not at all. I but question the validity of your role in life. The historian will dissect events, counting the ledger's list of deeds, and seek meaning from invented motives. When you invite indulgence, I see how familiar to you its flavour. Mother Dark is as much a goddess as is this Olar Ethel, Reiserat said. Sorcery in the blood. There, on the throne, her eyes are closed. She might be sleeping, she might be dead. Still, through serpent eyes, she sees the world. And, I am told, the blood's taste is seductive. What has Draconis done? To your liege, why, he has made her into a goddess. Do you name this love? Between lovers, worship is all sharp edges. Every embrace, no matter how heated, bleeds something. That woman behind you in your dreams, she means you ill. Or, in the next breath, blessing and revelation. The possibilities are endless until you turn round.
It was a wonder, Reiserat reflected, that no one had as yet killed this Azathanai. So frustrating and infuriating was his conversation. He imagined that facing a swordmaster would feel much the same, with every attack anticipated, every move effortlessly countered, and, like the swordmaster, Grisenfall was in no hurry to deliver the fatal wound. He scowled at the Azathanai.
Mother Dark is the absence at the centre of our worship. Is this by her choice, Grisenfall, or does the blood and her thirst drive her farther and farther from mortal concerns? You say that Burn sleeps. Did she choose to? or has she succumbed to some curse? You say that Ola Ethel inhabits the flames of the hearth. Is this all that gods do? Simply watch?
It may indeed seem that way, yes.
But I already warned you against imagining motivations, inventing meanings. But she does nothing. No acts, no deeds. There is nothing to imagine or invent. And so the historian starves. But soon to grow sated, yes? The enemy to order sits in a distant camp. An army will march on Kharkanas. What, you wonder, will she do then? Where, you wonder, are those who will fight in her name? And as for that name, what is the cause it represents? Assemble the beliefs and paint in gold their many virtues. But that you cannot do, because she does not speak.
Rais-Harat glared at the Azathanai, who stared back with calm, sorrow-filled eyes. After a moment, the historian looked away.
The High Priestess has not been given leave to visit the Chamber of Night.
Nonsense, Grisinfal replied.
She chooses not to, because she has something she wishes to keep hidden from Mother Dark. But now the goddess makes use of poor eldest Silan, and deception grows harder to hide. You, sir, are doubtless in league with the High Priestess. You intend something in Mother Dark's name, but whatever it is, she must never know what you have done. Now,
the Azathanai's gaze suddenly hardened.
Bend your deeds into worship.
Rais-Harat felt sick inside, as if he had fostered an illness of his own invention to now lodge in his flesh, sour his blood, and bruise his organs.
Very well,
he said in a dry, rasping voice.
Join me, Grisinfal. Let us go to the Chamber of Night. Let us speak to her. She remains with Draconis. Then we will speak to them both.
The Azathanai pushed himself upright.
As you wish. Shall we collect up the High Priestess along the way?
Rais-Harat grimaced.
We can at least ask her.
They departed the room. Behind them, the flames in the hearth devoured the last of the wood, and knew a time of hunger. Emerald Lanier, High Priestess of Dark, sat lost in a world of smoke. A vision blurred, saw few cracks, and the future, laid out so smooth and perfect, proved no different from the present. This was the lure of Debayang. There had been a time when ritual had surrounded its indulgence, and the dreamscape the smoke offered whispered messages both profound and quickly forgotten. The intent, she supposed, had to do with stepping aside, out of the flesh, outside the strictures of reality. Couched in ritual or not, it was an escape. The distinction between then and now belonged to intention. Escape as ritual promises a return to the present, when the ritual is done. Escape as ritual is meant to seed the ground between the dreamscape and the real world. But here and now, I see no return to any present, and I will make of the ground between a wasteland of despair. Mine is not an escape-seeking discovery, but one born of flight. She had once valued her own sobriety, the keen mind delighting in its wakefulness, its precious acuity. She had been unable to imagine wilfully surrendering such gifts, and had seen enough fools in her life to know, with dismay, the minds of company grown dull on alcohol or smoke. Fleeing without moving, drowning in one's chair, the bleary gaze, the comfort with confusion, the slow disintegration of time, and the slow losing of one's place in its eternal stream. But look at me now, with a future crowded with crimes. I make an island and clothe it in fog. Let time stream past. I yield no harbour. It is delusion. Rais-Harat saw well the desire in my eyes, which should have shamed me. But I am past shame, and that too proves an alluring escape. Alas, a kind of crystal clarity remained in her mind, something immune to all her efforts at flight and evasion. Its light was guilt, painting her entire inner world. Not the Debayang. That is too paltry a reason. I am High Priestess to Mother Dark, and yet, in place of obeisance, vespers, and ritual, I weave a web of spies,
each one conducting subterfuge with her legs spread wide. Her mind was trapped in a cage of her own making, wherein every thought was cast into a construct of potential alliances, possible weaknesses, spilled secrets, and the option of coercion into a host of deceptions and machinations. By these efforts, this wretched course she had taken, she was seeing her world remade. She now weighed, in terms of cold economy, the value of each and every citizen of the realm. Collusion against opposition, strength against weakness, deceit against trust. Like the Debayang, this newly born way of thinking was in truth an inward spiral, with her own needs at the core. It was a world-view that she now realized was far from unique, and, personal as it seemed, she but reflected the mean of countless others. How many wealthy nobles, I wonder, see the world in the same way? Was it not indeed the means by which they acquired their riches, and with them their unshakable belief in their own superiority? But, mother, forgive me, it is a cold realm, I find. The smoke warred against it, but feebly. With slurred words, it whispered lazy invitations into a refuge of ennui, to the sodden bliss of the insensate. Floppy limbs half beckoned in her mind, barely seen amidst the grey cloud. Over here, come, here awaits oblivion. Hardly a worthy goal for a spy-master. I lust for knowledge, yet refuse to taste it. I gather news and facts and secrets, and do nothing with them. I am like the protector, Grizin Fal, who claims to protect nothing. Just as the historian refuses to record history, and the goddess refuses the comforts of worship. While arrayed against us, a general who would rather not lead, a commander who follows only his own drunken whims, and a high priestess still awaiting her god. We are, all of us, nothing but impostors to our cause, because the cause we espouse is nothing more than the blind we raise to hide our own ambitions. This, I now believe, is the secret behind every war, every clash that sees blood spilled to the ground. The ritual of smoke could, on occasion, offer cruel insights. Faintly she heard the chime of the bell cord. Again, am I to be afforded no rest, no luxury of escape? Senses blunted, her body leaden, she forced herself from the divan, found a cloak to hide all that felt exposed, and made her way from the bedroom into the outer chamber. Enter! The historian's appearance was no surprise, but the presence of Grizin Fal was. Searching his expression, she found little given away. The Azathanai made a profession of secrets. Even so, she did not detect his usual facade of bluff amusement. "What brings you here?" she asked them. Rise Harat cleared his throat. "High Priestess, the Protector has agreed to guide us into the presence of Mother Dark." To what end? These words almost spilled from her, but she managed to hold them back. She would not give them the raw extremity of her own despair, or that of her fears. I see. Are we to fling ourselves against her indifference one more time? Very well. Lead us, Grizin Fal. The Azathanai bowed, and then retreated into the corridor. Emerald and Rise followed. After a moment, as they walked, the historian spoke to her with atypical formality. "High Priestess, it is time to inform Mother Dark of the events occurring in her realm. Yes, I well understand her usage of Endest Silan, but even there we cannot know the fullest reach of her knowledge, or her awareness. More to the point, Endest resides here in the Citadel, and concerns himself little with what goes on beyond its walls. Is it not time for a full accounting?" The question was doubly edged, and Emerald understood that the historian was not unaware of this. He was, after all, one who chose his words carefully. "Your desires are ambitious, historian, but we will see. As you say, the effort is timely." Before long, they reached the ancient corridor that led to the Chamber of Night. The damage left behind by the Azathanai Terrace was still visible, in cracks and fissures latticing the stonework, in the slumped, uneven flooring. The passage was unoccupied, in itself, a bleak statement of affairs. Approaching the door, Grizin Fal hesitated, glancing back to his companions. "There has been a burgeoning within," he said. A deeper and more profound manifestation of dark. No doubt the effects of the Terrandai, the gate's proximity. He shrugged. I sense the changes, but can discern little else. Nevertheless, I hereby warn you both. What lies beyond this door is changed. Then, answered Emerald Lanier, it behoves the High Priestess to comprehend such a transformation, don't you think? The Azathanai studied her, and something in his expression hinted of irony. High Priestess, as it turns out, that which cloaks your mind may prove a benison. She frowned, but was given no chance to reply as Grisinfal turned to the door, reached out to the latch, and swung wide the portal to the Chamber of Night. The cold that flowed out was redolent with fecundity, and this alone shocked Emerald Lanier. She heard a grunt from Grisinfal as if in acknowledgment of her own shock, as the darkness within was, from where they stood upon the threshold, absolute. "What awaits us?" Rais Harat asked. "My eyes, though gift given, cannot pierce this shroud. Grisinfal, what can you discern?" "Nothing," the Azathanai replied. "We must enter in order to see." "Even the floor is lost to us," the historian retorted. "We could find ourselves plunging into an abyss. This chamber is negation, a realm devoid of all substance." He faced Emerald Lanier, his eyes wide with alarm. "I now counsel against this." But Emerald Lanier found herself shrugging, and then she stepped past the historian, and without giving Grisinfal a glance, continued on into the Chamber of Night. She felt compacted earth beneath her feet, damp and cool through the thin soles of her slippers. A smell of deep decay and verdant life swarmed around her, as if the air itself was alive. "We are no longer within the citadel." Grisinfal joined her, standing close upon her left, a presence more felt than seen. "He has taken this too far," the Azathanai said in a low rumble. "Gates possess two sides. By presence alone they divide worlds. The Terrandai, High Priestess, issues into this place." "And what place is this?" Rais Harat asked from directly behind Emerald. "Eternal night, historian. Elemental night. Name it as you will, but know that it is pure. It is essence." Emerald could hear something like wind soughing through trees in the distance, but she felt no breath upon her chilled face. A moment later, the Azathanai's huge hand closed about her upper arm, and Grisin whispered, "With me, then. I sense a presence ahead." They began walking, with Rais close behind them. He might have been gripping the Azathanai by belt or clothing. "How far?" Emerald asked. "Uncertain." "Where sits Mother Dark's throne?" the historian demanded, his voice taut. "Have we lost her utterly now?" "Such questions will have to await answers," Grisinfal replied. "This realm sets itself against me. I do not belong, and now, more than ever, I feel unwelcome." "Can we return?" Emerald asked the Azathanai. "Unknown," came his disturbing response. The feel of the earth beneath her was unchanging. There was not a single stone or pebble, nor a plant or any other protuberance rising from the level clay. Yet the redolence was cloying and thick, as if they walked a rain-drenched forest. "We have made an error," said Rais Harat, "entering this place. High Priestess, forgive me." Still they could see nothing, not even the ground upon which they walked. Yet when the heavy sound of footsteps approached from directly ahead, it was but moments before Emerald Lanier could distinguish the figure in growing detail. It was monstrous, hunched and towering over even Grisinfal. Its hands hung down past its knees, the arms massive in their musculature. Its head was disproportionately small, the pate hairless, the eyes sunken deep. Striding closer and closer still, moments before it reached them, it said, "Food." One heavy hand swung up, struck Grisinfal in the chest.
The Azathanai was flung back, spinning in the air. Another hand then reached out for Emerald Lanier, but Rise Harat was quicker, dragging her back by the cloak she wore, out beyond the demon's grasping fingers. She stumbled as the historian continued pulling her, tugging until she was turning round, and then they were running, blind, lost. Behind them the demon gave chase, each step a thump of thunder upon the ground. Distinctly it said again, "Food!" Warring against her benumbed senses, terror clawed its way free, making a hammer of her heart. She ran as she had not run since she was a child, but those memories were not ones of fear. Now she felt herself overwhelmed, too vulnerable to comprehend. The way ahead was emptiness, and in that absence there was only the desolation that came with the realization that there was nowhere to hide. Beside her, Rise Harat's breaths were harsh and straining. For a moment, Emerald Lanier almost laughed. The indolence of their lives in the citadel had ill-prepared them for this. Lying languid, lungs full of smoke, dreaming of chants and solemn processions, the poisons in betrayal's gilded cup. Already the muscles of her legs were losing strength, and it seemed the weight of her own body was growing too burdensome to bear. Lithe child, where have you gone? Do you hide there still, beneath layers of adulthood? Rise Harat stumbled, and suddenly he was gone from her side. Crying out, Emerald Lanier slowed, twisting round. She saw the demon lumber to where the historian had fallen. Its hands reached down to take hold of him. Then there was blurred motion, a succession of meaty thuds, and it seemed that the darkness itself had coalesced into something solid, immensely powerful. It swarmed over the demon, and with each blow blood spurted. The demon reeled back from the assault, voicing a child's bawl of frustration, shock, and pain. Then it wheeled round and ran away. Rise Harat remained on the ground, as if broken by some unseen wound, and when he propped himself up on one elbow, the effort clearly cost him dear. Emerald stumbled towards him, and then halted as their saviour lost the swirling darkness enwreathing it, and she found herself facing Lord Draconis. "High Priestess," the consort said, "have you not yet understood how unwise it is to accept Grisinfal's protection?" Rise Harat coughed from where he now sat. "Milord, you saved our lives." Draconis glanced down to study the historian. "If you will wander strange realms, Rise Harat, you must first understand that your own has been made uncommonly sparse of predators. Beyond your own kind, that is. Most realms are much wilder." He lifted his gaze and met Emerald's eyes. "There are dangers. Tell me, would you as blithely enter a cave mouth in some mountainside?" Grunting, Rise Harat managed to regain his feet, though he still struggled to find his breath. "Tales of old, told to children," he said. "The heroes plunge into caves and caverns again and again, and each time find peril." "Just so," Draconis replied. "Yet this is no child's tale, historian, and there is no story master to twist the fates and deliver unlikely succor. Leave the exploits of heroes upon the breath, where they can do little harm." Rise coughed, and then said, "Hardly, my lord. On occasion fools like us are inspired by their deeds, only to find our own breaths lost." "Lord Draconis," said Emerald, "can you lead us back to the citadel?" "I can." Rise Harat finally straightened. "My lord, Grisinfal names this place Elemental Night, or Eternal Night. How has this realm come to be, upon the very threshold of the temple's nave? What has happened to the Chamber of Night and its throne? Where is Mother Dark?" "Fraught questions," came a voice from one side, and a moment later Grisinfal appeared. "Draconis, old friend, must you make a map of mystery? By what you have scribed, powers will root to the place of their containment. These gates, you invite vulnerability. Chaos wanders in its hunt. Name me the gate able to flee." Seeming to ignore the Protector's questions, the consort said, "Mother Dark discovers the breadth of her realm.
To which the Azathanai cut in sharply.
"You give her this, and expect her to be unchallenged?"
"Her challengers are no more," Draconis replied, finally facing the Azathanai. "Do you think I would be so careless in my preparations?" Something in the consul's words clearly appalled Grisinfal, but he said nothing. Draconis turned back to Emerald Lanier. "She attends her places of faith, High Priestess, but in substance she is stretched thin, as you might say, Night's own blanket." "Can she be summoned?" Emerald asked. "Or are we forsaken?" Draconis hesitated and then said, "Perhaps." Rise Herat seemed to choke and then said,
"Perhaps? My lord, her High Priestess asks no praise for the presence of her goddess. Is Mother Dark now indifferent to her chosen children?"
"I would think not," Draconis snapped.
"Curald Galen descends into bloody civil war,"
the historian retorted in a half-snarl.
"Lord Draconis, your very station finds you upon a crumbling pedestal. Urusander means to make himself her husband, and has taken the title of Father Light. And where is Lord Anamander, her first son? Why, off in the wilderness, tracking a brother who would not be found."
Rise then whirled to face Grisinfal.
"And you, Azathanai, now in our midst, a deceiver to guide us into this realm. And what of the one accompanying Lord Anamander? Taris was but the beginning. But now your kind creep into our business. State it plain, Grisinfal. What do you here?"
The Protector was slow in responding. Watching the Azathanai, Emerald waited to see where his eyes might take his gaze, and a part of her anticipated with peculiar certainty that he would find Lord Draconis before answering the historian. But he did not. Instead, Grisinfal lowered his head, choosing to study the ground.
"It is my task, historian, to attend." "Attend? Attend what?"
"Why?" The Azathanai looked up.
"The end of things."
In the silence that followed, it fell to Lord Draconis to finally speak. "High Priestess, historian, I will guide you now to the portal that leads back to the Citadel." He then faced Grisinfal. "You, however, will remain. We will have words."
"Of course, old friend."
"And I would know of this other Azathanai, who accompanies Lord Anamander." The answer to that would be easy enough, but neither Emral nor Rise Herat spoke, and after a moment it was clear that Grisinfal had said all he intended to say, at least in their presence. "Old friend, this consort bears unseemly gifts, and reveals powers uncanny. How thin, I now wonder, does the Tisti blood run in you, Draconis? Your old friend gives nothing away. I should have expected as much. So the Azathanai gather to witness the end of us, and this leads me to a truth. Forgive me, Lord Anamander, for what is to come. Nothing here is your fault, and if we crowd round to take strength from your honour, it is because we lack it in ourselves. We will feed, and may well grow mighty, even as we cut you down." She met the depthless eyes of Lord Draconis. "Please then," she said, "take us home. And Grisinfal, you have my thanks for revealing what you could not reveal. The highborn are right, though they understand it not. Still they are right." She studied Lord Draconis, as if seeing him for the first time. "The enemy among us now guides us here in this eternal night. If I can, consort, I will see Lord Anamander turn against you. By every measure, if it lies within my power, I will see the first son kill you, Draconis, for what you have done." The end of things. In this realm, the notion felt all too real. Chapter 11. Hunched and gaunt, the old man with one leg worked his crutches with jarring intensity, as if at any moment what held him up could pull loose from his grip, twisting to make a cruciform upon which the fates would nail him. The lines of his face made for hard angles, matching the harsh resentment in his eyes. His thin, pale lips moved to a voiceless litany of curses as his eyes tracked the floor ahead of him. And yet, for all that, He trailed the High Priestess Sintara as if he was her shadow, bound to her by laws that could not be sundered by any mortal hand. Renar watched their approach with detached amusement. For her, religion was a wasteland, a place only the broken would choose to stumble onto, their hands outstretched to grasp whatever came within reach. She recalled her own thoughts from some weeks past. The conflation in her mind of whore's tent and temple, and the squalid surrender that fused into one these seemingly disparate settings. The need was the same, and for many the satiation achieved by both proved short-lived and ephemeral. The High Priestess was bedecked in flavors of white and gold. An ethereal illumination clung to her like smoke. Her heart-shaped face glistened as if brushed with pearl dust, and the color of her eyes seemed to shift hues in a soft stream of blues, magenta, and lilac. She was indeed a creature of stunning beauty. "Blessings upon you," said Sintara, when at last she halted a few paces away from Lord Urisander, who had turned to face the new arrivals from his position by the tall, narrow window overlooking the courtyard. Eyeing her adoptive father, Renar sought to gauge his mood, seeking some hint as to the stance he would take with the High Priestess. But as ever, Urisander was closed to her. There was, she supposed, something to admire and perhaps even emulate in her lord's ability to contain his emotions. If, however, she might have expected the man to be affected by Sintara's radiance, his first words dispelled the notion utterly. "This light hurts my eyes," Urisander said. "I would rather the very stones of this keep not glow day and night. Your blessing," he continued, "has made me roar with exhaustion. Now, since you have sought me out, dispense with the incidentals, and speak your mind." Smiling in answer, Sintara said, "You are witness to a power born to deny darkness, Lord Urisander. Here we find ourselves in a holy sanctum, the very heart of that power. Light exists to be answered, and that answer will soon come. Mother Dark but awaits you." Urisander studied the High Priestess for a moment, and then said, "I am told that Hun Ral proclaims himself an archmage. He has invented for himself the title of Mortal Sword to Light. He has, for all I know, a dozen more titles beyond those, to add to that of Captain in my legion. Like you, he delights in inventing appellations, as if they would add legitimacy to his ambitions." It was these days almost impossible to discern a paling of visage among the children of light, but Renar imagined she detected it nonetheless in the lovely, perfect face of Sintara. But the insult's sting did not last long, for Sintara then resumed her smile and added a sigh. "Hun Ral invents titles to affirm his place in this new religion, my lord. Mortal Sword marks him as the first and foremost servant to Father Light. He would claim for himself a martial role in this cult, then?" If anything, this cut deeper, and again it was a moment before Sintara recovered. "My lord, this is no mere cult, I assure you," she gestured almost helplessly. "See this burnish of holy light. See how the air itself is suffused with light's essence." With eyes closed and yearning for sleep, Urisander growled, "I see it still." "My lord, you are named Father Light?" "Sintara. I am named Vatha Urisander, and the only title I hold is that of commander to my legion. One makes you believe I desire a union with Mother Dark. What," he continued, his tone growing harsher, "in my history invites you and Hun Ral into the belief that I desire her as my wife?" "Nothing," Sintara replied, "except your legacy of honoring duty." "Duty? And who proclaims it so? Not Mother Dark, nor the Highborn, for that matter. You crowd me with your expectations, High Priestess, but the voices that roar through my skull deafen but one ear. From the other, why, blessed silence." "No longer," Sintara replied, and at last Renar noted a glimmer of something like triumph in her mien. "I am now engaged in conversation with
High Priestess Emerald Lanier, and no, it was not I who initiated the contact. Milord, she acknowledges the necessity of balance, a redress in the name of justice. She recognizes indeed that there must be a union between Father Light and Mother Dark. Milord, if she does not speak on behalf of her goddess, then she can hardly lay claim to her title of High Priestess, can she? This, she said, taking a step closer, is the overture we were seeking. By marriage arranged, Urusanda said with a bitter smile. The state wins peace. By choices removed, we are to be content with one path. Mother Dark concedes, Sintara said. Is this not a victory? And yet the Hust Legion readies for war. The High Priestess made a dismissive gesture. It but restores itself, milord. How could it do otherwise? Better to bury those cursed weapons, Urusanda said, or melt them down. Hust Herald took his arts too far, into mysteries better left untouched. I decry Hun Ral's treachery, while a part of me understands his reason. But do inform this mortal sword, Sintara, that holy title or not, he will be made to answer for his crimes. Her brows lifted. Milord, he does not acknowledge my authority over him, despite my overtures. When I first heard of the title he had invented for himself, I sought out the old language, seeking an alternative that would properly belong within the temple hierarchy. I found the title of Destriant, signifying the position of chosen priest, yet a priest belonging to no temple. Rather, a destriant's domain is all that lies beyond sacred ground. She paused and then shrugged. He refused it. If Hun Ral is to answer for his crimes, it must be Father Light who will stand in judgment. Not his commander. There was a sardonic hint to Sintara's reply. I await your endeavours account, milord. I believe he has since dispensed with the rank of captain. Where is he now? Returned to the Legion camp, I understand. There is the matter of the companies out tracking Sharinus and Kadu. The mention of Sharinus's name elicited a frown from Urusanda, and he turned away to face the window again, and this was to Renar the only sign of his dismay. Sintara stood as if awaiting his regard once more. He had, after all, voiced no dismissal. After a moment, her gaze slipped to Renar, who was seated on a chair near the Lord's desk. The High Priestess cleared her throat. Blessings upon you, Renar. I apologize for not taking note of your presence earlier. Are you well? Inconsequential enough to escape notice. Hardly. Discomforted, to be honest, Renar replied, as I ponder just how your pet historian will alter the portents of this meeting in whatever account he records for posterity. I assume his presence is deemed necessary given the need for a holy writ of some sort, a recounting of Light's glorious birth, or some such thing. She smiled. If I could be bothered, I might match him with a scroll or two. How odd the birth of a new religion, if it does not quickly fracture into sects. Is it not a proper task to plant the seeds of schism as early on as possible? The Book of Sagander, and the contrary book of Renar, adopted daughter to Father Light. Imagine the holy wars to come of that, with the tree so eagerly shaken before its roots even set. Sintara's blink was languid. Cynicism, Renar, is a stain upon a soul. Its reflection is bitter even to you, I imagine. Come to the chamber of light. With prayer and service you can be cleansed of what troubles you. My troubles? Oh, woman, what you call a stain is my coat of arms. It lies emblazoned upon my soul, and the promise of redress belongs not to you, nor light, nor any temple of your making. Thank you for the offer, High Priestess, and do not doubt that I appreciate the sentiment behind your desire. Sagander pointed at Renar, and said in a half-snarl, You are no daughter by blood, whore. Beware your presumption. At that, Urusanda swung round. Get that wretched scholar from my chamber, Sintara. As for recording this meeting, why, my hand does not tremble at the prospect. Saganda, your writings are well known to me, inasmuch as they mangle every notion of justice imaginable. Your mind was never equal to the task of your heart's desire, and clearly nothing has accrued to you in the years since, barring layers of spite. Both of you, get out.
Bridling, Sintara drew herself taller.
Milord, Mother Dark expects a formal reply from us. Mother Dark, or Emerald Lanier. Would you have Mother Dark address you in person? She speaks through her High Priestess. No other interpretation is possible. Truly? None? And do you speak for me, or is it Hanral who claims that right? How many voices shall I possess? How many faces in my visage can this precious light behold? Hanral is indeed an arch-mage, Sintara snapped, making the title one of derision. He makes mockery of the sorcery he now explores. Even so, it is born of light. The power we now possess cannot be denied, milord.
I argued against our irrelevance, Urusanda retorted.
That, and nothing more.
Now there was anger visible in the commander, reverberating through his entire body.
An utterance of bitterness, a plea for something like a just reward for all that we sacrificed for our realm. I voiced it to the Highborn, seeking the release of land as recompense, and was rebuffed. This, High Priestess, was the seed of my complaint. And now, as you and countless others ride the back of my dismay, we find ourselves charging into death and destruction. Where, in all of this, is my justice?
Renar had to credit Sintara's self-possession, in that she neither stepped back nor flinched from Urusanda's anger.
You will find it meted out, milord, by your hand, from a position of equality, from the throne of light, which will stand beside the throne of dark. This is why the Highborn will gather against you. It is why they will fight your ascension. But you, Urusanda, and Mother Dark, only the two of you, bound together, can stop this. From that throne you will force from the Highborn every concession you desire. It is not for me that I desire anything. For your soldiers, then, your loyal soldiers, who, as you have said, deserve to be rewarded.
A few moments passed, in which no one spoke or moved. Then Urusanda waved dismissively.
Bring to me this note from High Priestess Emerald Lanier. I will read it for myself. Milord, I can recount it for you word for word. My reading skills will suffice, Sintara, unless you also desire the title of my secretary.
Renar snorted.
Oh, very well, then, Sintara said. As you wish, milord.
Their departure was marked by the hollow thumps of the historian's crutches. As the doors closed, Renar said,
You'll never see it, you know.
He shot a researching look.
It will have been transcribed, Renar went on. There will be a notation from Sintara attached, explaining that the original was in high script or some arcane temple code. They are not done with playing you, father. But now, after today, there will be a new diligence to their scheming. Why? Because it seems that you have awakened to this moment and your place in it. He sighed. I miss Sharina Sankadu. The one who set about murdering your captains? I gave her cause. No, they gave her cause. Slayers of innocence, leaders of a misguided pogrom. She was the sword in my hand. The true instigator of that pogrom still lives, Renar said. He bears the new title of Mortal Sword, and now he wields sorcery. Would that Sharinas had begun with him? He was now studying her. Will you stand in her place, Renar? Are you to be my confidant? The question arrived somewhere between hope and a plea. Father, when I last departed this keep, you sent a squad to escort me back. Now here I am, no longer a plaything for your soldiers, required to remain in your presence or, by your leave, in an adjoining room. Will you now make me your reluctant conscience? If so, best not chain me. I need no conscience but my own, Renard. But you saw through the subterfuge of this meeting. You swiftly and truly gleaned the purpose of that miserable scholar. You grasp instinctively, I believe, the needs of this new religion, its raw hunger and brutal pragmatism. And she accused you of cynicism. In any case, Sintara had not planned for you. She left her flank exposed, and Saganda served as a poor excuse in its defense. Renard rose from the chair. Forgive me, father. Best not rely upon me to ward your flank. I am far too capricious in my own amusements. Saganda's well-known disgust for the common-born and the fallen was the only invitation I required. I baited him out of boredom. He said nothing as she made her way from the chamber. Oh, Saganda, old man, mediocre scholar, an historian rocking on crutches from one scene to the next. Even the blessing of light but underscores your flaws. Such clarity of vision, as promised by this burgeoning faith, yields no shades to truth or justice. Do you grasp that, Urusanda? Your high priestess fears your mortal sword. Your historian is maimed by his own bigotry, and feeds fires of hatred behind his eyes. Your first captain dreams of his bloodline restored, and your adopted daughter must turn away from this dance, no matter how honest its meaning, or how honorable its desire. I see this light, father, in all that comes, but I will not blink. Still the echo of those crutches lingered in Renard, reminder of woundings that took away more than limbs or flesh. Scaffolds assembled to take the nails of pain and torment need not be visible to any mortal eye, and if the figure writhing upon the frame remained unseen, still the blood dripped. Coat of arms, my banner, my perfected stain. Captain Halid Bahan slid a hand down from Tath Lorat's bared shoulder, brushing the length of her upper arm, and then smiled across at Han Ral. And all the risks in leading my company upon her trail, mortal sword. Han Ral tilted his head to one side. Indeed. Are 300 soldiers insufficient to guard you from the wrath of Sharinus and Cardu? The man's smile broadened. The risk lies not in what I hunt, but in what I leave behind me, here in Neritz. He flicked a glance at the woman beside him, but if she took note she showed no sign, content instead with playing with the unsheathed dagger she held in her hands. Han Ral pondered the man for a moment, bemused by the fragility of his arrogance and narcissism. Then he shrugged. You suggest a most frail union, Captain, if in the moment of your absence you imagine Tath Lorat quickened to infidelity. At that, Tath Lorat managed a languid smile, though her gaze did not lift. She said, Appetites sing their own song, mortal sword, against which I often prove helpless. Grunting, Han Ral reached for his goblet of wine. Weakness is a common indulgence. Control, on the other hand, requires strength. He studied her as he drank, and then said, But you'll walk no knife's edge, will you, Tath Lorat, with pleasures at hand upon either side? Just my point, Halid said, struggling to pull the conversation back to him, and only now could Han Ral see the brittle need in the man for Ral's attention, especially at this moment. It would not do, after all, to be dismissed before he even departed the tent. But his next words belied Ral's suppositions. And so, I must ask you, mortal sword, will you keep her occupied? Too many young soldiers will catch her eye, weakening the authority of command. But if she shares the furs of the mortal sword's bed, well... Disgust was too kind a word for the antics of these two captains. It was a wonder Urusanda had indulged them for as long as he had. But, of course, the matter was more complex now. Han Ral had lost some vital allies among the captains of the Legion. As you wish. But, Captain, what of Tath Lorat's own desires? You are challenged, Tath Lorat murmured to her husband, still playing with her knife. In response to Ral's question, Halid Bahan shrugged. Sighing, Han Ral looked away. Very well. Tell me, Halid, what have your scouts determined? She somehow acquired an extra horse. Avoiding all settlements, she rode westward into the forest, where, presumably, She intends to hide. She has little choice. We have all routes south blockaded or patrolled. If Kharkanas was her intent, we will deny it to her. Thus, where else might she seek sanctuary? Draken's Keep? Across the Dawson Rill? The ice is notoriously treacherous. We might well drive her to such desperation. Once we reach the forest edge, I intend to advance my company in a pronged formation. We will sweep her up and force her ever westward until her back is to the river. Mayhap she attempts it and drowns. Not good enough, Hun Ra'al snapped. I want her captured, brought back to Nerit Sor. If she drowns in the Dawson Rill, she will have won a victory over me. Unacceptable, Captain. Or to the point, what if she manages to cross? Then I will besiege Draken's Keep. You will do nothing of the sort. We are not border swords, sir. We are Legion soldiers. Hun Ra'al rubbed at his eyes, and then levelled a hard look upon the man before him. You will not offer up to Ivis the prospect of wiping out one of my companies, Halid. Are we clear on this? If Sharinas makes it to Draken's Keep, you are to withdraw. Return here. Her accounting will have to wait. For an instant it seemed that Halid would challenge him, but then he shrugged and said, Very well, sir. In any case, I intend to run her down long before she reaches the road, much less the river. That would be preferable, Captain. After a moment, Halid Bahan cleared his throat, and then rose from his seat, adjusting his armour and winter cloak. We depart now, mortal sword. Do not take too long, Hun Ra'al said. I intend to see us on the march in a month's time. Understood. The captain exited the tent, leaning back. Hun Ra'al studied Tath Lorat. Eventually she sheathed her knife and looked up to meet his gaze. Does the challenge in keeping me satisfied excite you, mortal sword? Stand up, if you insist. Tell me, do you wish to remain a captain in Urisander's legion, Tath Lorat? She blinked. Of course. Excellent. Now hearken well, Captain. You are not among my indulgences. Not now, and at no time in the future. I see. Not quite, as I am not yet finished. In your mate's absence, fuck whom you will. I will, of course, know about it, no matter how carefully you arrange your trysts. And when the news reaches me, and should your lover be found within the Legion ranks, I will see you stripped and thrown to the dogs. If Halid chooses to retrieve you upon his return, well, that is his business. Am I understood, Captain? Tath Lorat stared down at Hun Ra'al, expressionless. Then she smiled. Oh dear, the mortal sword defines a new opprobrium against which we must now contend, does it? If Mother Dark's temple whores make a virtue of carnal indulgences, are we to seek the opposite? Abstinence, sir, will yield your faith few followers. You misunderstand, Tath Lorat. The Legion is frail enough since Captain Sharinas' betrayal. It will not do to have you invite favours, jealousy, and unbound lust among my soldiers. It is bad enough you pimp out your own daughter. And speaking of which, that must end as well. Immediately. Win your alliances by less despicable means. The ways of my kin are not for you to determine, mortal sword. He'd finally stung her awake, he observed, and this led him to consider the hidden fires of Tath Lorat's hatred for her own child. The simple fact was, together, Tath Lorat and Halid Bahan posed a potential problem that could present to him, at some future point, an outright rivalry to his ambitions. Although they were, for the moment, sworn to him, he would be a fool to believe that things wouldn't change once Kharkanas was in the Legion's hands. You are a child of light now, Tath Lorat, he said. But it appears that the significance of that transformation still eludes you. Very well. Consider this. The sorcery that erupted from him flung her from her feet. She struck the tent wall, bowing the canvas and bending the poles on that side. She slid down amidst broken stools and a crumpled cot. From outside came a shout and the rattle of weapons being drawn. In answer to that, Hun Ra'al extended his power, creating an impenetrable dome of light around his command tent. Even the soldiers' cries of alarm could not pierce the barrier. Imagining Sintara in her temple,
struck so suddenly by this distant conflagration of power, made Hunral smile as he watched Tath Lorat climb weakly to her knees, her hair hanging in disarray and drifting to unseen currents of energy. "Now," he said, "in matters of kin, why, you are mine. We are all children of light now, after all. Our family has grown. But your protector remains one man, the man you see before you. Thus, Tath Lorat, the title of Mortal Sword. And a sword, as you know, cuts both ways." She staggered to her feet, fear undisguised in her expression now as she regarded him. Hunral nodded. "Send Sheltath Lor to the keep. Assuming we get past Sintara and her temple cronies, we shall make this a poignant charge in setting the child's care at the feet of Lord Urasander's adopted daughter." "As you command, Mortal Sword." "Now," he continued as he relented his magic, the dome of light beyond the tent immediately vanishing, "be on your way. Inform the guards beyond that all is well, but that my tent is in need of repair." Saluting, Tath Lorat departed. A short time later, Hunral drained his goblet of wine and rose, pleased at the grace that accompanied the effort. The sorcery within him flowed easily through the alcohol, lending an acuity that defied his habit. There were times, of course, when the clarity frustrated him, particularly in the depths of night, when the longing for oblivion commanded his soul. But, like the holy light's refusal of night's gift of darkness, Hunral was denied his escape. It was folly to expect that such blessings of magic would not come with a toll. He was already learning to hide his sobriety when it suited him. He was well served by the assumptions of others, as they watched him dip into his cups and believed his wits dulled. Hunral departed the command tent. Outside he saw a work crew approaching with new poles, guides, and a mallet to aid any new placement of stakes that might be required. To the ruined furniture within the tent, Hunral was indifferent. Better in some ways if the reminders of his power remained. If fear added to his authority, bolstering his new title, then it was all to the good. He walked through the camp, unmindful of the soldiers, their cook fires, and their muted conversations. The bitter cold of the air barely reached him. There was enough power within him at this moment to thaw the ground beneath the entire camp. Yielding to a kind of laziness, he let the sorcery bleed into his vision, altering the landscape around him. Refulgent light devoured details on all sides, while the cook fires seethed like knotted fists of flame. Figures in the avenues between tents revealed a preternatural ambience, sometimes flickering, sometimes fiercely bright. Nearby, a soldier sat with his sword bared in his lap, working a stone along its edge. Seeing the iron blade feeding upon the eternal light made Hunral pause, frowning. The iron's thirst seemed unquenchable. Bemused, but insufficiently so to pursue his own unease, Hunral continued on. A few moments later, he was drawn to a cook fire, sensing from its virulent flames something like defiance. As he approached, the soldiers who had been gathered round the fire pit rose and then backed away. Ignoring them, the mortal sword stared down into the hearth. "There is something there. He could not pull his gaze from the flames, as that unknown force reached out, plucking at his will, mocking the sorcery within him. "What is that? A face? A woman's face?" He heard laughter, not his own, rustling in his skull like autumn leaves. And then a woman's voice spoke in his mind, and its power was such that he felt like a newborn pup, helpless on the ground as something vast reached out to prod and poke it. The realization further weakened him, and he felt his soul suddenly cowering. "Thrillan, Itha, Setaralan. New child, born to the flames, I see your helplessness. Bethok Taralan Draconis, does he even comprehend? See these measures of love, every span, meted in desperation. She strides the eternal expanse of essential night, seeking what? Power is not born of love, except among the wise, for whom surrender is strength. Alas, wisdom is the rarest wine, and even among those who partake of it, there are few who will know its flavour. But you, O mortal sword of light,
walking preened with pride, and drunk on nothing but self-satisfaction. Your ignorance makes your power deadly, untempered. I felt you, was drawn to you. Discipline your subjects as you will, but understand this, power draws power. Extremity invites extremity. Indulge in foolish displays, and there are those, more than your equal in strength, but wiser in its use, who will crush you into dust. Dislike of temerity is commonplace. Affront at misuse, rarer but potent nonetheless.
Who speaks? Name yourself.
Petty demands from a petty mind. Listen well, as I do not often offer advice unbidden, unpaid for. His first gift to her was a sceptre, bloodwood and husked iron. You must forge an answer. Find your most trusted blacksmith and artisan of metals. The crowns can wait, while the orbs, destined for another place, another time. This night build for me a fire, out beyond your civil strictures. Make it large, and feed it well. I will return to the flames then, and guide you and your blacksmith to the first forge. Balance, mortal sword, each gesture answered, each deed matched.
If no payment is asked, Hunral said, then why do this for me?
You? Do you think arrogance charms? I am a woman, not a half-grown girl with fresh blood on the grass. I do nothing for you, Hunral, but you will learn temperance. That cannot be helped, and so I make no claim to its gift. Light must face dark, as an equal.
There is no equal, Hunral snapped. Darkness kneels to light. It falters, fails, retreats.
Her rattling laughter returned. You heed too few of my words. Kneels, falters. Look to the night sky, foolish man, and gauge the victor in the contest between dark and light. Drink yourself insensate, and discover whether oblivion greets you with light or darkness. In eternity's span, light must ever fail, waning, flickering, dying, but dark abides upon either side of life. Tell all this to your high priestess. Puncture her bloated presumption, mortal sword. If you seek domination in your absurd war, you will fail.
Mother Dark has already yielded to our demands. If a battle awaits us, our enemy will fall, and there will be no one to oppose our march into Kharkanas. In that woman, I care nothing for light or dark. I will win for the Legion the justice they have earned, and if this makes the highborn kneel, then I will attend their humiliation with pleasure.
Build me a fire.
Scowling, Hunral said, I will think on it.
Build me a fire.
Did you not hear me? I will think on it.
Thrillan itha setaran. She seemed to reach into him then, grasping not his heart nor his throat, but his cock. Sudden heat engorged it, and an instant later he spurted savagely, saw his seed devoured by flames. She laughed. Build me a fire. She released him. He staggered back, blinking awake to the mundane surroundings of the camp, the abandoned hearth before him, the dozen or so soldiers gathered round to witness. Hunral looked down. He had been standing amidst the flames during his conversation with the demon. His boots had burned away. His leather riding trousers were blackened and curled, revealing his burnished white, now hairless legs. His cock hung out from what remained of his breeches, still dripping.
Oh, abyss take me.
Still, her grip had been sure. He wanted to feel it again. Infian Menand sat up on her cot, pushing hair from her eyes, and squinted across at her lieutenant.
He did what?
Masturbated, sir, as his clothes burned away.
And the flames did not harm him?
No, sir.
I want some of that magic, I think.
Glancing up, she noted a glint of hilarity in the soldier standing before her, and scowled. Against the flames, fool, not the rest. Get out.
When the man was gone, Infian remained sitting for a time, and then she rose, collected her cloak, and left her tent. She walked through the encampment, and then took the high track that skirted Nerit Saw's main street, remaining on the back slope of the ridge as she traversed the length of the village until the trail intersected the cobbled ascent to the keep, whereupon she began to climb to the inner gatehouse. A short time later she reached the courtyard, crossed it, and entered the estate itself. The emanation from the stones, washed walls and floors, streamed down from vaulted ceilings, until every high window appeared not as a portal of sunlight, but as a dulled stain marring the refulgence. The intensity of the ethereal aura deepened as she approached the now sanctified east wing of the keep, the newly named Temple of Light. The architecture ill-suited the name's implied glory, as most of the rooms were cramped with low ceilings, and the tiled floors bore scrapes and gouges from careless shifting of heavy furniture. The central Chamber of Light, now home to its eponymous throne, was the ground floor of the tower. The floors above had been removed, permitting the golden light to rise skyward with such vehemence at the top that the conical roof was no longer visible. Instead, it seemed that a newborn sun commanded the tower's loftiest reach. None of this impressed Infian much, and in that regard it was in keeping with her life's experiences thus far. She understood the paucity of her own imagination and the absence of wonder that accompanied it, but considered neither to be egregious flaws. In place of such dubious virtues, she held to an unassailable capacity for severity, and this trait made her the most respected and feared captain in Urisander's legion. She knew this, and felt no pride, nor sense of accomplishment. It was, after all, the legacy of the Menand bloodline, the last remnant of a heroic family that had seen its prestige battered, stained, and finally dragged down into disrepute, all through no particular fault of kin, present or past. Rather, the qualities of command which Infian had inherited had, time and again during the wars, driven her ancestors to the forefront of every battle, every dire extremity, every desperate and forlorn last stand. The implacable rules of attrition did the rest. The Menand name was now synonymous with failure. Infian possessed a bastard daughter, Menandor, fostered with another family in some pallid mockery of the tradition of hostages among the highborn, but it was an arrangement yielding no gain, supplying the simple expediency of keeping the wretched child out of Infian's way, which further served to drive the unwanted daughter from her thoughts as well. Imagination was necessary in contemplating an offspring's future, and with it all the presentiments and potentials revealed by that child. Infian saw Menandor, in those rare times that she considered the question, as serving as nothing more than a flawed replacement to herself, come the day when Infian fell in her own battle, her own forlorn stand. As such, the bastard daughter marked a natural step in her family line's inevitable descent. New blood stood no chance against the house of Menand's fate. Necessity, after all, possessed a bloodless quality, for all the blood it might have spilled, or would spill in the days to come. Families rarely fell in sudden collapse. More common, she knew, was the slow decrepitude of generation following generation, like the turgid swirling of a muddy pond as the season dried and dried. In such straits, imagination was useless, and she saw herself as well adapted to her diminishing world. Leave it to others, with their emboldened ambitions and awkward avarice, to reap the glories of this civil war. Infian expected to die in the victory. Her lifeblood, draining away, would fill a bowl to be delivered to her daughter, and from that coagulated failure Menandor was welcome to sip, as her mother had done before her. "Welcome," the taste would say, "to the family." Once she announced herself, she did not have to wait long before being granted an audience with the High Priestess. The Chamber of Light was bright enough to blind her to its details, barring that of Sintara, who stood awaiting her. This was satisfactory. She had no interest in the trappings of this new faith. "Hunral fucked a cook fire," she said. Sintara's perfect brows lifted. In a monotone, Infian explained what had been witnessed. Betrayal was not something Sharina Sankadu had contemplated when mapping out the course of her life. Perhaps on occasion she might find herself a victim to it, But the blood on her own hands was unexpected, and the righteous cause driving those who now pursued her gnawed at her resolve. Her list of reasons for doing what she had done held a taint of selfishness. Indignation and affront are all very well, sufficient to justify harsh words or, in extremity, a slap. Modest answers, in other words, to match the personal scale of the moment. But a sword through the neck, at a tavern table, with the head rolling, bouncing upon the ale-spilled wood. When did I begin this new habit of losing control? Vatha Urusanda was a man with blunted needs. She had supped on his frustration, and had walked down into Neritsor, and then into the Legion camp, bloated by its fury. Each face she had confronted had seemed transformed, its every detail born anew in her searing focus. These are the enemies of peace. The face of Serap, the face of Estala and her husband, of Halid Bahan, Tath Lorat, Infian, Hun Ral. Some of those faces are now still, enlivened no more, frozen in their moments of culpability. The others, they bear lively masks of rage, and yearn for my death. If betrayal has a known visage in this, it is mine. Flakes of snow drifted down, silent as ash. The sky above was bright but colourless, as white as the layers of snow now clinging to leafless branches and carpeting the forest floor. Winter's gift was stillness, the muting of life into something like somnolence. The blinding shock of blood did not belong. Disquieted by what felt to her like an act of iniquity, if not desecration, Sharinus crouched and ran the length of her sword blade across the wool of her soldier's tunic, wiping clean the gore from one side. She reversed the flat of the weapon and repeated the task, and then, with a final regretful glance at the pallid, lifeless face of the man who had been tracking her, seeing how the snowflakes still melted as they alighted upon his brow, cheeks, and beard, and swam like shallow tears upon his staring but sightless eyes, she straightened and slid the sword back into its scabbard. Flames had devoured the forest here and there, leaving scorched patches and elongated runs of blackened ruin. The stench remained, making acrid the cold air. She had found tracks nonetheless, the spalled punctures of deer hoofs, the clawed punches of hunting creatures, and here and there, already vanishing beneath the new snowfall, the pattered prints of small birds and scampering mice. She had abandoned the horses, stripping them of saddle, bridle, and bit, knowing that the animals would find habitation when the needs for food and shelter overwhelmed whatever elation attended their sudden freedom. It was in the nature of domesticated beasts to welcome the company of their masters, or so she had always believed. Generation upon generation of dependency could transform familiarity into need. And so it may be for us Tisti as well. I have known too much solitude of late, and yet, when I found myself among my own kind, what did I do? How often are we compelled to destroy what we need, as if driven towards misery, as a stream finds a sea? Dismayed by her thoughts, she set out, plunging deeper into the forest. She had passed through burned-out camps, walked among bones, still bearing remnants of gristle. She had found, beneath a thin tatter of blanket, the corpse of an orphaned child. Outrage was a powerful emotion, but all too often it drowned in helplessness, and all its flailing amounted to little. Still, Sharinus found she could feed upon it, when need arose to demand from her the necessary violence. Such virtues remained hollow, however, when she found herself simply fighting for her own survival. Kagamandra, where are you now? Why do I long to feel your arms around me, hard as bent branches, with loss written in your every caress? As if you offer nothing more than winter's embrace, while my own season wallows in indecision. Still I hunger for you. I know I cannot have you, no point in imagining impossible scenarios. Your path is plain and holds still to its honour. By that alone we are driven apart. I must and will ever remain a stranger to your destiny, and you cannot but answer mine in kind. Sound carried in this forest. She was not alone, and the shouts in the distance were harsh, eager, and deliberate. They would herd her now, drive her to some place of their choosing, where her fate would stumble into their hands, within the reach of their weapons. Already they had refused her way southward. For a moment, however, her hunters were mere scouts, and the advantage remained hers. They were too few in number, and the cordon they sought to impose could be broken through, particularly behind her, back towards the open Eastlands. But the scouts represented the leading elements. Half a company of regular Legion soldiers might well have already set out from Neritz under the command of a lieutenant, if not a captain. The scouts were intended to harry and force her to keep moving. The regulars were there to take her down. She would find no safety to the east. Kagamandra, see what I have done. See where it has taken me. I have begun my own war against Urasander's Legion. Will I find allies among the Legion's enemies? I cannot say. Why would they welcome a betrayer, a murderer, into their camp? How fragile this banner of righteous retribution, and dare I raise it before me to defend what I have done? She worked her way westward, keeping to the deer trails, praying for the snowfall to thicken. But the sky slumbered still, and the flakes drifted down like the unmindful shedding of remnant dreams. I know. You frown at this mention of outrage. You know enough to distrust it in yourself, in others. Is that disapproval in your eyes? Dispense with this hunger for judgment. When you are married, it will ill suit you, inviting as it does rightful retort. I will keep you here for the company. Stay silent. This is the season you wear best, Kakamandra. She caught the snap of branches ahead and to her right. Drawing her sword, she hunched down and continued forward, her moccasins making little sound upon the snow-softened trail. The woman had sought a place of hiding, perhaps intending ambush, but the skein of dogwood she had crawled into was more dead than alive, partially caught by the past season's fire. Twigs that should have bent broke instead. Even so, if Sherinas had not been relatively nearby, and had the timing been otherwise, she might have stumbled into the trap. Instead, she approached the crouching scout from a flank, keeping what she could between her and the woman, until one footfall made a thin, creaking sound. As the scout turned, Sherinas was already rushing forward, thrusting her sword through the lattice of twigs and branches. With a faint squeal, the woman lunged back, seeking to avoid the thrust, but the branches behind her caught the motion, bowed, and then propelled her forward again, and the sword's point punched into her chest. The tip sliced through wool and then leather and skin, but rebounded off the scout's sternum. The blow was enough to knock the woman off her feet, and she flailed in the thicket as she fell. Sherinas advanced, slashing against the outside of the woman's right thigh, cutting flesh down to the bone. Blood sprayed, and the scout screamed. Now they will converge in earnest. Sherinas shifted her sword's angle and chopped down again. This blow severed a major artery in the woman's right leg, and cut deep enough to nearly sever the limb, although the thigh bone remained in place to grip the meat. Yanking her blade free, she met the frightened, shocked eyes of the young woman, and then, shaking blood from her sword, retreated into the forest once more. I should have killed her, but her death is assured too much and too quick her loss of blood. Still, she might have the strength remaining to point her friends after me. Oh, Sherinas, think it through. My tracks are now plain enough. Behind her, voices converged, and the forest awakened to discordant sounds, and once again Sherinas fled the loss of control, cursing the place in which she found herself. I succumb to the criminal's mind, stumble from one wrong to the next, and the stupidities mount higher. This fool's legacy is now mine. Swearing under her breath, she quickened her pace. Nothing must impugn the glory of the faith, Sintara told the scholar, who now sat at the desk. Father Light has revealed his worthiness by the reluctance he displays. He speaks only for his soldiers, his followers, and thinks naught of himself. This is the proper manner of both a god and a king. Saganda's hand, gripping the stylus, was yet to move from where it hovered over the parchment. His eyes were in the habit of watering profusely in this preternatural light, and often he would reach down as if to adjust or knead the leg that was not there. On occasion she had heard the words hidden by his muttering, as he spoke to demons of pain, begging an end to their torment. At times she believed he prayed to those demons. The man's usefulness, she considered as she studied him from her chair upon the dais, might well be coming to an end.
Do my instructions confuse you?"
Scowling, Saganda half turned away.
"She mocked the very thing you would now have me do. This is the flaw among our people against which I have battled for most of my life. The lowborn must not be raised above their capacity."
He shot her a dark glance.
"Orusanda's common soldiers, even the officers, they all seek to uproot rightful order."
Sintara felt a smirk come to her lips.
"You elected the wrong side, scholar. Reveal such thoughts unwisely, and your head will roll."
"Draconis is the enemy, High Priestess."
"So you keep telling me, but he will stand alone when we are done. There will be no consort at the court of Father Light and Mother Dark."
"You do not yet grasp the danger he presents, High Priestess. It is my fate to go unheeded. He journeyed to the lands of the Azathanai. He spoke with the Lord of Hate. He holds congress with unknown powers. Consider his gifts to Mother Dark. Whence came such things? A scepter to command darkness? A mere pattern carved by sorcery upon a floor that opens a gate into a nether realm?"
"Cease your shouting, old man. I am not blind to the threat posed by Lord Draconis. Yes, there is mystery about him. I believe he has indeed conspired with the Azathanai, and we as yet know nothing of the bargain's cost. But consider the one named Therese, and the gift she in turn gave to me. Without her, there would be no light."
"Then," muttered Saganda, "the Azathanai but play both sides, seeking discord, seeking the ruin of Curald Ghislaine."
"Too bad," Sintara murmured, "that you were unable to accompany Draconis into the west."
"He sought no witness to his deeds there. They all worked against me. In all innocence I fell into their trap."
Sintara affected a bemused frown.
"I thought it was a falling horse that broke your leg."
"Yes," he hissed. "A broken leg. What of it? When do such minor injuries demand a severing of the limb? But I was unconscious. I could not assay the damage for myself. I was deprived of choosing my treatment. They were opportunistic."
"Have you no words left for the book?"
He flung the stylus down.
"Not now, High Priestess. The pain has grown worse again. I must seek my drafts."
"Yes, your draughts, your potions of forgetting. In this way you pledge fealty to your gods of pain. You kneel to them. You offer up a drunken smile to their dulled retreat. As upon an altar you wet your throat with libations, and sicken the temple of your flesh. Of course, begone then, scholar. Take your rest."
"Renar needs to be removed," Saganda said, reaching for his crutches. "She stands too close to Father Light. She whispers words of poison."
"Perhaps you are right. I will think on the matter."
She watched the scholar hobble from the chamber. Her thoughts of Renar quickly fell away as she turned her mind to Lord Urusanda.
At his heart a common soldier. He knows well the artifice of his noble title, the puerile claim of an invented ancestry. In that at least Saganda has the truth of it. The lowborn suffer the inadequacies of their impure blood, and we see it clearly in Urusanda. Still, I must make him Father Light. Duty, Urusanda, even the ox knows its demand.
There was something there, then, that indeed echoed Saganda's assertions. When musing on the notion of duty, it was undeniable that the virtue's strength waned the higher one climbed through the classes. And yet, was it not the highborn who spoke most often of duty when demanding the service of the commonalty upon farms and among the ranks of soldiery, in the building of cobbled roads and the raising of estates and keeps? Duty, they cried, in the name of the realm. But usurpers do not come from the common folk. No, they are the rivals standing too close to the throne. They are the pledged allies, the advisers, the commanders. Think on this, Sintara. How will you tread this narrow path ahead? The closer we get to the throne room of the citadel, the greater the risk of betrayal. Urusanda, you must learn again the meaning of duty. In the name of peace,
Recall your low origins, and be assured that I will blunt the fawners who would stoke your fires of personal ambition, of unnatural elevation. I must reconsider my conversation with Emerald Lanier. Let our aspects achieve a proper balance, to make the queen temper the king, and the king temper the queen, to make the god and goddess exchange fealty, and in time come to need the weaknesses of the other. For should they lock gazes and feed mutual strengths, both faiths will be lost, and curled Ghislaine with them. Emerald, we need to work in concert. Mother Dark was a Tisti once, a mortal woman, a widow. Urisander was a commander in a legion. These are their ignoble legacies. It falls to you and me, Lanier, to invest them both with proper humility, and to watch, with a multitude of spies and assassins, those who would crowd too close to either of them. Perhaps in fomenting aloofness, Mother Dark has the right of it. None shall draw too close. In the distance of their station, we can ensure their sanctity. This will need to be perfectly played. We shall be as sisters, you and I, Lanier. And yet again, Sagander spoke truly. Draconis stands too close to Mother Dark. He holds too many of her secrets. It will not be enough to banish him. A knife in the back, or poison in the cup, or, if luck holds, a pathetic end in the mud of a battlefield. We high priestesses, we shall stand between our rulers and everyone else. We must be the raised dais, the guardians of the portal, and the veil through which every word must pass, from below to above, from above to below. Sintara gestured with her mind, a flare of power, and a moment later a priestess entered the chamber. Anali, attend my words. High priestess, the young woman said, gaze averted as she ducked her head. Bring to me the missive sent by Emerald Lanier, and then summon a messenger. I must write to my sister. Quickly. Anali dipped her head again and rushed from the room. Fingers tapping on the arm of the chair, Sintara sighed. She would need to devise a new version of the note sent to her by Lanier. Emerald was too blunt in her style, too revelatory of the necessary manipulations, even when peace was the ultimate aim. Details might well offend Urisander. No, she would have to indulge what editorial talents she possessed. Forgive me, Urisander. The note was in a temple cursive form, requiring transcription. I assure you of its accuracy, as I have done the translation myself. You will note the temple seal upon the document, signifying its official recognition. In a displeasing flash dark in her mind, she saw Renar sitting in that infernal chair of hers, and the derisive amusement playing upon her face. Always an error to invite a whore to ascend to a new station. People will settle upon the level that comforts them, and abide by natural laws, as Sagander says, which dictate the limits of their capacity. And yes, it is this new flexibility, as desired by Hunral and his commoners, which does indeed pose a threat. We risk the anarchy of the undeserving, who must remain forever discontented with their elevation, knowing all too well how it hides their paucity of talent and ability, the lies behind their every claim of worth. I see bloody days ahead. Emerald Lanier, we must make assassins of our best priestesses. Let lust be the lure, with soft pillows to stifle the cry. From beyond her room, the slapping of bared feet. The day ahead promised to be a long one. As befitting his new station, Sagander now had the use of a cart, and a page to manage the mule, making the journey down into the encampment beyond Neritsor far less of an ordeal. His aches dulled by the bitter oils of Debayang, he lolled in the padded seat he had installed in the cart, his lone leg stretched out to match the ghost of the other, and watched the track wend its way behind him. Atop the hill, the keep was now strangely imbalanced, as its eastern wing blazed blindingly bright, as if the sun had shed a precious tear that still burned upon the stones. The purity of that light stung his eyes, left them reddened and weak. This seemed unfair. Looking upon his hands, he saw their alabaster perfection, inasmuch as one could call such twisted, wrinkled appendages perfect.
and when divested of all clothing, the bleached hue of Light's blessing commanded all of him.
Except, of course, for the leg that no one else sees. That, my friends, remains black as onyx, and so it shall be, until the day my vengeance is satisfied. Draconis, hide your bastard son. One day he will return, and I will be waiting for him. As for you, why, I hold to my vow. I will stand over your corpse.
The boy's quirt snapped upon the rump of the mule, startling Sagander.
That would have served me better than my hand, the day I punished Arathan for his disrespect. A sting upon the cheek, a red welt to remind him, perhaps, even a scar. Draconis would not have begrudged me that. A tutor must have discipline, by rule of law, if my hand did not touch him. But no, he's a bastard whose own father refused him. No meeting of eyes between them. I remained within my rights.
There was a court in his mind, with tiers crowded with scholars, rivals, enemies, backstabbers, and judges arrayed behind a long bench. And in a ring outside all of them, he saw a crowd packed shoulder to shoulder, and faces he knew well. Many belonged to his childhood, a gathering of tormentors and bullies and friends who had betrayed his trust. He saw the sour visages of bitter tutors still gripping their canes. Before this hate-filled, contemptuous mob, Sagander stood upon the speaker's platform, and in the realm of his imagination he spoke with stunning eloquence, with the orator's natural gift. He arrayed his defense of his actions, assembled the damning details of the abuse that then befell him. And as he neared his final statement, he saw how the faces of the multitude on all sides were transformed by his words, their owners made to feel shamed by their past crimes, their cruel dismissals, and the vast catalogue of hurts to which they had each contributed. He saw, too, how the stern regard of the judges slowly, inexorably swung to Draconis and Arathan, who stood in the cage of the accused. Their condemnation would prove sweet, but sweeter still would be the judges' words of awe with which they finally addressed Sagander.
You shall be elevated, great scholar, to the highest post in curled Ghislaine, upon a dais one step higher than that of the twin thrones, there to offer your blessed, brilliant insights, to give, in short, proper guidance to our god and goddess. The court never left his mind, and so, too, did it eternally echo with Sagander's impassioned genius. Innocence could be won from the truth, compensation wrung by the same implacable power. Justice could be carved from a perfection of words, sentences, thoughts made concrete. In such a world let the bullies and betrayers and tormentors beware. In that court, upon that platform, Sagander stood upon two hale legs. There was new magic in the realm after all. Who could say what was possible? They skirted Neritsor upon the high track, and then clumped and rolled and rocked down into the Legion camp, the young page straining as the way grew rougher with frozen ruts and greasy stones. A short time later, they drew up before the scholar's tent. While he had a room in the keep, Sagander maintained this more modest abode, not out of any love of soldiery or the mess cook's fare, but for reasons of the private company he entertained within. Batting at the helping hands of the boy, he set his crutches down and worked his way off the cart's edge. Return at dawn.
Yes, sir.
But first, open the tent flap.
Sir.
Sagander ducked his way within, feeling a gust of heat from the brazier that he'd ordered maintained at all times. One of Sintara's failed acolytes was seated nearby, and she looked up with a startled expression.
Is this all you do?
He demanded.
Staring at the coals until they burn down? Have you no clothes to mend? No stitching or knitting? What of bandages? There's always the need for weaving those in an army, yes? Keep your hands busy, child, lest your mind rot more than it already has. Now, go, and remember to set the lamp upon the pole at the entrance. Yes, just so. Now, out with you.
When she was gone, he hobbled over into the ornate chair he'd had brought down from the keep, and settled into it, stretching out the leg none other could see. Glowering down at it, he squinted at the ebon hue. It was a younger man's leg, well-muscled, filled with strength and life. Only rarely, when he'd imbibed too much to bayang, did the bone break, one splintered end pushing up through the flesh, and the leg then twisted and shrank to proportions to match its companion, before the black hue shifted into shades of green, and the stench of gangrene rose from the limb like smoke. At times, deep in sleep, he saw his severed leg lying upon bloodied grasses. He saw it nudged by a boot into a latrine trench. He saw it befouled.
"I will answer in kind. This I swear, upon your corpses, upon your faces, I will answer in kind. No act is final. Another inevitably awaits."
In his mind he uttered this promise to every face in the crowd. There were asides too faint to be heard by the judges, but the face of each enemy who heard his promise, why, how it blanched, how the lip quivered.
"Now, my friends, which among you will be the first to beg for mercy?"
After a time the tent flap rustled, and then slipped aside to permit the entrance of Sheltatha Law. Saganda smiled.
"Ah, the lantern was noted. Excellent, my child."
"Are you in pain again, tutor?" At times there was something in her tone that reminded Saganda of Arathan, a hint of... No, he could not quite grasp it. He could see no insolence in her eyes, only respect and deference, and such an eagerness to serve. There was no sound reason for doubt, and yet...
"The pain, if it must be the answer to my good deeds, well, whoever said the world was fair, yes?"
She moved further into the tent, and once again Saganda marvelled at the natural grace that came with the young. "But things will be made fair, tutor, and soon. And perhaps among the new practitioners of Denel you will find an unexpected salvation." He eyed her, silent as she settled herself upon a heap of cushions beside his cot, and then he said,
"In the meantime, dear innocents, I have need of you."
The smile she offered him looked genuine enough, but something in it, in the eyes possibly, which seemed to softly fulminate, as if the surface was slowly melting in the heat, troubled Saganda.
Too much like Arathan, this child. But, unlike my failures with that bastard, I will make this creature pure again. For all the abuses her mother has inflicted upon her, I have her salvation to achieve, and achieve it I shall. Can you sense it, child? This ghost of mine?"
"I can," she replied. "Always. And still, I wonder, tutor." He tilted his head.
"You wonder what, beloved?"
"Why its skin remains so black." Saganda held his smile, but with difficulty. It was one thing to indulge her wilful imaginings, to invite from her those strange but hopeless efforts at comforting his invisible pain. But this...
"This is sorcery at work. It seethes through us all, a plague's breath of unnatural power."
"Tutor, is something wrong? Come, lie here upon your cot, and invite again my caress. Your ghost limb desires it still, yes?"
"But I feel nothing. It was a game. It brought you close, within reach of my hand, and I could touch what I dare not desire. It was enough, my own small need, and each night you spend here with me is another night away from your whore of a mother, from her endless vengeance upon her own daughter. Nothing cruel in this bargain. But now, it is difficult this night," he said,
his voice thin and weak, sounding piteous even in his own ears.
"The ghost is insensate to all but its own pain."
"We shall see," Sheltatha said. After a moment Saganda brought his lone leg under him, and used a single crutch to push himself upright. He hobbled the 2 steps over to his cot, twisted and slumped down upon the canvas, making the legs creak.
"Well then," he gasped, "here I am."
The tent flap was suddenly yanked aside, and an armoured figure ducked in, straightening with a harsh sigh. In Phaon Menand, heavy and indolent where Sheltatha was supple and sweet,
harsh and cold where Tath's daughter was kind and warm. Saganda scowled.
"What are you doing here, unannounced, uninvited? Leave us, Captain, unless Tath now owns you as well."
"Tath doesn't even own herself," Infian said, her eyes flat as they fixed upon Sheltatha Law, who returned the stare with a closed expression belonging to a much older woman. "I've come at the command of mortal sword Hun Ral. The child, Sheltatha Law, is to be escorted to the keep. Her care is now the responsibility of the Temple of Light. Get off those cushions, girl."
"I am her tutor."
"As you please," Infayan cut in. "If the Temple deems lessons proper, they will undertake them from now on. Of course," she added, finally levelling her gaze on Saganda, "you may well find for yourself a role in that, but you will teach your lessons at the Temple, not here in your tent." After a moment, Saganda nodded sharply.
"Yes, of course. In fact, I believe that I approve."
"Well, that relieves us all. On your feet, Sheltatha." Saganda set a hand upon the girl's shoulder and said,
"Go on. It is indeed for the best."
In silence, Sheltatha Law stood. At a gesture from Infayan, the girl strode from the tent. As Infayan moved to follow, she paused at the tent entrance and glanced back at Saganda. "It may be," she said, "that you do not number among those who have damaged her. I saw not enough here to decide either way, but I will nonetheless insist upon an end to privacy when it comes to your tutoring the girl."
"You impugn my honour."
"How often that proclamation from those who have none?"
"Said the woman who has slaughtered children in the forest."
She said nothing for a long moment, her flat eyes fixed upon him, and for an instant Saganda believed he saw what those children and elders must have seen, even as the sword swung down to take their lives. Suddenly chilled by terror, he stared up at the captain. "In the name of duty," Infayan said, "one must, at times, set honour aside. Were you not once tutor to a bastard whelp?"
"The duty of which saw my honour betrayed,"
Saganda replied, shakily. He shook his head.
"I never abused her trust, Captain. Ask her. I sought to save her from her mother."
"You would have failed."
"Perhaps."
"Even the temple will fail," Infayan said.
"Then you deem this pointless?"
"It is not the coin in hand that makes the whore, tutor. It is making a commodity of one's own body that makes a woman a whore. The flaw lies in the spirit. Sheltatha and her mother are the same in this regard, no different from Renar. If you believe salvation is possible, then why, in the next breath, speak against the elevation of us soldiers?"
"By your argument, Captain, you oppose Hun Ral's desire, and indeed that of Urusanda himself."
Saganda leaned forward.
"Is that a wise admission?"
"In the name of duty, one must at times set aside honour," Infayan repeated. A moment later she was gone, the flap settling back down. Much of the brazier's heat had been lost, and Saganda shivered, reaching for his furs. He settled onto the bed. The ghost moaned out its ache. These soldiers, he was coming to understand, were not all alike. Their uniforms deceived with the illusion of conformity, and as time stretched on, as this miserable winter persisted, the inherent weaknesses of the military system began to show.
Put a sword in every person's hand and they discover an edge to their opinions. But such opinions, no matter how inane and ignorant, twist to ambition, until each wielder draws blood upon every side. There can be no congress among the witless and the avaricious. Betrayal waits in the wings, and all that is won must then be carved into pieces, and should inequity appear, the slaying begins anew. The creation of an army invites poison into the realm. I am well placed to observe this, and I will make it central to the thesis of my last great work. The stations of society are natural creations, governed by natural laws. This civil war is nothing but hubris. Only from the temples will we find salvation. Sintara must be made to understand this. The balance of faiths she espouses must give guidance to the balance of classes in Kurl Galain. A few to rule, and many to follow.
Urusander is useless. Perhaps he will serve as a figurehead. No, we who possess the necessary intelligence and talents, we shall be the true rulers of this realm. Let the god and goddess drift away into their private worlds. One step down from the dais is where real power is worked, and there is where you will find me. I must write to Rise Herat. An overture would not be amiss. He surely understands the necessity of our respective roles in what is to come. But I will address him as an equal, to make certain that he understands our new relationship. Meted in wisdom, we shall conspire to save Colonel Ghislaine. An end to soldiers, the rise of scholars. I see a renaissance in the offing.
The plain woman who fed the brazier now returned, eyes averted, a bucket of dung in each hand. He watched as she knelt at the iron brazier and began feeding chips into it. An all-too-modest skill, maintaining such a fire, requiring little more than small measures of brawn, discipline, and a few sparks of wit. It was well that she possessed a task to suit her, he reflected.
This is civilization's gift, finding a task to match the capability of each and every citizen of the realm. But make it plain that limits exist for the good of all, and if necessary, a mailed fist to prove the point. The highborn have it right. Houseblades to police their holdings, a city constabulary, an army? Disband it, and put an end to its unruly nest, lest the vermin breed discontent. When you're done there, Sagander croaked to the servant, attend me here. The night is cold, and I have need of your warmth.
Yes, sir, the woman replied, dusting her hands. Sintara was generous, and generosity among the powerful was truly a virtue. She would gather the whores into a single room, Renar said, smiling, and name it a temple of disrepute, no doubt. Sheltatha Law stood before her, still heavily cloaked from her march up from the camp. She seemed neither discomfited nor confused by the new arrangements. "So, it was Sintara who sent you to me?" Shrugging, Sheltatha said, "Hunral decided this. Infian delivered me. Sintara thought to interpose her will, but in the end she rejected me for the temple, noting my misused flesh and so on." She paused and looked around. "Have you the use of an adjoining room? My needs are modest. Presumably my clothes and the rest will be sent up from the camp, eventually. I assume the food is better here, to make up for the duller company." Renar held her smile. "First, you will need to cultivate your contempt, Sheltatha Lor. If your words would cut, sharpen your guile, and above all, be selective in choosing your target. I am not one you can wound." Sheltatha shrugged off her cloak, leaving it to fall to the floor. "The soldiers talked about you," she said. "You are missed, or rather, were. A soldier killing himself in your tent has somewhat stained your reputation." "I have high expectations," Renar replied, still seated, still studying the daughter of Tath Lorat. Sheltatha's brows lifted, and then she laughed. I know what this is, you know." "Do you?" "Yes. This is an attack upon my mother. They tell me it's for my own good, but they never really understood any of it. When she realizes she can no longer abuse me, she will find comfort in my absence. You see, I was better at it than her." "Better at what?" "I learned the sensual arts at a very young age. I have not begun to sag or waste with drink or smoke. My youth was her enemy, and she well knew it. She made her own habits her instruments of abuse, and having given them to me, she desired to watch them deliver to me their ruin." "You are perceptive. Do you deem this wisdom?" "It is not." Smiling, Sheltatha Law raised her hands, and from both white fire suddenly flared into life. "The flame purges as required. My flesh knows no taint. My habits deliver no stain. Well, not for long, anyway." "Clever," Renar said. "So you are now separated from your mother. Tell me, what do you seek for yourself?" Sheltatha lowered her hands, and the fires dwindled and then vanished.
Her eyes scanned the chamber. Nothing. Nothing? I am surrounded by ambition. It makes every visage ugly to behold. Ah, then what of my visage? Sheltatha glanced over at Renar, and after a moment she frowned. No, you remain pretty enough. And is that something to admire, even aspire to? Shall I teach you the art of my own immunity? You see, I have no need to purge anything from me. I doubt the fires would find you in any case. I agree. I therefore elect more mundane means, which might serve you should the sorcery one day fail. Fail? Why should it fail? Everything, Renar said, comes with a cost. A debt is already begun, although you do not yet know it, or feel its weight upon you. Be assured it exists. How do you know? You see ugliness in the faces of the ambitious. That is their debt, writ plain enough to your eyes. When I look upon you here, now, I too see what the magic demands of you. Sheltatha cocked her head. What then? What do you see? The wasteland in your eyes. After a moment, Sheltatha blinked and then turned away. Which room will be mine, then? Do you invite my instruction? Do you name yourself wise? No, just more experienced. Sheltatha sighed. I had a tutor already. He touched me for pleasure. Oh, nothing crass or bold, the very opposite, in fact. A hand upon mine, briefly, a brush of a shoulder, or a tap upon my knee. It was charming in its pathos, to be honest. He, too, wanted to steal me away from my mother and her ways. But his lessons were worthless. Why should yours be any better? What did he try to teach you? I have no idea. Perhaps he was working up to it. Oh, and he had me massage the leg he lost. The ghost, he calls it. But I could see it plain enough. Remnant energy would best describe the emanation. The body sees itself as whole, no matter the reality of its state. That's curious, is it not? Do you see this energy upon hale limbs and bodies, Sheltatha? Yes. It shows strong among some, weak in others. It comes in many hues. Yours, at this moment, is the colour of a clear sky, close to dawn. Blue, with something hinting at slate beneath it. Dawn, or on the edge of dusk. This tells me, Renar, that you hide a secret. We can then make this your study, to begin with, said Renar. How so, when you reveal no such talent? Never mind the sorcery itself. Indulge in your own explorations with that. Rather, work with me upon the proper reading of those emanations. Let's discover what you can glean from those you meet, or are able to see. High Priestess Sintara was proof against my abilities. I'm not surprised. What of Infian? She can kill without feeling, but that numbness makes her dull and insensitive. She cannot grasp subtlety, and so fears it. When sensing its proximity, her energy darkens with suspicion, hate, and the desire to destroy all that she cannot understand. Grunting, Renar stood. Good. Useful. So long as no one else knows about your hidden talents. None but you? Then why reveal yourself to me? We hardly know each other. Your energy did not change in my presence, Sheltatha replied. That means you want nothing from me, and mean me no harm. You're just curious. And, she added, my magic didn't change anything in you. No fear, no wonder, no envy. The secret you hold, Renar, has nothing to do with me, but it's the strongest thing I've ever seen. Come then, and I will show you your room. Nodding, Sheltatha followed Renar. The strongest I've ever seen. Beneath it, the colour of slate. The High Priestess had been too quick in her dismissal of this girl, and that was fortunate as far as Renar was concerned. Secrets are what they are. Is it fear that makes one keep them? Not always. No, for me there is no fear. For me there is only patience. The sky at dusk, waiting for the night to come. Chapter 12. You fear desire, said Lassa Rook, her eyes lurid in the fire's light. Hanako of the Scars, I fold back my furs for you, that we may partake in senseless rutting, followed by tender cuddles. Which one pays for the other, I wonder? No matter. Choose one as the oyster and the other as the shell. And should I paint in gold its opposite? Well, such are the risks of love.
Hanako pulled his gaze from hers with an effort, and glared into the flames. Is this your flimsy veil of grief, Lazaruk, so quickly flung away at the first heat?
My husbands are no more. What am I to do?
She swept her hair back with both hands, a gesture that thrust out her chest, and, as Hanako mused on the curse of anatomy, the breasts upon it.
A vast emptiness has devoured my soul, dear boy, and it is in need of filling.
More husbands?
No, I am done with that. Do you not see me running light as a butterfly through the meadows of my liberated mind? Look well into my eyes, Hanako, slayer of the Lord of Temper. In these pools awaits all manner of lascivious curiosity, forward and back, sideways and upside down. You need only find the courage to look.
But that he would not do. Instead, he twisted slightly upon the fallen tree trunk where he sat, and frowned at the rapt form of Erlen Creed. The warrior was muttering in his sleep, an endless litany of strange names, punctuated by vile hissing and bone-chilling curses. The madness had not abated, and it had been 3 days now. Even the mosquitoes and the biting flies avoided him. The valley and the dread lake where Creed had slain the dragon was far behind him, and yet it seemed that the world was reluctant to yield the pattern, as they now sat beside yet another lake, at the base of yet another thickly forested valley. For 2 days Hanako had carried the warrior, his armor, and his weapons, and on both nights, with dusk's sudden arrival, he had sunk down to the ground on trembling legs, too weary to even eat. Lassa Rook had taken to cooking their meals, although Hanako was the one to force food into the mouth of Erlen Creed, fighting the warrior's delirium and wild batting hands, his fierce eyes, and teeth bared like fangs. In consideration of that, Hanako wondered tenuously if Erlen was perhaps saner than he appeared. Lassa Rook cooks food to make even the dead fast. I must warn this Jaghut lord. Lead her to no kitchen beneath the rock piles, lest you unleash the undead in frenzy and madness. Spill them fleeing into the mortal realms.
No, bless me, Hanako, Lassa sighed. Do reach out a pouring hand at the very least. Here I yield you these lobes, my oft-plucked fruit, so well handled and tender, whose very nipples cry out with the memory of tweaks and twists. They have the taste of honey, I'm told, and the scent of flowers.
I've seen you dab them every morning, Hanako said.
A secret revealed, and yet you still speak of marriage. Hanako, this journey of ours is almost as bad, with all the shattered privacy of making toilet and other things. Imagine this intimacy, young sir, with no end in sight. Shall I pluck importunate hairs from alarming locales upon your person, while you squeeze blackheads upon mine? Shall we take turns wiping the drool from our chins with every dawn for years on end? Tell me, what other details of marriage can I offer you to disavow all your notions of romantic bliss?
Please, Lassa, my thoughts are for Erlen Creed. He does not improve. There was madness in that dragon's blood.
It's said that there are celibate monks among the south dwellers. Pray rush to their cold company, Hanako.
Lazaruk, I beg you. We must discuss what to do with our friend here.
We bring him down to the Jaghut, of course, and whatever Azath and I might be lounging about. They can examine our blathering warrior here, and decide if he is fit to live or die. This matter, you must see, Hanako, lies beyond us. Now, where was I? Ah, these protrudenous fruit, so swollen and inviting. With a low growl, Hanako rose to his feet. He stepped away from the fire, moving past Lasse, and made his way down to the pebbled shoreline. The stars were strewn upon the still surface of the lake. Cool air rose from the water, lifting to Hanako the faintly pungent smell of decay where detritus made a cluttered rim on the shoreline. He walked along that verge, his steps slow. Rock and water. The world had a way of making borderlands the repository of the discarded, as if in the collision of smaller worlds things did not merge, only break. The Thelakai, such lovers of tales from distant lands, were nonetheless a people content with their own isolation. There were things to protect, after all, and preeminent among them a host of precious but flimsy beliefs. There was little defence, however, against the invasion of ideas, beyond whatever strength was offered by collective prejudices. And even among an isolated people such as the Thelakai, factions arose, jostling for dominance, always eager to impose distinctions. The only weapon of any worth against such idiocy was laughter, and it cut sharper and deeper than any blade. A war upon death. That was worth a bold guffaw. Now, watch us laugh all the way to the feet of the Lord of Rockpiles himself. Some ideas will turn the blade, wounding the wielder with unexpected suddenness. He turned at the sound of splashing from the lake, caught the glimmer of churning water as a figure clambered into view. Hanako saw a flash of tusks, and then heard muttered cursing as the stranger struggled with a bulky, sodden pack. He dragged it ashore, and then straightened, turning to face Hanako.
Is this the crude self-obsession of youth, Thelakai? Or has mercy simply died, along with everything else?
Hanako stepped forward, in time for the Jaghut to thrust the heavy sack into his hands.
It's time to give thanks to that fire of yours, the Jaghut said, stepping past. A beacon, a promising pyre, a rack to dry flesh and bone. It was all these things, and more.
Hanako grunted under the weight of the sack, which was still draining water. He hurried to catch up to the Jaghut. "But where did you come from?"
A boat, Thelakai. By this means one can journey across lakes. Unless, he added, the boat changes its mind, and longs instead to explore the bottom.
As they drew nearer the fire, Lasse Rook's voice drifted out to them.
"Another wastrel, Hanako? But not the grunts and growls of a bear, nor the hiss of a dragon. Why, this venture offers everything but the sweaty squeeze beneath the furs. Tell me, oh please, the tale of a shipwrecked prince flung so carelessly upon my lap, as it were."
She was standing, awaiting them, and her words trailed away when the Jaghut stepped into the light, already stripping off his soaked clothing.
"Unless you're in the habit of devouring small children with your sweet trap, woman, best look back upon your companion, if satisfaction is what you seek."
Lasse Rook snorted, and then moved to sit once more.
"Wastrels indeed. Do charge these flames, Hanako, and with luck such heat will dry our guest to a frail wisp, lifting him high into the night and gone."
Now naked, the Jaghut moved closer to the hearth and began laying out his clothes.
"Thelakai,"
he said, making the words sound like a mild irritation.
"You've been tumbling down out of the mountains for weeks now. All through the nights as I communed with the walls of my cave and paced the rough floor in search of quietude, I have been subjected to the echoing braying I assumed to be laughter."
Finished with his clothing, he moved closer to the flames and held out his hands to the heat.
"But let it not be said that a Jaghut worth his salt would call but one cave his refuge. I set out, then, seeking a more remote cache."
"His boat sank," Hanako explained. Lasse Rook lifted a bright gaze to him.
"At last, brevity. Heed well this deplorable youth, Jaghut, and consider, in your own time to be sure, the value of being succinct. After all, We do not all live for ages untold, inviting such preambles as to witness the greying of hair and bending of bones.
After a moment, the Jaghoot rose and retrieved the pack that Hanako had dragged into the firelight. He pulled free the straps and drew out a bundled chain surcoat, followed by a helm, a belt, and twin-scabbarded short swords. Hanako stared.
You swam, carrying all that? I think even I could not manage such a thing, sir.
When swimming fails, one walks.
Listen to him, Hanako. Before this night is done, he will tell you of the stars he gathered from the sky.
She rose.
I'm for sleep, yielding to you snores rather than moans. But do lean an ear to this pallid Jaghoot, and partake in his dirge of exhausted wisdom. No finer music could more quickly put me to sleep.
Hanako moved to check on Errolyn Creed, but the warrior remained unconscious, his brow hot with fever. Troubled, Hanako returned to sit opposite the Jaghoot. "What ails your friend?"
He slew a dragon, and then drank its blood.
The Jaghoot grunted. "I expect he eats his own lice, too."
I am named Hanako.
"I know." Hanako waited, and then shrugged before dragging close a branch torn from a tree they had pulled up from the high water line. He flung it onto the fire. Sparks scattered and then died. "Names," said the Jaghoot, "become their own curses. They are seared upon your soul, destined to follow your every deed. Such flimsy frames to bear inordinate burdens. It is my thought that we should all dispense with our old names, perhaps once every 10 or so years. Imagine the wonder of beginning anew, Hanako, cleansed of all history."
I would see a world, sir, where every crime was escaped.
You have a point there, but I wonder, what is it precisely?
With our names comes responsibility for all that we have done and all that we promise to do. But also, sir, how would we keep track of our companions, our friends, family?
Yes, but your point?
Hanako frowned. You are Jaghoot. You are unlike the rest of us. It is the very continuity that we yearn for, which you would reject. Well, which you have rejected.
For a time neither spoke, and the only sound beyond the crackling flames was the drone of Lassa Rook's snoring. Then the Jaghoot said, "Hanako, I am named Raist."
"Then welcome, Raist, to our fire."
"Voice a single jibe, Hanako, and I might have to chop off your head, just so you understand how this night will play."
"I am too worried for Errolyn Creed, to be honest."
"He will live, or die."
"Ah, thank you."
"If he lives, he will not be the man you once knew. If you trusted this Errolyn Creed, trust him no longer. If you thought you knew him, you know him no more. And should he instead die, why, honour who he once was, raise a decent cairn, and sing his praises." Hanako stared into the flames.
"We journey, Raist," he said, "in answer to the call of one of your kin."
Hood? Now, that is a name worthy of being a curse.
"You will not answer his need?"
"Of course not."
"You say that other Thalakai have passed through this valley, and past your cave. It seems, then, that there will be many more in Hood's army than I had first imagined."
"Thalakai who like a good joke," Braist said, nodding. "Dog-runners, who have made sorrow a goddess of endless tears. Ilnap, who flee a usurper among their island kingdom. Foralkan, seeking the final arbiter. Jek and Jellican, ever eager for blood, even should it ooze from carrion. Petty tyrants from across the ocean, fleeing the High King's incorruptible justice. Tisti, Azathanai, Halakahi, Thelaman."
"Thelaman?"
"Word travels swift and far, Hanako, when even the waves carry the tale."
"Then," whispered Hanako, "this shall be a most formidable army."
I would almost yield my isolation to see Hood's ugly face once he realizes the true tragedy that is the answer to his ill-considered summons.
"I should have realized," Hanako said. Grief will make a vast legion. How could it not?
It is not the grief, young Salakai, but the questions for which there are no answers. Against such silence, frustration, and fury, we'll see every sword drawn. Hood longs to face an enemy, and will, I fear, refashion death into a god. A being worthy of cursing, a face to be carved from senseless stone, offering up a blank stony gaze, a grimace of granite. Reyes snorted. I see dolomens in the offing and sacred wells from which the stench of rotting meat rises to greet dancing flies. There will be sacrifices made in the delusion of fair bargain.
The Thelakai, said Hanako, hold to a faith in balance. When there is death, life will answer it. All things in this world, and in every other, ride upon a fulcrum.
A fulcrum? And who then fashioned this cosmic construct, Hanako?
It is simply how things are made, Reyes. Mountains will crack and tumble, making the ground level where once stood cliffs. Rivers will flood and then subside when the waters drain away. For every dune raised up by the winds, there is an answering hollow.
For every cry there follows a silence. For every laugh there is weeping. Yes, yes, Hanako. Reyes waved a long-fingered, almost skeletal hand. But alas, what you describe to me is the mind's game with itself, haunted by the need to make sense of senseless things. To be certain, there are vague rules at work which observation can detect. Crumbling mountains and flooding rivers and the like, the grinding wheel of the stars at night. But such predictability can deceive, Hanako. Worse, it can lead to complacency. Better to heed the unlikely and assemble such rules only after disaster's dust settles. After all, the heart of that need is comfort. Hanako glanced away, and then scowled down into the flames of the fire.
You mock our beliefs.
But gently, I assure you.
As you would a child, you mean?
Such is our curse, Reyes replied. In fact, he added, one cannot help but detest the Jaghut in general. Permit me, if you will, to explain. Hanako pushed more of the branch into the fire. He considered the Jaghut's offer. There would indeed be value in learning more of these strange people. After a moment, he nodded.
Very well.
Reyes reached out to collect a stick, one end of which he thrust into the embers. Some dread failure overtook us, one in which the intellect, knowing only itself, rose to dominate our proud selves, and by the seduction of language then set about denigrating all that was not rational, all that hovered tantalizingly out of reach beyond its power to comprehend, much less explain away. Although it works hard at doing precisely that, explaining away, dismissing, impugning, mocking, the cynical eye is cast, and the cleverness of the mind descends to assume the pose of the haughty. What results, sadly, is an intellect that won't be denied its own sense of superiority. He held up the stick with which he had been stirring the embers, studied the small flames flickering from its blackened tip. Is there anything more obnoxious than that? Hanako found himself matching Reyes' examination of the small tongues of fire writhing about the stick's tip. Reyes continued. So Gothos gave to us this wretched truth, and in so doing he showed us the paucity of our lives. The intellect delights in standing triumphant within us, even as the ashes rise past our knees, as the skies darken and grow foul with smoke, even as children starve or are flung into the face of war and strife. Because the mind that has convinced itself of its own superiority is incapable of humility, and in the absence of humility it is incapable of growth. He waved the stick before him to make the tip glow, inscribing patterns that seemed to linger in the air. To all this Kaladin brooded but nodded, and built for us a monument to our own stupidity, the Tower of Hate. Oh, how we laughed at the wonder of it, the blatant skyward stab of our obdurate natures. A moment, in truth, to announce the fall of our civilization. Now, that was a night of celebration.
But surely, objected Hanako, the rational state proffers many gifts to a civilization.
Reyes shrugged, and then set one hand over one of his eyes, blinking with the other. "Why, yes, I see them now, these gifts." He withdrew his hand and frowned. "Oh, dear, is that the cost? What my second eye observes, all those poor fools made to kneel in the dirt, and the well-meaning but utterly self-deceiving leaders, living in such splendor, who hold in their hands the life and death and liberty of those abject minions. And there, ever ready with their salutes, the soldiers, who would impose the will of said leaders in the subjugation of their fellows. Why, reason rules this world. The necessities of organization are such rational constructs. Who could deny their worth?" He snorted. Shall we ask the slaves, in the few moments they win each day, in which to pause and draw breath from their labours? Or shall we ask the leaders, who in the luxury of privilege are granted time to contemplate the system in which they thrive? Or perhaps the soldiers? But then they are told not to think, only to obey. Where, then, among these myriad participants are we to look for judgment? The bards, the poets, the sculptors and painters. Pah! Who ever listens to them? You heeded Caladan brood. He drove the spear into our civilization, yes, but that civilization was already a corpse, already cold and lifeless upon the ground. No, the role of artists is to attend the funerals. They are the pall-bearers of failure, and every wonder they raise high in celebration harks back to a time already dead. Some would dance, and give to us joy and hope. The gift of momentary forgetfulness, Reyes said, nodding. This we name entertainment. Does that not have value? It does, except when pursued to excess. At that point it becomes denial. What then is your answer, Reyes? The jackhoot's tusks flashed dully as Reyes grinned. I shall endeavour to create a new civilization, one heeding the inherent flaws of its organization. I shall indeed attempt the impossible. Alas, I can already foresee the outcome, as I am driven by frustration and ultimately despair. The possibility must be acknowledged, which we dare not do, that we, being imperfect creatures, are ever doomed to fail in achieving the perfection of a just society, a society of liberation, balanced and compassionate, reasonable and spiritual, devoid of tyrannies of thought and deed, absent wanton malice, the cruelty of natural vices, be they greed, envy, or the desire to dominate. Hanako studied the flames, considering the jackhoot's chilling words. But, Reyes, can we not try? To try implies a willingness to accept our flaws, and to serve the cause of mitigating them. To try, Hanako, begins with acknowledging those flaws, and that requires humility, and so we return once again to an intellect convinced of its own superiority, not just superiority over others of its own kind, but superiority over nature itself. The Tisti poet Galan said it well when he wrote, "The shore does not dream of you." Do you know that poem? Hanako shook his head. Do you grasp the meaning of that line? Nature will prove itself superior to our every conceit. Reyes nodded, his eyes shining in the firelight. Humility. Seek it within yourself. Be as skeptical of your own superiority as your intellect is skeptical of the superiority of things other than itself. Turn your critical faculties inward with ruthless diligence, and by that you will understand the true meaning of courage. It is the kind of courage that sees you end up on your knees, but with the will to rise once more, to begin it all over again. You describe an unending journey, Reyes, of a nature which would test a soul to its very core. I describe a life lived well, Hanako. I describe a life of worth. Then he flung the stick onto the flames. But my words are not for the young, alas. Even so, they may echo into future years and rebound when the time is propitious. Thus I offer them to you, Hanako. For your gift this night, Hanako said, I thank you. A gift you barely comprehend? The Thalakai heard the wryness in the jackhoot's tone, stealing the sting from the words.
Just so, Raist.
The dog runners speak with rare vision, Raist said, when they say that in the flames of the hearth we can see both our rise and our fall.
And the ashes in the morning to come?
The jackhoot's twisted mouth fashioned a bitter grin.
Those ashes.
Yes, well, there are none to see them, just as none of us can do aught but remember heat, yet remain doomed to feel no warmth from the memory. So we know but cannot know what it was like to be born, nor what it will be like to die. Ashes. They will tell you that something has burned, but what is the shape of that thing? For those who burned but faintly, some form remains, enough with which to guess. But for those who burned fiercely, as you say, nothing but a heap of ashes swiftly scattered on the wind.
There is no hope for legacy, Raist?
By all means hope, Hanako. Indeed, aspire. But what the future will read from what you leave behind is beyond your power to control. And if that is not humbling, then nothing is.
And yet, said Hanako, I travel to find an army that seeks death, to wage a war that cannot be won. In my heart, I yearn for failure and dream of glory.
And no doubt you will find it, Raist replied.
Tell me of the Azathanai.
Squalid wretches, every one of them. Look not to the Azathanai for guidance.
How did you walk across the bottom of the lake, carrying your armor?
How? A few steps amidst clouds of silt, and then back to the surface, and then down again for a few more strides. It was dull work, I tell you. There is a forest down there, making a tangle of everything, and hearthstones in rings like pox making treacherous holes, tree stumps and overly curious fish, biting eels. I've had better days.
With that, Raist rose.
Sleep beckons.
But Hanako was not yet finished with this unexpected guest.
Raist, can you heal Eralan Creed?
The jackhoot paused, and then said,
No. As I said, the blood will either kill him or it won't. But what I can offer is a warning. The kin of the slain dragon will know your friend by the scent of that draconic blood. Some will seek to resume old arguments.
Hanako stared at Raist.
They will hunt us.
The jackhoot shrugged.
You have lively days ahead of you, Thelakai.
With dawn's light creeping around the sides of the mountain to the east, Garalko, the eldest of Lasaruk's husbands, walked up to the side of the dragon's carcass and gave it a kick. Rank gases hissed out from somewhere below. Coughing, he staggered back. From the makeshift hut the three Thelakai had built for the night just past, up beyond the high water mark, Ravast emerged. Crouched in the entranceway, he watched as Garalko then waded into the water to approach the carcass from that side.
"Aye!"
Garalko cried as he looked down.
"The water seethes with ravenous crayfish."
Tathanol appeared from further up the strand, dragging another uprooted tree. Upon hearing Garalko's cry, he paused and looked up.
You hunt that poor beast like a wolf its kill. Leave off that which you cannot claim unless by stink alone you would assert kinship.
"Wait,"
said Garalko, peering down.
"What glimmer is this I see? Ah, nothing but the picked bones of Tathanol's curiosity. 'Twas but the tiniest bird, if one can judge said bones. Do you still hear the snicker of pincers in your ears, O brother of fate? Why, they must have set upon you in the night." "What truths, then, does the dead beast yield?" Tathanol asked. "Many truths, Tathanol." Garalko waded back onto the shore. "By gleaning examination of myriad details, I conclude, for example, that the dragon did not make that cairn of stones in which was entombed Ravast's battle-axe." "Indeed. Then did it not crush its own skull, either?" "I wager that gift belonged to Eralan Creed." "Why such perception in old Garalko?" But can you be certain that it was not the ravenous crayfish that scuttled in sudden ambush whilst the wounded beast wallowed in the shallows?
Your mocking words, Tathanel, well match your ignorance.
I felt the snip of pincers, and can tell you only a fool would underestimate their vicious efficacy. A foolish dragon at the very least, Ravast suggested, as he emerged from the hut and made his way down onto the shoreline. Tathanel, I see you have collected for us another tree. Will you add it to the 7 others, and make for us a neat pile? Tathanel scowled up at him. The dream felt very real, pup, I tell you. We all came close to drowning, and if not for the ship I built, blessed as I was by premonition, we would all be dead by now. Dead in your dream realm, you mean? And who is to say that such realms are lacking in verisimilitude, Ravast? Indeed, that realm may well be the repository of our precious souls, and should we die in it, we would awaken with lifeless eyes and an insatiable predilection for funereal attire. Dour and solemn may well describe your tastes in fashion, but not mine. But Tathanel, said Ravast, by all means build your timbered salvation, only do it in your sleep, in the realm where it will be needed. He gestured at the uprooted trees now lining their camp. These will avail you not, unless you envision a ship able to ply waters both real and imagined.
Wise observation,
observed Garalko, now studying Tathanel with some skepticism.
and one which had already occurred to me, since it is the eldest, who know wisdom. Perhaps, in reconsidering Ravast's words, it would be better to conclude not wisdom, but the youthful quickness of the youthful mind that so swiftly rushes to the place of obvious absurdity, particularly when contemplating someone else's efforts.
A rush to ill-considered judgment, you mean? Retorted Tathanel. Near children such as Ravast are incapable of understanding nuance in matters of the metaphysical. Lost on him as well is my gracious generosity in offering him a berth upon my vessel. I see no vessel, said Ravast. I see trees, branches, leaves, and roots. It is the superior mind that can observe this meanest material, and yet see in it a sharp, proud monument to maritime majesty. They buried my axe, Ravast said, fearing that it was all that remained of us. We came too late, alas, to see the wet stains of our wife's tears as she flung herself atop the rock pile, tearing hair from her scalp in reams of grief and what-not.
I looked for but found no clumps of hair, Garalko said. No, it's far more likely that she has already taken young, all too handsome Hanako to her furs, and if her mighty will reveals the power she imagines it to possess, why, she already swells with illegitimate child. I see her here in my mind's eye, already sated, and curse that Hanako satiated as well. The smugness of her glinting regard haunts me, the faint smile of womanly victory over us in all those battles we never recognize, even as our blood drips. I see it, hovering like a knife above my heart, to make sudden blur towards my beleaguered manhood.
That cat is years old, Garalko, Tathanel said. An eel made lifeless by age, flopping no more.
Ravast, come to my aid. Young and old must ally, and by stinging rebuke savage the one who possesses not enough of either. Tathanel, by all means build your boat, but we must leave you behind, and rush to the moment when we stumble upon our disloyal wife, as she thrashes in the arms of Hanako the adulterer. You and I, Ravast, we shall unveil the cuckold's razor beak, and see in our wife's wide eyes that first flowering of fear and dread, and then, with her dignity squirming beneath our heel, we shall grind her into misery and remorse, and so win a cornucopia of favors.
Bright fruit and venomous nectar, more like, said Tathanel, sneering. When I see you both flounder in deep waves and hear your piteous cries, why, I will blithely sail past you both and offer up the meanest flutter of fingers. When next you see me in your dreams, Ravast said, observe as I rush to the flood, inviting every lungful of sweet water. Welcome my carcass, Tathanel, as it rolls to and fro, and be at ease, knowing I died happy.
Garalko grunted. Ravast, you have not been married long enough to have lifeless eyes. In perusing my reflection this morning in the lake's mirrored surface, I was shocked at the dullness of my own gaze.
Our shock is long past, said Tathanel. Yours is a gaze, Garalko, that can blunt a sword's edge, and by wit you bludgeon us all. My poor humour reels bruised and struck senseless. So, by all means, take the pup and be off, both of you. Ravast turned back to the hut. We'd best dismantle our abode, Garalko, since it was by our own hands that it was thus raised. A moment there. Where will I sleep? Why, Tathanel, said Ravast, you can sleep in your boat. Garalko laughed.
Sweet dreams, Tathanel.
Very well, sighed Tathanel, after a moment's consideration. I will accompany you to ensure that you are safe, as I alone among the three of us happen to be in my fighting prime. The pup is too wild and wayward, and still thinks himself a hero, whilst the ancient man of creaking bones can scarcely lift his weapon. Ah, said Ravast, we can leave the hut then, for the next party of fools. You confess your spite. I confess nothing, except perhaps a sudden laziness. Now, have we not lingered here long enough? We have a treacherous wife to hunt down.
I shall shake my fist at her most stentoriously,
said Garalko, as he collected his gear.
As a bear awakened from its cave, my lips shall writhe and my fangs gnash with eerie clicking sounds. Like a wolf in the deep snows, I shall shake my hide and free the hackles to rise. With all the remorselessness of an advancing crayfish, my pincers shall open wide in waving threat and snippery danger.
Finally, said Tathanel, in simile he finds the proper scale. A short time later, the three husbands of Lasaruk set out once again upon the trail of their wife. Perhaps it was the dragon's carcass, but Ravast's thoughts were soon mired in memories of battle. He had been new to his weapons when Thelaman raiders struck their village. He could remember their blunt-prowed ships driving up upon the pebbled strand, and how armoured figures swarmed over the sides and began running up the slope. The village dogs were in a frenzy, rushing down to challenge them. Most of the beasts were wise enough to harry rather than close, but a few went down to spears, dying loudly in a mess of blood and entrails. Ravast, rushing to join a line of men and women who'd collected up weapons, and here and there some pieces of armour or a helm or a shield, had fallen into a gap between two kin. Readying his axe and shield, he only then realized that he was in the first line, the one made up of the most ancient members of the clan. They stood for the sole purpose of slowing the Thelaman advance, thus earning the villagers' younger warriors the time to fully arm and armour themselves, whilst youths corralled the children to guide them into the forested crags inland. The only defender not in his proper place was Ravast. But it was too late, as the first wave of Thelaman reached them. Widows and widowers, the lame and the bent, Ravast's companions fought hard and in silence, long past all thoughts of complaint or fear. When they fell, they made no cries, and not one begged for mercy. It was only much later that Ravast understood how that battle, that savage defence of the village, marked for his companions a purpose to their deaths, a moment they had all been waiting for. When faced with the choice of sudden death or the lingering wasting away of old age, not one had hesitated in taking up a weapon. Ravast alone survived, and fought with such desperation that he held the attackers back.
until the now caparisoned warriors, who had finally gathered behind him, elected to advance to join him rather than waiting in their shield wall. The Thelaman had been driven back that day, without ever reaching the village. Ravast had been proclaimed both a hero and a fool, and on that day he had caught the eye of Lassa Rook. Thereafter, Ravast fought that battle many times, in the tales told at the hearth, and in his dreams, where the fear took hold of him in ways he had not known on the day itself. He did well to disguise it, of course, as befitted the young hero of that day, but the truth of it was he carried more scars from the dreams of the battle than from the battle itself. Lassa Rook had won him with little effort, not knowing, he suspected, the lame, shivering creature that hid inside his hale young body. Fear had made a life of farming and herding most welcome, and if others noted how strange it was that such a natural warrior should choose to set aside his weapons and armour, it was easy enough to then consider the lure of Lassa Rook, the village's most desired woman. He had learned to hide that fear, and had raised high walls around his dreams. Tathanol could well dream of floods and devastation, and gather uprooted trees with which to build his salvation, but no such gesture existed for Ravast. Neither a ship built by any Thalakai, nor one built by a god, could ride above the waves of fear.
Upon such seas, every vessel will sink, vanishing beneath the roiling tumult. Upon such seas, a man such as I can only drown.
And yet here he walked, at seeming ease alongside his fellow husbands.
She will not risk the Jaghut's unreasoning path. She will know when to turn back, long before any battle. If not, then I will confess to her. I will tell her about the widows and widows, the too old and the crippled, who rushed to their place in that first line, and the silence that took them, bitter-sweet with anticipation, and how they all gathered up their own fears and sent them into the one man who did not belong among them. I will tell her of my fears, and if I must fall in esteem in her eyes, then still I shall not hesitate. Wife, you buried my axe, but I buried it long ago. You think me now dead, but I died in that line. I, Ravast, widower to them all. We will laugh, then, in our breaking of souls, and set our vision back upon the trail to our distant, peaceful farm, which lies upon the heel of the lower rise, just above the veil of morning smoke from the village below. The dogs are barking. I hear, but not in alarm. They are just keeping their throats ready, because the Thelaman will come again in their ships, and I will take my place in that first line, where I will stand in silence and in blessed anticipation. He thought back to the dragon's carcass, and the frantic swing of his axe, that only by chance struck the beast's taloned paw. The walls had held on that day, if only because the battle proved so brief in duration. The walls had held, but barely.
Another slope, and another mountain, and another high pass,
Garalko groaned, as they climbed up from the lake's edge.
Ravast, I beg you, carry this old man.
No, I already carry too many.
Tathanol said, The Saddle Pass is high enough, I should think. That will see us safe from the flood. When next we camp,
I have in mind a new idea. Ravast, consider this when you build our hut for the night. Hull-shaped and sound of flank.
Tathanol's dreams of flood, the night just past, were not the first. For years he had been haunted by visions of disaster, against which his will proved, time and again, utterly helpless. Behind the veil of sleep, the mind had a way of wandering into strange places, as if the soul knew that it was, in truth, lost. Landscapes arrived twisted, known and yet unknown, and he would see faces that he recognized, yet did not. And in walking through his dreams, in turning to him and speaking in garbled tongues, they proved little more than harbingers of confusion. For all that, the sense of dread persisted, like the scent of a storm upon the air. The roots of a mountain grown corrupted and rotten, he alone could feel its tremors, its promise of imminent collapse. A tendril of smoke upon the breeze, none other Notice the glow of the raging flames deep in the forest, the growing roar of conflagration. Diseases among the livestock, birds falling from the sky, the village cats poisoned and dying beneath wagons. Each time Tathanel was alone in seeing the signs, unheeded in his cries of warning, and the last to fall to whatever calamity, fleeing exhausted, whimpering, and yet burning with validation. Prophets thrived on being ignored. They delighted in being proved right, and delighted yet more in seeing misery and suffering afflict every fool who dared to mock. Tathanel had long since learned to keep his fears to himself, barring the occasional confession to his closest companions, his fellow husbands. Their chiding and amusement comforted him when he chose to not think about it too much. Familiar voices took the sting from dismissive words. Habits and patterns could be worn like old clothes. There was little challenge in assembling each scene of destruction, plucking free the specific details, and then recognizing the singular fear hidden behind them all. Worse, he was hardly unique in his terror of death. Warriors marched into its face at every battle, and their courage was but the visible side of the mask, when the unseen side, flush against the skin of their faces, was cold and clammy with fear. Wives who commanded the hearth, as mistresses of the farm and its myriad denizens, wove blankets or pushed the dust from the rooms. They dragged husbands or lovers to their furs, and blazed like fires against the darkness. Herders counted their flocks and sought signs of wolves on the mountain paths. Woodcarvers gathered dead trees and fought their own kind of war, seeking resurrection in what they made. Poets and hearth-singers pulled threads from tattered souls, eliciting emotions which, in the end, were proofs against death. The enemy forced every act, every deed. The enemy pursued or stalked or waited in ambush. It could not be defeated, and it never lost. Tathanel understood the Jaghut, hood. He understood this summoning, and the outrage that gave it such appeal. He understood, as well, the futility of it. Middle among the husbands, he found himself upon an ever-moving bridge, with the youth, Ravast, carrying one end, and the elder, Garalko, the other. Their positions were fixed, but the march through time could not pause, not for an instant, until death came to take one of them. Then the journey would stagger, stumble, and slide. In a predictable world, Garalko would fall first, and Tathanel would find himself taking the old man's place, as the new eldest, and if Lasaruk was as unchanging as she seemed, then Ravast would find himself upon that bridge, trapped in the middle, with a new youth upon the other end. It was an awkward construct in Tathanel's mind, and yet it held, stubborn and persistent. He did not particularly like it, sensing its lack of artistry, and indeed its lack of purpose. It is simply how we are. A stupid thing to consider. A bridge? Why a bridge? What unknown torrent does it span? And why am I alone in finding my feet not upon solid ground, but upon an uncertain purchase? When I at last find myself the eldest, will I step with relief upon some future shore, some river's verge, or chasm's blessed ledge? And should I arrive there, what will I see ahead of me? We carry our bridges from birth until death. If I name it the soul, then it is no wonder I ever fear the flood, the fire, the avalanche, or the gnawing waste of disease and every hidden, unseen place of neglect. But these two companions, holding me up at either end, I set too vast a weight upon them. He understood the nature of love, such as he felt for his fellow husbands. They stood aligned and together, with Lasaruk opposite them. The specifics were not relevant. No soul deserved to stand alone, and families both found and made served the same purpose. In his dreams, it was this that he saw swept away time and again. In his dreams, he ever ended up alone. There would be an army, clustered around Hood and his vow. Tathanel was certain of it. An army such as no world had ever seen before. Its enemy was impossible, but that did not matter. No, in truth, it was that impossibility that would give the army its strength. He could not explain his certainty, could make little sense of his faith, but he would see that army, and perhaps join it. I will step off the edge of this bridge, knowing what will come of that.
And it may be that when the end comes, I will understand. Death will defeat time when nothing else can. Lasaruk, beloved wife, will you see the glory of that?
He did not believe any of the others would follow him, especially not Lasaruk, and he was settled with that final departure. It would be better, he decided, if he dreamed of that army. He knew when at last he joined the ranks, his dreams of disaster would leave him.
An end to my fear of being alone. An end to a soul's solitude when death at last arrives. There is something in that, something in there that comforts. Hood, your army will be vast.
Garalko made his way along the trail, taking the lead and so setting the pace. He deemed this the proper thing, since he was the eldest. He imagined himself the silver-muzzled wolf, the noble king, the wizened veteran of 1,000 hunts.
Our quarry is elusive, to be sure, but my mind's eye is sharp. I see her swaying hips, and those buttocks, smooth as damp clay, as giant pots, two fused into one, rolling as she walks. A behind to bury your face in, with breath held, of course, but still I will lunge without hesitation. Not a wolf, but a sea lion, fierce and weighty, yet elegant in the water, in the midst of a surging wave, rushing for the crevice, the niche in the stone wall of her coy indifference. The echoes of her yelp will be as music to my soul. And the swell of her belly. See these hands? They are made to cup such wonder, to stroke and gather in the folds that proffer wealth, like bolts of the softest cloth. Are we not sensual creatures? And do not the rough edges of age, these calluses and brittle nails, belie the tenderness of a loving touch, or eager lust, for that matter? The pup sneers, as only pups can, but such haughtiness is flimsy disguise over inexperience. I see through him, indeed, and think nothing of his airs. Youth has that swollen self to contend with, while I am past such conceits. Like an animal, I will roll in my pleasures, and make of her a sack of moans. She thinks us dead. She gasps in the arms of Hanako, no doubt, even at this very moment. Well, what's another husband to add to the milling herd? It is experience she will long for before too long, and by the time we find her, well, I see her eyes light up like torches in a cave. Behind and belly, and now her breasts. Weight and heft, sweet as bladders of wine, and my hands such a perfect fit beneath each fleshy pronouncement. Why, she could smother a horse with those twin tomes of sensuality. I see the animal dead with a smile on its face. No, a moment. Such an image alarms my sensitive self. We shall send the horse back into the field. She can smother something else. Think on it later. We are hunters, and she the quarry. That much is plain. Unencumbered as far as notions go. I didn't even believe in dragons. Slithering myth, seductive legend, scales and forked tongue, wings and whipping tail. An outrageous interruption to our conversation. Eating a skinned bear, no less. Was it so dainty of sensibility as to peel the beast before devouring? How curious, how ignoble for the Lord of Temper. Dragons, whence came the wretched thing? But in rank decay, how mundane. Yet, was it not noble in form? No, it was not. A vile thing, this hoary beast of legend. We shall have to kill every one we come across, if only to appease the symmetry of sweet nature. Such insults must not go unchallenged. I will take her from behind, and then from the front, fighting her breasts as if wrestling two bags of ale with stuck stoppers. Pull, you fool, twist and pull. The wizened wolf knows well its prey. 1,000 hunts, 1,000 conquests.
And this trail is older than you might think, and yet, old man or not, I find it fresh as strawberries. The pup knows nothing of this. Even Tathanal barely comprehends. The sweetness of life is anticipation. This, then, is our real moment of glory. Yet listen to them, grunting and gasping as we climb yet another mountain's backside, about to plunge into the crack of the pass, and crawl our way down its length. Be tempted not by any caves you might spy, my fellow husbands. They are but distractions. She runs in order to be caught. Ah, Lasaruk, beloved, your sweat should taste sweet as wine, which we can achieve once I pour wine all over you. Is not the mind a wondrous world, that thoughts and aspirations can cavort with such glee, that desires can spool out into such wild mess as to tangle every sense and confound the spirit in a welter of delicious indulgence? Reality stands no chance against such inner creations, dragons notwithstanding. Ease up the pace, Garalko. You will rush us to our deaths. Garalko's whiskered lips stretched into a grin, that just as quickly faded. Oh, such ill-chosen words. I would have preferred a simpler path, muttered Karul, a modest step onto the withered plain, flanked by hills, and before us the tall poles surmounted with skulls, to mark the Jellican claim to the territory. A week's journey north of that, and we find ourselves in the place we sought. Skillen Drow shifted slightly, his neck twisting as he looked back upon Karul. The Jellic would not welcome me. Oh, them too. What have you done to earn their enmity? In fact, is there anyone who would actually welcome you, Skillen Drow? The giant winged reptile tilted his head, considering, and then said, None come to mind, but I will give it more thought. Karul rubbed at his neck, where the bruises remained from when his companion had lifted him into the air. He studied the scene before them, and then sighed. I wonder, is it your imagination or mine that conjures up worlds such as this one? Or do I reveal the flaw of conceit? If such landscapes are the products of your mind, or mine, Karul, then conceit is the least of our worries. In the basin before them sprawled a city, so vast it climbed every slope, with a heavy cloud of dust shrouding the entire valley. Spires towered above angular tenements, and what seemed to be public buildings, monumental in a solid, belligerent way. There were causeways spanning the gaps between the spires, and a vast gridwork of canals in which clear water flowed, with ornate bridges precisely placed at intervals, linking each district. What jarred the eye were the city's scale and the seething press of denizens crawling upon every available surface. Not a single spire was taller than Karul himself, and the denizens were insects. Ants, perhaps, or termites, or some other such hive-dwelling creature. I foresee difficulties crossing it, Karul said, without, that is, leaving ruin in our wake. I think, he added, we'll need the use of your wings. It is the way of such insects, said Drow, to ignore anything and everything until that thing in some way disturbs them, occupied as they are with more immediate endeavors, scurrying about on their rounds. The exigencies of survival, status, cooperation, and such consume their entire existence. Karul considered Drow's observations, and then grunted and said, But are there malcontents among them, I wonder? Plotters seeking freedom from their daily travail? That miserable crawl from birth to death? With heavy boots and careless steps, we could be the scourge of gods out there. And from our passage, cults will rise in the years to follow, as memories blur and twist. Vengeful or indifferent, all a matter of interpretation. You imagine this as more than a simple illusion of civilization, Karul. Are these insects in possession of written records,
histories and compilations, literature.
Drew, I see sculptures there in the central plaza. There are artisans among them. Surely there must be poets, too, and philosophers and inventors, historians and politicians, all the natural pairings of professionals, who, in the end, prove to be sworn enemies of one another.
A curious notion, Carul, said Drow. Philosophers and inventors as enemies of one another. I beg you, explain this.
Carul shrugged. The inventor possesses a lust for creation, but rarely, if ever, thinks of unintended consequences to whatever is invented. In answering a dilemma of functionality or pursuing the dubious reward of efficiency, changes arrive to a society, and often they prove overwhelming. And surely, Skillen, you need not an explanation of the hatred politicians hold for historians, which, by hard experience, is rightly reciprocated. The Lord of Hate had much to say on the matter, which I found it difficult to refute. Civilization is an argument between thinkers and doers, just as invention is an argument against nature.
Among these insects, then, in this city, you believe there is true civilization. But my eyes, Carul, are perhaps keener than yours. I see how they march to and fro, and each one identical to the next, barring the ones we might deem soldiers or constabulary. If there be a queen or empress, she hides, perhaps, in the cellar of that central palace, and speaks in scents and flavours.
As do you, Skillen Drow. Yet does your chosen manner of communication lack subtlety? Does it fail in the necessary intricacy to express complex thought? Someone indeed rules below, and is served by an inner court. The soldiers maintain order and enforce cooperation. The sculptures are raised to gods, perhaps, or even heroes of the past. What leads you to doubt?
It is not doubt that I feel, Carul.
Then what?
I feel belittled.
Well, after a moment Carul sighed. Hard to argue against that. Still, we skirt the most intriguing issue here. These realms which we stumble upon when our only intent is to reach a destination. At times, he admitted, I feel as if nature sets against us obstacles, each one intended to obscure.
Obscure what, precisely?
Carul shrugged. Some banal truth, no doubt.
Each and every journey I have undertaken, Carul, insists upon a passage of time, manifest in the gradual alteration or development of the landscape. The eye measures the step spans the distance, and the mind conjures for itself a place for it, and gives it a name. But we sentient beings, we are ones to clutter time, to crowd it, or stretch it out, when in truth it is unchanging.
Carul eyed the winged reptile. Is this how your most recent hosts deem things? Have we not also the will to bend time as it suits us?
I cannot say. Have we?
In the absence of confusion, we find easy synchronicity with time's natural passing, with its fixed pace. Alas, Skillen, confusion walks with us, stubborn as a shadow. He paused and then waved at the city before them. An insect sets out, there to the west, and begins its march to the easternmost end of the scape. In its modest scale, the journey is long, arduous even. Yet you, Skillen, with your wings spread, could paint your shadow upon the gap in mere moments. Time, it seems, possesses a varying scale.
No, it is only perception that varies.
We have little else.
The Kachin Kamale, Carul, are makers of instruments and machines. They contrive clocks that divide time itself. Thus it is fixed in place. The procession of the gears never varies.
But would a citizen of the city below sense the same intervals as those Kachin Kamali?
Perception suggests not. And yet, as I said, the gears are precise and the intervals consistent.
And so, once again, mused Carul, we must look upon the scale and deem it relevant.
It may be,
said Skillen as he unfolded his wings,
"that in creating their clocks, the Kachin Kamali have imposed an order and a focal point upon a force of nature that heretofore knew no rules, and by this creation we are now trapped."
The notion disturbed Karul, and he had no response to make.
"I see a sea beyond the valley."
A sea? Now I begin to suspect who imposed this world upon us.
"Too bad, since he too will not welcome me."
Skillen collected up Karul with one long-fingered, taloned hand, and unceremoniously took to the air, wings snapping. As they rose higher, Karul could see that the land they had walked upon was in fact an island, although there had been no sense of that when striding through the mists earlier in the day. The realm of detritus and dust, of abandoned thrones and monuments, had dwindled into the fog that seemed to mark the boundaries between worlds. Such distinction seemed arbitrary, and the uncanny proliferation of realms to which the Azathanai had access had led Karul into the belief that, by some strange synthesis of creation, he and his kind were the makers of such places. It was a difficult notion to shake, particularly when it seemed, as it did now, that two wills could war with creation itself. This island was a manifestation of Male's whimsy, and Male was in the habit of mocking the pretences of solid ground that rose like raised welts upon the perfect surface of his seas and oceans. He was also in the habit of peopling such lands with irritatingly poignant absurdities. Insects, a city of spires and statues, bridges and canals. You deem this humour, Male. They swept over the city in the valley, shadow trailing, and a short time later reached the sandy strip of the shoreline. Out of courtesy, Skillen brought them down upon the white beach. The air here was sharp but warm. His feet settling into the sand, Karul straightened his clothing. "Your talons have put holes in my robe," he said. Male appeared, walking out from the lazy waves that whispered over the strand. Momentarily tangled in seaweed, the Azathanai paused to pluck it free, and then continued on. The man was naked, pale, his eyes a bland, washed-out blue. His black hair was long, hanging limp over his broad shoulders. Reaching the shore, he pointed a finger at Skillen.
"You owe me an apology."
"My life is measured in debts," Skillen replied.
"I see an easy solution to that,"
Male said, and then his gaze shifted to Karul.
"At the very least, you should have elected to bleed out into the sea. Instead, we are witness to a crude proliferation of untempered power. Did no one advise you against such an act?"
"I chose not to table the decision for discussion, Male," Karul replied. "Not that any of us ever discuss anything before doing whatever it is we end up doing. In any case," he added, "we are not all insects." Male smiled.
"An exercise," he said, "that amuses me."
"To what end?" The Azathanai who ruled the seas simply shrugged.
"What do you two want? Where are you going?"
"To the Vitter," Karul replied. Male grunted and looked away.
"Our daughter, and the Queen of Dreams."
"Well, to be more precise, the bay known as Starvald Demolane, where it seems the gate once more resides."
"Open? Unguarded?"
"We cannot be sure," Karul admitted. "Hence our journey. Now, if you'll kindly get this damned sea out of our way." Male frowned.
"I didn't make this. Or rather, I didn't deliberately put it in your way. Indeed, I assumed that you came here to speak to me. Are you saying that you didn't?"
"No," Karul answered. "We didn't." They were all silent for a moment, and then Male grunted.
"No, well, right then. I suppose we're done here."
Skillen said.
"I apologize, Male. It did not occur to me that you laid claim to everything beneath the waves, even submerged mountains."
"It wasn't the mountain as such, Dro. It was you breaking it, and then lifting it into the damned sky. You left a damned hole, you fool, a raw wound in the seabed, and now fires burn down in the depths, and strange creatures gather round the edges, living and dying with every flare. If that's not enough, I almost scalded myself when I went to look.
It did not occur to me to think.
Yes, cut in Mail, and you need not add anything to that confession.
Carroul glanced at Skillen Drow. What mountain? Lifted where, precisely?
Into the sky, as Mail explained, Carroul. Hollowed out, a city resides within. I made use of Kachin Kamali technology, testing its limit, as it were. As it is, it has proved a noble residence.
Residence? Carroul asked. Who dwells within it?
Well, no one yet. The matter is rather confused at the moment, since I have lost track of it.
Mail snorted.
You lost your floating mountain?
Momentarily. I am sure it will turn up somewhere. Now, Mail, if you permit, I will carry Carroul across your sea, and we shall endeavour to make no disturbance.
Turning back to the sea, Mail dismissively waved a hand. They watched him walk back beneath the surface. Then Skillen pointed, and they saw a small sailing ship plying the shallows of the bay, a tiny craft no longer than Carroul's foot. Oh, really now? The repast of lunch was now done. Tathanel set hands on hips and considered for a time, even as his fellow husbands stamped out the embers of the cook fire. And then he shrugged.
So the demands upon our lives. We must abandon our well-earned rest, bowing once more to our hasty pursuit of grief, joy, and subtle vengeance. In my mind, I do indeed see her, and at her shoulder, face-stricken young Hanako, lord of betrayals. He but deserves the meanest glance, for now he strides forth in red outrage. "You made me think you were all dead," she cries, and all at once we are accused, cringing to her timorous tirade, and before a single breath's passed, hear us blubber our wet-lipped apologies, words stumbling in haste. He shook his head. No, my dreams were in error. No vessel of wood and dreams shall save us from this maelstrom of malaise.
Your wallowing ways are a chore to us all, Tathanel,
said Garalko.
And yet, each dusk, old man, I still gather driftwood, lest the nightmares of my unsettled sleep awaken truthfully to a night of terrible flood. In the meantime, ventured Ravast, as he shouldered his pack, she draws another step distant, our beloved grieving widow. Do neither of you find it odd that she marches to the death we presumably have already found? Perhaps, indeed, a certain new purpose has enlivened her stride?
Aye, anticipation of the forthcoming night in which her cave stretches to swollen meat, muttered Garalko, though he smiled. The Lord of Cuckolding has taken her hand so sweetly to match the pup's incorrigible youth, too smug for any other man to stomach.
No, you doddering fool, Ravast retorted. Think on it. She journeys in search of us, into that hoary realm of spiders and webs, the cold sand upon which serpents lie curled in slumber as they await the night. The cramped confines, Garalko, of the rock pile.
As Garalko paused to scratch his jaw, Tathanel joined him and peered curiously at Ravast. Garalko, you old goat, listen to the boy. He may have a point. In all misapprehension, our widow now rushes to her fierce battle with death itself. Not, alas, with amused mien, but with terrible purpose. She wishes us back.
Then it behoves us,
Garalko said in a musing tone,
to reach her before she takes that fatal step.
The chasm crossed, Tathanel added with a nod. The river forded, the pit leapt into, the veil parted, the chalice sipped, the—
Oh, enough, Tathanel,
Ravast snapped, turning from them both, and then wheeling back round.
Your slow wit will ever stumble in the dust of my wake, and that goes for you too, Garalko. No, the time has come for me to take to the fore, to ascend to predominance. It was,
he added. "Long in coming."
He watched as the two older men exchanged a glance, and then Garalko smiled at Ravast.
Why, of course, by all means to the fore, young wolf. Do lead us doddering discards. We shall grip hard the gilded hem of your trailing genius, and consider ourselves blessed.
Tathanel cleared his throat. "I see the way ahead, bold Ravast, a descent from these mountains. Be assured we shall follow your hasty plunge, and leave to you that first leap into her delighted embrace. And should Hanako's smooth expression darken, why, we are reunited with our weapons, are we not? We shall lay out his cold body in a pool of hot blood. Hoary as Thelomen, we shall cleave in half his skull to make the greenest cup for her bedside." Sighing, Ravast turned away. "Follow, then, and never doubt for a moment. This throne has a new master."
"But I've yet to make toilet,"
cried Garalko in sudden dismay. Ravast scowled.
"Best make it a deferential one, old goat. Then catch us up in the instant past the shudder."
Tathanel hissed in sympathy.
"Oh, how I hate that shudder."
Setting out, Ravast led the way, skirting the lake, and it was not long before Garalko caught up. The trail angled away from the shoreline and began its wending descent. The verdant canopy below was dark, yet lit gold here and there when the sunlight broke through the gathering clouds. A storm was coming, blighting the day, and this lent zeal to their haste. Revelling in his youth, Ravast smiled at hearing the panting breaths of the two men behind him. While Garalko could set a matching pace for the morning, at last the creaky ancient was failing. This was a worthy pace, proof that this day had seen the world change, utterly and irrevocably. The chest could swell to such largesse, and he counselled upon himself a few moments of sober introspection. Myriad were the responsibilities of leading the pack, and it would be well to exercise some humility in his new-found power. But there was too much pleasure for now to contemplate tendering mercy unto his older comrades, with their wobbly legs and watery eyes. He quickened his pace.
"The tyrant! Unleashed!"
gasped Garalko somewhere behind him.
"A storm draws upon us,"
Ravast called out over a shoulder.
"The air is edged. Know you well this stillness. We must soon find shelter."
"Rain!" shouted Tathanel. "Rain and flood! Rain and flood and mudslides! Rain and flood and mudslides and—"
"Cease wailing!"
Ravast hissed.
"Your caterwaul is a summons to the Lady of Thunder."
"I but remind her of our mortal selves, pup."
"I am pup no longer."
"Hear him snarl," Garalko said. "Woof, woof."
Ravast spun round. Seeing their open grins, fury filled him with sudden searing realization.
"You but mocked me."
"You're all tuft and paws," Garalko said with a sneer. "Thought to knock the pair of us, did you? But who will guard you in the night? Perch there, indeed, upon that lonely throne. I see your eyes shot through, hands trembling, limbs leaping, starting at every shadow."
"He ages before us," Tathanel added, "beneath the burden of universal spite, and before long disdain. Palpitating shell of a man, once young, once so bold. Wisdom cannot be wrested, pup."
Ravast made fists and raised them threateningly.
"Shall I break you both in half? Did I not defend the entire village against a Thelomen raiding party?"
"Oh, dear," laughed Garalko. "Not that again."
Shaking his head, Tathanel said, "He'll crawl to us soon enough, barely to the dust, a whimper and a curled tail." Ravast turned on him.
"You but await your ascent, Tathanel? Is that how it is? What have you promised Garalko here? A new mattress? What vows have you two exchanged to keep me under your heels?"
"It will be a fine mattress,"
Garalko said, and Tathanel nodded.
"Now, pup," Garalko continued, "I see a clearing below, and to the right. If my useless eyes are not so useless. And is that not a glimpse of slated roof, pitched just so?
a beckoning abode, a serendipitous shelter, but perhaps already occupied. Must we roust some hapless denizen? 3 Thelakai need plenty of room, after all.
This mockery will not be forgotten, Ravast promised. But still, out with the weapons, in case indeed we need to shoo away some other. Garalko, take up that oafish mace and lead us on, as befits your claim of continued rule. Teeth bared, Garalko unslung the weapon and edged past Ravast.
Pap, take note and see how it's done.
Just don't bash down the door, Tathanel advised. Garalko frowned.
Why not?
We must keep out the weather, of course. This is the purpose of doors and walls and so on.
The eldest husband paused.
You have a point. Suggestions?
You could knock, said Tathanel.
Knuckles to wood. Aye, sound notion.
He shouldered his mace and glanced at Ravast.
See, Pap, a wise leader must learn the art of assuaging his underlings. Of course, such recourse had already occurred to me, being eldest and so on, yet I remained silent to give Tathanel leave to feel clever. This is the art of command.
Tathanel stepped close to Garalko and grabbed the man's left ear.
This is big. Does it come off?
Aye, that hurts.
Releasing him, Tathanel gave Garalko a hard push.
Get on with you, goat. I already hear the wind riding the treetops.
Grumbling, Garalko set off down the trail. After a moment, Ravast and Tathanel followed. There was a flavour, to be sure, that came with such a long-standing companionship, and although Ravast was the youngest and newest to the cause, that cause being the mutual loyalty necessary to survive marriage to Lasaruk, he had little choice in acknowledging its value. This, of course, did not obviate the pleasures of one-upmanship. For the moment he had been bested, but in the very next instant Garalko had failed in pressing his new-found alliance with Tathanel, and this was pleasing. He crept now alongside Tathanel in the wake of bold Garalko.
Bold? The codger has never been bold in his overlong life. No, he is shamed to the fore by none other than me. This is something to savour indeed, petty as it is. Oh, Lassa, do return with us and yield a lifetime of the inconsequential, I beg you.
They reached the edge of the small clearing in time to see Garalko arrive at the door. Using the butt of his mace, he hammered on the frame, as even a light tap from the Thalakai was likely to punch a hole through the door's flimsy planks. After a moment, Garalko turned.
No one home.
The door swung open, and stepping into the gap was a Jaghoot. Rare was the Jaghoot face that betrayed emotion, much less frustration, and yet even in the gathering gloom, this man made his frustration woefully evident.
Why,
he said in a half-snarl,
a lone cabin in the deep forest, high upon a wild mountain, well off the trail. Now, in there lives a denizen inviting company. Worse yet, more Thelakai. A night in which I anticipated sober study now lies in ruin, as I must weather the grunts, sighs, and farts of 3 oversized guests, not to mention their likely appetites.
Then he stepped back and swept an arm in invitation.
But do come in, you and your 2 huddled shadows in the thicket beyond. Welcome to the last refuge of Rayest, and heed well in your manners the misery your arrival brings.
Garalko glanced back and waved Ravast and Tathanel forward. He then sheathed his mace once more, ducked, and made his way into the cabin. Tathanel made a faint snickering sound, and Ravast jabbed the man in the ribs.
None of that, he hissed.
Jaghoot,
muttered Tathanel, still grinning.
We shall pluck his strings the whole night, and leave such discord as to confound the man for years to come.
He clutched at Ravast's arm and pulled him close.
This is just what we require, he whispered. A sorry victim upon whom to gang up, and so further consolidate our solidarity.
Pity this fool, Ravast. Pity him.
I have pity for everyone in your company, Tathanel.
Indeed, upon this journey I have cried myself to sleep every night.
They continued on, reaching the doorway, and then jostling a moment before Ravast stepped back to give his fellow husband leave to enter first. The low rafters forced them all to the solid but narrow chairs Raist now pulled up around the modest table, upon which the leavings of a meal still remained. The air was slightly sour with wood smoke, as the chimney was not drawing well, and there was the faint tang of something acrid, reminding Ravast of snake piss.
"A sup or two remains in the cauldron," Raist said wearily. "Sit, lest you bring down the roof, and worse, with your solid skulls wagging this way and that."
"Kind sir,"
Garalko said, with a nod as he eased himself down in the chair.
"Ah, a perch for a single ham. Better than none."
"A body part that grows larger in the telling,"
Raist said, moving over to a softer chair set up near the hearth.
"Come the night, you three will have to cosy up here on the floor. It's dirt, but at least it's dry."
Tathanal rummaged in his pack, pulling out 3 tin bowls, and then, bent over, made his way to the cauldron, nodding to Raist as he drew near.
"Most generous Raist of the Jaghut, the foulness of the weather and all that."
His host did little more than grunt, reaching for a steaming tankard on the flagstone at his side.
"Do forgive us," Tathanal continued as he ladled stew into the cups, "for ruining your sober study. Still, I have heard you Jaghut are known to indulge in such things, perhaps to excess. Consider this night, then, a moment of relief in your otherwise unleavened existence."
"Relief? Oh, yes. Come the dawn and my seeing the last of you."
Smiling, Tathanal collected up the 3 bowls and crabbed his way over to the table. Ravast, already seated beside Garalko, spoke.
"Good, Raist. We thank you for this. Hear that wind's howl, how it builds to rank fury. Mountain storms are the worst, are they not? This stew smells wonderful. And this meat? What alpine ruminant fell to your snare or arrow, might I ask?"
"There is a lizard that lives in the scree, venomous and ill-spirited. Some can grow as long as you are tall. Indeed, they have been known to eat goats, sheep, and Jaghut children we don't like."
Ravast paused, with his spoon hovering over the bowl.
"This is a venomous lizard?"
"No, of course not. You're eating mutton, you fool."
Then, about that lizard?"
Only that I found one has made a home of my cottage. It now regards us from the rafters directly above you, in fact."
Ravast slowly looked up to see cold, glittering, unblinking eyes fixed upon him.
"Hence my warning about you 3 taking your seats as quickly as possible," Raist added. "Such are the responsibilities of a host, trying as they might be."
"I never much liked mutton,"
confessed Garalko as he slurped.
"Which is insane," snapped Tathanal, "since we are sheep-herders."
"Yes, well, that's just it, isn't it? 2 belly-bulging meals a day for how many decades? Each one knobby with mutton. That said, this meat here's gamey, suggesting a wild sheep, rather than our gentled breeds of the north. Thus, both overly sweet and roiling pungent. My bowels shall be busy tonight."
At the groans of both Ravast and Tathanal, Raist cursed under his breath, and took another mouthful of his mulled wine.
"I remain curious, Raist," Tathanal said after a moment or two, "about this sober study of yours. Have you Jaghut not surrendered the future? What more remains to be contemplated?"
"Why, the past, of course. Of the present, best we say nothing."
"But, kind sir, the past is dead."
"That's rich from you fools so eager to hasten through Hood's Gate."
Ravast interjected.
"Oh, sir, we do nothing of the sort. Indeed, we pursue our wife, with the very aim of bringing her back home before she strides through that sordid portal."
The pathetic moan of disappointing husbands, the world over, no doubt. "And is your wife buxom, sensuous, in an indolent if slightly randy way, golden-locked, blossom-cheeked, full-lipped, and inclined to snoring?"
"Yes, all those things."
"In the company of a Thelakai brave, big enough to break you all into pieces, a true warrior of a man, wearing nothing but rags, and yet freshly scarred and scabbed from head to toe.
Garalko choked on his stew. Ravast realized that his jaw now hung, leaving his mouth gaping. He managed a dry swallow, and then looked to both Garalko and Tathanel.
Did you hear that? She's had her way with him. Torn his clothes to shreds, clawed and bitten and scratched in her lustful frenzy. She's never done all that to any of us. Damn her!
We are undone,
groaned Tathanel, lowering his head into his hands.
cuckolded, cast aside, flung away, dismissed. No match to young Hanako,
Thief of love, Hanako the ravished, the pawed and clawed, the smarting yet smug.
Reyes observed them all, now sipping gently from his tankard.
And the other one, dragon-fevered. Met them a few nights past on my way here. We shared a fire. For this reason, and only this reason, I do return the favour.
It was a moment before Ravast frowned.
Dragon-fevered? Is this some new southern plague, then?
Oh, a plague to come, I'm sure. He'll live or he won't. Mayhap you'll find a cairn beside the trail below. Or not. Or just as likely the stiff corpse of this Hanako, his throat lustfully gnawed right down to the vertebrae. All skin rent from his flesh, and a smile upon his ashen face.
You shatter our resolve,
moaned Garalko, pulling at what remained of his hair.
Husbands, should we perhaps consider returning home, leaving her to him? I admit I am defeated. Left behind, indeed. She's used us up, worn us out, and now blithely moves on. Even you, Ravast, young as you are, not warrior enough for Lasaruk. Aye, we have lost the battleground between our wife's ample legs.
Ravast found that he was trembling. Outside, the rain had begun lashing down amidst trees that thrashed in the gale. Lightning flickered through cracks and joins. Thunder followed.
No, Garalko. We shall confront her. We shall bear witness to her face, to her confession, to that cruel, triumphant glint in her eye.
A knife in my heart would be kinder.
A flood? Enough about the flooding, Tathanel,
snapped Ravast. He thumped the tabletop, rattling the bowls.
She would stride merrily into the realm of the rock piles? Fine, then, and 3 boots to her plush backside to send her on her way.
Ladies of fury, Garalko sighed. Her plush backside.
This is all rather pathetic, Reyes said from his chair, but highly entertaining.
At that moment, thunder hammered the ground, so close as to seem to have come from just outside the cabin's door. Everything shook, and with an alarmed hiss the venomous lizard fell from the rafters and landed heavily on the tabletop, where it writhed briefly before righting itself and glaring about, head snapping from one side to the other. Garalko's hand shot out, grasping the creature by the snout. He stood and lifted the lizard, walking over to the door.
Duck for this damned thing, not likely.
Opening the door, he flung the lizard out into the night, and then paused, staring out into the gloom.
"Close that door, please," Reyes said. "You're scattering the embers here, and these boots are almost new. Well, before they got soaked through."
Garalko eased the door shut with a curiously gentle motion, and then, hunched over, made his way back to his chair.
"Alas, Reyes,"
he said, sighing as he sat, "it seems you have another guest."
"Is the lizard preparing to insist?" "No? Then who? I heard no knock."
"A good thing, too," Garalko said. "Sir, there is a dragon in your yard."
Reyes set his tankard down.
"Only the wicked know peace."
With a grunt he arose, gathering up a dusty, stained leather cloak that hung on a peg to one side of the door. That it had been hanging there for a long time was evinced by the stretched nipple that remained when he shrugged it on, riding his left shoulder. Tathanel turned away, hand covering the lower half of his face as he fought against an unseemly guffaw. Garalko dared but a single glance at his fellow husband, lest he too burst loose in unholy mirth. Instead, he pushed his chair back and half stood,
Good sir, I will accompany you. Accosting a dragon seems perhaps dangerous. See how I am armored and armed.
Ravast added, Do join dear Rest then. We've seen off one dragon already, although that was mostly me and my axe in its foot. I leave this one to you, old goat. Tathnal is welcome to the next one.
He reached for Garalko's unwanted bowl of unwelcome mutton stew.
I require no armed escort, Rest said, now collecting a leather cap, such as might be worn beneath a helm, which he pulled on with some effort, only to remove it immediately, reaching into the cap and withdrawing what looked like a mouse's nest of dry grasses. Emptied, the cap proved a better fit. Thus attired, the Jaghut opened the door once more and strode outside. Garalko followed.
Good sir, he began, about that other dragon. Kilmandaros has much to answer for, Reyes cut in.
Before them, filling most of the clearing, the dragon stood upon its 4 squat limbs in a weary crouch, its tattered wings half-cocked in the manner of an exhausted bird. Its massive head was turned, and glittering eyes regarded them. Frowning, Garalko said to Rest,
Sir, you take in vain the name of our sweet, if fictional goddess mother.
No, she's real enough, Thelakai. She's never liked dragons, you see, and it seems some of her prejudice now infuses her wayward children. You may well be in the habit of attacking them, but not here and not now, so listen well. Draw not that weapon. Make no threat. Be gentle in your regard. Well, as gentle as that face of yours can manage. As for the conversation, leave that to me.
Conversation? Sir, with this wind I can barely hear you as it is.
Not with you, idiot, with the dragon.
I will delight in being the first Thelakai to hear the slithery speech of a dragon, then.
You will hear her or not. The choice belongs to her, not you.
A female, then?
How can you tell?
Simple. She's bigger. With that, Reyes strode forward, Garalko falling in a step behind the Jaghut. They halted no more than 5 or 6 paces from the creature's snout. The dragon had lowered her head to bring it level with Reyes. Rain streamed down the scales, the occasional flash of lightning sending reflected light shimmering across the pebbled hide. When the dragon spoke, her voice filled Garalko's skull, cool and sweet. A Jaghut and a Thel-Akai, yet not at each other's throats, from which I conclude that you have but just met, with the night still young. You are, of course, welcome, said Reyes out loud, to wait out this storm in the faint shelter of my glade. Once the storm is past, however, I expect you to continue on to wherever it is you're going. It's not that I don't like dragons, you understand. Rather, I prefer solitude. Of course you do, Jaghut. What then of this Thelakai? Gone in the morning as well. This one and his fellows still in the cabin. I found a slain brother higher upon the trail. Garalko cleared his throat.
Yes, he surprised us.
In that instant the dragon's gaze acquired sharp intensity, fixing solely upon Garalko. Do you fear me vengeful, Thelakai? Garalko blinked water from his eyes.
Fear?
Reyes said, Thelakai haven't the wits to be frightened. That said, I'll have no fighting in my damned yard. Is that understood? You are Jaghut. I am of no mind to challenge your temper. I am Sorit, sister to Dalk, who now lies dead beside a lake, slain by Thelakai. This realm proves dangerous. In this realm, Sorit, resides Kilmandaros. Perhaps, then, I shall gather my kin, so that we may contemplate vengeance. Reyes shrugged. You will find her to the east, on the Azathanai plain. She no longer guides her children, at least not with deliberation. The curse of being a god is how quickly one becomes bored, not to mention frustrated, exasperated, and eventually spiteful. But to ease you somewhat, I have heard no word of Skillen Dro. Your news is welcome, Jaghut. Once this storm eases, I will indeed be on my way. As for you, Thelakai, Dalk lusted for my blood. It is well that he is dead. Garalko grunted in surprise, and then said,
It is sad when siblings fall out. Families should be bastions of well-being, kindness, and love.
Is yours, Thelakai?
Well, it shall be, perhaps, once we hunt down our wayward wife, kill her lover, and drag the damn woman back home.
Rhaest slapped Garalko on the upper arm. Let us go back inside. I'm getting wet. As they turned about, Garalko took the opportunity to pat the Jakut on the left shoulder, not out of affection, but to flatten the stretched nipple in the leather, which had been driving him mad. There was little comfort to be found in being carried by Skillen Dro. Karul hung like carrion in the taloned grip of his companion, with the choppy waves of the sea far below. Dro's leathery wings sent the chill air beating down, and the only relief came when they slipped into a thermal of rising warm air, and the wings could stretch out motionless as they scythed forward. Above them the sky remained cloudless and cerulean, the sun hanging directly overhead as the morning gave way to afternoon. As there didn't seem to be much to say, and speaking would require shouting, Karul held his peace, while Skillen Dro self-evidently kept his thoughts to himself. Karul had begun dozing when he was jolted awake by a sudden rush of air. Skillen Dro had begun a sharp descent, and Karul twisted round to look down. A boat. It sat grounded upon a shoal, perhaps 100 spans from a narrow sliver of coral sand that could barely be called an island. There was nothing else in sight out to every horizon, only the endless swell of heaving waves. There were 2 occupants in the craft. Only one was visible, as the other was mostly hidden beneath a tattered grey parasol. Karul looked down to see flaming red hair, artfully if loosely curled, and piled high above a face turned up to the sun. That face was impossibly white, as if no rays could bronze it. The woman wore what looked like an evening gown, the silk a bright emerald green, and the frills a deeper shade. Though the gown was intended to reach down to her ankles, she had drawn it up to expose her white thighs. The boat had 2 benches, one fore and one aft. In between these was a broad-bellied gap that had once held a step-mast, but the step, sail, and mast were nowhere to be seen. The woman sat at the bow, while her companion, with the parasol, occupied the stern. Skillen Dro elected to land in the gap between them, his wings beating fiercely for a moment before catching an updraft that allowed him to hover briefly, sufficient to set Karul down before he settled his own weight amidst a crunch and groan of wood, and then Skillen folded his wings and hunched down. The boat was well and truly aground. Karul straightened his clothes before facing the woman and bowing slightly. "Sierra Planto, it has been too long since I last looked upon your lovely self." Glancing at the huge, iron-skinned, tusked man in the shade of the parasol, Karul nodded. "Vex, I trust you are well." Vix replied with a single grunt, his one eye glittering. Sierra Planto fanned herself. "Always the sweetest compliments from you, Karul. But do tell me, what on earth has happened to Skillen Dro?" "A new guise for an old self," Karul replied. "Should he choose to speak, his words will come in scents and flavors in the mind. Peculiar, but affecting. Oh, I doubt he'll have words for us, since that last unfortunate incident." Her broad, flaring cheekbones bore an unnatural flush amidst powdered white, and the kohl surrounding her deep blue eyes and fading up to her eyebrows glistened metallic green. "Are there not those among us, no matter what caste or credence, for whom mishap circles with persistent perfidy? So I see Skillen Dro, forever abuzz with ill chance." As if in reply, Skillen Dro settled lower in the craft, hooking his wings to offer himself shade, and then tilted his snouted head forward, opaque lids rising up to cover his eyes. Karul sighed. "Well, he has been flying us for some time." "Then you have satisfied his need to feel useful," Sierra replied. "Always the considerate one, you." "I am sure," said Karul, "once he has rested, he will be happy to dislodge your craft." "Oh, Vix can do that at any time. He's just being stubborn."
"Not half as stubborn as you," Vix growled.
"We shall see about that, won't we?"
You have left spawn among the mortals, Carul said to Vix. They name themselves Trell and make war with the Thelmen. Vix reached up to straighten his thin, wispy moustache, ensuring that the long black braids properly flanked his broad, tusked mouth.
I am profligate, to be sure. As for war, well, of course, why ever not?
But you claim the Thelmen as your spawn as well, Carul pointed out.
Just so. They actually share the same god, me, and yet in my name they unleash hate and venom upon each other. Is that not amusing? Mortals are petty and vicious, unthinking and spiteful, inclined to stupidity and willfully ignorant. I do so love them.
He then made the habitual gesture Carul had seen countless times before, reaching up to lightly brush the stitches sealing shut the lids of his left eye.
I contemplate a third breed, an admixture of Thelmen, Trell, and Dog Runner, whom I shall name Barghast. I expect they will war against everyone.
Dog Runner? I would think Olar Ethel might object to that, Vix.
I piss in her fire. See how she objects to that.
Sighing again, Carul settled into a cross-legged position, facing Sierra Planto once more. And what have you been up to, my dear? We thought to explore an Azath house. In a boat. Unsuccessfully. But no matter. Eventually Vix will lose this war of obstinacy and send us on our way once more. I foresee innumerable adventures in the offing. She collected up a small wooden carrying case, setting it on her lap before unclasping the lid and opening it. In the meantime, I found a most iridescent breed of beetle on a tropical island, and had Vix collect as many of them as possible. She drew out a mortar and pestle, and then a bronze jar. The wings, when finely ground and mixed with a drop of beeswax and olive oil, make for a most delightful coal, don't you think? Very enticing, Carul said. But you look pale. Decidedly too masculine, too. But never mind that. Almost bloodless, one might say. Have you been up to no good again? I have given freely of my power, Sierra. Not to any breed of mortal, but to all breeds of mortal. My blood swirls in the cosmos, swims to unmindful currents. Her deep blue eyes had narrowed, and she now regarded him with vague disappointment. Did you hear that, Vix? And you boasted of profligacy? Behind Carul, Vix said,
Beware the Thelmen finding potent magic. I shall have to pay them a visit, assuming once more the role of vengeful god.
Do not wait too long, Carul said to the tusked Azathani behind him, lest they do the swatting down. What a mess you've made, Vix said. Shrugging, Carul said, It's done, but now, with Skillen at my side, we set out to force some order upon the maelstrom. How? Sierra Planto asked. Dragons. Oh, said Sierra, poor Skillen Drow. At last the mountains were behind Hanako and Lasaruk, and ahead lay a level plain where even the forest dwindled, giving way to tufts of wiry grasses that looked sickly clinging to the salty clay. Hanako staggered woodenly beneath Erlen Creed's slack weight, while at his side Lasaruk hummed a children's song, the words of which Hanako barely remembered, only that it was a tale of some orphan, and how many of those were there anyway, stealing fruit from some orchard, and some old witch who lived in an apple tree. One night the lad reached up and plucked the wrong fruit. "Don't mess with witches," ran the refrain. "They're rotten to the core." Lasaruk stopped humming abruptly, and then said, "Hanako of the Scars, your burden is exhausting you, leaving you little energy or attention to lavish upon me. And you well know how I enjoy being lavished. The situation, darling, is unsupportable." "Perhaps," said Hanako,
If you could carry your own bedroll and this cooking gear, really? You would ask that of me? Why, if you were one of my husbands. But no, this time, in your ignorance, I shall forgive you. There is a force in the world, in all worlds, no doubt, like invisible fingers, ever plucking and pulling us down. Thus, as the years draw on, the face sags, the breasts too, and the belly, and all places where the flesh bulges. It follows, sweet boy, that one must endeavour to diminish such burdens as best as one can. See this youthful visage? It remains so precisely because I have husbands to carry everything. Now, here you are, in their stead. If misery attends you, it is because you are yet to claim your reward. I am not to blame if you flatly refuse my appreciation.
Hanako mumbled a mostly inarticulate apology. They continued on, in uncomfortable silence, until they almost stumbled upon a lone figure before them. The man was seated cross-legged on the hard-packed clay, his back to them. An empty wooden bowl was at his side. He was gaunt, wizened, and mostly hairless, and as Hanako and Lasse drew up to either side of him, he spoke without opening his eyes or shifting his head.
I believe the universe is expanding.
The two Thalakai halted, Hanako groaning as he let the body of Erlen Creed slip down from his shoulder and into his arms, and then, as he crouched, onto the ground.
There is a manner, the stranger continued, in which the soul can free itself of the flesh, and so wing swift as thought into the reaches of space. I have been contemplating this as I dined, as one does, and it has occurred to me that the expanding universe is nothing more and nothing less than mortal souls in eternal flight, and that, should you somehow appear at the very edge of this ever-expanding creation, you would find the very first soul, impossibly ancient, so far along on its journey from its mortal flesh that not even dust remains of that body. We must be grateful to that soul, don't you think, for all of this?
A moment later, the old man tilted slightly for a brief moment of flatulence, and then settled back once more.
Beans, but no rice.
Hanako and Lasse exchanged a look, and then Hanako bent down and collected up Erlen Creed once more. They walked past the old man, leaving him to his contemplation. Some time later, Lasseruk hissed and shook her head.
Sathanai.
Chapter 13.
He has freckles, Coria said, on his arms.
Arathan looked up from the vellum.
Do you see this? What I'm scribbling on, Coria Delath? It's vellum. I don't know where he gets it from, but it must be rare and expensive, and should I be startled into making an error...
She stepped inside, letting the old goatskin curtain fall back to fill the doorway.
Why aren't you in the Tower of Hate?
Sighing, Arathan set down the stylus.
I needed somewhere without interruptions. Gothos was getting too many visitors. Everyone's complaining. Though it has nothing to do with Gothos. They all seem to think he has some influence with Hood, but he doesn't. Who has freckles?
She strolled closer, eyeing the decrepit furnishings, the arcane symbols scratched into the plastered walls.
Young, sweet Iphael, a dog runner. He wants to sleep with me.
Arathan returned to his transcribing.
That's nice. I hear they have lice and ticks and fleas. Maybe those weren't freckles at all, just welts from all the bites and things. They were freckles, and he's clean enough. They use oils on their bodies, drowns everything, and highlights the red in the hairs on his arms. They glisten like gold. You really like his arms, don't you? They're strong, too. So, go roll in the grass with him, then. Maybe I will. Better do it now, since presumably this Iphael's here to march with Hood. March? Where? When? There's a reason Hood's not packed up his tent. He can't figure out where to go.
Arathan scowled down at the vellum, resumed his work. Don't be absurd. He's just waiting.
For what?
More people are still coming in.
A mere trickle, and most of them are undecided.
More curious than anything else.
People like spectacle, and that's all this is. Vapid, useless, pointless spectacle. Hood's joke, and it's on all of you.
She walked over to the etched wall. What's all this about? Arathan shrugged. It's not Jaghut script. Gothos said something about a mad builder.
Builder?
The ones who make the Azath houses.
No one makes the Azath houses, you fool. That's the whole point, the whole mystery of them. They just appear.
What's that in your hand?
This?
An acorn.
Why? Do you have a problem with it?
Well, there are no oaks here.
So? Anyway, the Azath houses just grow up out of the ground.
He leaned back. Have you seen this happen? He asked.
Haut explained it, and their yards are hungry.
What does that mean?
Just what I said. Their yards are hungry. Haut's own words. I have a good memory, you know, better than most people.
So you don't know what it means either. Hungry yards. Sounds ominous. Abruptly he began cleaning his stylus, and then he stoppered the bottle of ink.
What are you doing? I thought you were busy.
There is an Azath house at the western edge of the ruins. When Omtos Falak was 1,000 years old, it sprang up one night, upsetting the Jaghut no end. But as none could get inside, and it was proof against all magic, they decided to ignore it. He collected up his cloak.
I think I'll go take a look. I'm coming with you.
If Fail's freckles won't like that.
You do know that they won't let you go, Arathan. The Jaghut. You're hiding anyway. From what? Probably a woman. It was a woman, wasn't it? People have said things.
Who? Never mind.
No one here knows anything about it.
You're just making all this up.
Who was she? What did she do to you?
I'm going now, he said, stepping past her and yanking the curtain aside. Coria followed, feeling unaccountably pleased with herself. They emerged from the small hovel that had once been some sort of store. The breeze was cool, but not cold, and an unseasonal thaw softened the air. As they set out, she saw how many of the long-abandoned buildings were now occupied once more. Blue-skinned Ilnap had formed enclaves, although there was nothing festive in their efforts to establish some sort of community, and more often than not they found themselves glowering across at bands of dog-runners encamped on the other side of the street, who were in the habit of treating abodes as if they were caves, the rubbish piling up in front of the gaping doorways. Before long, however, she and Arathan left the inhabited reaches of the dead city behind, making their way down barren, silent streets. Here and there a squat tower had tumbled and the broken stones spilled out into passageways, blocking their progress and forcing them to seek out the narrower alleys threading through overgrown gardens.
Imagine, said Arathan, just abandoning all of this. Imagine a simple argument from one Jaghut, from Gothos, bringing down an entire civilization. One wouldn't think such things possible. Could the same happen to us, Tisti? Could someone just step forward and argue us out of existence? Of course not, Coria replied. We prefer our arguments messy, ugly, with plenty of spilled blood.
He glanced sharply across at her.
More news of the Civil War? Deniers came into the camp yesterday. Hunters who'd come home to their forest camps to find their mates slaughtered. The children, too. Those hunters have lost their black skin. They're now grey as the dog runners when they smear themselves in ash.
She shrugged.
Rituals of mourning. Only with the deniers, it's permanent.
Arathan fell silent, as if considering her words, as they worked their way through the ruins. They had moved past the squatters now, and the solemnity of a discarded city hung heavy in the still air.
I have to go back, Coria said. Back? To what? You were made a hostage. You're not yet of the proper age to be released. Haut's going with Hood, whatever that means. He's been looking to hand me off to some other master or tutor or whatever title fits. But I won't go. I'm not interested in listening to old men or even worse, old women.
and all their tired, worn-out ideas. You're quick to reject the wisdom of your elders, Coria. And you waste your life away scribbling useless confessions from a suicidal Jaghut too weak-kneed to actually go through with it. In case you haven't been paying attention, sorcery is now among us. Wild currents of magic. All you need to do is reach for it. And have you? She frowned. Hout tells me my aspect awaits elsewhere. It's why he made me a Mahabi. Oh, and what is your aspect? Curled Ghislaine. Darkness, the sorcery of Mother Dark herself. Ahead, seemingly standing alone, oddly distinct from all the hovels surrounding it, was a stone house with a peaked roof and a squat corner tower. A low wall marked the yard, and a gaping gateway the entrance onto the path. That doesn't make sense, said Arathan. She doesn't grant anyone the gift of sorcery. Doesn't matter. I'll just take what I need. It's important. Hout explained everything. Blood has been spilled. Hood's wife slain by an Azathanai, corrupting all the sorcery Karul unleashed. That needs answering by a purifying form of sorcery, what Hout calls elemental. And the magic of dark is elemental. And light? The same. So Urusanda and his legion have a right to the power they seek, a just cause for this civil war. When she said nothing, he gestured towards the stone house. There it is, an Azath house. Doesn't matter if the cause is just, if the way of achieving it is a crime. Arathan grunted. Gothos would agree with you. In fact, something of that sentiment is at the core of his argument against civilization. The crimes of progress, of every self-serving rationale for destroying something in the name of creating something new, presumably better. He says a culture's value system is in fact a shell game. It changes in the name of convenience. The stone is under one of the shells, meaning all the others are hollow, and therein lies the hypocrisy of a civilization's pronounced set of values. Even the weight of those values, those stones, changes depending on the whims of the one running the game. After a moment of silence following his words, he glanced at Coria, to find her staring back intently. What? It's easy to find flaws. It's much harder to find solutions. That's because there aren't any. Solutions, I mean. We are imperfect creatures, and the society we create cannot help but reflect those imperfections, or even exaggerate them. The spark of tyranny resides in every one of us. From this, we find tyrannical despots terrorizing entire nations. We are prone to jealousy, and from that, armies invade, lands are stolen, and the bodies of victims are stacked like cordwood. We lie to hide our crimes, and for this to work, historians need to glide over past atrocities. And so it goes, on and on. In the end, honesty is the enemy of us all. We wear civilization like a proud mask, but it's still a mask. Gothos deserves a kick between the legs, Coria said, even as she faced the Azath house, and set off towards the gateway. Something inside her had abruptly closed up, like the slamming shut of some hidden door. Arathan saw the sudden flatness come to her eyes, but said nothing, even as he felt a faint pang of something that might be regret. As she approached the Azath house, he followed. He'd not disagree with you. That's no consolation. Perhaps not. And this is why I'm done listening to old men. Hope dies to 10,000 small cuts, and these men around us, Arathan, they are most terribly scarred. She shook her head, her hair grown long, shimmering upon her shoulders. Civilization is all about restraint. That's what laws and rules are for, to check our more venal impulses. Until those laws and rules are twisted around them, becoming a travesty of justice. He's made you old before your time, Coria said. He shouldn't have done that. Flawed and imperfect, even the Lord of Hate. I think I'm going to give up on you, Arathan. Go on, join Hood and Hout and Varandas and all the rest. But it seems to me, of all the enemies you might choose, death is the simplest. So take your easy way out and good luck to you."
As she turned away, Arathan said, "Wait! What about the Azath house?" "It's here. You're only steps from the path. Did you come all this way just to turn round again? I thought you wanted to explore it." Coria hesitated, and then shrugged. "Fine, since I'm here." She passed through the gateway onto the flagstoned path. Arathan followed her, remaining a step behind. The yard to either side of the wending path was a tangled mess of sinkholes and humped mounds. A few small scraggly trees surmounted the mounds, their branches twisted and bearing only a few of the last season's leaves, wrinkled and black. The path made a sinuous approach to the 2 stone steps and narrow landing at the foot of a heavy wooden door. "That looks solid," Arathan observed, eyeing the door. "When did it appear?" "Gothos said 1,000 years ago." "That door isn't 1,000 years old, Arathan. Maybe 100, or even less." He shrugged. "The fittings are iron, blackened, but no rust. And that doesn't make sense either, does it?" All of the windows fronting the house were shuttered, again with wood, and no light leaked from between the weathered slats. "No one lives here," Coria said. "It feels dead." Stepping past her, Arathan walked up to the door. He made a fist and thumped on the thick planks of wood. There was no echo, no reverberation. He might as well have been pounding on a solid wall. Glancing back over a shoulder, he saw Coria still on the path, one hand held palm up, and in that palm sat the acorn. There was speculation in her study of the yard to one side. Arathan drew a breath, minded to voice a warning, when with an offhand gesture she tossed the acorn into the yard. "Oh," Arathan managed. Where the acorn had landed amidst yellowed grasses, the earth suddenly heaved, rising and then slumping over, building a mound of steaming black soil. Behind Arathan, the stones of the Azath house groaned. Spinning round, he saw grit trickling like rain down the pitted facade. An instant later, Coria joined him, her expression slightly wild. From the fresh mound in the yard, a tree was now growing, branches twisting out from a stunted trunk that visibly thickened. Roots snaked out to grip the mound. The house groaned again, and Arathan heard a dull click. Turning, he reached for the latch. The door opened, and at a gentle push swung soundlessly inward, revealing a short corridor flanked by alcoves. The light spilling in reached no further. "The tree is trembling," Coria said, her voice unsteady and faintly breathless. "As if it's in pain." "What was that acorn?" Arathan asked, even as he edged closer to the door's threshold. "A finist." "What's that?" She licked her lips. "Lots of things. A place in which to hide your power away, or a piece of your soul. Even a secret you want to keep from yourself." She hesitated, and then added, "Sometimes it's a prison." "A prison?" "There was a god inside," she suddenly said. "Ancient, forgotten. Someone shed blood in the camp and summoned it. That was a mistake, but Haut, me and Haut, we trapped it." "You and Haut, was it? You saw. I had the acorn, not him, right? Yes, the 2 of us." The tree was now as tall as Arathan, but twisted, nightmarish, bleeding sap from swollen fissures in its trunk, its branches shivering incessantly. "That's an angry god," he said. "Doesn't matter. It's not going anywhere. Are you sure? I'd say it was fighting to get out, and whatever is trying to hold it down is in trouble. What I want to know is, what made you throw it into the yard? I don't know. It just felt right." One of the larger branches split with a sharp crack. Arathan took Coria by the shoulder and pulled her with him as he crossed the threshold. Once clear, he shut the door. The latch settled into place. The darkness slowly faded. "Why did you do that?" Coria asked. "Now we're stuck in here." "I doubt it," he replied. "See, the lock is a simple one. Just lift it clear, and the door opens." "Fine. But who opened it the first time?"
Haut found Hood at the meagre hearth with its illusionary fire, the cold flames flickering in the gloom. Squatting down opposite, he spoke in a low tone.
"We have a problem.
I know.
We pretty much killed that Azath house, and what's left has been dying for centuries. Whatever that elder spirit was, it's a powerful bastard, too powerful for that old yard."
9 of our kin fed that yard,
Hood muttered, his hands hovering above the flames.
None made it back out, no matter what we did to that house.
That was long ago, Hood, when it still had some spine.
Your thoughts?
Summon a builder.
Hood bared his tusks in a bitter grin.
You test my temper, Captain.
Then what do you suggest?
The Senegal.
Haut squinted across at Hood.
Not company you'd willingly keep, then?
Sheer arrogance has gifted them godly status. They grate, they pall, they earn endless derision from the other Toblakai, and fierce enmity from the Thelaman. Worse yet, they have forgotten the art of bathing.
Set them a challenge, will you?
The best outcome is they succeed even as they fail. I imagine our 9 lost kin will oblige me in welcoming them to the yard.
And the dying house?
Summon your builder if necessary, Haut. I doubt it'll rush here, eager as a pup.
Haut continued staring at Hood for a few moments longer, and then, with a sigh, he straightened.
She's a precipitous child, I'll grant you.
Yet her instincts were sound.
Just so,
Haut said, nodding.
Send the Senegal to me, then,
Hood said.
They deem themselves worthy of my vanguard. Empty words. I will see them tested.
In the Azath yard?
In the Azath yard.
Hood, you will be the death of us all.
Hood barked a laugh.
I will indeed, Haut. Do you now hesitate?
I need to find her a minder.
No, you don't. Arathan will be with her. Together they will return to Curled Ghislaine.
Haut scowled.
Prophecy now, too?
No,
Hood replied.
I will send them on their way home by a more prosaic pronouncement. My boot to their backsides.
The nameless leader of the Senegal clawed through his tangled beard, forcing out twigs and old flecks of food that drifted down onto his chest.
A voice roars in challenge,
he said in a caustic rumble.
It aches in the skull, in my skull, in the skulls of my companions. We are not like the other Toblakai. We have come into power. Others of our kind worship us, and rightly so. The Thelaman and Thel Akai fear us.
There was a snort from just beyond the pallid light of Hood's hearth. As one, the 11 Senegal turned at the sound, various visages twisting in various ways. Haut stifled a sigh, and then grunted.
Don't mind her, he said to the Senegal leader. A curious Thelakai. Seems in the habit of following you lot around, in case you haven't noticed.
The leader bared his yellow teeth.
Oh, we have noticed, Captain, though she'd rather hide like a coward in the gloom.
The vague, hulking figure in the darkness seemed to shift slightly.
I but await one of you to wander off, she replied. Then I would challenge that one and kill him. Instead, you'll find courage only in your pack. I name you bullies and cowards.
Haut rubbed at his face and swung round to face the Thelakai woman.
Enough, Sultanis Hes-Erekol. Choose another time for such challenges. Hood has need of these Senegal.
Yet Hood sits there and says nothing.
Nonetheless.
After a long moment, the Thelakai named Erekol made a motion that might have been a shrug, and then stepped back into the gloom, and moments later was gone from all sight. The Serigal leader was still grinning.
Many are our challenges. We dispense with each in our own time.
Ah, murmured Hood from where he sat by his fire.
Then it is true, then, what Sultanis Hes Erekal had to say. Unwilling to dissemble this glowering pack so delighting in its strut and raised hackles.
The leader scowled.
We are an army, an elite company. We fight as one. Let Erekal collect up more of her kind, and then choose the field. We will slay her, and every fool with her. But you, Hood, what reason this mocking and insult? Have you not proclaimed us your vanguard? Have you not recognized our ferocity? I have doubts, Hood replied. Many formidable warriors have now joined my legion. Many are worthy of taking the vanguard. Gather them up, the Serigal leader growled, in sufficient number to stand before me and my kin. This will answer your doubts. At the loss of too many worthy allies, Hood said, shaking his head. Did not Captain Hout speak to you of this ancient enemy? Did you not acknowledge the irritation of its endless roaring in your skulls? I would send you to it, and charge you with silencing the vile creature. Show me your prowess in this manner, Serigal, and the van is yours.
The leader grunted, drawing from his back his massive twin-bladed axe.
This we can do.
Hout cleared his throat.
Very well then, my friends. If you will follow me, lead on, Captain.
When the echoes of the troops' footfalls finally fell away, the Thelakai woman reappeared, striding up to face Hood, with the hearth between them. Her broad, wide-cheeked face was flat and colourless in the reflected light.
The games you indulge in, Hood. Ah, Erekal, do join me, whilst I explain the lancing of boils. I could do that as easily as some ancient hoary god trapped under a tree, one at a time, as I said.
Hood studied her for a long moment.
I know something of your tale, your reasons, but have you not a surviving son, left in the care of others? Are you here in the name of vengeance alone, or do you seek to join my legion? Your legion, your mob of fools, you mean? I have not yet decided on a title.
She laughed, and then settled into a squat.
Vengeance, she said. The Serigal spring their cowardly ambushes, and Thelakai husbands weep. I'm fed up with their shit, and all those obnoxious proclamations. Thus, I am here to kill your vaunted vanguard. And yet you defy me again and again. What am I to make of that? Where is your son? Aboard a stout ship. In what sea? West. They ply the Faro Strait, hunting Denrabi. Near the High King's lands, then.
She shrugged.
Thelakai fear no one. Unwise. The High King has set his protection upon the Denrabi and their breeding waters. My son is safe. What matters it to you, Hood? I grieve estrangement, Erekal. I am more than just a mother. I am the chosen huntress of my tribe, and so I am here hunting. The pack fears you, and will never give you the chance to kill its members one by one. They will make a mistake. I goad them. They are more likely to come at you in their pack, and so bring you down that way. And accusations of cowardice rarely sting the victors. What do you suggest? Go to the Azath house. That will be a mess, I'm sure. Some Serigal will be taken. The yard needs them. The house needs their blood, their power. Who resides within? There is no one, Hood answered. None for 500 years.
What fate befell the guardian?
We killed him. Yes, a mistake. Precipitous. Regrettable. Should I meet him beyond the veil of death, I will apologize.
By your hand, then?
No, but that is of no matter. The Jaghut may be singular, but we can never deny that we are also one, and responsibility must be shared in all things. As Gothos would tell you, civilization plays its game of convenient evasion. Us, them, meaningless borders, arbitrary distinctions. We Jaghut are a people. As a people, we must share the full host of our collective crimes. Anything else is a conceit and a lie.
Erekul shook her head, even as she straightened. I will accept your offer, and make my own ambush when they least desire it.
I wish you luck, Erekul.
She moved away a step, and then paused and glanced back. What vision has found you, and what has it to do with my son?
I see him in the High King's shadow. That is not a good place to be.
Whence this new gift of prophecy, Hood?
I am not certain, Hood confessed, but it may be this. I draw ever closer to death's veil, and its flavor is, I think, timeless. Past, present, future, all one.
Death, she muttered, like people. Hood tilted his head, startled by her words, but said nothing as she walked away. The fire flickered on, colder now, duller, a thing leached of all life. Regarding it, the Jaghut nodded, mostly to himself. Things were coming along nicely, he concluded. He reached out with his hands once more, to steal more of what remained of the fire's heat. Unlocked door or not, Courier, there's no one here. They stood in a sitting-room made cosy by thick rugs, a settee and 2 chairs that flanked a stone fireplace, where embers ebbed like dimming eyes. The air was warm but stale, lit too much by the feeble hearth. These rugs, said Courier, staring down at what was beneath her feet. Wild, mirrored wool, twisted raw, the strands knotted. Dog runner, not Jaghut. Arathan grunted. Didn't know the dog runners wove anything but grasses and reeds. Yes, she replied, you didn't know, but then you've not been in their camps. You've not sat round their fires, cockles cooking in the ashes, watching the women make stone tools, watching the boys learn the knots and using spindles and combs. The skills they'll need to make the nets and snares they use to trap animals and birds, for when they all begin their year of wandering. A year of wandering? All alone? I like the sound of that. She sniffed, at what he wasn't sure, and then walked over to the fireplace. Who's been feeding this, I wonder? Courier, we've explored every room. The outer door unlocked by itself because the house wanted us inside. And why would it do that? She asked. You said the Jaghut couldn't get in. You said they spent centuries trying. To keep us safe from what you did outside with that acorn. It was an old god, forgotten. The Ilnat mages didn't know what they were doing. But why should an Azath house care about us? They both turned at a strange, shuffling sound from the doorway that led to the main inner corridor. A ghostly figure loomed suddenly in the entranceway. A dog-runner, his hair so blonde as to be almost colourless, his tawny beard tangled and looking like a tuft of dead grass growing from his chinless jaw. The eye sockets beneath the heavy ridge of his brow were empty pits. A hole had been carved into his broad chest where his heart should have been. What remained was withered and dry, ribs snapped and jutting from the wound. "Apparition," whispered Courier. "Forgive us this intrusion." "The dead are unforgiving," the ghost replied in a thin voice, "which is, I suppose, why we are known to be such miserable company. Beg no pardon, plead no indulgence, pray no favour and seek no blessing. Take pleasure in my noticing you, if you must,
or let loose a blood-curdling scream. I care neither way.
Arathan sighed and then straightened. "What do you want of us, Dog Runner?"
What all old men want, living or dead, an audience for our life's story, sharp interest we can dull, curiosity we can deplete, an opportunity to dismember your very will to live, if possible. Hearken then to this wisdom, if you would hold to the conceit of being worthy of it."
Arathan glanced at Coria. "And you willingly sat around the campfire in company like this?" She scowled. "Well, the ones outside aren't dead yet. I'd think dying changes how you think, or simply exaggerates what was already there."
"I am now being ignored," observed the dog-runner ghost. "This, too, is typical. I was once a bone-caster, a foolish man among chattering women, defenceless against their barbs until respect was earned in the manner they expected, namely, a man's legendary stubbornness, although between you and me I was more addled than stubborn. What is perceived is rarely the truth, and what is true is only rarely perceived. Between the two, upon which is one best advised to rely? Some delusions, after all, are comforting, while truths, alas, are mostly unpleasant."
"How came you to this Azath house?" Arathan asked.
"By the front door."
"Who killed you?"
"Jaghoot, in the manner of fatal exploration, as they sought to determine all that was magical within me. Of course there was nothing magical within me, barring life's spark, which all mortals possess. Said exploration quenched that spark, an outcome I predicted at the top of my lungs, to no avail, even as the knife descended. When next you see Jaghoot, tell them this from Guardian Kharkanas Aval. I told you so. If brave, you may add idiots to my message."
"Oh," said Arathan, "I'll do that for you. It would be my pleasure, in fact. Nor do I think Gothos would—"
"Gothos? I've been looking for him, here in the realms of the dead, since he said he was going to kill himself. Yet still he lives. Typical. You can't depend on anyone."
"He's composing a suicide note."
"I got there first, as you would have discovered had you accepted my invitation to hear me confess my life story. For are not all such tales nothing more than suicide notes, a list of deeds, crimes and regrets, loves and still more regrets? In fact, an endless litany of regrets, come to think on it. Never mind. It has been some time since I last had anyone else with whom to converse. In the interval I find that I am a poor audience to my own thoughts, too much cat-calling and derision."
Arathan stepped closer. "A moment ago, sir, you spoke of realms of the dead. They're what we're looking for, you see, with Hood and his legion."
"What now? Is there no refuge left you living won't despoil? I happen to be quite fond of the realms of the dead. None have reason to argue there, or pose, or preen. No one is obsessed with saving face, or stung to stupidity by brainless pride. No grudges to hold, nothing left worth the gleeful gush of spite. Even vengeance proves laughable. Imagine that, friends. Laughable. Ha, ha, ha."
"Mother save us," muttered Coria, turning back to the fire.
"One lost," the ghost observed smugly, "and one still to go. Now then, young man, do offer me another mortal conceit I can happily dismantle. There is no end to what I can prove to be pointless in this miserable thing you call your life."
"Why bother?" Arathan asked the ghost.
Kharkanas Aval tilted his head. "Well, you have a point there. Excuse me." With that, he vanished.
After a moment, Arathan turned to Coria. "It's said that Azath houses possess guardians.
This Bonecaster was one such guardian, until the Jaghoot killed him. But did you hear what he said about realms of the dead? Proof that such places exist. I will speak to Hood about this.
Coria sneered at him. Don't expect that ghost to hold open the gate for you and the rest. Seems the dead prefer their realms to be empty of life. It doesn't matter if we're not welcome or wanted. This is war, after all. Weren't you listening? The dead have no need to fight, no reason worth fighting for. So we'll give them one. Some woman jangled your jewels and stole your heart. That happens. It's not a good enough reason to abandon the living world. Have you not noticed? Hood's army has raised a standard of grief. But that grief is real and serious. It's the kind that crushes everything inside. In a way, they're all already dead, or most of them anyway. Especially Hood. But you, Arathan, get over it. Get over yourself. And what about Hout, your keeper, or Varandas? It's not grief that's brought them to Hood, is it? No, just loyalty, and a sick sense of humour. But you're not laughing. She crossed her arms. I should have gone with the Jellic hunters, learned how to rut like a dog, and roll around on dead things. But I missed my chance. Regrets, like the ghost talked about. Who knows, maybe I'll run into them on my way back to Curl Ghislaine. Worse things could... Did you hear that? The echoes of thunder reached them, and a moment later the walls groaned. The embers in the fireplace flared suddenly. Fierce heat gusted from the hearth, forcing both Coria and Arathan back a step, and then another. Sweat beaded the walls and began trickling down. The ghostly guardian reappeared in the entranceway. See what you've done? More company, and me dead. What's worse, no matter what the house thinks, you two won't do as my replacement. Too restless, too eager to see the world, too hopeful by far to be custodians to a prison. Frowning, Arathan approached the Bonecaster ghost. A prison? Is that what these Azath houses are? Then who built them? Now the whole yard's awake. It's all getting ugly. Stay here. The ghost disappeared again. Arathan turned to Coria. A prison? The Jaghoot know that, Coria replied. He nodded. Yes, I think they do. But the Azathanai, why worship a prison? Shrugging, she moved past him and into the corridor beyond. Find one and ask. Where are you going? To the tower. Get one of those shuttered windows open and see what's going on. You coming? He followed. Hout watched as the Serigal leader pulled himself over the low wall of the yard, tattered armour scraping as he rolled clear to thump heavily on the ground. Others were shouting as they clambered in his wake, leaving smears of blood on the stones, while from within the grounds terrible shrieks cut raggedly through the dusty air. Hout stepped closer to the leader and looked down at the Serigal's face. Half of the man's beard had been torn away, flintsing the skin of his cheek. The look in his eyes was wild, his mouth opening and closing without sound. He had lost his double-bladed axe. Hout cleared his throat, and then said, That's the problem with ancient gods, I suppose. Their reluctance to just die. Another Serigal, missing the lower part of his left leg, the ruptured knee-joint gushing blood, made a wild cavort of hops before falling 7 or 8 paces from the wall's gate. Hout watched as the Thelakai woman walked up to the cursing Toblakai and put the tip of her sword through his neck. The curses ended in a spitting gurgle. Get her away from us, rasped the Serigal leader, rolling onto his hands and knees. One hand scrabbled at his belt and drew out a knife the size of a short sword. Serigal! To me! The others quickly moved in close around their leader, forming a defensive cordon. Many of them bore wounds from the grasping roots and branches of the frenzied forest of gnarled trees now crowding the house's yard. And by Hout's count, 5 warriors were missing. The Thelakai woman stood over the corpse of the man she had just slain, eyeing the troop with an air of vague disappointment. The tumult in the yard was dying down, although the occasional sharp retort of a snapping branch lingered. Someone was still busy in there.
Glancing at the house, he saw that the shutters had been opened on the top level of the squat tower that formed one corner of the building. 2 figures were leaning on the sill, their attention fixed on the yard below. Haut frowned up at them.
How did they get in?
He turned to find the Thelakai woman now at his side, her gaze fixed on Coria and Arathan.
I've seen the girl, she continued. Tisty make my skin crawl. I don't know why. She wanders your camp, stirring up trouble. What kind of trouble?
The woman shrugged.
She mocks them, Hood's followers. The easy disdain of the young,
Haut said, nodding.
He paused and then added,
I don't know how they got into the Azath house.
The woman was now regarding the huddle of battered Serigal. Her lips curled, but she said nothing. The gate slammed open, off to their right, and a moment later a figure stumbled into view. Haut drew a sudden breath and then stepped forward. A Jaghut, his clothes rotted, his leathers stained with mould. Roots threaded his long, unkempt hair, and soil had mottled the skin of his face and arms. 500 years buried beneath the yard had not treated him well. Sighing, Haut drew closer, and then spoke.
Gethol, your brother will be pleased to see you.
The Jaghut slowly shifted his gaze, glanced briefly at Haut, and then away again. He brushed feebly at the dirt covering him.
Not dead yet, then. He's working on it.
Gethol spat mud from his mouth, and then coughed and looked over to the Serigal.
5 went down, he said. That should do. The house has the old god? Well enough.
Gethol coughed and spat again.
Ah, said Haut. That is a relief. Where is Cadig Aval? Dead, apparently. Yet there are living souls in the house. I could feel them.
Haut shrugged.
There are, but not for much longer. Will that be a problem? How should I know? No, the house will prevail this time.
Returning his attention to the 2 Tisti in the tower window, Haut waited until he was sure that Coria was looking at him. He waved her down. A moment later, both figures pulled back from the window, drawing the shutters closed. Gethol asked,
Where is he, then?
In the Tower of Hate.
Gothos's brother grunted, and then said,
Why, it's as though I never left. This fire is dying,
Cred said, leaning closer to study the hissing pumice stones in the bronze bowl.
Not my magic, not my prowess, but the fire itself.
He straightened and looked around.
See how the firelight dims everywhere. Something is stealing the heat.
Brella scowled across at him.
Then we starve. Or learn to eat things raw, as the dog runners do,
said Stark.
They cook their food like anyone else,
Brella retorted. She turned her attention to the younger woman.
A simple walk through the camp would have shown you that. Instead, you cling to ignorant beliefs as if they could redefine the world. I see belligerence settle in your face, so down turn the frown and the skittish diffidence in your eyes. So like your mother, may the sea hoarder give peace to her soul.
Cred grunted.
Stark's mother would have defied the very water filling her lungs. Oh, but I admired her for that. In the days before magic, when helplessness haunted us all,
he gestured at the ebbing glow in the brazier before him.
The ghosts of that time return, and all the driftwood gone from the strand, nothing but grasses in the plain inland. I sit here, facing all that I have lost. I am nothing like my mother, Stark said to Brella, just as you are nothing like your daughter.
Grinning, Cred glanced over to see Brella's scowl deepen.
Not my daughter any more, she said. She casts off the name I gave her, so that she might command us all and ever from a distance. Captain of a broken army. captain of beaten refugees, the wreckage of a conquered people. What am I to her? Not her mother. The High King's fleet did for our highborn, Craid pointed out. You and your daughter come closest to anyone who might resurrect a claim to the royal line.
Brella snorted. Craid shook his head.
You held the living claim, Brella, and then gave it into my keeping. That is the responsibility of the Ilnap bloodline. By this one ritual, you assert your claim to the lost throne. Even your daughter does not deny this. Captain, she chooses that title, because she sees no future awaiting us. This is why we're here, Brella, vowing to march on death itself. The first betrayal is the last betrayal, so it was prophesied.
Hissing under her breath, Brella rose.
I am done with these pointless words. Defeat has become the nectar that sustains us, as would the vile smoke of the Bayang. She leads us on to the path of no return. So be it. But let there be no illusions. We do not lead, only follow. And where this will end, the living claim lives no longer. Curse the High King, began Stark, but Brella turned on her. Curse him? Why? We did nothing but raid his coast, loot his merchants, and send their ships to the deep. Year after year, season upon season, we grow indolent in our feeding upon the labor of others. Curse him not, Stark. The retribution was just.
With that she walked away. Cred turned his attention to the dying fire.
The sorcery within me is no weaker for this loss. How is such a thing possible?
Shrugging, Stark unrolled her bedding and prepared for sleep, even though the day was barely half done.
Perhaps something feeds on what you offer.
Cred frowned at the woman, and then nodded.
Yes, as I said earlier. No, not your magic, Cred. Just the fire, nothing else. Each day we lose more heat. Where is the season of thaw? I see the sea flocks flying into the north. Crabs march the shallows, awaiting the next full moon. All around us, the world prepares its time of breeding and renewal. But not here, not in this camp.
She settled down, drawing up the heavy furs until they covered her entirely. Fixing his attention once more on the dying fire, Cred considered Stark's words. If indeed the season was turning around them, then they had drifted inward. Stark had the truth of that, curling down a spoke to settle on the hub, and at the very heart of that hub,
Hood, he straightened. It has begun.
Varandas squatted opposite Hood.
What are you doing?
I am ending time.
No wonder it's taking so long.
Varandas glanced away, seeing the approach of the lone Azathanai, who had elected to join this hoary legion.
One comes, he said to Hood. She has circled for days. Only now are her perambulations revealed as a spiral. Mayhap she will challenge you.
I am proof against challenges,
Hood replied.
Most dullards are. Let reason bludgeon you about the head, and then, like a dazed fly, retreat in wobbling flight. The witless are known to defy with piggy eyes and pressed lips. Making a knuckled fist of their face, they proclaim the stars no more than studs of quartz upon the night sky's velvet cloak, or the beasts of the wild as simple fodder serving our appetites. They carve every asinine opinion in the stone of their obstinacy, and take pride in their own stupidity. Why is it that there comes a time in every civilization when the idiots rise to dominate all discourse, with beetled brows and reams of spite? Who are such fools, and how long did they lurk mostly unseen, simply awaiting their day in the benighted light?
Are you done, Varandas?
Hood asked.
The witless have no comprehension of the rhetorical. They misapprehend unanswerable questions, since in their puny worlds of comprehension they possess none. Only answers, solid as lumps of shit and just as foul.
Varandus looked up then, at the arrival of the Azathanai. He nodded, but her attention was on Hood. She spoke. "The dead are marching, Hood. Clever, I suppose, when all wondered how we would march into that realm. Instead, you bring that realm to us."
Spingal, I did not think you fled too far.
I never fled at all,
the Azathanai replied.
Where, then?
The Tower of Hate. Penance?
Varandus frowned up at her.
You know, if you truly sought to hide among us, Jaghut, you should not have elected the form of a woman of such beauty as to take our breath away.
She glanced at him.
Unintended, Varandus. But if my appearance still delights you, I can oblige you in kind.
Make me a woman? I think not, and shall remain content with occasional misapprehension. Oh, and if you will indulge me, sidelong admiration of the impostor in our company.
Jaghut tended towards the lean and bony, but Spingal had defied that common form, and in the contrast that was her fullness, she elicited universal wonder among the Jaghut, men and women both. Varandus studied her for a long moment, and then with a sigh he returned his attention to Hood.
She is right. That was clever.
Even the witless will shed a spark every now and then, Hood said. Spingal, I was under the impression that the Tower of Hate was solid.
No fault of mine if you believe everything Caladan Brood tells you. But then you were always a credulous lot, prone to the literal, inured to the figurative. But this molestation of time, Hood, it seems unwise.
Wisdom is overrated, Hood said. Now then, Spingal, will you indeed join us when the day comes?
I will. Death is a curiosity, even perhaps a hobby of mine. I confess to some fascination, admittedly lurid. This notion of flesh that passes, soft shells that decay once the spirit has fled, and how such an affliction haunts you all.
Us mortals, you mean? Varandus asked. I'll have you know, Azathanai, that those Jaghut who by chance escape premature death invariably welcome an end when at last it arrives. The flesh is a weary vessel, and that which crumbles soon becomes a prison to the soul. Death, accordingly, is a relief, indeed an escape.
She frowned.
But why confound a soul with the uncertainty of its immortality?
Perhaps, ventured Hood, to awaken in us the value of faith.
And what value has faith, Hood?
Belief exists in order to humble the mundane world of proofs. If mortal flesh is a prison, so too is a world too well known. Within and without we desire, and perhaps need, a means of escape.
An escape you name faith. Thank you, Hood. You have enlightened me.
Not too much, one hopes,
Varandus said in a growl,
lest all wonder die in your lavender eyes.
Beauty desires admiration, Varandus, until it tires of it.
And does it now pall in your regard, Spingal?
Probably. Perhaps too much flattery, and the subject begins to doubt its veracity, or at the very least its worth. And besides, what worth is it, Varandus, to be the object of aesthetic admiration? I but give shape to your imagination.
A rare gift, Varandus replied.
Not as rare as you think.
Your Jaghut guise has soured you, Azathanai. Our misery is infectious.
This, too, is probable. Hood, the Azath house in your abandoned city has won a reprieve. Even the guardian ghost knows invigoration. Still, that was a risky endeavour.
Hood shrugged where he sat before his cold flames.
Do me a favour, Spingal, and spread the word. It will be very soon now.
Very well. Varandus, I should never have slept with you.
true as I remain eternally smitten.
Somewhat pathetic of you, and therefore decidedly unattractive.
Such is the curse of one who loses. But seed this ground between us with hope, and see me flower anew, bearing the sweet scent of delight and anticipation.
Varandas, we are about to war with the dead.
Yes, well, bad timing is another curse of mine, one not so easily discarded.
She nodded to them both and walked away. Varandas stared after her, and then sighed again. A moment later he said,
More guests are imminent, Hood, led by none other than Gothos's brother.
Don't be Ah, well, that was a possibility, wasn't it? What does he want with me, I wonder?
A fist to your nose, I should expect.
Hood grunted.
Beats a long conversation. In any case, it wasn't really my fault.
Yes, nodded Varandas. Be sure to tell him that.
Arathan found himself glancing sidelong at the Thelakai woman again and again as she prowled about the low wall enclosing the yard of the Azath house. Her sword was still wet with the blood of the slain Serigel, and she moved with a grace belying her martial girth. He could not decide if he admired warriors. They had been a part of his life for as long as he could remember. As a child, he had at first sought to shy away from them, with their clunking weapons and rustling armor. The world never seemed so dangerous as to demand such accoutrements, but that was, of course, naught but the naivety of a child. He had long since learned otherwise. Coria was arguing with Haut, but they had pulled away to keep the exchange more or less private. The surviving Serigel had marched off, limping and battered and possibly humbled. Death had a way of divesting the arrogant of their pretenses. Even so, he did not expect the humility to last long. The air was strangely still, yet it seemed to hold an echo of the chaos and carnage that had ripped through the yard not so long ago. The dust hanging in the air was reluctant to settle, or even drift away. If a breath could be held by inanimate nature, then surely it was being held now, and Arathan wondered why. Snarling something, Coria wheeled from Haut and approached Arathan. "That's it," she said. "Let's go." "Go? Where?" "Anywhere just away from here." They set out, leaving behind Haut, the Thelakai, and a Jaghut woman who now closed in on the captain, carrying in one hand a jug of wine. "And that," said Arathan, as he fell in beside a swiftly striding Coria, "is what never makes sense." "What are you talking about?" "This dead civilization, this Omtos Falak, the abandoned city. Look at that Jaghut woman now with your Haut, sharing that jug. Wine? Where from? Who made it? Have you seen any vineyards?" "Sanad," said Coria, after glancing back over her shoulder. Her scowl deepened. "An old lover of his, I think. They're getting drunk together. Again. I don't like Jaghut women." "Why?" "They know too much, and say too little." "Well, I can see how that might irritate you." "Careful, Arathan, I'm not in the mood. Besides, you have no idea what awaits me. You see before you a young woman, a hostage now orphaned, but I am so much more than that." "So you keep telling me." "You'll see soon enough." "I don't see how. And never mind. I don't want that argument again, Coria. There are people I want to find, and they're probably dead. I have things that I need to say to them. Not only that, but I expect there will be many, many warriors beyond the veil. I want to ask them, was it worth it?" "Was what worth it?" "The fighting, the killing. I doubt they'd tell you. But even more, I doubt they'd have anything worth saying. Being dead, they failed, right? You're headed for miserable company, Arathan. Not that they'd welcome you, and not that you'll ever get close anyway. It seems that you are to be my keeper." "What?" "Haut needs to hand me over to someone else. You're of House Drakens, right? Well, you have to deliver me to your father. But in the meantime, I'm now your hostage." "You can't be." "I won't accept you."
Are you not your father's son?
Bastard son.
But he acknowledged you. You are now of House Drakons. You have responsibilities. You can't be a child any longer, Arathan. So that's how you all worked it out, is it? I sense Gothos behind this. She shrugged. I'm your hostage. You have to return me to Curl Ghislaine, to your father's estate. He doesn't want to see me. He brought me here to keep me away. So send me back and then leave again. What you do after you've discharged your responsibility is up to you.
This is underhanded.
And don't think we'll be lingering either. I want to leave, soon. If you're now my hostage, we'll leave when I decide it, not you. He thought for a moment and then frowned. I've not done the translating yet. You idiot. You'll never be done with that, because Gothos won't ever stop. I would have thought you'd worked that out by now.
But I was just getting to the interesting stuff.
What do you mean?
Well, it's more or less an autobiography, but his story begins now. Or, that is, he began it the day he killed civilization and became the Lord of Hate. And from there, it goes back in time, day by day, year by year, decade by decade, century by...
Yes, I get it. She paused, and then said, but that's stupid.
The point is, said Arathan, it means that there must be an end to it, when at last he finds his earliest memory.
So how far back have you managed to transcribe?
About 6 years.
She stopped, stared at him. His frown deepened. What? What's wrong? How far has he gone back?
In his writing? A couple of centuries, I think.
And how old is Gothos?
Arathan shrugged. Well, I'm not sure. 2 or 3, I think.
Centuries?
Millennia.
She made a fist, as if to strike him, and then subsided. Sighing, she shook her head. Gothos's folly, indeed. There are dead people I need to see. See the living ones instead, Arathan. At least they might on occasion tell you something worth hearing. She set off once more, and Arathan followed. It would be irresponsible of me, he said, to take you back to a civil war. Oh, just fuck off, will you? She angled away. I'm off to see a man with freckles on his arms. Chapter 14. Yadan Narad stood facing the forest with his back to the grove. The snow upon branches and the ground blackened the boles of the trees, and the crazed scrawl of twigs against the white sky ran like cracks in the face of the world. It was no difficult thing to see the future's end, looming like the breaking of winter. Each night his dreams tore apart the shrouds of time. He walked a shoreline in a past he had never lived, into a future that was not his. He spoke with queens who called him brother, yet offered him the rotting skeletal visage of a young woman in the attire of a bride. He felt sweet breath upon his cheek that assaulted his senses like the stain of gangrene. During each day, as the hunters of the Sheikh gathered, as the makeshift army of Glyph of the shore grew, Narad found himself less able to distinguish the real from the imagined, the moment ahead from the moment just past. At times he would glance up and see the surrounding forest transformed into walls of raging fire, into a ceaseless cascade of silver mercurial light. From wounds in the air he saw the lunging bulk of dragons clawing through, the image rushing towards him as if he was somehow flying into the face of horror. In his dreams they named him warrior. Of his exploits they spoke words of awe, from crowds too formless to comprehend, even as he walked through their midst. Somehow he led them all, sustained by virtues and qualities of command he knew he did not possess. Everything seemed borrowed, perhaps even stolen. The expectations had begun to bleed into the real world, as increasingly he was looked to for guidance. It was only a matter of time before someone, Glyph, or now hate-filled Lahanis, exposed him for what he was. Narad, low-born murderer, rapist, who lied to the first son of darkness. Why? Because deceit dwells in his heart, and he will duck every hand of justice. Cowardice hides behind his every desire, and just as he fled retribution, so he created for himself false memories, pillaging all he could. And yet, it was too late to deny the reality of what was coming. He had promised the Sheikh to the first son, but the summons, when it came, would see Lord Anamander, not the Sheikh, dislodged, made to move in order to achieve the meeting. And in that moment, Narad now knew he would once more betray the man. That shore is an unwelcome one to every stranger, but that shore is what we will call home. When you find us, you will answer our need. Fail to do so, and death will find you here. But even if you give honourable answer, beware your back, for there I will be standing. I am not who you think I am. For all my avowals, there is a weakness in me, a flaw in the core of my being. It will reveal itself. It is only a matter of time.
"You done, Narad?"
He turned to see that Glyph had approached him from the swollen camp now crowding the glade. 2 steps behind the hunter stood Lahanis, the killer who had once been a child of the border swords. She had shown up a week past, and now accompanied Glyph wherever he went. Her small hands rested upon the grips of the 2 long knives slipped through her belt. Her eyes, fixed upon Narad, told him of her suspicions.
"There are Legion soldiers in the forest," Glyph said. "They track someone."
Narad shrugged. "A criminal, a deserter."
"It makes it difficult for us to remain hidden."
Narad's gaze flicked to Lahanis. "Then kill the trackers." At that, he saw her smile. But Glyph reacted to the suggestion with a troubled frown.
"Yadan, Narad, has the time then come to begin our war of vengeance? 1,000 and more have gathered here, but many more have yet to reach us. Though we now claim to be warriors, few of us know the ways of soldiering. We remain hunters. Our habits are ill-suited.
"Was this not what you wanted?" Narad asked him. He hesitated.
Each hunting party elects its own leader. In the forest they seek isolation from other bands. Nothing can be coordinated."
Lahanis spoke. "It is simple enough, Glyph, as I have already explained. Call the hunting party a squad. Make the leader a sergeant."
"These are titles and nothing more," Glyph replied. "Our habits remain. Yadan, Narad, you alone among us understand the soldiering ways, yet you refuse to guide us."
"I told you, I never commanded anyone, least of all myself."
"He's useless,"
Lahanis said to Glyph.
"I have said as much. Leave him to his drunkard wandering. If you've need of a priest, you have found one, but no priest will ever win anyone a war. I alone possess the knowledge you seek. Grant me command, Glyph, and I will make your people into an army."
"You, child," Glyph said, "have yet to walk the shore. You remain possessed by hate, and it blinds you to the destiny awaiting us."
Lahanis sneered in answer to that, and then jabbed a finger at Narad.
"If this man is witness to your destiny, then it has blinded him."
Already uninterested in this conversation, Narad turned away.
"Glyph," he said wearily, "consider your habits when you gathered to hunt the herds. Tell me, did each leader battle the next for command?"
"No, Yadan. One was chosen."
"Upon what basis?"
"Guile and prowess."
"Take this to your people, then. The Legion is but a herd. Dangerous, yes, but even wild beasts can prove dangerous, so that detail should not alarm you. The enemy will behave just as a herd would, but instead of fleeing the sight of you, they will rush towards you. This is the only difference. Have your chosen leaders apply their guile to that?"
"Narad Yadan, I will do as you say. Thank you."
"You considered that good advice?"
Lahanis demanded.
"It speaks to our habits, Border Sword. We were not told we must be remade. The Watch gifts us his wisdom. We understand the way of hunting the great herds."
But you will be fighting here, in this forest, not upon a plain.
Border sword, often a herd will break apart, with smaller groups fleeing into woodland. We know to anticipate such a thing. The forest poses no obstacle to our understanding the words of the watch.
With a frustrated snarl, Lahanis marched away. Still behind Narad, Glyph sighed, and then moved to stand alongside him.
She bears too many wounds upon her soul.
Narad grunted and said, And you do not?
She is young.
The wounds you speak of are indifferent to that.
Our own children were slain. She reminds us of this.
More than you realize, Glyph. Had your children lived, they would be just like Lahanis. Think on that. The denier was silent for a time, and then he sighed again.
Yes, you remind me that there is a difference between the wound survived and the wound that slays. Only in the first is a new hunger born. We speak of vengeance, but even the loss within us is borrowed. So it is, and so it shall remain for as long as we live.
Indulge, Lahanis, Narad said, closing his eyes upon his own pain, his own borrowed wounds. Her fire will be needed.
I feared as much.
Glyph paused, and then said,
The Legion soldiers in the forest are thinly scattered. Our hunting bands will know how to deal with them.
The habits of the arrow.
Just so. Yadan Narad, do you fear the night to come?
Narad snorted. Why should this night be any different?
In your dreams, you walk the shore.
I have told you this, yes.
Will glory be found there, Yadan?
Narad knew he should open his eyes, shift his gaze to Glyph, and reveal to the man the raw brutality of an honest reply. Instead, he did not move, barring the sudden trembling of his soul, which he was sure none other could see. Glory. Well, if it needs a name, we can call it such.
What other would you choose?
The death of innocence, the loss of hope, betrayal. As I said, it will suffice.
Yadan Narad, upon the day of the war's end, you must lead us. None other will serve. But this day, as we begin the war, you have already served well enough. We see at last the path we must take to become slayers of men and women.
The same habit of hunting, Glyph, only the prey has changed. I said little of worth. After a time, the denier slipped away. Eyes still closed, Narad stared out upon a raging shoreline, argent with furious fire. He felt the weight of his sword in his hand, hearing but otherwise ignoring its muted peals of glee, while beside him a woman spoke. My prince, our spine is bent unto breaking. Will you not return to us? We need your strength. Narad grimaced. How is it that you make a virtue of my refusal of your lives, my refusing your right to them? For that is what you now ask of me. Stand fast, I will shout. Bend we shall, but break they will. Sire, you never shout. He waved a hand. You know me as a humorless man, and yet you persist. Why dog a beast that never lived? The woman, a soldier, not a queen, was silent for a time, and then she said, I took upon myself a family I never had, a daughter, a son, or was it two? I gave them the delusion they desired. They called me mother. Until their moments of death, I held to the lie. What compelled me to do such a thing? Even now, while my corpse lies rotting beneath the stones the Andii raised about us, the question haunts me, like my own ghost. What compels us, Yadan, to so plunder the truth? He shook his head. Nothing less or more than love, I think. Not for the ones you know and have always held close, but for the ones you may never meet, or for those who, bearing the face of a stranger, stumble into your arms. In that instant, friend, you draw upon the deepest taproot within you. It has no name. It needs no name. Then what do you call it? He pondered the question for a moment. wondering at her insistence that some things need be named. Then he said, "Why, call it glory." He opened his eyes, and the scene vanished. Once again before him was the stark contrast of snow and trees, white and black, raised up in front of a fissured sky. The man he was, in his dreams, the man who was a lover of men, was far wiser than Narad. He spoke with knowledge and forbearance. He spoke like a man at peace with who he was, with who he would ever be. He spoke, too, like a man about to die. "Oh, my queen, see how I will fail you. He and I, we are brothers in failure, bound as lovers to a singular flaw. And when your day comes, Glyph, your final day of the war, he will lead you on, not I. Or so I will pray. Better him than Narad, who will, I fear, take the coward's path." In this winter, all thoughts of redemption seemed as frozen and hidden as the ground beneath its mantle of snow. Glyph watched the other packs slipping away from the camp, and then turned to the 4 hunters gathered behind him.
"We must clear the forest of these invaders. Iron, not flint, for your arrows. Today I am not interested in seeing them suffer. Quickly done, a return to winter's silence."
Lahanis stood among the small group. She alone carried no bow, no quiver of arrows. He would rather she stayed behind, as he had little faith in her wood lore. Border swords were not trained in forests. Their world had been open land and denuded hills, the tundra of the north. They had often fought from horseback. But now the border swords were no more. Slaughter in a battle with houseblades. Lahanis was the only survivor to have joined his people. He would rather she hadn't. The smooth, round face before him was too young for the ferocity in her eyes. Her weapons invited the kind of death that was delivered with an embrace. Not for her the distance of an arrow or a lance. She would fight and don the blood of those she killed, and this red dress was one she yearned to wear. She frightened him. But then so too did Narad, his first brother since his rebirth. The visions plaguing the watch, as much as Narad had told him, seemed to promise conflagration and endless slaughter. It was as if Glyph had somehow stumbled into an unexpected destiny, making for his people a role none sought, and it was the watch who would guide them into it.
"But I cannot know. Does he share my love for my people? He would see us used by the first son, but we owe nothing to the black-skinned Andii, and less to the Leosan, who now wear the guise of bloodless corpses."
A hunter spoke.
"We are ready, Lord."
And this, Lord.
They had given him a title, Lord of the False Dawn. Glyph did not understand it. He saw no significance in any dawn, false or otherwise, nor could he determine who had first fashioned for him that honorific. It seemed to have sprung up from the frozen ground, or perhaps drifted down with the flakes of snow. He did not like it, but as with Narad, the watch, there was no fighting this tide. Something now grasped them both, and its hands were cold and unyielding.
"Very well.
Lahanis, we must travel in silence, with not a single misstep. These Legion soldiers are their scouts, their trackers." "I know," she replied. "We must be as shadows."
"You have stained your skin. That is good."
She frowned.
"I have done nothing."
She raised a hand, squinting at it. Her skin was the hue of ash. Blinking, she looked across to Glyph.
"You are the same, but I saw you smearing ash upon your faces when first I came among you. I considered doing the same, but then forgot. We are stained, but not by our doing."
Shaken, Glyph glanced over to where Narad stood, still facing out into the forest.
"I thought him made ill by his visions."
"We are deniers."
Lahanis claimed the title as if she had been born to it. The other hunters were muttering, their expressions troubled. It was startling that no one else had even taken notice. Glyph could think of nothing to say, no answer to give them. Or Lahanis.
"It was on this day,"
said Nerak, the first hunter to have spoken to him. His eyes were wide.
"by the spring, Lord,
Yesterday, I saw my own reflection, where we keep the ice clear, pale, but not as pale as the Leosan, pale in the way that I have always been. But see my hands now, my forearms. Has a plague come among us?
A plague?
We chose neither, Lahanis said. We defy the Andii, we defy the Leosan. We have made ourselves apart. But on this day, Nerak demanded, spinning to face her. Why? What has changed?
Glyph answered. I spoke with the Watch. I asked him, do we begin our war today?
He told us to kill the scouts, Lahanis said. The war indeed begins. Glyph, he is a priest. I care not what title you give him, but he walks more than one world. Today, by his blessing, we become an army.
He stared into her eyes, and saw in their eager light the promise of fire and destruction.
The last fish who now walks, seeing an old enemy. The lake lies almost forgotten, the leagues uncountable between it and where he now stands. The water, he recalls now, was clear, nothing in it to blind him to his future, a future awash with tears. From water he left, to water he must go. I end where I begin. The war claims us now, he said. He collected up his bow. By the blessing of the Watch, we are made into slayers of men and women. Come then, this forest is our home. Time to defend it.
Pulling up the cloth that masked his face beneath his eyes, he set out, his pack close behind him. They moved quickly upon old trails, hunched down between tangles of overgrowth canopying the animal tracks. Theirs was a run that devoured leagues. It flowed swiftly but made little sound, the snow taking their footfalls, the shadows of branches and boles scattering their own shadows as they raced onward. The secret of subterfuge was to move as if one belonged, to fight against nothing, bending and dipping, shifting where needed. It was near dusk when Glyph, still in the lead, caught sight ahead of figures, 3 in all, drawn together as if in consultation. Their bulks betrayed their presence, along with the glint of iron buckles, an inverted strip of hide, and plumes of breath from unguarded mouths, as they spoke in whispers. When one caught the fluid approach of Glyph and his hunters, he cried out and drew out his sword. Glyph's arrow sank into his right eye, dropping him instantly. 2 more arrows followed, hissing past Glyph. Both surviving scouts went down. The hunters reached the bodies, flowed over them like water, pausing only to cut free arrows. Lahanis pushed close to make certain the scouts no longer lived, but Glyph knew that was unnecessary. All 3 were dead before they struck the snowy ground. He continued on, shaking the gore from his arrow. The shaft was splintered, the iron point bent where it had struck the inside of the man's skull. Still padding through the forest, Glyph worked loose the point and slipped it into a pouch at his belt, to be hammered straight later. He then snapped the shaft just below the fletching and pocketed the end as well, before flinging away what remained. They rushed on, as the dusk slowly closed around them. It was as before, my first time, when they sat about a fire and laughed and flirted with a woman in their company. Nothing of them reached the place inside me. Nothing to invite sympathy, nothing to blunt my cold, sharp need for their deaths. Slayers of children. If the blood not upon their own hands, then upon the uniform. They claimed the standard and wore upon their shoulders the banner that belonged to butchers. I felt nothing killing them. I felt nothing sending a flint arrow into the gut of the last one. I felt nothing chasing him down. This must be how soldiers think. It could not be otherwise, for what kind of person murders a child? Defenseless elders, hearthwives and hearth-husbands. What kind of person? Why, the one I am become. Do I mock myself now, if I say that I will hunt the uniform, slay the uniform? That the uniform is my enemy, mere cuts and hues of cloth and leather, a lifeless thing of belts, buckles, and wool? Or is this my only path,
my only hope to remain sane. This, then, must be war, and what begins without must also begin within. It was well, he reflected, as he rushed on into the night, that he was reborn, for surely his old self must be dead by now, fatally wounded by grief and horror. The lake water was once clear, but now, oh now it runs red. Yedan Narad, I see what haunts you. For you, and all that you see of what awaits us, my chest now aches. Behind him, close, Lahanis said in a hiss, "Wound the next one, Lord. My knives thirst." And he nodded, for it was best if they all drank. Like stained water they flowed dark through the forest, while above them the sky groped towards night. They travelled a shadow world. It was a night for killing, and kill they did. Higher Grace Shekintoe was propped up in her bed, like a corpse bound to the headrest. Pillows were stuffed against her sides to keep her upright, and her head had a habit of dipping, even when she was speaking, until such time as her chin reached her breastbone, and her words became incomprehensible. A young acolyte sat upon the bed, close by, ready to help the old woman lift her head once more. Despite this diligence, the words Shekintoe said made little sense. Warlock Resh sat leaning forward, forearms upon his thighs, in an effort to hear and understand the higher grace. Finara Stone stood a few paces back, having already surrendered the task. This, she well understood, would be her last audience with Shekintoe. The sheikh might well remain hale in body, but the crown upon the head was broken, if not entirely lost. None knew what afflicted the old woman. By years alone she should still be stalwart and sharp of mind, with sufficient power to temper her husband and his increasingly bizarre pronouncements. "Have they both spent years hunched over a forge? This is the iron curse, the stealer of memory, sower of confusion. Something has poisoned them both. Am I witness to the